heard the sound and turned. Bai Shi's hand dissolved first. She immediately extended her arm, and with one strike, shattered the eye that had just used the petrification technique. Bai Mu coughed up blood. How is this possible? Aren't they from the corpse cultivation Dao and the statue creation Dao? Why is my petrification ineffective? While Daoqiu was gawking at that side. No way. Bai Mu actually misjudged. Yang Xia recovered as if his 5 facial features were never destroyed. You should worry about yourself first. Daoqiu turned his head back in panic, only to be grabbed by the neck and lifted high. He struggled. Impossible. The resentful poison I left in your wounds can't be dispelled so easily. Even if you cultivate the divine Dao, even if you have superior regeneration techniques, where did you get so much willpower to suppress and eliminate the resentful poison I left in your wounds? Yang Xia replied, if it were Wild Tiger Zen, then there really would be no solution, but unfortunately for you, I am an infeft deity, relying on the willpower accumulated from the city's citizens for 100 years. It would be strange if I couldn't suppress your poison. Ning Zhong said, Daoqiu is in trouble over there too? Split up. The corpse cultivation Dao and statue creation Dao practitioners are yours. Ning Zhong's 2 ghosts received the order and immediately charged forward. Bai Shi got scared and called out, 1FA, come help. I can't handle these 2 ghosts. He immediately rushed over, his mask changing. 2 demons were rushing forward, when 1FA held out a mirror, sucking them right in. But the mirror also cracked as a result. As expected of calamity-level demons, as soon as they were absorbed, the demon-sealing mirror was about to fail. Ning Zhong shouted loudly, Shun Chong, San Mian, get out here. A prison cell opened. It was the madman Shun Chong, a calamity who cultivated the ultimate technique, mountain-moving deficient force. His movement technique was incredibly agile. With a single step so fast the naked eye couldn't see, he rushed towards Bai Shi. The woman had just turned her head to look in confusion when thud. Vanfa shouted worriedly, Bai Shi. That was when San Mian appeared. Hey, you masked guy, I don't want this head anymore. Let's trade for yours, how about it? 1FA was startled. What nonsense are you talking about? The eyes on that boy's head turned red. 1FA's eyes were consequently as if hypnotized. San Mian moved closer, pulled off 1FA's head, and attached it to his own. Not bad. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun Chong slammed Bai Shi's body into a prison cell. You cultivate the corpse Dao. No matter how durable you are, the head is still a weak point, right? As he finished speaking, one of his hands also crushed Bai Shi's head. Splat. The rest of Bai Shi's body slid down, just like that. Wu Qiangyu, the lecherous monk Shi Jiwu in that prison cell, shook his head and said, you were too ruthless. Such a beautiful female benefactor, killed by you with a single palm strike, what a waste. Shin Chong turned his head and shot back. Not kill her, keep her for you to defile. You think born of a father, but not raised by a mother? The lecher sneered. What do you mean by that? Shin Chong had just said 4 words, the literal meaning, when suddenly his head cracked, then exploded with a bang. Wu Qiangyu gasped, hey, no way. Bai Shi stood up as if nothing had happened, then walked out into the corridor. San Mian wondered, is Shun Chong down? He was startled to realize that 1FA's headless body was also getting up. No way. 1FA grabbed a head tightly, lifting his own head up. San Mian exclaimed in shock, you're not dead? Impossible. You're cultivator of the statue creation Dao. How can you still be alive after losing your head? 1FA took his head and reattached it. With a click, he laughed and replied, that's because my body structure is not the same as yours, haha. All right, I'll play with you all again next time. Uncle Zhu has to go do something else now. The female head snapped irritably. What Uncle Zhu? This old master is much older than you. 1FA turned his head and asked, Bai Shi, can you still fight? We have to do the job a boss gave us. She gave a thumbs up sign, okay good. Then the 2 of them sped up and left, leaving San Mian staring blankly after them. The 2, Bai Mu and Daoqiu, also came over and asked, are they gone? That idiot Shun Chong, wouldn't it have been better to just let it go like we did? Why risk his life like that? Now look, he got himself dragged into it as well. Because he and we were never on the same path. San Mian asked, Daoqiu, are you sure these 3 have chance? I'm not sure, but this is the best chance we've had since we were locked in here. Don't forget, anyone who could make the Imperial Court send Yanhua and that kid from the Fan family to suppress them is definitely not simple. In this kind of top-tier battle, even Yanhua can't guarantee his fate will be preserved. When they return victorious, the targets they'll use to replenish their fate in this sky prison will be us. If we don't find a way to get out of here, are we just going to wait here to die? Scene shifts to Yang Xia's fight. He has been beaten back to the stairway leading down. Ning Zhong stepped out. Not just the super fast regeneration achieved through willpower drive and consuming willpower, but also a huge reserve of willpower that far exceeds that of a wild fox in. You must be a city god of some place, right? Yang Xia, having been figured out, replied, that's right. Ning Zhong asked. Why? Since you once fought for His Majesty the Grand Ancestor, you should know clearly that the path His Majesty the Grand Ancestor took is the right path for this world. Regardless of the generations born beyond the borders, or the interference of external forces from Shanin, no one can shake our true enemy. Yang Xia continued. In terms of principle, you are right. But in terms of sentiment, forgive me for being unable to accept a world where reincarnation is destroyed and only death exists. Then there's nothing to be done. That's right. After suppressing you, I will report the news of Shanin's return to His Majesty, and the Imperial Court will have to dispatch soldiers to Hunan Dao to find and destroy them. Yang Xia also replied, after killing you, I will release all the calamities imprisoned here, and with all my might, overthrow this great Jin dynasty. As they finished speaking, both sides sped up and rushed into close combat. Scene change. Thump. A candle inside was lit. From inside the National Treasure Delivery Point, a voice came out asking, "Who is it?" Wan Fa used some kind of magic treasure to imitate Lu Che's voice, replying, "It's Lu Che." Then he also forged an identical command token of Lu Che and presented it. The person inside took it to inspect, asking, "What do you need and what for?" Wan Fa replied, "I need the Imperial Jade Seal to suppress the world-creating God Buddha." The person inside was silent for a few seconds, then replied, "Wait a moment." Wan Fa laughed inwardly. Success. The gatekeeper from inside appeared outside. He was Shi Shan. He spoke, "The intruders are a corpse Dao and a statue creation Dao cultivator." Wan Fa was startled and turned his head. When did he appear? Baisher also turned, but she had no head to turn. Zisha Shirshing held in his hand the nation-suppressing wondrous treasure, the ghost bamboo, which can ignore realms and extinguish the life fire of living beings before it. The old man blew a breath, and from somewhere underground, a breeze rose and blew past. Wan Fa had just exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" when he suddenly collapsed. Officially logged out, his life fire was extinguished. Zisha Shirshing said, one down, turning his head to look at Baishur. "This is the first time this old man has seen the ghost bamboo extinguished, yet you are not completely dead. You couldn't be an artificial corpse created from the essence of the corpse reanimation shop, could you?" It seems Baishur was accurately read. She stretched out her arm to attack. Zisha Shirshing caught it easily. The corpse poison is nothing special, nor is it an invulnerable body. It seems your attack methods are not like ours. So what could it be? Scene shifts to the group of prisoners. Daochio led the few from earlier into a room and began to persuade them. Everyone, what these three newcomers intend to do, I'm sure you all can see. Before us is the only chance for us to escape from here. Wu Daoji from the opposite cell spoke up. "I'm afraid the great undertaking will not succeed, and we will lose our lives instead." Hearing this, Daochio became bitter, grinding out each word through clenched teeth. Wu Dao Yi. Someone in another cell spoke up. "Wu Daoji is not wrong. Now is indeed the best time to escape, but it only raises the odd from certain death to a 1 in 10 chance of survival. We all know how strong this Ning Zhong is. Even if everyone puts in the effort, as long as he releases the vicious flood dragon and the drought demon, the situation will be reversed in an instant. Once he suppresses the intruders, it will be our turn." After hearing this, Sam Mian seemed to lose heart. Sister thinks he has a point. Bai Mu spoke up, "Nothing is absolute. Those intruders are the Shanin of this era. Even if they can't defeat Ning Zhong, they might be able to use other means to open the sky prison and release us." The person who had spoken earlier moved closer to the door. "If they really create such an opportunity, I will act." In a cell 2 rooms away were the 2 calamity-level prisoners from the beginning of the story. It seems they're having a very lively conversation over there. Li Tzu and Xiao, "Do you want to join forces with me and escape together?" His face was cold as he replied, "Not interested." Hearing this, the queen fell silent. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. It was Baishur. She zipped past. For some unknown reason, she ran towards those 3 prisoners. "The situation isn't right. Let's retreat for now." Okay. The 3 of them decided to return to their cell. Scene shifts back to Yang Xia's fight. He was being restrained in midair by Ning Zhong with a chain. "You've lost," Yang Xia said, "so you have already refined the Kaifeng Sky Prison. No wonder you deliberately allowed those prisoners to lose like that. Because even without relying on their power, you were still confident in suppressing everyone, right? You've been playing with us like a cat toying with a mouse from the very beginning, haven't you, you arrogant fellow?" Just then, Baishur managed to arrive. Ning Zhong turned his head. Yang Xia saw her make some kind of sign. "Did Wan Fa get that thing in?" Ning Zhong heard him laugh, not understanding what was happening. He burst out laughing again, his face turning cold as he declared, "It's over. My side has won." A golden light, created by a technique, was seen. Scene shifts to the place where the treasure artifact was taken. Inside the item retrieval compartment, the command token that Wan Fa had given to Zisha Shirshing suddenly opened its eye. Is the main self dead? Plan A. Use the identity of Lu Che, the commander of the Azure Net Division, to deceive the gatekeeper and obtain the Imperial Jade Seal. Plan B. If the disguise is exposed, then break through the door with Bai Shi, defeat the gatekeeper, and take the Imperial Jade Seal. Plan C. If the main self and Bai Shi cannot win, then activate the secondary self. The main self will be responsible for luring the gatekeeper, while the secondary self will take the opportunity to take the Imperial Jade Seal. The secondary self stood up, muttering, according to the plan, even if he couldn't win, the main self should have been able to escape with Bai Shi, right? Why did his soul scatter before even using the scapegoat puppet? Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. While the gatekeeper hasn't returned, I must hurry and complete the mission the boss gave me. Scene shifts to Ning Zhong's side. Suddenly, the statue of the city god appeared. Abandoning the willpower drive to fight me with your true city god body? Indeed, that can increase your chances of winning. But what makes you so sure you've won? Who gave you that confidence? Yang Xia replied, you'll know soon enough. From a distance, more than 10 golden needles flew and embedded themselves directly into Bai Shi's body. Ning Zhong also took the opportunity to appear behind Yang Xia. Zisha Shishing walked over. Ning Zhong, what are you doing? The brats on this level are clamoring for a prison break. Don't you care? Only after finishing his sentence did the old man notice Wan Fa. Master Shi, is it? Explain yourself. Why have you appeared here? Wan Fa also recognized him. Zisha Xing, ever since Gao Sheng ascended the throne, you disappeared. Everyone thought you had followed Tai Gong, but it turns out you've been a gatekeeper here. Shi Xing replied, the precious items collected from all over need someone to watch over them. Compared to people like you with limited lifespans, someone like me who cultivates the corpse Dao is more suited for this job. Isn't that right? Wan Fa asked, so, do you also think Gao Sheng's path is right or wrong? Is there even need to ask? Entrusting the safety of this world to the high and mighty immortal gods. I can't do something so absurd. Do you think they would care about the life and death of a few ants? Wan Fa continued to ask, even if it leads to permanent death and annihilation for all living beings? After hearing this, Shi Xing pointed and said loudly, have you been a city god for so long that your brain is rotted? Under the great calamity, just surviving is already not bad. You still want to live and die as you please, to contribute to fighting foreign enemies. For what? Save some face. Seeing the old man's attitude, Wan Fa fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. If reason cannot get through, at the same time, the secondary self had already ventured deep inside the National Treasure Vault. The number of nation-suppressing treasures is actually this many. How many tombs of the previous dynasty has the great Jin excavated over the years? Now is not the time to be emotional about these things. I must find the Imperial Seal of the realm first. After looking left and right so much he almost went cross-eyed, the guy noticed a chest suspended from the ceiling. Is it in there? He thought, then decided to rush up. Opening the chest lid, he saw Gao Sheng's corpse holding the Imperial Seal of the realm in its hand. This is it, the derivative object of the Ji Dao dynasty, the Imperial Seal of the realm. The secondary self decided to jump down and snatched the Imperial Seal of the realm from the hand of Gao Sheng's corpse. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, just as the secondary self was happily humming and raising the Imperial Seal of the realm. About to fall over with glee, Gao Sheng sat up and took it back. The guy broke into a cold sweat. Gao Sheng asked, word by word, what are you doing? The guy was about to piss his pants. Damn it, how did Gao Sheng's corpse come back to life? This isn't what was said. At this point in time, how could Gao Sheng still have the excess power to return to life? Gao Sheng spoke again, word by word. Let it go. Just in time. We are hungry. Then he grabbed the secondary self. The guy, scared out of his wits, screamed, wait. Gao Sheng opened his mouth wide and put the guy into it. At this moment, only the sound of ravenous chewing remained. At the same time, at Yang Xia's divine temple, Huang's saw snapped. Is this the victory in hand you were talking about? The Wan Qi army's divine human eye has been crippled. The 3 Dharma bodies I worked so hard to create were also destroyed by that mortal brat. Is your divination accurate or not? After hearing this, Jin Lian let out a sigh. You know, before that nameless master disrupted the heavenly secrets in Hunan Dao, my divinations had never failed. Huang Sa continued to snap. The past is the past. I'm talking about now. Before the boss and Qin set out, you also divined a frightening but not dangerous outcome for them. If their divination also has a problem. Before he could finish, Lady Yin Xiao spoke up. Something has happened. Huang Sa and Jin Lian silently turned to look. Yin Xiao continued, my Dao protector. One of them is dead. Scene changed to Hedong Dao. 3 ghosts were playing cheerfully outside. The object floating in the air was a magical artifact personally made by Wan Fa, the Qian Feng Quan Bao, used for nourishing souls. Suddenly, it cracked, then shattered completely. The three ghosts panicked, then dissipated. At Jianandao, Mi Zhou Tong, a wandering martial artist of the Tongyi army, mid-level E rank, Yi Dao Zhu Xie, Wang Ping, panting, carried his sword to the temple. Before him was a statue of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Only your left, you evil demon. In his hand was the demon-slaying blade. But before he could do anything, it suddenly shattered into pieces. The Buddha statue gave a wicked smile, then blood poured from its eyes and mouth. Ha ha ha. Anyone could guess the ending for the poor sap Wang Ping. Meanwhile, in Jiangnandao, Jinling County, Changzhou, a master and his disciple were cultivating. Suddenly, they noticed the magical artifact personally made by Wan Fa, a cultivation-aiding pot, which was used to assist in cultivation, begin to boil violently. The disciple opened his eyes. He called out, "Master." The old man opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Then, the teapot suddenly shattered. Your treasure exploded. The disciple screamed loudly, "My pot." Then in Guanai Dao, Hebei Dao, Lingnan Dao, Huainan Dao, Shannon Dao, Longyu Dao, and Kaifeng, just like the previous two items, things shattered all at once without anyone touching them. To be precise, the Kaifeng mirror had already cracked when one Fa used it to suck in Ning Zhong's two ghosts. Now, they have escaped. Dao Chu, in his prison cell, panicked. When I took it over, this thing was still fine. How did it shatter in just a moment? It shouldn't have. The two ghosts escaped, returned to their forms, and turned their heads to look. Daoku, Suiting Bule, exclaimed. Not good. Bai Mu, San Shou. On the side, San Mian asked the others, "Aren't we going to help him?" "No need. He can protect himself." Dao Chu screamed, "Stop watching the show. Help me." Bai Mu heard him, but didn't give a damn. Yang Xia also realized, one Fa is dead. My gatekeeper here. This proves that someone else made a move. In this prison, the only one with the ability to do this is probably Gao Sheng. Was Jian Lian's divination wrong? Shi Shan asked, "Have you seen it clearly?" Ning Song nodded. The body of the sword is cast with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants. The hilt is engraved with the words farming and animal husbandry, unify the world. It's a replica of the Xianyuan sword, no doubt about it. Zisha Shi Shan thought to himself, the Xianyuan sword has always been the holy sword of humanity. Even a replica, as long as it meets the right conditions, can erupt with astonishing power. Judgment aside, his position as a city god and his stance opposing his majesty, the founding emperor, conversely, just barely meet the conditions to wield the Xianyuan sword. It's just, why didn't he strike at us just now but pointed the sword at the ground instead? Could it be that the existence of his majesty, the founding emperor's remains, has been revealed to them by someone in the know? That junior who cultivates the statue creation Dao isn't dead either. He has infiltrated the third level underground. Was Shi Ji's sword strike just now meant to support him? The truth begins to be revealed. What terrible luck. Jian Lian. Interfere with the divinations representing the Heavenly Phenomena Department. Top priority. Yang Xia. Infiltrate the Kaifeng Sky Prison, responsible for pinning down the Azure Dragon while retrieving the Imperial Seal of the Realm. Second priority. Wan Fa. Create the Realm Gate, Death Substitute puppets, Pao Luo pillars, and clay statues for the descent of gods and Buddhas. Third priority. And Wu Yang. Pin down the Black Tortoise. Ensure the descent of Guanyin. Fourth priority. Not to mention, Gao Shang's recovery has been greatly accelerated, and Wan Fa, the third most important person within Shanin, has also been lost. The life-saving ability of Wan Fa's ultimate technique is very strong, but it's hard to escape if he falls into the hands of a master of the same or higher level. Once he dies, all items connected to him will also be destroyed. The Death Substitute puppets, the Realm Gate, the Pao Luo pillars. These magical artifacts are probably all unusable now. Sigh. I hope Qin on the other side can hold on. Zisha Shi Shan said, we can't delay any longer. Even if he burns his origin power to self-destruct, we must deal with them as soon as possible. If the Sky Prison is destroyed and the prisoners take the opportunity to escape, His Majesty will hold me responsible. Understood. Yang Xia considered. Without the Realm Gate, I can't get Baishur away from under their noses. Even if I consume my willpower to form a body and let Baishur leave alone. But the fact that Shanin is plotting to take the Imperial Seal of the Realm will also lead to endless pursuit from the Imperial Court. I'm no longer a city god, but can I lead everyone to escape the pursuit? What am I even thinking? The plan has already reached this stage, and I'm still thinking of an escape route for them? Forget it. Let me use my death as a signal to remind them. And while I'm at it, I'll try my best to wreck this Kaifeng Sky Prison as much as possible and cause some trouble for the Great Gene. Wan Fa transformed into a giant gaseous form. He plunged his sword straight down to block Shi Shan's attack path. The old man was sent flying backward by a sword strike. Wan Fa raised his hand, his mouth muttering, "Take the heart as the thought. Transform karma into a blade." He saw Ning Zhong about to run to the left. As you wish. As he finished speaking, an azure dragon emerged from his back. It flew swiftly towards Wan Fa. He sensed it and turned his head to look back. The azure dragon opened its mouth wide, ready to snap up its prey. Boom! The aftershock of that strike kicked up a cloud of dust. Shi Shan quickly retreated a step to maintain distance, squinting to see into the cloud of smoke. He saw a light weaving through. In just the blink of an eye, that light shot straight towards the old man, who had no time to react. Transform karma into a blade? When did this bastard cultivate this? Ning Zhong, who had transformed using the heavenly ghost rampage, half-ghost esoteric art, exclaimed, "Old master." Shi Shan understood his meaning. Can't die. Worry about your side. As he finished speaking, Yang Xia's sword also descended upon Ning Zhong. He clicked his tongue, then reflexively shot to the right to dodge the attack. The aftershock dissipated, revealing the azure dragon coiled around Yang Xia's statue form. Its teeth sunk deep into his shoulder. As expected of you, a single strike that accumulated all my karmic power from over the years couldn't even kill you. You must be close to refining the untransforming bone, right? Zisha Shi Shan said angrily. You bastard Shiji, that strike just now, the karmic power required. That how many people have you all killed over the years? Yang Xia replied. Since the Hunan Dao anomaly, half of the commoners and martial artists have died due to large-scale ghost calamities. Shi Shan was extremely displeased after hearing this. Do you even know what you're saying? That was a necessary sacrifice. Without it, I wouldn't be able to challenge the Azure Dragon of this era. You see, I used the blade of karmic power to make you equal to me in power, yet you were heavily injured. Next, I will use the blade of En virtue and willpower to kill you, break open the sky prison, and release those calamity-level prisoners. Very fitting, isn't it? It seemed like Sun Xiao also sensed something and let out a laugh. Then he called out, "Hey, you across from me. Undo the limbs of the one who died from the bronze fall curse kill from my body, and I'll get you out of here." The queen smiled and agreed. A promise is a promise. The power of calamities and all things was incomparably strong. That was when the light of the great dynasties had not yet descended upon the mortal world. Natural disasters and ancient demons ruled this world together. The harsh environment made it very difficult for the human tribes, who had not yet come into contact with the ultimate techniques of martial arts and the divine abilities of Taoist arts, to survive. It was in such a desperate era that person appeared. That was an extraordinary person from an outer realm, shining brilliantly with peerless talent. That person came from a land of twilight, a supreme enlightened one, able to subjugate demons and exterminate ghosts. Deeply feeling the suffering of this world, that person crossed snowfields, poisonous swamps, and great rivers, arriving where humanity thrived and passed down transcendent magic. Ultimately, they achieved the power to suppress monsters and resist demons. For thousands of years, this power was honed by countless talents of the human race and became increasingly perfected. Returning to the battle of the light giant, it thrust its sword straight down into the ground. Ning Zhong quickly flew high up to dodge the attack, accumulating a fireball in his hand. Have a taste of this. Go. With that, the fireball flew straight down. The light giant's reaction speed was not slow. It quickly raised its shield to block. The fire crept around before being extinguished. The aftershock dissipated. The light giant raised its face, looking very cool. In contrast, Ning Zhong's worry was apparent. Even the fire of a hamba has no effect. He observed the shield more closely once again. No, it still had some effect. Then I'll just have to burn it a little more fiercely. Continuing the historical story from before, its name is now Heavenly Ghost Rampage, Half Ghost. Ever since tying knots to remember things, there have been two such cases among the recorded natural disasters, the ones most feared by the world, as well as the Central Plains dynasty. Their names are floods and droughts. Compared to floods, which wash away and submerge everything, the horror of drought is even more terrible. It is hopelessness. Because food and water are the foundation for the existence of all living beings, and drought will continue to consume these two things until they are depleted. Even the most prosperous human dynasty, if subjected to the alternating impacts of floods and droughts, will shift from prosperity to decline and collapse at an extremely rapid pace. Throughout the ages, many cultivators have tried to use the immense power of floods and droughts to achieve natural calamities, then turned back to soothe these two disasters. But of those who tried this for hundreds of thousands of years, not a single one succeeded. Gradually, humans also discovered that only those who transform into dragons can borrow the power of floods to attain the Tao. Only demons born in years of drought can use the natural disaster to become a hamba. Humans cannot directly control floods and droughts. But this certainly could not break the determination of the human race's talents to fight against droughts and floods. After trying dozens of methods without results, The world of talents set their sights on the most ancient, supreme, wondrous law and the source of all Taoist arts and divine powers. If they could not become the incarnations of drought and flood to completely control them, then what about subduing evil Jiaos and Hanba and then indirectly controlling floods and droughts? Once the spark of an idea was lit, it could not be extinguished. Just like that, through the Han and Tang dynasties, with countless improvements, countless overturns and restarts, this fantastic dream finally became a reality. The human race's god of war, who controlled floods and droughts with human strength, while also subduing evil Jiaos and Hanba, was born. This person's name is Ning Zhong. Cutting back to the present, the fireball above Ning Zhong's head gradually cracked. It dripped a red slime, dyeing Ning Zhong's body and weapon yellow. The light giant looked on as if thinking, what the hell? The sphere had completely melted. The strongest ultimate technique of the fish ghost Tao, the most profound meaning of heavenly ghost rampage. The current state of the incarnation of drought officially appeared. Ning Zhong said, let's begin. The moment he finished speaking, he somehow appeared behind the light giant. With a twirl of his spear, he used the flowing gold spear to strike down with great force. The attack carried fire with the heat of lava. The light giant reacted, turning its head and raising its sword to block. But what the fuck? Its sword was melted by the lava. I guess correctly. This light giant is just something similar to a Dharma idol. It's just that what it consumes is origin power, which is why its form is so different from the Dharma idols I've encountered before. But no matter how the exterior changes, the mechanism is still the same. As long as it can be consumed by the fire of a Hanba, then I can borrow the power of the drought to continuously reduce its abilities. The light giant was still staring blankly at its sword, staring intently at Ning Zhong. Then it decided to discard its shield to transform it into a sword. Ning Zhong said, you plan to fight me like that? Let's not even talk about whether you can touch me. To think that just fighting can solve the problem. How naive. This time, the light giant took the initiative to charge forward. Ning Zhong took a defensive stance, flowing gold spear 10 revolutions. With that, Ning Zhong's body turned into a whirlwind of fire and flew up. The light giant also raised its sword, intending to strike down. Once there was enough distance, Ning Zhong immediately used the great flowing spear, releasing sparks everywhere. Cutting to Shi Shan's location. It's good to live long. Such astonishing karmic power, virtue, and vow power converging on one person. If this were in the past, it would surely be a fantasy. Yang Xia continued, that's right. For us to reach this stage of confrontation, it's also hard for me to imagine. Since you've said that, for the sake of us having fought side by side, can you answer a question for me? Speak. Karmic power, virtue, and vow power mostly conflict with each other. What method did you ultimately use to collect and store them? Yang Xia explained, there's no harm in telling you. In Shan, there's a master stronger than me. He was on good terms with a celestial being in the minor celestial court. Before that being left this world, he helped me exchange for a cultivation technique that can siphon and convert karmic power. This karmic power and my corpse are both kept on another companion of mine. If she and I are both here, the karmic power can be used at will. Shi Shan clicked his tongue. So that's how it is. Is it that female corpse Tao cultivator? No wonder my ghost bamboo couldn't kill her, because her body contains a part of you. A city god doesn't need to emphasize fire. Relying on this mysterious and profound connection, she can avoid the instant death effect of the ghost bamboo, just like by gone back then. Correct. Yang Xia said, all right, the QA session is over. It's time for me to send you on your way. Before he could do anything, boom, an explosion unexpectedly erupted from the golden light behind the light giant's body. He turned his head back in shock. No way. My origin-powered Dharma idol can't hold on any longer this quickly. Shi Shan also noticed that the winner had been decided on Ning Zhong's side. He burst out laughing, haha. The aftershock dissipated, revealing only the two legs of the light giant remaining. Ning Zhong turned his head to look over. Well done. While Yang Xia was still dazed and didn't understand what was happening, Shi Shan had already approached. He glanced over, exclaiming, Zisha. The old man continued, has your combat awareness declined, old friend? Logically speaking, a city god cannot leave the place he manages. For you to be able to appear here and simultaneously use such great power is inherently very abnormal. Shi, you have probably grasped some method of using vow power to form a body. In that case, at the moment you put out all your vow power to create a weapon, I just need to shatter the physical body you formed with vow power and you'll return to Yangsha due to lacking a vessel. As he finished speaking, Shi Shan shattered the city god statue with one hand. Success. Ning Zhong remained on high alert. It's not over yet. That vow power and virtue have not yet dissipated. Shi Shan was also quite surprised. Could his speculation have been wrong? The corpse of Bach stood up. The face on her back spoke. Fortunately, I still left a way out. First, the Tao of virtue. Shi Shan realized the danger in his words, but it was too late. The Tao of virtue just exploded like that. Boom! The aftershock was like a real vortex. Ning Zhong said, this shouldn't be happening. That city god was clearly sent away by Shi Shan. Why haven't this origin power and virtue dissipated along with him? Moreover, how could this virtue erupt without anyone in contact with it? While he was muttering to himself, the light giant regenerated its body again. This strange Dharma idol too. Its summoner has already left, but it can still move. I've never heard of a Dharma idol like this. Yang Xia said, charge into the fire of virtue. Take the vow power, then detonate it underground. The Kaifeng Sky prison will be severely damaged. After that, you escape outside with the escaped prisoners. Bach heard the command, took a running start, and charged straight ahead, diving into the fire of virtue. The aftershock in the center of the virtue fire shattered this level. Seeing the vow power floating in the middle of the deep pit, Bach took a running leap and jumped straight up to grab it. The ground of the upper level could no longer hold and shattered with a crash. The way down to the level storing to the national treasure was now open. Bakte Jumpet Dao Safali, Yang Xia said, all right, crush it and then throw it out. Just as he finished speaking, a figure was seen walking over, wearing the supreme jade pendant. Bach turned to look, stunned. It was Gao Sheng. How interesting. We have never met before, but there is karma between you and us. So that's how it is? Although you were a good person for 10 reincarnations, you received no blessings. Under our rule, you were violated by bandits and died tragically. After death, you were turned into 100 evil's corpse by an evil heretic, unable to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. It is our fault. We will now help you find release. Yang Xia in alarm, jump. Only then did Bach come to her senses and leap backward, staring blankly at Gao Sheng. That voice just now was a little familiar. Yang Xia realized this aura. That's right, this is the heavenly Tao's favor. No wonder Gao Sheng could recover so quickly. It turns out he is the next head Taoist designated by the Tao of life and death. I'm afraid that as soon as that other one falls, he will be able to immediately take his place, becoming a mortal immortal in charge of life and death. Gao Sheng zipped in front of her, smiled and said, is it you? Bach tried to reach out for a surprise attack, but her movements were too slow. Gao Sheng snapped it with a single motion. We've only been apart for a short time. How did you end up like this? Where's the city god temple we gave you? Yang Xia hurriedly shouted, Bach, use that thing. Gao Sheng's face turned cold. Just a mere 100 evil's corpse. Yet you delude yourself into thinking you can take our life with such a low-level talisman trick? The difficulty of this is no different from a mortal cursing the blue sky, a tiny ant wanting to shake a great elephant. Yang Xia was shocked. That's not right. Gao Sheng's way of speaking isn't like this. You're not Gao Sheng. Who on earth are you? The old man opened his eyes and looked closely at Yang Xia. Ken, very perceptive. Although we claim to be the savior of humanity, incomplete memories cannot be faked. We are not the real Gao Sheng. We merely inherited Gao Sheng's memories and were fortunate enough to be valued by the Tao of life and death. Yang Xia began to manipulate. From that standpoint, we shouldn't be in conflict. I will blow up this prison to let those inmates escape. You can also take this opportunity to escape the surveillance of Great Gene, a win-win for both sides. Gao Sheng waved his hand. It can't be calculated like that. Although we are not the real Gao Sheng, I quite agree with the prosperous era created by that savior of humanity and the world he cherished. We know full well what your actions will lead to. Yang Xia knew she couldn't psychologically manipulate him. If that's the case, Bach crush it. She had just begun to squeeze her palm forcefully, when with a whoosh, Gao Sheng severed her arm. We noticed it long ago. It goes without saying what such a weighty entity of vow power is used for. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a tremor that dizzied him. Yang Xia said, his current state is not right. Go and detonate the vow power. If you have no hands, use your feet to stomp it. Gao Sheng's eyes turned crimson. What a pity. The time has come. I originally want to talk with you a little longer. Finishing his sentence, he sped up, leaping directly behind Baktha. His right hand flashed out, grabbing the wretched face of Yang Xia in his hand. Let's start with you. The woman panicked. Gao Sheng, your plan will absolutely not succeed. Even if we fail, the ones outside Yinmen Pass will also stop you. Gao Seng shed Yang Xia's face. So talkative. And another thing, I've already told you, we are not Gao Sheng. Turning, he saw Baktha raising her leg. Huh, what the hell? Baktha raised her foot, intending to stomp the vow power to pieces. but Gao Sheng still had enough time to mutter, how should I deal with you? Let's do it like this. He was seen raising his palm and clenching his fingertips. Bak the S body simply crumbled to pieces, granting you an eternal sleep. After Bak the S physical form shattered, a soul flame appeared. A feeling of cold loneliness, unable to be liberated. Bak the saw Gao Sheng's visage and uttered 2 words, thank you. Gao Sheng replied, it is what we should do. Then, Bak the S soul was eternally liberated, returning silence to the National Treasure Vault. Scene change. Huang Sam managed to sit up, asking resentfully, Buddha's statue spirit, what kind of calculation was that? The boss's path had no mishaps, and Qin's was frightening, but not dangerous. No matter how you interpret these 2 divinations, they couldn't have resulted in a loss of people. Ji Lian replied, at present, the heavenly secrets are in chaos. This little monk also cannot determine where the problem occurred. Lady Yun Xiao interrupted, someone else has died. Hearing this, the 2 women turned in shock. What? At that moment, the city god statue of Yang Xia cracked. The 2 of them grew even more panicked. It had already cracked, and now it was split in 2. The connecting lines of fate on the star divination disappeared. Scene change to Ning Zhong's battle. After unleashing a pile of lava to incinerate the light giant, he muttered, that should do it. He turned his head, looking towards the deep pit leading to the lower level. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to rush straight down to assess the situation. Cautiously using his vision, he scanned everything around him. 100 meters from where he stood lay his dragon and Zi Sha Shixing, motionless. Zi Sha Shixing was still breathing. It's good that he's not dead. Just as he finished the thought, he felt a terrifying power behind him. Glancing behind him, he saw Gao Sheng slowly approaching, speaking word by word. Ning Zhong, who are these rebels and traitors, and who brought them in? Seeing him, Ning Zhong immediately bowed his head, reporting to your majesty, they are not ghosts from within here, but a city god from the Shanin group. He used some trick to block Su Mian's warning. Because it involved this first-level left and right law enforcement emissary, Wu mistook them for Jiarang prisoners, only implanted a single golden needle, and threw them into the Jiarang prison. Gao Sheng continued to question, then how do you explain this? You and Zi Sha Shixing together couldn't stop those rebels and traitors, allowing their people to barge in here and nearly take the imperial seal of the realm. Hearing this, Ning Zhong broke out in a cold sweat. It's because your subject discovered that there was an expert cultivator of Vow power among the enemy. I was afraid he would detonate the Vow power, destroy the Sky Prison, and release those other inmates. Gao Sheng moved closer, looking down. Is that really so? We do not think so. You have already refined the Kaifeng Sky Prison. You should have any slight change within the Sky Prison firmly in your grasp. Even if someone intended to destroy the Kaifeng Sky Prison in a fight against you, you would still have enough time to maneuver and drive them away. Ning Zhong was scared out of his wits, stammering, Your subject. The little ghost on Ning Zhong's neck spoke up. Hey, has this guy noticed me? Gao Sheng narrowed his eyes and grabbed the little ghost tightly. Impossible. How can a mere mortal touch me? The ghost panicked. No, you can see me? Ning Zhong wondered, what is this strange thing? When did it get next to your subject, and why didn't your subject notice it? Gao Sheng replied, this is a root of misfortune. From the same source as a calamity, both are products of calamity. The root of misfortune and the disaster exist in different places. It cannot incubate and give birth to large-scale natural disasters. It can only subtly cause people to make mistakes until countless mistakes pile up, forming a man-made disaster. And because it is a messenger of disaster, without someone of equal or higher standing, it's nearly impossible to detect that it is doing evil behind your back. The fall of the Great Tang, in fact, was largely due to them. Only after hearing this did Ning Zhong understand this. Gao Sheng continued, for this thing to even appear on you proves that there are likely even more roots of misfortune causing trouble in the palace. Haha, it has come to this, and that foolish disaster still wants to obstruct us. Ning Zhong, your subject is here. The Sky Prison is damaged. The group of prisoners on the upper floor may be plotting a prison break. I want you to suppress them immediately. Then choose a few that are not too bloodthirsty and release them. Understood. Ning Zhong was puzzled. Wait, you want your subject to release some prisoners? That's right. You are currently shouldering the evil Yao and the Hanba. The balance between the dynasty and the disaster has been broken. Driven by instinct, that foolish thing will naturally want to reclaim the suppressed natural disasters to restore the balance. Releasing a few of those natural disasters hostile to us can placate that foolish thing's state. Remember, including the prisoner you accidentally killed, the number of natural disasters released must not exceed 10. Ning Zhong replied, understood. Scene changed to the second underground level of the Kaifeng Sky Prison. Naiho looked towards the door. The Sky Prison has been damaged, and the restrictions on us have also lightened considerably, although the damage isn't too severe. The remaining prisoners also came out. But if we want to be free again, we have to get past the Azure Dragon. No matter how strong he is, he's just one of the 4 symbols. With so many of us, we have enough to conquer Kai Feng. Why should we be afraid of him? Daoqiu also saw Bai Mu step out of his room. The two communicated telepathically. When the fight starts later, if Ning Zhong is forced to use his destiny, we'll use him to fill that gap. Great minds think alike. Thick Lips looked into the room and wondered, Wu Daozi, aren't you coming out? He laughed and replied, it's quite nice in this guy prison. Why should I go out? Another prisoner stopped Thick Lips. Forget it, don't mind him. This madman isn't like us. He's staying here voluntarily. Ning Zhong leaped from the first level, landing on the second level with a crash, looking straight towards the door. The tremor made the group of prisoners turn to look as well. He's here. Ah, what's this? Isn't he completely unscathed? Those 3 were too weak. Ning Zhong smiled, slowly stepping forward. Chu Zhonghuang stepped forward. Leave the first round to me. I've long wanted to have a match with him. With a laugh, he accelerated and charged forward. Mid-flight, he cut a line across his palm and shouted, Fei Huang. Then he opened his mouth wide, and from within, a swarm of insects crawled out, looking utterly disgusting. Not just a few, but thousands of them flew towards Ning Zhong. It seems you all are determined to oppose me. Chu Zhonghuang tensed his palm, shouting. Ning Zhong watched and laughed. Petty tricks. The great flowing spear was immediately unleashed, a flame flying through the air to counterattack. Fire is indeed a hard counter to insects. Chu Zhonghuang exclaimed in shock, no, my bugs. By then, Ning Zhong had already appeared behind him. Let's start with you. But luckily for him, someone came to provide cover. A kick from Luo Zheng sent Ning Zhong flying into the cell door. Zhonghuang turned back, drenched in a cold sweat, to give his thanks. You're too kind. Another prisoner reminded them, everyone be careful. This Azure Dragon's strength is no less than Yanhua's. Luo Zheng added, a single moment of carelessness and you'll be caught by him. In the darkness of the prison cell, Ning Zhong thought to himself, in this terrain, dealing with nearly 30 natural disaster incarnations at once is a bit of stretch. This is the only way. Ning Zhong decided to use a technique. The prisoners were shocked. These cells are moving. It's Ning Zhong. He's changing the terrain of this level. The prison cells tended to expand to both sides, then somehow managed to curve. The structure changed into something like a life and death arena. Ning Zhong flew high up. This should do. Next, 100 revolutions. As he finished speaking, he spun his spear, and fire erupted fiercely in the air. The male head of San Mian turned to call out, Bai Mu, what do you say? The prisoners looked at Ning Zhong's flames preparing to strike down. Wait, what is that? San Mian worried. It's Ning Zhong's trick. He wants to incinerate us with lava. Daoqiu stepped forward. I'll block it. He clasped his hands together, muttering, Naiha, Naiha, Huan Naiha. Suddenly, a pile of hands emerged from the ground, gradually growing larger, blocking Ning Zhong's lava. The radius of the lava spread wider and wider. Daoqiu couldn't bear it and vomited blood. I can't block it anymore. Bai Mu, help me. He replied, got it. Using his strength, he brought 2 fingertips and gouged them straight into his own eyes. Then he clapped his hands together, shouting, Heavenly, I am mortal esoteric art. The eyes on his back opened, and the 4 remaining black pupils gathered into the central eye. Gradually, the 5 black pupils merged into one. Spreading his arms wide, he continuously mumbled, petrify, petrify. And it was actually effective. The lava was being petrified. Ning Zhong was also quite surprised. To petrify the flowing spear. A material transformation like this must mean Bai Mu has used the heavenly, I am mortal esoteric art. In other words, he has no way to defend himself right now. The assessment was correct. Ning Zhong dove straight down, saying, sorry, your ability is too troublesome. I have to deal with you first. The rest of the group heard this and turned in shock. Not good. The Azure Dragon's target was Bai Mu. Although he couldn't see, Bai Mu could also sense it. This aura belonged to the Azure Dragon. Ning Zhong accelerated and charged straight forward. Luo Zheng shouted loudly, Tich Tin No, what are you spacing out for? Hurry and save him. He smirked and replied, really now? You only remember me at a time like this? He raised his fingers in a mudra, muttering, all men have desires. Sever the 5 cravings, and you can extinguish the nameless fire, extinguish the nameless desire. Just as Ning Zhong got close to Bai Mu, he was frozen in midair. Tich Tin No said, Patron Ning Zhong, this humble monk will help you sever your killing intent. Ning Zhong turned to look, what the hell? Only to see that Ning Zhong had already broken free from the control. With one strike of his spear, he severed Bai Mu's right arm. Then he glanced towards Tich Tin No. Was that his trick? What did you do to me? The bastard looked at Ning Zhong's killing intent and was scared enough to piss his pants. With a whoosh, another prisoner attacked. It was Trick Tuong, appearing behind Ning Zhong. What's so great about bullying the disabled and the timid? Let this venerable one fight you. Ning Zhong's eyes widened. As he turned and swung his spear, he exclaimed, "You are not worthy." The veins on Trick Tuong's body bulged, tearing his prison uniform, and he grabbed Ning Zhong's spear with both hands. "There's always a higher mountain. This world is vast, my dear god of war." Ning Zhong's face was cold as ice. He repeated the same words, "You are not worthy." At the same time, the queen observed from her cell, smiling as she said, "It's quite lively. When do you plan to make your move?" Lai Tun Hu, whose limbs had been reattached by the queen, smiled and replied, "I'll wait until those fools are at their wits' end, and the eagle in the sky thinks victory is in its grasp." Trick Tuong was extremely muscular, hugging Ning Zhong's spear, but Ning Zhong frowned and shouted, "Get lost. The demon monk is the higher mountain." As he finished speaking, he used his strength to hurl the bastard far away, sending him crashing straight into the stone statue Baimu had just created. Ning Zhong, looking incredibly cool, turned back and shouted, "Who's next?" Thin Lips asked worriedly, "Tichtin no, what happened with that move of yours? Now you just tuck your tail between your legs whenever you see Ning Zhong, without a shred of killing intent. How are we supposed to fight like this?" He replied, "My 5 desires can amplify or sever the desires of others. The situation was urgent just now, so I severed Ning Zhong's killing intent. For a period of time, Ning Zhong will not be able to harbor any killing intent towards us." As for Luo Zheng, who had some dealings with Tich Tin No before being thrown into prison by Manhwa, he added, "But conversely, we also cannot harbor killing intent towards Ning Zhong. The way to resolve this ability is also very simple. Just follow the 6-armed Venerable One's example and change killing to subduing." This was followed by a series of criticisms from other prisoners. To put it simply, just not being able to kill him is a huge problem. That's right. If Ning Zhong doesn't die today, none of us can hope to escape. You've hung a death exemption medallion around his neck. None of the tricks we have can be used. You damn donkey, whose side are you on anyway? I said it long ago, we should just cut this Tich Tin No down instead of letting him drag us down. San Mian spoke up in his defense. If you can't see the situation clearly, then shut up. Tich Tin No did the right thing. Among us, only Dao Qiu and Baimu have the ability to jointly create a boat. Without a boat, we absolutely cannot cross the Dragon Vein. If we can't cross the Dragon Vein, what's the point of defeating Ning Zhong? Wouldn't we just be waiting to die? To escape, we must protect those two. Think for yourselves how difficult it is to protect them from Ning Zhong. Paying just this price is already a great bargain. Ning Zhong had finished dealing with Trick Tuong, thinking to himself, how interesting. Although this meddlesome donkey isn't a good person on the outside, he has helped me a lot this time. They are bound by the inability to kill, which conversely will be more beneficial for me to carry out His Majesty's orders. Let's use a little more power and twist these prisoners into a single rope. The prisoners were shocked. This energy is much stronger than before. Didn't that Vow Power Cultivator cause him any consumption? That shouldn't be. The female head of San Mian said, "I'll use that." The male head used its hand to slit its own throat, activating the 3 worlds Divine Sutra's ultimate technique, explosion. The 2 heads began to swell up, then fuse together. Suddenly, they exploded. The body also grew into a monster. It had no head, but a voice came from somewhere. "Where's my head? Has anyone seen my head?" Ho Kwang watched, completely dumbfounded. Then he turned and asked Luo Zheng, "What if it's not meaningless killing, but meaningful hunting? How would Tich Tin No's ultimate technique judge this behavior?" Luo Zheng replied, "All living beings are bound to suffer. Even those with great divine powers should not deprive a wolf of its right to eat meat." Ho Kwang understood his meaning after hearing this. "Then I'm relieved." As he finished speaking, the top of his head opened up. The bastard even used his own hands to open it wider. Then, even more disgustingly than San Mian, 2 arms emerged from his head. At the same time, from within the rubble, Trick Tuong tiptoed, moving gently towards the edge of the crater, and with a quick burst of speed, charged down behind Ning Zhong. But all of his recent movements had been detected by Ning Zhong. After our exchange, you should be aware of how great the gap between us is, right? And yet that bastard Trick Tuong had also transformed, not unlike San Mian. He laughed and said, "It is indeed very large, but even a worm will turn. This venerable one has been suppressed by you here for 12 years. If I don't vent this anger, there's no need to speak of cultivation in the future." The moment he finished speaking, Ning Zhong's spear struck down. The bastard flinched and reflexively blocked. It was so powerful that the ground beneath his feet shattered. Ning Zhong asked in a low voice, "Vent it how?" His 2 heads and 4 arms struggled to hold on, his mouth stammering this force. "Were you holding back just now?" Ning Zhong laughed. "That's right. Guess how much of my strength I'm using now." While confidently giving the bastard a beating, he was startled, sensing a killing intent from behind. On the left was the demon god Xing Tian. On the right was the ancient corpse Qi. "That guy's head. Not bad, I can use his head." The smell of food. Ning Zhong assessed. A clumsy imitation of a demon god and a corpse chi born from the blood of an ancient clan? It seems neither of them are things that would be affected by Tichtin No's tricks. While he was distracted, Trick Tuong asked, "Where are you looking?" Ning Zhong also turned to look. He was startled to see his body begin to grow 2 more arms. He muttered, "In the past, the Buddha cut his flesh to feed an eagle. Today, a poor monk severs his arms to exorcise a demon. Compassion, great compassion. Merit, supreme merit." Then his body began to crack. It turned out the bastard decided to self-destruct. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the lower prison level. A prisoner just exclaimed, "No way, that 6-armed monster is that good? Why didn't I see it before?" Just as Luo Zheng suddenly moved from his position, Trick Tuong stood within the explosion. He smiled smugly to himself. His aura is rapidly diminishing. It seems my trick was effective. Then suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist tightly. It was Ning Zhong. Not a bad trick. If we were outside, this move of yours might have been able to break my Hanba's outer garment. But unfortunately, the Kaifeng Sky prison is my place of enlightenment. As he finished speaking, Ning Zhong's right hand, holding the spear, split Trick Tuong in 2. Before dying, the bastard stammered, "Even if this place is your place of enlightenment, you can't." He collapsed before finishing his sentence. Ning Zhong retracted his spear, his voice ice cold, the first one. He sensed movement. It was Luo Zheng doing something. "So are you next?" Luo Zheng ran in a circle, then accelerated, leaping high and charging towards Ning Zhong. Rotten leg force palm. Boom! The ground where Ning Zhong had just been standing shattered completely. He somersaulted backward twice into a defensive stance. Hey, that last strike can't be considered subduing anymore, can it? Little King of Hell Luo Zheng smiled confidently. "Against you, it counts." The ancient corpse, Chi, had appeared behind Ning Zhong without him noticing. Its mouth was even drooling. Ning Zhong was startled. "This thing moves without a sound? It scared me to death." The ancient corpse opened its mouth wide. Food. Haha, here's the food." Ning Zhong turned his head, gripping his spear tightly, ready to counterattack. A beast dominated by the desire to eat? Is this all the Qiguan clan's 2,500 years of genetic research has amounted to? The ancient corpse's arm thrust forward very quickly. Although Ning Zhong dodged his head to the left, its outstretched palm grazed his face. A powerful counterattack. He pierced through the ancient corpse Chi's body, lava burning it from the inside. The second one. The ancient corpse was resentful. "Damn it. If only we were outside." "I'm not resigned." The shell covering Ning Zhong's body also fell away as he replied, "Even outside, you couldn't defeat me." As he finished speaking, he lifted the ancient corpse Chi high and burned it to ashes. He threw it to the ground with a thud and shouted, "Next!" The minor prisoners started to get scared and took a few steps back. Look closely, the Azure Dragon is bleeding. The Qiguan clan's attack was effective. We just need to hold him down and let someone with strength comparable to the Qiguan clan find a chance to land a fatal blow. Then we can turn the tables. So Thin Lips, the Kunlun slave, began to use his rock manipulation technique. "I'll hold him down. You guys find a chance to strike." "Daoqiu Baimu, it's up to you next." "Go for me." As he finished, he launched several shards of rock at Ning Zhong. "This alone is worthy of holding me down? Do you think I'm—" Just as he spoke, 2 hands appeared right next to his face. With a crack, it was none other than Baimu, who had successfully controlled a hand onto Ning Zhong despite his right arm being cut off. Their 4 eyes were now facing each other. The rocks from the Kunlun slave flew over, just as Ning Zhong's body was being petrified by Baimu's technique. Immediately, the demon god, Xing Tian, charged forward with his axe. "Your head, I want it." In a critical situation, Ning Zhong could still laugh. "If you want it, come and take it yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, an axe from the demon god, Xing Tian, swung out. Ning Zhong replied, "I'll be going first." The bald man pointed out by Daoqiu, and Baimu rejoiced. Success. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding prisoners all turned to look at him. The guy was shocked, not understanding what was happening. "Hey, what do you all mean by this? Why are you all avoiding me?" Back to the moment the demon god Xing Tian severed Ning Zhong's head. Then, chains suddenly appeared, wrapping tightly around Ning Zhong's body, quickly coiling around him. From high above, chains also slowly descended. Daoqiu shouted, "Quick, before the Sky Prison actively chooses a scapegoat. Pick a useless one to take his place." The bald man from before wondered, what scapegoat? Then, Naiho suddenly appeared behind him. One hand pierced straight through his body. The guy was shocked and turned his head to look. "Naiho, what the hell are you doing?" He replied, "You came in here late. You didn't experience the last rebellion, so you don't know. If Ning Zhong dies in the Sky Prison, the Sky Prison will choose an unlucky person to replenish his fate." As he finished speaking, he pulled his hand out of the bald man's body and grabbed his clothes tightly. I don't like GMO, so I'll have to trouble you to fill that spot. As he finished speaking, he threw the bald man straight up. The guy was thus wrapped up by the chains, helplessly screaming Naiho's name. You animal. Fuck your whole family, your grandmother. These were also the last curses before the bald man was crushed to death by the chains. On the other side, the demon god Xingtian continuously struck the chains wrapped around Ning Zhong's body with his axe. But there wasn't even a small chip. Ning Zhong's life-requesting flame went out. Ning Zhong's head began to regenerate. The life-requesting flame ignited once more. Ning Zhong's eyes now turned from yellow to green. At the same time, his two demons suddenly cracked open for no apparent reason, turning into two balls of energy. They slipped through the cracks of the prison cells and headed quickly towards Ning Zhong, merging like two sperm meeting an egg. Boom! A loud noise erupted. Ning Zhong's voice came from within, heavenly demon rampant plague. Following that, green gas began to spray out, spreading everywhere. Naiho realized it's changed to plague. Why does this green gas look so much like the poison of the Tao, Lao Gui? Damn it, it really is. Everyone be careful. This is the poison of the Tao, Lao Gui. It's very aggressive. From within the poisonous smoke, a figure slowly stepped out. It was the reborn Ning Zhong. Two have completely lost their fighting strength. One was taken by me to replenish fate. These prisoners, compared to last time, have improved. They've all learned to coordinate. If I don't hold back, you'll still be hopeless. The demon god Xingtian silently approached Ning Zhong, but everything was already within his sight. Outsiders looking in only heard a sound from within the poisonous smoke boom. The smoke thinned, but the two were nowhere to be seen. Naiho was startled. Something's not right. Looking over at Daochio, he's noticed it too, but the poisonous mist stopped spreading and the poison pools didn't appear. The tempo is much slower than last time. It was the same just now. That Ning Zhong fellow could have clearly hidden in an advantageous position, used the power of drought to suck the moisture from the air and roast us, but he didn't. Instead, he rushed in like a reckless fool, letting us surround and kill him. This doesn't make sense unless, for some reason, he had no choice but to do so. Another prisoner came forward and asked, I've been wanting to ask for a while. You mentioned the last rebellion. You guys, have you guarded the prison before? Did a master break into the Sky Prison back then too? Daochio replied, no, the last Sky Prison riot was because the previous Azure Dragon died suddenly. Huh. Naiho continued, the 4 Grand Marshals of Great Jin each have their own place of attaining the Tao. I don't know about that old turtle, but the White Tiger's place of attaining the Tao is the Fan Clan's ancestral land. The Vermilion Bird's place of attaining the Tao is the sacrificial fire cave of Great Jin. The Azure Dragon's place of attaining the Tao is this very Kaifeng Sky prison we've set foot in. Because of this, when the Azure Dragon dies in battle, or when the new and old Azure Dragons are handed over, the Kaifeng Sky prison suppression of us will drop to its lowest level. Our strength will recover to about 80% of our peak. Last time, we took advantage of the Azure Dragon's death in battle and Ning Zhong's reception of the Tao attainment ceremony to launch a rebellion. The unfortunate thing is, that time, we encountered the strongest Azure Dragon in history, and were miserably beaten. Haha, the prisoner who had just asked became angry after hearing this. So where did you get the courage to incite us to break out of prison with you? Wait, with such a huge difference, you still tricked us into taking this risk with you? The Sky Prison suppression on us is still active. It's hard to say if we even have 40% of our peak strength. Our suppressed abilities can't be used, and our combat power is far inferior to that time. What makes you think there's hope this time? Luo Zheng spoke up and answered because of the mechanism. Mechanism? That's right. A natural disaster cultivator and their place of attaining the Tao have a symbiotic relationship. If the cultivator is injured, the place of attaining the Tao will also be greatly affected. For this, you can refer to the evil Jiao and the flooding of the Hung River. As we continuously consume Ning Zhong's fate, the Kaifeng Sky prison suppression on us will also get weaker and weaker, until we can use our natural disaster methods with limitations. Moreover, for the past 2 years, the fate that the Imperial Court used to supplement the 4 Grand Marshals has all been used by the Vermilion Bird. Ning Zhong has never had the fate he lost to the evil Jiao on his body replenished. This also means that we just need to continue to consume 2 more of his fates, and the invisible shackles on our heads can be completely loosened. The explanation just now also bought time for Ning Zhong to finish dealing with the demon god Xingtian. Such a long time, it's probably enough for those prisoners to think of a way to deal with me. Well, this time I'll deal with the prisoners with weaker foundations first. As he finished speaking, from within the poison cloud, chains shot towards the group of prisoners. Naiho shouted, "Watch out for those chains over there." Several prisoners, with agile movement techniques, dodged as smoothly as silk. The ends of the chains began to tighten. Ning Song Soktet ceased. Following that, more chains arrived. Daochio exclaimed, Hey, you can't be serious? The chains accelerated, then spun continuously in a circle. The group of prisoners had to squat down to dodge. Startled, they turned to see that it wasn't just spinning at one level, but also above and below. He clicked his tongue and flew high up. The speed of the chains is getting faster and faster. If this continues, we won't be able to hold out for much longer. Jump up, quick! As Fu, who jumped up, decided to step closer. Our Lord Ningzhong is really having fun. If this were the newly Dao-attained Ningzhong, he would never give us a chance to guess where his real body is. Do you think he's become arrogant from not having an opponent for too long? Or does he have another plan? Daochio assessed, I don't care about any of that. If he wants to play, we'll play with him. It's just a matter of a few cannon fodder dying. A man jumped up from below. No good. If this continues, I won't be able to hold out for long. The guys were hopping around like they were playing in a park. Ningzhong muttered, that's about enough. As he finished speaking, more chains emerged from his poison cloud. Several small fries were caught tightly. Ningzhong counted them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Retract. As he finished speaking, the chains pulled the 6 unlucky ones back. From the outside, only pitiful screams could be heard. The key guys standing above almost pissed their pants. Luo Zheng saw. Daoist Fei Huang was caught. That move just now was to filter out the natural disasters whose basic abilities are substandard but have unique tricks. Then that Thatch Fuang Tun probably also, as he finished speaking, a voice called out, that was dangerous. And as Kunlu knew, was almost caught. Luo Zheng asked in surprise, you weren't caught? Wait, how did you do it? He replied, I found that if you lie prone on the ground, those chains can't touch you. Then, while the two of them were chattering, something suddenly shot out from Ning Zhong's poison cloud. It was Fei Huang. Daochio looked disgusted, covering his mouth and asking, Fei Huang, what's the situation inside? The true incarnation of the Locust Plague, the great army of Fei Huang, replied, 3 people have been killed. As for you, you were caught with me and got poisoned. You can't be saved anymore. Ning Zhong held his skin in his hand, muttering. So the principle of the Huang Zhong Chu is to turn oneself into a human-like demon, using one's own flesh and blood to nurture the swarm. Coexisting with it? Xiao Dan observed the situation. Naiho and his group, are they still not going to make a move? After inciting us to rebel together, these bastards have held back first. Do they feel that since they've started this, they have to see it through under Ning Zhong's pressure? That us juniors with less strength, in order to save our lives, will keep fighting Ning Zhong desperately? A life and death drama. To create an opportunity for them to profit? It's disgusting. The others must have realized it too. They're also enduring, none of them willing to take the lead against Ning Zhong, right? What a pity for the Qiguan clan and the 3 who opened up the situation. None of you are willing to take the lead, so let me do it. After thinking, he pulled a strand of hair from his head, lengthened it, and whipped it hard on the ground. The group, including Tian, Kan, and Hong Zhuang, knew turned to look. Xiao Dan said loudly, Zhang Wei, this junior will only say it once. If we keep waiting like this, if the internal strife continues, this rare opportunity will be wasted in vain. I know what you're all worried about. I am too. But to show my sincerity, I will now go all out and be the one to lead. As he finished speaking, he used his long strand of hair, whipping it hard into Ning Zhong's poison smoke. Over there, he frantically whipped towards the right. His hair was like a rope, both sturdy and flexible, continuously lashing inside. Ning Zhong spun his spear, blocking everything cleanly. Suddenly, 3 insects attacked from nowhere. Then a whole swarm of insects followed, descending from above. Xiao Dan smiled. Fei Huang has made his move? In that case, I'll add more fuel to the fire. As he finished speaking, he pulled out a tuft of hair and attacked frantically. Up above, his great army also unleashed a continuous barrage of insect bullets. Attacking from below, attacking from above, while that painting gallery scholar immortal stands on top, holding a fan and leisurely watching the show. I have to break this poison framework first. With that, he began to act, drawing blood from his fingertip and painting on his left wrist. A character on his shoulder, a character on his forehead, and finally on the palm of his hand. My wife's super cool outfit-changing technique. Left hand holding the collar, right hand holding a brush. He drew a few characters, looking extremely scholarly. Tien, the most handsome guy on the review floor. Oh my god, it created a gust of wind that blew through, partially dissipating Ning Zhong's poisonous smoke. Inside, he was continuously defending against strands of hair and insects. Startled, he realized the poison framework has dissipated. The Kunlun slave popped his head up and asked, Luo Zheng, you're not making a move? Let's wait a little longer. Ning Zhong hasn't injured enough people yet. In a corner of the upper floor's railing, Luo Jirinju Dai was sitting alone in front of his pile of paper people, muttering, make a move, don't make a move, make a move, don't make a move, make a move. After a game of chance to decide, he decided to make a move. His entire body was seen dissolving into those paper people. Dao Qiu said, "Withdraw your non-killing intent." Shi Shan heard this and was confused. Why? Dao Qiu glanced over and replied, "Because Zhu Dai has made his move." Just as the poisonous smoke had partially cleared, Zhu Dai's paper people fell to the ground, turning a golden color. Just as Ning Zhong was distracted, they flew up to defend. He was startled to see the pile of paper people below flying towards him. They grew larger and larger, wrapping tightly around his body, sealed up with no room to even breathe. Looking from afar, only a boom was heard. Yang Ji's joy was written all over his face. Another one of Ning Zhong's lives has been taken. Luo Zheng interrupted, "Don't celebrate too soon." Dao Qiu's face also darkened. Ning Zhong is getting serious. Below, Ning Zhong's voice was heard shouting loudly, "Plague calamity. 1,000-mile poison." With that, his poison spread out as a liquid across the floor. After so many chapters, we switched scenes to Baihu. He wondered, "Yinzhou, right before coming to Zhizhou, old Master Yin and I used a mysterious treasure to scan Hunan Dao once. Besides Zhizhou, which I am in charge of, and Liaoqing, which old Master Yin is in charge of, there is another place with natural disaster-level combat power that is hostile to us. I have never been to this side of Hunan Dao before. Mr. Xing, what do you think? Which ancient site in Yinzhou is likely to be chosen by those lunatics from Shanin as a base to organize the evil god's descent ritual?" Xing Yuezha pondered for a few seconds, then replied, "It's probably Jui. Fuxi and the 3 ancient emperors all left legends in Jui. It is the most suitable place to hold large-scale rituals." Pan Shi replied, "Understood," while pulling something out from his clothes. It was a whistle. He blew it once. The great eagle heard it in the sky and immediately descended. Although it was large, it landed extremely gently on one foot, looking incredibly flamboyant. Pan Shi smiled and said, "Let's go." Yuezha asked blankly, "Wait, I have to go too?" "That's right. The sword master of Qingzhou has already gone to fight alongside the old master." "Mr. Xing, do you intend to just stand by and watch?" "Although I have no problem with it. With such great losses in Zhizhou City, your 5 Elements sect cannot escape responsibility either." Hearing those damaging words, Yuezha sighed, raising a hand to interrupt. "Say no more. I'll go." "Great, hee." Scene changes to Liaoqing. The pillars of Wuyang were gradually collapsing. The cannon fall pillar has collapsed. Who did it? I didn't see anyone here make a move. Han recalled the conversation with Wan Fa. "Rest assured, I absolutely guarantee the strength of this thing. You can roll around as you please, it won't break." "What if it breaks?" "Then it proves you all didn't protect me well enough. Letting me get killed by a master of the path of life and death, haha. It shouldn't be." Before setting out, Heir Jianlian did a divination. It was clearly startling, but not dangerous. The startling part on my side was right, but on his side. Bai Zhu asked, "The cannon fall pillar has been destroyed. The ambush to kill Xuanwu can no longer be formed. What should we do?" Wuyang considered for a moment, then replied, "You go inform Fu Hu. Tell him to use all the trump cards he's still hiding before that great lord descends upon this world. Someone must force out the Shangfang execution sort of great gene. I will go prepare the descent ritual." Baitza replied, "Understood." The two split up to act. Scene changes to this side. The fallen pillar shattered, and the box also fell out. Wuyang's head. Zhong Kuei said, "I was not the one who killed him." Old Yin nodded. "I know. His accomplices probably bypassed your prohibition by using a killing curse and neutralizing creation to allow him to be reborn elsewhere." Zhong Kuei asked, "Can you find him?" "This guy's methods are very formidable. If he's given enough time to set up, he will become very troublesome. I can, but it will take some time." As for Zhuang Feng, his legs began to recover. The balance of destruction and rebirth has been broken. Did that old turtle break those bronze pillars? Just as he finished speaking, he was horrified to see Fu Hu land in front of him. That is, he rushed forward. "Let me borrow your body for a bit." Zhuang Feng reacted, drawing his sword and thrusting. "You dare?" Although the sword had pierced through Fu Hu's body, he was startled to find a man's hand still pressed against his face. The old man grinned sinisterly, assimilate. Just as he finished, a spear slashed his head in two. "It was you from within Nanhai's body who had chased him here. How many times have you died, yet you still want to cause trouble? Can't you just retreat gracefully?" Before logging out, Fu Hu managed to grit out 3 words, "Don't get cocky." Then his body exploded, splattering blood all over the alley. You wiped the blood off and laughed. "Not much skill, but you got a big mouth, huh?" "Huh, your legs are healed?" That sturdy old man is probably in that direction. You can go over there to meet up with them. "This Arhut is my prey. Don't you interfere." With that, you left. And Zhuang Feng had to mutter, "What a formidable young man." Scene changes to Yanhua's side. The old man was using a technique to track the opponent. Zhong Kuei stood by, impressed, Gu Yuan Dong Xian covering the entire city. This old man is very capable. Old Yin narrowed his eyes. Zhong Kuei noticed and asked, Found him? Found him, in the southeast direction, in a courtyard with a tree full of hanging corpses. On Weiyang's side, he deduced this is troublesome. Although he already had data on those with M-rank combat power messing up the plan, the tight suppression by the strong has made it, so I can't even send out intelligence. It's still beyond my capabilities. He approached the door, deploying the 72 arts. Pillar deployment. Not only that, Ayu over there has probably obtained a magical artifact to deal with my dreamscape magic through Great Jin's water mirror technique. With my dreamscape magic restricted, I have no chance of winning a life or death battle against two masters of the same level. I can only do this. He opened a scroll, preparing to do something. As for Yanhua and Zhong Kuei, they were now rushing towards his location. They were startled to realize that below the city, strange mists were beginning to creep through every nook and cranny. The speed of its spread was very fast. Old Yin recognized it. It's the 72 arts, mist deployment. Zhong Kuei was quite surprised, but this range is too large, isn't it? Does he have a magical artifact that creates fog? Old Yin replied, he does indeed. Dao Lu Gue suddenly popped out and called, Old Master, you and this lord are going in the wrong direction. This is not the way to that courtyard. The two were startled to hear this, and when they looked down, they saw the mist had already reached their feet. Azure Dragon immediately used Gu Yuan Dong Xian. Zhong Kuei also activated his heavenly eye. Open. Both were horrified. A ghost leading the way. The Luo Qiao Mist Bewilderment Formation. It's the unique formation of Jieshur Mountains Immortal in the mist. This formation has 3 effects. 1 is to isolate perception, 2 is to confuse the sense of direction, and 3 is to disrupt the sense of time for those who enter the formation. Using this formation in the streets below was Fu Hu. He was pondering, is this fog deployed by Qin Weiyang? He's done me a huge favor. Suddenly, Baizu emerged from the ground. Found you. You changed positions too much. You've really worn me out. Fuhu frowned. You think I want to? Baizu chuckled to himself. Haven't you all always looked down on the masters of the lower realm? This time you've bitten off more than you can chew. Here's the information. Qin Weiyang told me to pass a message to you. The plan has changed. You have to use those trump cards. Fuhu was quite surprised to hear this. Didn't we say we'd wait for that great lord to descend before using that? The world is unpredictable. We also didn't expect the resistance in Liaoqing to be this great. If we continue to be worn down like this, our chances of winning will become smaller and smaller. In the current situation, Great Jin won't use the Shangfang execution sword. If you don't create enough pressure to lure out Great Jin's Shangfang execution sword, are you going to wait for the Great Lord to descend and confront it himself? After hearing this, Fuhu began to deliberate. I'll do it, but there's a martial artist using a Dharma body out there chasing me relentlessly. You have to help me hold him off. Baizu smiled. A martial artist using a Dharma body, right? I have experience. Just leave it to me. Meanwhile, Alai was standing in the fog, thinking to himself, this thing can isolate perception? TSK, this is troublesome. That bearded old man knows the Arhut's tricks. They can't create a spell like this to counter me. Was this fog set up by that Arhut's accomplice? If it's him, he should use a method to deal with me that consumes my chi. After all, he is already suppressed by me in terms of aspect compatibility. The only turning point to flip the game is this. You think this could tie me down? Naive. Overlord Dharma body, guardian shields. With that, shields materialized out of thin air. Blades and swords also sprouted from the ground, dispelling a part of the mist. Alai laughed, thinking about Fu Hu's scheme. But who knows, maybe that brainless bald guy didn't think that far ahead, while the wife just prances around setting up formations. Weiyang bowed his head before the statue of the descending one. The person asked, why change the plan? Weiyang replied, a combat power beyond our predictions has appeared in Hunan Dao. If we don't hurry, Fu Hu's side won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's better to provoke him and use him to block the Shangfang execution sword. The statue of the person above was revealed. It thought for a few seconds, then said, possible, but my side still needs a little more time. After a few minutes of discussion, Weiyang left the room, looking towards the mist. He thought to himself, the cunning mist bewilderment formation won't hold them for much longer. So be it. He snapped his fingers, and dark figures flickered behind the hazy mist. He ordered, proliferate, then drive away the living things around. Those corpse ghouls responded as you command. A little about the corpse ghouls. It was an era when dynasties and demon gods were not yet bound together, and the flame of human civilization was nearly extinguished at their hands. This was due to those called red dust immortals, performing bizarre, sacrificial rituals. Wrongfully dead, evil spirits, nameless corpses, hear my command, quickly return. They were called corpse ghouls, a creation of the red dust immortals of all things, enemies of humanity. It was effective. The incantations carved on the scriptures in the caves could indeed awaken the dead. But it was the foolishness of these bizarre ritualists that led to the story of it backfiring on them. The unique formula and special method of proliferation caused them to attract the attention of calamities, the great ones, and strange arts the moment they were born. But it was the foolishness of these bizarre ritualists that led to the story of it backfiring on them. The unique formula and special method of proliferation caused them to attract the attention of calamities, the great ones, and strange arts the moment they were born. A, B, C, E, D, then to X, Y, Z. That's right, corpse ghouls have no reproductive organs. Their method of proliferation is mainly based on the transmission of corpse chi. To be more specific, a person bitten by them will be infected and turn into a corpse ghoul within a few breaths to a few hours. This unique method of proliferation, before humans found a method of replication to achieve enlightenment through natural disasters, was extremely dangerous. One corpse ghoul, if not handled properly, would lead to the destruction of an entire village. 100 corpse ghouls, if not eliminated immediately, an entire city would become their hunting ground. If the number of corpse ghouls increased to over 1,000, then it's like returning to the present, where the corpse ghouls appeared and disappeared in Wu Yang's mist to attack Xuanwu. But what could these stupid zombies do to the old man? Even the corpse ghouls have been brought out. Just how many tricks has Qin Shi set up in Liaoqing? Zhong Kuei stepped out from the mist, those few that escaped. I've already taken care of them. Xuanwu thanked him. If it weren't for you, I would have had to waste effort hunting down those fish that slipped through the net. Going back and forth like that, official business would be delayed. Zhong Kuei smiled broadly. You're too kind. Liang, on his side, was also quite surprised. The corpse ghouls I released have all been destroyed. Originally, I planned to use these rapidly proliferating corpse ghouls to lure Yen Hua into using withered wood meat's spring to cover the entire city. From there, it would make him notice the more terrifying tiger-subduing Arhut. But just relying on the northern land's adamant wind, you couldn't possibly destroy all the corpse ghouls I released. Is that person helping him? Scene changed to that wretch Alai, who was brooding alone, still not attacking. Since what did that guy's patience become so good? Just as the sentence ended, he detected movement behind him. Behind me, he immediately slashed out with a sword. It was a centipede. An insect? While I was off guard, a centipede attacked from behind. The shield immediately shot forward to defend. But this centipede was no ordinary centipede, but an exploding centipede. Baizu looked down from above. I've met this type of opponent too many times. Even a fool would know how to deal with it. It can't be denied, the Dharma body is truly a top-tier offensive and defensive technique. However, it requires too much energy to maintain. Even the successors of the Supreme Clarity Tao, those with great fortune and fortuitous encounters, cannot use it to fight in a prolonged battle. My side is different. This layer of mist helps me hide my true body, and you've set up a place full of obstacles, which is great for my centipedes to move freely. To guard against the tiger-subduing one, I can completely use my centipedes to drain your energy until you can no longer maintain the Dharma body. Kid, you're dead for sure. While he was mentally pleasuring himself, you appeared behind him. Found you. The wretch turned his head and shocked a look. Then swish, swish, swish. Baizu was thus slashed into 3 pieces. Impossible. This mist isolates perception. How could you find me? Alai, his face full of killing intent, said, perhaps it's because I'm quite sensitive to killing intent. So it's a centipede spirit that failed to take human form. No wonder it uses centipedes as weapons. As soon as the sentence ended, Elias' hand gripped the black thread tightly. The Arhut, is he over there? Finishing his sentence, he strode off, following the black thread. Scene changed to within Yudu. Because he was not skilled at dealing with such situations, he had switched places with Alai midway. Nanhai wondered, how'd he find that guy? You pointed. Do you see that black thread? Nanhai craned his neck to look closer. Yes, that is the thread of fate. Red is for good fate, and black is for ill fate. In Elias' era, the king and his great ministers all relied on these threads of fate to determine if they were fated to be together. For Alai, who was once the king's personal guard, finding rats hiding in the shadows full of malice, using this thread of fate, could be said to be his specialty. After hearing this, Nanhai was excited. So that's how it is, can I learn it then? This seems very useful. You turned and coughed dryly. You should wait for Alai to return and ask him yourself. I don't know this. Scene changed to Baizu's side. His corpse began to decompose. Centipedes started crawling all over. His true body was with the centipede spirit. The insect body was destroyed. That martial artist using the Dharma body has the ability to kill me instantly. On the centipede spirit's wound, a swarm of small centipedes was diligently healing it. The clone isn't even repaired yet, and the insect body couldn't win. Then my true body is even more useless. That martial artist using the Dharma body is already heading your way. I can't stop him. You'd better pray for your own luck. He controlled a communication insect to send a message to Fu Hu. I can't stop him. You'd better pray for your own luck. Fu Hu heard this and snapped. I knew it. You guys are fundamentally unreliable. You talk a big game, but what's the result? You can't even buy me a little time. Bai Zhu said, instead of wasting time complaining, you'd better hurry up and do your job well. Whether that great lord can descend smoothly or not all depends on your next performance. Fu Hu exclaimed, you don't need to tell me. Then he approached the altar before that flame, raised his hand to his mouth, and mumbled, I wish to save all sentient beings, but sentient beings are hard to save. Today, I burn my hand as an offering to the Buddha, to awaken great divine power, to realize the Buddha within my heart. Finishing his sentence, he brought his little finger close to the candle flame. Boom! The fire seemed to sense his words and engulfed it. As for Jean Fong, he was moving through the mist. He thought to himself, after the Arhut was beaten and driven away by that youth, the enemy's combat strength in the city is probably just Qin Wuyan. Because of the connection to the demon ritual of longevity, karma has already formed between me and that guy. I can use my body as Qin. There are probably still many citizens in the city who haven't been evacuated, so I can't use the Ascending Tower Swords Cape. Then I'll use the Sun Wheel. That retro only yawned widely. It's too quiet, ever since those pillars collapsed. Huh, what the hell? He saw a streak of yellow power shoot past, piercing through the mist to some point. The speed was breakneck. The direction of movement was towards Zhang Feng's location. He reached out his right hand, catching the sword, and yet he took the sword and slit his own throat to activate my body as embers. The mist quickly enveloped Zhang Feng's body. From the outside, only his silhouette could be seen standing up. The smoke gradually dissipated. His body began to transform. Sun Wheel Swords Cape, Divine Bird. As he finished speaking, he grew a pair of golden wings, and his whole body changed color accordingly. His face only revealed a pair of eyes. His mouth was no longer visible. Over there, having identified the target, he immediately spread his wings and flew straight towards it. Scene changed to the lowest level of the world, the prison of all things. Chun Xing had entered the cell with Li Tong. The old man explained, there are 3 types of origin energy: Great Sun, Great Moon, and Neutral. After listening and absorbing for a while, Chun Xing felt uncomfortable. He turned to ask, Grandmaster, is there any ultimate technique that is both fast and easy to use? Your scripture, great peace, I really... Before he could finish, the old man cut him off. What are you rushing for? Our Supreme Clarity Tao is the orthodox Taoist sect. What we pursue is gradual accumulation. The stronger you become later on, the better. Blindly striving to be fast and powerful. How is that any different from a ghost-controlling Taoist or a grand play master? Chun Xing said loudly, but we don't have much time left. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by Li Tong. Still, but, you think you can show off just by knowing some cat-scratching kung fu, right? You receive a few gifts from the masters of all things and demon gods, and feel you're very good, right? You have a great power of the Tao of life and death extending your life. So you think you won't die anymore, right? You don't even value the Tao scripture of our sect anymore, right? Chun Xing bowed his head deeply. Disciple has absolutely no such intention. It's just that Disciple can wait, but the people of Liaoqing cannot wait any longer. What Disciple needs right now is immediate combat power. I beg Grandmaster's forgiveness. Li Tong stood up resentfully and turned away, unspeakably ignorant. Impatience will have its price. Heaven may give you strength through fortuitous encounters today, but tomorrow it can also create all sorts of unexpected disasters to take back what it has given you. Look at you. Is there any part of you that still resembles a human? Your body is made of wood. Your heart belongs to someone else, and your qi is as turbid as a dead person's. You learn and use kung fu indiscriminately. The qi and fluids in your body are chaotic. What trace is left of a successor of the Supreme Clarity Tao? Chun Xing looked up blankly. Disciple knows he was wrong. Li Tong bent down. Don't. Were you wrong? To have so many fortuitous encounters. Learning and using kung fu so messily and quickly that you can almost be as tough as those incarnations of natural disasters. I haven't even had time to be happy. How could I possibly blame you? Chun Xing bowed his head deeply again. Disciple truly knows he was wrong. Disciple should not have been arrogant, nor should he have deluded himself into thinking he was the one to resolve the situation. Li Tong looked at Chun Xing's repentant attitude and reconsidered. Kid, I'll only say this once, so you listen carefully. What this world becomes depends on what those 6 great lords at the top want it to become. I don't object to you wanting to save the people, but with your current level, you are completely powerless to wrestle with a madman who wants to change the world. This kind of momentous matter that decides the rise and fall of a dynasty in this world. How the person sitting on the dragon throne and those red dust immortals behind him will decide is probably not hard to guess, is it? Chen Xing heard every word as if it was seeping into his head. The reason you couldn't protect the people of Liaoqing is, in the end, because you are too weak. Your strength cannot support your will. In this world, only the strong can decide for themselves, while the weak can only obey. If you truly insist, I can also teach you a few ultimate techniques that have quick results. But for you, who has had more fortuitous encounters than arduous cultivation, your foundation is not solid. So for the rest of your life, you will only stop at this step. Scene shifts to Qinglong. He uses a slaying talisman to finish off the remaining two. Zhong Kuei said, first, creating fog and a bewilderment formation in half the city. Then the corpse ghouls that require the main army to suppress as their numbers increase. This series of linked operations, the intention can be said to be very clear. The two said in unison, he's stalling for time. But I can't figure it out. What's the meaning of Master Qin doing this? Starting from when the ghost-taming Taoist next to me joined the battle, and the moment the artillery pillars were destroyed, the condition he relied on, his advantage as the master of the battlefield to kill me, is gone. If this continues to drag on, our side's advantage will only grow larger. Zhang Kuei noticed a water mirror appearing. From within the water mirror, a bird flew out. Is it ours? The bird flew straight to Old Man Yan's location. The note read, is there a problem with the fog? Old Man Yan bit his fingertip, using the blood to write on the back of the paper. Then the bird flew back into the water mirror to return to Emperor Jing's place. He personally took the paper from the bird, opened it, and read it. His attitude changed immediately. The note read, correct, this fog has the effect of isolating perception. Ghost pounding the wall. He then called out, Shun, there's Shun. Go get the magical artifact used to dispel the fog and break the formation. Also, prepare the Shangfang Sword of Execution. Subordinate to the Emperor, one of the 12 earthly branches, Monkey Shun replied, understood. At the same time, just when he thought he had escaped the mouth, it grew on Zhang Feng's left cheek. It scolded, are you crazy? Being so reckless. Do you know that if you fail to change your fate, I will also be implicated and die with you? Zhang Feng asked, quite surprised, how do you know the mechanism of my body as embers? The mouth replied, the Buddha Lord also created me like that. Besides advising people to follow Buddhism, I also explain the effects of the host techniques to the Buddha Lord when a battle is at a stalemate. It's just that when you fought the Buddha Lord before, you changed moves too quickly, and I didn't have a chance to be useful. Zhang Feng only said 4 words, so that's how it is. The mouth continued to grumble. Don't change the subject. What on earth are you thinking? You haven't been pushed into a corner yet. Do you need to be so reckless? Zhang Feng replied, you don't understand. That man in red, the pressure he puts on us is much greater than your Buddha Lord. I left Qingzhou, and my power is already weakened a bit. If I don't activate my body as embers a little earlier, I won't even have the right to participate in that battle anymore. The key to the Battle of Liaoqing depends on the fight between the Old Master and that Shaolin expert. Whichever side wins the whole thing. My role is to do my best to create an opportunity for the Old Master to defeat his opponent. Scene shifts to Fu Hu. The flame has burned off half of his little finger, his mouth continuously hissing and sputtering. Relying on the divine power of vows and a natural body, light shines across countless worlds. Invincible golden light. He entered meditation for a few seconds, then opened his eyes. He said happily, with this invincible golden light body, the blades and swords of the lower realm can no longer harm me. Wash your necks and wait, that damn little devil and the martial artist behind him. Scene shifts to the boy Lai. He has arrived. Standing before the house where Fu Hu was, he thought for a moment, then called out, why don't you come? I probably can't beat the thing in this house. You replied, no, you should still go. I have a bad feeling. The counter relationship between me and that Arhut might have been reversed. If you can't win, then stall for time. Wait until the other battlefields have results. Then we will gather everyone's strength to deal with him. Well, I found it reasonable. All right then. As for Bai Zhu, the goat spirit's wounds had recovered. Finally finished fixing it. Just as he finished laughing, a door appeared above his head. A door created by Li Tong. Go. Remember to display the might of our supreme clarity Tao. Chun Xing clasped his hands. This disciple understands. It seems he has learned some ultimate technique passed down by Li Tong. Confidently stepping through the doorman gate, he looked down and saw the goat spirit. He observed for a moment, still undecided about going down. Bai Zhu also noticed, wasn't he swallowed by my clone? How did he get out here? Chen Xing looked into the distance. Have those artillery pillars been destroyed? It seems the situation isn't as disadvantageous as I thought. Only now did he notice that the goat spirit was Bai Zhu standing there. What a coincidence. He suddenly disappeared from Baizu's sight. The speed was too fast. He had appeared behind him, one hand choking his neck, the other on his shoulder. Baizu broke out in a cold sweat. Chun Xing leaned close to his ear and said, "You must be Baizu's main body, right? I have something to ask you. Please cooperate a little." Baizu shouted angrily, "No, just a lucky Jiarank senior who had a fortuitous encounter. Yet you dare to threaten the incarnation of a natural disaster like this great one." The goat's spirit, having recovered again, exclaimed, "Worry about yourself." Chun Xing twisted Baizu's neck 180 degrees backwards. "It seems you don't want to cooperate." Scene shifts to Fu Hu's battle. He was extremely confident. Elias' weapons hit him without leaving a single wound and were all knocked back. "Hey, you don't just have that little bit of skill, do you? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on out. I guarantee I'll stand still and let you hit me." Eli hid behind a tree, replying, "So what if you're impervious to blades and spears? If it weren't for this body being only ear rank." He thought to himself, "I can't believe how that Arhut suddenly obtained a top-tier Vudra indestructible body. It clearly wasn't like this when he fought you." Scene shifts to Yudu. Eli asked you, when venerables from other worlds come to this world, aren't they only allowed to choose one inherited technique? His Vudra indestructible body clearly wasn't obtained through cultivation. How did he bypass the rules and inherit two techniques at once? You replied, "The Desiatian world is full of wonders, and we can't rule out the existence of a power that, in order to facilitate its descent, specially created a technique that could transmit power across worlds. This Arhut was able to break the rule once. We can't rule out that he will continue to break the rules, becoming stronger and stronger. Retreat. We currently don't have the means to defeat him. Quickly inform the others of this news. We must deal with him before he strengthens to the point of having no weaknesses." Just as Eli replied, "All right then," a voice spoke up from the fog. "I've finally found you." Eli turned his head in panic. "This voice, it can't be?" Fu Hu's figure approached. "The humiliation you brought me, I will return it to you in full." "You damn little devil." Scene shifts to Zhong Kuei. "Hearing you say that, I realize I seem to have forgotten something. I can only remember now that before coming to Liaoqing, someone reminded me to be careful." Xuanwu asked curiously, "Careful of what?" Zhong Kuei shook his head. "I don't remember anymore, but he definitely remembers." Just as he finished speaking, Feng Cheng appeared. "Are you looking for me?" Zhong Kuei replied, "That's right. We were hit by someone's trick and have forgotten some memories. Check and see what's missing." Just as Feng Cheng replied, "All right," his left eye lit up. Scene shifts to Wu Yang. He was observing the battle through a lens. "It's Yang again? It shouldn't be. According to the normal course of events, they must have guessed that I'm stalling for the Bodhisattva's descent, right? At this life-or-death moment, why are they not doing anything?" It was Zhan Feng who had arrived at his location. Wu Yang also realized it. A splash of blood. Zhan Feng had just struck, landing with some difficulty. The mouth asked, "Did you get him?" Zhan Feng replied, "Not sure." The mouth was startled after hearing this. "What? Didn't you just slash his neck?" Zhan Feng said, while looking at Wu Yang, "I did indeed cut off his head. But under the scrutiny of his eyes, which now contained true sun fire, it is transforming in a non-human direction at an astonishing speed." A grotesque mass appeared on the severed neck, reattaching the head for Wu Yang, not forgetting to throw a jab, ways to actually allow such a short window of time. Being ambushed twice, Wu Yang felt bitter hearing this. "Your words are truly strange." "Shut up. You're all annoying me. Where exactly am I not like a human?" Zhan Feng replied, "Nowhere is similar." Wu Yang touched his neck to see if it had healed. "I seem to have heard these words before, but from where?" "Oh, that's right. It was 2 years ago, when I went to Dongyi on business. I met a very talented young sword cultivator. He said the same thing back then." "Ha! Do all you sword cultivators like to say these things?" Zhan Feng asked, "What was his name?" Wu Yang replied with a cunning face, "I think his name was Feng Biao." After hearing this, Zhan Feng became enraged. "So it was you?" Then he let out a loud roar. His wings spread, killing intent flaring. Wu Yang asked, "Such a big reaction. Do you know each other?" Zhan Feng frowned. "It's more than just knowing each other. The grudge for killing my disciple. Today, right here, we will settle the score." Scene shifts to Feng Cheng, beginning to identify the missing memories. While Xuanwu and Zhong Kuei were moving through the air, the true Lord of the South Pole was dazed on a rooftop. Then Feng Cheng appeared and asked, "Why are you together with the people from the world of ultimate bliss?" "This is the command of the primordial heaven lord, but I didn't expect the world we chose would be your base." Feng Cheng wondered, "How did you figure out? Isn't it obvious? The underworld in this world has collapsed. The whereabouts of the elder who holds life and death are unknown, and I happen to encounter your second heavy body in a terrible state. The Tao Lord of the path of life and death has absolute control over fellow practitioners of the same path. If this world only had your second heavy body, then from the moment the evil gods invaded this world's underworld, you would have been dragged into the battle battlefield by the Tao Lord of the path of life and death, and you would have already died. But you're not like that. Is there any answer clearer than this one? In the mist, countless eyes are scrutinizing this conversation. Feng Cheng spoke up. Let's change the subject. Is the expert who uses dreamscape magic your subordinate? Don't you know he's already one of the outer world evil gods people? We of course know. Then why did you choose him to preside over the Advent ceremony? There are many outer world evil gods wandering outside this world, once the entrance to the passage is opened. The true Lord of the South Pole continued. That also means those evil gods can bypass the defenses jointly erected by the elders of this world and will follow the descending gods and Buddhas, bringing their power into this world. We understand everything you've said, but we also have our own difficulties. Those outer world evil gods, when attacking the upper realm, realize that our foundation is not there. Their majesties are also looking for a way to break this stalemate. The number of deities whose true bodies have been found, attacked, and severely injured by the outer world evil gods is gradually increasing. We can only use riskier methods to turn the situation around. Feng Qing asked, do the others agree? Not exactly agree, but at least they tacitly acknowledge it. After all, after your unexpected death, the initially stable defensive line was broken by the outer world evil gods. This world is already finding it difficult to resist the infiltration of the outer world evil gods. If in the future, the outer world evil gods bring more strategies into this world, the balance will be shattered instantly. Returning to reality, the memory ends. How shocking. Similar to the methods of those foolish calamity bringers, but more sophisticated, casting a Taoist art on a marked individual as a conduit, then adding a minuscule amount of an evil god's aura to it. Then, step by step, it alters the mind and spirit of the person under the spell. This kind of method, compared to the king in yellow I met. Zhong Kuei asked, have you figured anything out? Feng Cheng replied, you were indeed secretly plotted against, but the one who acted was an outer world evil god. The two were shocked upon hearing this. At the same time, at the Kaifeng Prefecture, Emperor Jing ordered, send the formation-breaking and mist-dispelling artifact over there. Then awaken the Shangfeng horse-slaying sword. Your subject replied, understood. Scene shifts to Chun Xing's location. Bai Zhu, in the body of the goat spirit, opened his mouth wide. I don't believe you could be this lucky forever. You Dong-a martial artist. Chun Xing took a stance, Qing Yuan Miao Dao, and threw a punch, unleashing the Yuan Dao. A giant hand slammed straight into the goat spirit's face. The power was too terrifying. The goat spirit's internal organs exploded from within, and its outer shell shattered. Chun Xing blamed himself. I'm such a fool. For so many years I've been practicing the skills passed down by the founding master incorrectly. Recalling what Li Tong had taught, hey yo, the true Lord's Dharma body isn't meant to be used your way. The same goes for the Taishang precious record. You often use it through the Dharma body. Is the effect the same? This teaching changed Chun Xing's thinking on how to use it this time. He had just used the true Lord's Dharma body. While carving characters in the air, the Tao was manifested based on the Yuan Dao Miaozhu. Dark clouds suddenly gathered, and thunder roared across the sky. Ruomo looked up. Is someone summoning heavenly lightning? Baitsu also realized in panic. This is the innate demon purging yang, thunder grand formation of the Taishang Dao. Impossible, this technique was clearly lost. Lightning shot from Chun Xing's eyes. The lineage of the Taishang Dao is not yet severed. How could it be lost? As he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, followed by continuous bolts. The power was too terrifying in the distance. Watching was the beggar from the beginning of the story. Aya, that was scary enough to kill someone. The lightning technique of the Taishang Dao only lasted for nearly half a minute, and the thunder gradually subsided. Chun Xing's true Lord's Dharma body also dissipated. Only the charred, incomplete body of the centipede spirit could be seen. Bai Zhu lay on the ground, muttering, I don't accept this. Chun Xing looked at him. When the first bolt of lightning struck, he transferred his soul back to his main body, so he didn't die on the spot. Bai Zhu clutched his face, as if going mad. Only you people, I can never accept it. On what grounds do you cultivators have mighty beings from the upper realm backing you? Cough, cough. To be able to use the power of gods to slaughter me and other rogue demon cultivators who lack an orthodox lineage? Just because I'm not human. Just because we killed mortals who trespassed on our territory? Recalling his painful past, just like this failure, considering it's your first offense. The death penalty can be waived, but the living crime cannot be forgiven. Bai Zhu was resentful. You destroyed my Dao foundation. On what grounds? The answer from that person in the past, and Chun Xing now, was exactly the same, because we are human. Bai Zhu was panicked and enraged. It's this very face. Bai Zhu scrambled up, his voice filled with resentment. That's why I had to. Before he could finish, Chun Xing's true lord's Dharma body appeared, a spear thrusting straight through him. Fire. Fire traveled down the spear, incinerating Bai Zhu, who screamed in agony. Suddenly, his hand grabbed Chun Xing's leg, who looked down in surprise. Bai Zhu shouted, "I'll be waiting for you in hell." He shook his head. "Then you've miscalculated, because this world no longer has an underworld." And so, both the main body and the centipede spirit were completely incinerated. A rain began to fall on Liaoqing, an extremely tragic scene for the villain's side. Scene shifts to Elias' battle. He tried to strike the bull across the mountain technique, sending a mace straight at Fu Hu's skull. Beginning the analysis. So that's how it is. No wonder His Majesty just stood there motionless in the wind, not offering any countermeasures. The blood wheel's separation and tracking functions are too limited against His Majesty's avatars. He uses his body and the blood wheel to cultivate. Then he sends low-level monks with incomplete, indestructible diamond bodies that can't be caught by the threads of fate to deal with me. It's clearly more advantageous. The indestructible diamond body is meant to counter martial generals, and combined with this perception isolating fog formation, my efficiency on this side will also decrease, and the consumption of chi and stamina will increase exponentially. Additionally, the blood wheel continuously drains my blood, acting as a power source. When the demonic chi and blood demons provided by the bushy-bearded old man run out, I will have no chance to fight back. Sending a message to Yudu, hurry up and think of something. Yu also had to start racking his brain for a strategy. As for Zhang Feng's battle, the mouth reassured, "Hey, calm down a bit, didn't we agree?" The main focus is reconnaissance and holding out. Don't go throwing your life away. Zhang Feng's heart was now set on avenging his disciple. Unleashing the true sunfires, he replied to the mouth, "I can't worry about that much. I must avenge Feng Biao's death." The mouth began to worry. Why hasn't old man Yin arrived yet? Wuyang spoke up. They say that all demons and monsters in this world cannot hide from the true sunfire, and their power will be greatly reduced. Do you think that because I am not human, I will be countered by the true sunfire? Zhang Feng executed the sun wheel, sword's ultimate technique, replying, "Whether that's true or not, we'll find out in a moment." Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, a beam of light shot up from above, brilliantly illuminating the entire fog. Scene shifts to Xuanwu. The two exclaimed in alarm, "An evil god? An outer world evil god?" Feng Chung replied, "Correct. His Majesty is hovering at the gateway of this world, and the influence you're feeling is the power he has infiltrated, subtly inciting you to either help or watch as his kin open the door from the inside to welcome his arrival, even if it goes against your intentions." Zhong Kuei stroked his beard. "This one is different from that large, mindless octopus. Is it a more cunning type, skilled at mental disruption? That's hard to believe. So how do we dispel this influence?" Feng Chung replied, "Destroy the conduit, the vessel containing the evil god's power. Currently, this power conduit is the thick fog covering the entire city." Old man Yin asked, "You mean the person who set up this fog formation is compromised?" It's hard to say. As I just said, those influenced by the evil god become extreme and frenzied under the cumulative infection over the years. He might think he's doing the right thing, but his radical methods will create an opportunity for the evil god and his followers to fish in troubled waters. Zhong Kuei asked, "So it's doing the wrong thing for the right reasons?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bird emerged from the water mirror. It had something in its beak. Zhong Kuei looked up. Something else has been sent. The bird dropped the item, and Zhong Kuei picked it up. Is it a pair of gloves this time? Xuanwu recognized it. That's the artifact for breaking formations and dispelling fog. It has the ability to prohibit and significantly weaken designated things. It can even restrain the Namingly fire. Zhong Kuei was quite surprised. It's that powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aftershock emanated from the distance. It was Zhang Feng's technique. Zhong Kuei wondered, that direction, is someone fighting Qin Wuyang already? Xuanwu, while putting on the gloves, realized it's Zhang Feng, to be able to transmit power through the Great Fog Formation all the way here. This isn't something he can do in his normal state. Is he using the sword incantation, "My bones, my body as embers"? The old man closed his eyes and muttered, "This place, this forbidden formation, this fog." Two characters began to appear on the gloves. Then they emitted a green light, gradually dispelling the fog. The beggar on the roof was also startled. The fog is dissipating? Qin Xing also noticed. So did Ruomu's side. Fu Hu's wife was still standing like a statue. Why did Qin Wuyang withdraw the fog? Alai was still diligently killing the bronze monks. The fog has dispersed. After Xuanwu finished casting the spell, he opened his eyes and said, "Let's go meet the mastermind." Wuyang, on his side, still only thought it was because of Zhang Feng's son. That he went to great lengths to create it just to dispel the fog. Zhang Feng replied, of course not. The scorching sun condensed from the true sun fire can suppress all illusions and evil arts. Your hexing and dream-weaving techniques are now useless. Wuyong was silent after hearing this. Is that all? You're not naive enough to think I only prepared one killing move to deal with Great Qin's top-tier strategist, are you? Zhang Feng felt a bit intimidated after hearing this, whether you have one or not. We'll have to fight to find out. As he finished, he shot forward. Wuyong raised his hand and cast a spell, Disintegrate, Scatter. A purple light shot from his fingers straight towards Zhang Feng's sword. Just as Zhang Feng got close, intending to slash with his sword, but what the fuck? The sword suddenly vanished. The mouth warned, be careful, his magic can destroy artifacts. Zhang Feng spun around to regain his balance, I know. Wuyong also turned his head in that direction. I have already seen it. Before long, you'll be just like your disciple, defeated and killed with a broken weapon. Zhang Feng frowned. That's not so certain. Just as he was pondering the meaning of this sentence, from high above, the sun that Zhang Feng had created suddenly shot down a beam of light, piercing through Wuyong's body. Zhang Feng's face was cold. My sun in the sky is not only for suppressing illusions and evil arts, but Qin Wuyong would not die so easily. Just as Zhang Feng finished speaking, he quickly reformed right behind him. I see. Zhang Feng was startled and turned to look. A lesson learned. He even knows how to use the earthly vigor light armor. The moment he turned to look, Wuyong's hand was already grabbing his face, once again, meticulously. And yet, Zhang Feng was secretly pleased. Very good. He fell for the trap. Sunwheel sword. The protective outer shell of Zhang Feng gradually cracked, then suddenly flew up. Obeying Zhang Feng's command, it returned from behind and once again pierced through Wuyong's body. He said, a broken sword. Do you think it can still injure me? Zhang Feng shouted, why not? Then the sword continued to transform. Though broken, it was still enough to strike Wuyong's heart. He coughed up blood. It can't be. This sword has the property of reforging its broken blade? Correct. Your heart has been pierced. I don't believe you can still survive. And yet, a clap came from behind Zhang Feng. Startled, he turned to see another Qin Wuyong standing there. Your judgment is not wrong. The head and heart are indeed my weak points. It's just a pity you were still one step short. Moreover, knowing that your sword can regenerate, I will not be hit by you again. Zhang Feng was shocked. Impossible. All illusions should be exposed under the true sun fire. How did you deceive me? Wuyong replied, illusion? It seems you still don't understand the situation. The 72 Arts blind head can give me a certain premonition of impending death. Although this premonition is a bit vague, it's enough for me to deploy countermeasures in advance. All that follows is to wait patiently, wait for the premonition of death to be verified, and at that very moment, use the countermeasures I had prepared beforehand. That's all. All right, use whatever other moves you have. I will break them all. The mouth spoke up. Such big words. Even my Buddha Lord wouldn't dare to speak like that. Zhang Feng frowned. You be quiet for a bit. The mouth urged, are there any more ultimate moves? Use them quickly. I want to slap his face. Then, not noticing a rope falling from a nearby tree, it quickly wrapped around Zhang Feng's neck. The mouth shouted, hey, what is this? The yang rope pulled taut, and Zhang Feng's entire body was hoisted up just like that. Wuyong approached. Your methods are indeed very formidable, but in a world of life, death, and all things, there can be no perfect method without flaws. Every method has its own natural enemy. It will also become the natural enemy of other methods. Enriching oneself as much as possible to compensate for shortcomings and thinking carefully during battle is the proper attitude for combat. But it's a pity that someone as strong as you did not learn such a lesson during your growth, causing you to miss 2 opportunities to kill me. The mouth heard this and got angry. You shut your mouth for me. As for Zhang Feng, he was only concerned with his own life at this moment. This rope is too demonic. You should use that other thing. Wuyong was startled and looked toward Zhang Feng's son. I almost forgot about you. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Mist rose up, obscuring the sun. Zhang Feng was in pain. Old Yin, this is the best chance. Why haven't you made your move yet? In the most precarious moment of his life, he could still hear Wuyong's sarcastic words. You see, just like this, using the 72 Arts cloud summoning can indirectly restrict your creation. Clearly, just looking at the level of the techniques, your son is much higher than the clouds I summoned. But in a world where all things create and overcome one another, the level of a technique cannot decide everything. Very interesting, isn't it? Just as he finished his sentence, Zhong Kuei appeared behind him, saying, not wrong. That's why someone like you who relies too much on blindhead is countered by me. Wuyong turned his head in shock. You are? As Zhong Kuei said, go to sleep for a while, the 5-light ghost appeared. We're here again. Wuyong turned his head in shock to look. Once again, he saw Zhong Kuei perform the Celestial Master's skin technique. 3 wooden planks transformed into a coffin, trapping Wu Yang inside. He struggled inside. Then the coffin fell to the ground with a thud. Zhong Kuei immediately took a bowl of blood and drew characters on it. Feng Cheng also took out a nail, asking, "Is one enough?" Zhong Kuei replied, "To be safe, 2 nails." All right. As for Zhan Feng's side, the rope had been cut. Xuanwu had arrived in time to save him. The nagging voice grumbled, "Why were you so slow?" "Something came up and delayed me." "Speaking of which, have you mastered that thing?" Zhan Feng replied, "That's right. Your speculation was very accurate. The mechanisms of life, continuation, and yang restoration indeed have a loophole to exploit. By committing suicide with the Sun Wheel Sword, then locking my 3 souls and 6 spirits with the Great Sun battle armor condensed from true Sunfire. After that, I will be trapped in a state between life and death, not only avoiding the unsolvable loop with a target of death after suicide as myself, but I can also rely on the properties of the true Sunfire to slowly find myself. This allows me to control this body after death with a clear consciousness. In addition, the duration of combat and the number of times I can use my ultimate arts have also increased quite a bit." Xuanwu continued, "It's a pity you can only use the properties of the Sun Wheel Sword to get to this step. Moreover, the after effects of this move are too great. It will damage your own life force. Otherwise, your combat power would be many times stronger." Zhan Feng gave a faint laugh. "Haha, is there anything in this world that is absolutely perfect? To be useful in a top-tier battle like this, it wasn't a waste for me to create it." "That's right. Where is that person? We must be careful of him. He is very special. I suspect he is one of the Calamities people. His power has already surpassed the scope of a human." Xuanwu replied, "He is no longer a threat. Among the reinforcements is a Ghost Path Grandmaster who specializes in sealing arts. He happens to counter him. I'll help you adjust your condition first. There's still a difficult battle to fight later." Zhan Feng nodded. "All right." At the same time, behind the beggar, someone's shadow was emerging. It was Dimensional Eye. He asked, "What's the situation?" "Not optimistic. That dream-creating Grandmaster has been suppressed. Their Advent ceremony probably can't proceed anymore." Dimensional, I shook his head. "A bunch of trash. To mess up with such a huge advantage. The Prophet overestimated them." "So be it. I'll go lend him a hand." The beggar worried, "But we'll be exposed this way." "Right now, the Imperial family of Great Gene and the demon sects beyond the pass are surely all staring this way." Dimensional, I continued, "It doesn't matter. If the Masters can descend, then everything will end immediately. Now is our best chance." The beggar thought for a few seconds, then turned to the water mirror and asked, "What about the Prophet? What do you think, sir?" He replied, "Do as Dimensional Eye says." "Very well, if that is your will." The scene shifts to Zhan Feng. He's being healed by Xuanwu's technique. The mark on his neck gradually healed. Xuanwu also withdrew his technique. It's healed. Zhan Feng was both happy and touched his neck. "It's truly miraculous. Your reversal can even replenish lost life force. The premise is to mark it first. The characters are written, the nails are driven." Zhong Kuei said, "This time with us watching, I like to see how he gets out." The eyes of the two could clearly see Wu Yang lying motionless inside the coffin, not making a sound, but a black pool of space suddenly appeared and began to spread. Zhong Kuei was shocked. Just as that hand was about to pass through space and grab it, Ning Zhong quickly kicked the coffin hard. Zhan Feng and Xuanwu below were also startled and looked up. From within that black pool of space, the beggar and Dimensional, I crawled out. "Don't you know about fainting in the east and attacking in the west? It could have been done easily, but now we can only use brute force against brute force. I have no problem with that." Zhong Kuei frowned and asked, "Your clothes are very strange. Are you from the outer world?" The beggar pointed and replied with a laugh, "He is. I am not." Zhong Kuei asked again, "Are you his accomplices, the one in the coffin?" The beggar stroked his beard. "Accomplices? Of course not. However, we do have the most basic exchange of information and resources." Suddenly, someone was rushing down from above at a breakneck speed. It was Xuanwu's voice. He said, "1,000 gene drop." His speed increased, as did his strength. His 2 hands slammed the heads of those 2 to the ground with a crash. "Disciples of an evil god? I've been looking for you for a very long time." The beggar spoke up, "Don't be so hot-tempered right after arriving." "What the—" As soon as he finished speaking, from below, a pile of corpse ghouls emerged. The beggar even joked, "You see, you've woken them up." Dimensional, I was using his strength to resist. "Right now, you only have 2 choices. One is to let us go and deal with those corpse ghouls. The other is to let these corpse ghouls spread and become a disaster." Old Yin angrily pressed his head further into the ground. "Be honest. Between you and the corpse ghouls, which is more important?" This old man understands clearly. Not to mention, They're just mere corpse ghouls. The reinforcement this old man found can handle them single-handedly. Zhang Feng understood the meaning and drew his sword, preparing for battle. Dimensional, I said loudly, then let him make a move for us to see. The corpse ghouls were also attracted by Zhang Feng's glowing sword. Sun Wheel's sword, ultimate art, universal illumination. The sword was raised high, forming a sun. Before the corpse ghouls could fully emerge, they were all disintegrated by that light. The beggar was startled. No way, that sun can be used like that? Xuan Wu replied, you miscalculated, didn't you? The sword master of Qing province of Great Jin can counter these filthy things of yours. All right, talk. Dimensional, I asked in a contemptuous tone. The evil things here can't deal with you. So what about this? The black pool, where he and the beggar were lying, suddenly expanded. He shouted, be cleansed, mortals. A giant red eye appeared in that black pool, pulling Xuan Wu into an illusion. The old man's eyes bled. What is the origin of that eye? The beggar was also affected. His eyes also bled blood. He cursed angrily. Dimensional, damn you. Couldn't you have said something before releasing this thing? You. I don't have a grudge, right? The Dimensional, I burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Accept it. Face it. The fate decreed by my master. Feng Cheng asked from a distance. Do you see it clearly? Zhong Kuei nodded. I feel it's similar to the octopus head in Qi Prefecture. Is this a technique of an outer god? It's disgusting enough. The one called the Dimensional, I had escaped Elder Yan's control, revealing a treacherous face. You can't take this already? The four generals of Great Jin are nothing more than this. Ha ha ha. Barija. While he was gloating, a sword suddenly flew from nowhere and pierced through his head. It was Zhang Feng, striking from afar. Such a malevolent technique. Just now, I only carelessly glanced at that thing and almost suffered from cultivation deviation. Elder Yin looked straight at it. Wouldn't that mean? After the Dimensional I died, the technique was also dispelled, and the wind I gradually closed. Zhong Kuei said, I'll keep watch here, you go, and help them eliminate the lingering effects of that thing on them. Feng Cheng replied, all right, and zipped away. He arrived at Yanhua's location. The old man turned, but didn't realize someone had arrived. Feng Cheng said, don't resist. I'll help you eliminate the influence of that thing. Yanhua replied, sorry to trouble you. Feng Cheng immediately performed the technique. His left eye glowed blue, seeing through to the seed that was affecting Yanhua's eyes. He said, beneath the eyes and ears, alien creatures disrupt the mind. As soon as he finished speaking, the creatures just dropped off, then withered and died instantly. The technique was retracted. Feng Cheng said, the influence has been eliminated. Yanhua expressed his gratitude. Many thanks. After helping, Feng Cheng also left. He went to Zhang Feng's side. You have it on you too? Don't resist. I'll help you remove it. While they were concentrating on dealing with the aftermath of the recent technique, inside the coffin, Weiyang unexpectedly opened his eyes and woke up. It seems my bet was correct. One of the 8 immortals of the prosperous Tang, Qin Weiyang's body of Taoist arts was sublime and masterful. His techniques numerous and powerful beyond the reach of any other Taoist master. It could be said that, under circumstances where he was prepared, there were few in this world who were his match. At the end of the Han and the beginning of the Tang, there were 8 rogue Taoist cultivators with great fame and strength in the mortal realm, and the well-reputed Qin Weiyang was one of them. But for such a master to be suppressed in an ambush so swiftly that he couldn't even leave behind intelligence, the enemy's face, or their techniques, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one hand. That leader of the Taoist sect in Kaifeng couldn't come to Hunan Dao. The master of the ghost market in Bashu had already made his position clear. Lu Zongxing of the heretical paths, giant pillar? No, it wasn't him either. His disciples and grand disciples were all locked up in the Kaifeng heavenly prison. Not taking the opportunity to harm others was already considered him being mindful of the bigger picture. Perhaps it was the second in command of some meddlesome Taoist master from another world. After clarifying who did it, Qin Weiyang began to wonder, what exactly was the technique? To be able to make him lose his ability to resist in an instant and be unable to leave any intelligence. After all, for a Taoist master who possessed secret arts of the 3 calamities like blind head and grafting flowers onto a tree, this was almost impossible, unless that person bore no killing intent towards him from the very beginning. Only then could they smoothly bypass the killing intent warning of blind head. And among the righteous path, only the sealing lineage could have this kind of habit. A soul sealing talisman? That's right. If that master was a grandmaster of the sealing path, then he could certainly avoid blind head before striking, sealing my soul for a moment, making me unable to cast grafting flowers onto a tree. After confirming the technique the opponent used, Qin Weiyang continued to ponder. Then what did he rely on to achieve this step, this instantaneous seal? A talisman, a formation, or a technique like forced slumber, sealing the 5 senses? senses. Qin Weiyang first ruled out the first two. Someone with as many life-saving techniques as Qin Weiyang. In order to deal with being captured by the four generals and facing the fate of eternal imprisonment in the Kaifeng Heavenly Prison, had long made full preparations. Talismans and formations would trigger the arrangements he had prepared on his body beforehand. A spell like Forced Slumber used on him would be like showing off one's meager skills before an expert. The result was clearly a technique to seal the five senses. The opponent first used a technique to seal his five senses to deprive him of them. Then, they used a sealing art to suppress him. This was also the real reason why Qin Weiyang couldn't leave any intelligence before being ambushed. The enemy's technique was clear, and what to use to counter it was no longer a difficult choice. With this thought, Qin Weiyang's gaze turned to the secret art scroll in his hand. Only can explain why I was suppressed before I could leave any intelligence. Because my five senses were deprived, I couldn't leave any even if I wanted to. I need a strange art that isn't blocked by the five senses and can view myself and my surroundings from a third-person perspective. The scroll, as if hearing his words, presented the most suitable secret arts. All right, you'll die by my hand. Secret art of the thieving sect, shadow play art. After using this art, the caster's body and shadow will be swapped, and the soul will also be transferred into the shadow. The shadow will then control the body. Remember, this art will pose potential dangers to the caster, one body and two souls. Those with an evil soul in their mind should not use it. The way to swap back is to place the body in an environment without light. Then this is good, this is it. I'll learn this. Weiyang reached out his hand, and the art's theories within all entered his body. The wives listening to the review wished they had this secret scroll to avoid studying literature and math, and just go take the test. Scene changed back to the present. The shadow that Weiyang created had infiltrated back into his body in the coffin. The mission is complete. Return to your position at once. His true body opened its eyes. Looking over, he thought, it seems heaven's mandate is on my side. His two hands struggled to clasp together to perform the art, and so his true body vanished, merging into the shadow and spilling out of the coffin, thus escaping his predicament with ease, completely unnoticed by Zhong Kuei. The shadow found the exact first coffin he was trapped in, entering straight into that dried corpse. His hand moved, gripping the edge of the coffin. Get up, but his body was still headless. Although he had no eyes, he still saw his head nearby. He moved closer and picked it up, attaching it like a Lego piece. Although there was a slight deviation from the plan, the objective has been achieved. All the demons and ghosts hiding in the shadows to watch the show have been lured out by me. After the threats are resolved, and that ghost Dao Grandmaster will probably destroy the sacrificial altar I set up here. With the divine statue and altar destroyed, the sign for Guanin's descent will be gone. To avoid taking responsibility after what has happened, that Arhut who likes to hide his techniques will surely use his own body as a sacrifice to forcibly summon Guanin to the mortal world. At that time, the eyes of the entire city will be fixed on her. In order to stop her, the imperial family of Great Jin will be forced to use the Shangfang sword. And each generation of emperor can only use the Shangfang sword once. They would never expect that the Arhut is just a piece of bait I released. Gaoshang, this time I won the game. Scene changed to Kaifeng Heavenly Prison. Ningzhong's one-man army battle continues. Naiho was shocked. That bastard Ningzhong has combined Hong and Wen? What the hell kind of fight is this anymore? He's hidden deep underwater to let the evil flood dragon. No, it should be called a poisonous flood dragon now. Let that poisonous flood dragon wait in the swamp to ambush us. Hey, who can break this formation? Dao Chu continued. Before, when he traded his life to kill 3 of our people, I said he was brainless. Damn it, how is this brainless? He's clearly toying with us. The Hong Zhuangnu also added, this wedding dress was drawn for me by the Buxiao Shushan. Lord Ning is hiding deep underwater and won't come out. We can never eliminate him. When those old masters in Kaifeng City find out about the riot in the heavenly prison, the leaders of the 5 great sects will come down to subdue the demons. People like us, without weapons in hand, will be even less of a match. The Hualang Shuxian added, then there's only one way left. Xiao Dan appeared and asked, what way? Zhu Yi appeared behind him and replied, kill each other, release the pit of calamity, and force Ningzhong to protect people. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a paper doll, which wrapped around Xiao Dan's face. For my brother's freedom, I hope you won't be stingy and let me borrow your life for a moment. Boom! Xiao Dan's entire body just exploded. Ningzhong looked up. Did someone die? Dao Chu turned. Xiao Dan is dead? What a pity. I quite liked an honest person like him. Naiho frowned. What's Xiao Dan? Isn't his name Hai Qing Ke? Dao Chu retorted. I can't be bothered to remember the names of 4 minor characters. Is that a problem? Bubbles rose from the poisonous water. It was Ning Zhong, poking his head out to check the situation. The two Hong Zhuangnu also noticed Lord Ning has surfaced. It seems he really cares about whether we live or die. How ridiculous. The person who wants us not to die the most is the warden of this heavenly prison. On the other side, Naiho suddenly burst out laughing. He pointed and shouted, "You, surname Ning, if you don't leave me a way out, I'll make you suffocate too. Tell me, if I kill a few more of these worthless trash, can this empire of the Gao family still stand firm?" Ning Zhong replied, "You could try." Naiho was furious. His whole body tensed up and turned gigantic. Try then try. His face also changed slightly into a tiger's form. Having identified his prey, he shot forward at top speed. The person he chose was Yang Ji. "Naiho, you've chosen the wrong opponent. I'm not the kind of character you can just target at will. Want to kill me? Be careful you don't break your teeth." Naiho heard those words like buzzing flies. Can or can't, we'll know after a try. As he flew, he let out a roar, and a tiger-shaped chi manifested. The sound was too terrifying. Yang Ji couldn't bear it. Just as he closed his eyes, Naiho had already approached, grabbing his face with one hand, then using his other hand to crush his head with force. Just like that, Yang Ji was eliminated without any resistance whatsoever. Naiho turned to ask Ning Zhong, "Are you satisfied? Keep killing, see if I compromise." In his heart, Ning Zhong sneered, "What a bunch you are. I was wasting my time wondering how to release some water just to gather 5 escapees. I never expected that you all would actually find a solution and the reason for me. It's like finding a mat when you're sleepy. I can't laugh. I absolutely cannot laugh right now. I can't agree too readily either. I have to act natural and then just go with the flow." Naiho felt bitter hearing the answer. "Damn it, do you have to wait until after we've slaughtered each other and released all the calamities before you'll regret it? It's just one chance. Can't you even grant that?" Suddenly, an old prisoner asked Naiho, "That group just now, they must be the Shanin of this generation, right?" Ning Zhong saw the old man move down towards Naiho and began to pay some attention. The old man was Tian Kan. He came next to Naiho and said, "These juniors may not know, but this old one has lived through the turmoil at the end of the Tang dynasty, so I know very well. When Shanin appears, great chaos under heaven is not far behind. At this crucial moment, is the great Jin prepared to fight the demons beyond the pass, the newly reborn calamities, and the Shanin?" As soon as Ning Zhong heard that sentence, he decided to stand up, shouted loudly, "Doors!" And suddenly from within the pool of poison, 5 doors rose into the air. Ning Zhong said, "5 doors. This is my limit." All the prisoners heard this and realized the threat had worked. While they were bewildered, not knowing what to do next, a black shadow suddenly shot out from inside the prison. Dao Chu shouted, "Someone's making a run for it." It was Lu Shisheng, who knew how to pick his moment. He laughed and said, "Fellow Taoists, I, Lu Shisheng, shall take my leave first." And so, he passed through without any hindrance at all. Ning Zhong announced, "For doors left. Make your decision." Hong Zhuangnu thought to herself, "The tables have turned. I was originally wondering if, after we were pushed to a dead end, our reckless mutual slaughter would disgust Ning Zhong enough for him to open these doors." Tian Kim was also calculating. The conflict has shifted from external to internal, and the prisoners will be split into 3 or 4 small groups due to the distribution of these doors. The small groups will also backstab each other for the order of escape. Zhu Yi glanced over, observing. Moreover, these doors lead directly to the outside world, a shortcut past the Dragon Vein and through the 3 passes. Only a fool would bet on whether Dao Chu's other plan will succeed. "Sorry, old brother, things have changed. I can't go to the upper floor to save you anymore." Naiho schemed. These doors all open into areas that the Great Jin's military might cannot reach. Ning Zhong's meaning is, he can let us out, but don't think about causing trouble on Great Jin's territory. It seems this isn't a trick. This is probably Ning Zhong's limit. I can't delay any longer. The later it gets, the fiercer the fight for an escape spot will be. He immediately acted on the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. He rapidly jumped toward the door. "This prairie door is mine. This door is mine." Dao Chu raised his hand to cast a spell in your dreams. From below the mud pit, many of his hands shot up. The speed was also extremely fast, blocking the entrance. Naiho pushed off, charging straight onto the hands. He continued running upwards, trying to use his claws to maintain balance. He turned his head and roared, "Dao Chu, are you fucking ruining my business?" Just as he finished speaking, a poison palm strike shot up from below, smashing straight into his face. Poisoned, he began to weaken. Furious, he roared, "Ning Zhong, damn you for not keeping your word." Ning Zhong laughed. "I said I would give you all a chance, but I never promised to let you leave easily. Don't get it twisted. All right, you can leave the battlefield now." As he finished speaking, a poison dragon emerged, aimed straight at the target, and lunged. A single bite sent Naiho to his death. Ning Zhong asked loudly, "Why are you all just standing there watching?" "Gentlemen, I have been very thoughtful in opening doors for you outside the territory of the Great Jin." None of them responded. Rio Trung glared. Only a ghost would believe you. Ning Zhong continued, right now, you just need to resist my harassment and step through the door behind me before anyone else to gain your freedom. With such a heaven-sent opportunity, what are you still hesitating for? In a prison cell, the queen said, Ning Zhong has compromised. Those 4 doors, aren't we going to fight for them? Li Tsunxiao replied, we won't. Those doors are likely traps. The queen was startled upon hearing this. How could you tell? Li Tsunxiao deduced. The heavenly prison is a derivative of the Tao, created by Li Shimin and the Hongchuan Xinji Lichuan for the eternal existence of the Tang dynasty. It has only one purpose: to minimize the number of disasters the calamities can cause in the outside world by imprisoning their incarnations. The most ideal situation is that, apart from the calamity incarnations controlled by the imperial court and the Enfef sects, there would be no more disasters in the world. Although I despise the people of the Gao family, they shouldn't be foolish enough to place such a strategic treasure in the heavenly prison to create potential dangers for themselves. Therefore, those doors are definitely problematic. Either the person who uses the door must pay a very heavy price, or the other side of the door is not real. The scene shifts to Lu Shi. After quickly entering the first door, he was transported to a cold, snowy region, chuckling to himself as he walked. Dao Chu, Naiho, you bunch of idiots. Did you think the heavenly ghost rampage was so easy to resolve? Did you really think Ning Zhong couldn't see through your calculations? If Ning Zhong wanted stability, he would have hidden in the poisoned swamp to stall for time until Chu Liuzhen noticed something was wrong. He would then join forces with the 5 sect masters of Kaifeng, bring their magical artifacts as reinforcements, and the prisoners' riot would be suppressed. There is no second possibility. I was originally hoping that after some time, my old ancestor would come to Kaifeng to bail me out. I never expected Ning Zhong to be so foolish. Ha, what an unexpected joy. Time flew by. 8 Shurchen passed. He was shivering from the cold. No, that's not right. I've been walking for 8 or 9 Shurchen already. Why do I see nothing but snow and mountains? Just how big is this snowfield? Don't tell me I'm lost. Li Tsunxiao's thoughts were very accurate. The doors Ning Zhong had summoned were indeed problematic. These gates were magical artifacts used by the first-generation Shanin when they attacked the Chang'an Heavenly Prison. Opening the door correctly leads to a predetermined location. Opening it incorrectly leads to a world within a painting. Built in Chang'an City, the Chang'an Heavenly Prison was 1,000 feet underground. After unifying the world, Gao Sheng and Su Shiji found the Chang'an Heavenly Prison and the remaining magical artifacts left behind by the first-generation Shanin. After the attack on the Kaifeng Heavenly Prison beneath Chang'an City, these doors and painting scrolls are probably the magical artifacts the Shanin used when they attacked the Chang'an Heavenly Prison. Let the Tiangong Ministry examine their effectiveness. After recovering the Chang'an Heavenly Prison, if these loopholes had to be filled when building the Kaifeng Heavenly Prison, 12 years later, the skilled craftsmen of the Tiangong Ministry finally completed their research on those doors and painting scrolls. And in the following decades, the nation guarding wondrous treasure, the Hishis Wit 2 and the transmission gate, Star Orbit, which Zhuge Liuyan once used, were successively created. These artifacts, no longer having research value, were moved to the bottom level of the Kaifeng Heavenly Prison for balance. To this day, they can be used to mitigate the after effects of the second-generation Shanin's attack on the Kaifeng Heavenly Prison. Even Ning Zhong, the prison's warden, felt very surprised. However, it was also because when Gao Sheng found the painting scrolls, 2 of the pages within were already damaged. So among the 5 doors that Ning Zhong opened, 2 of them could still lead to the outside world. The locations were preset by the first-generation Shanin. Ignoring the world in a painting that Lu Shixing chose, the chance of escape was 50 to 50. Cutting back to the present, Ning Zhong assessed the situation. Something too easily obtained will make them suspicious, but they will surely believe in opportunities gained through fierce competition. This way, I can justifiably release 2 calamity incarnations that are less harmful to the Great Gene. Then, counting those I've killed and those used to supplement fate, it will be exactly 5 people, and I can report the results. At the same time in Yunzhou, Fan Qi looked down. This is probably the place. The only spot in Yunzhou City that feels off to me. Beneath the peaceful Yunzhou City, deep underground, the followers of an outer god were plotting. The follower Cui Minjia asked, Prophet, why have you summoned us at this time? The follower Song Bao Jia added, That's right, isn't our work still unfinished? Another one spoke up, wondering, Aren't Yin and Gue Jia here? The prophet replied, They are in Liaoqing to assist in the descent of the lords. Everyone was surprised and puzzled upon hearing this. The follower Zhue Tu Jia asked, Has the time of the Lord's descent been moved up? Then what about our work? The prophet continued, Your work continues. This time, it is only the king in yellow, the lord of Relaya, the white worm of the ice mountain, and my lord, Ambiasia's Va Quamo. Another follower asked, "Did you summon us for show to take us to Liaoqing to reinforce Yin?" The prophet replied, "No, I summoned you here because." At the same time in the sky, Fan Shi handed something to Xing Yu as a, "You hold this. I'll go down and take a look first." This umbrella? This is the Myriad People, Myriad Wishes umbrella. If opened, it can create a godless barrier. Within the barrier, all heretical worship and evil gods not officially recognized will be suppressed and weakened. You could say it is the natural enemy of evil gods and their minions. I'm going. With that, Fan Shi leaped off the bird, aiming straight for that house, shouting as he used 100 Arms martial dance. From deep underground, the group of followers heard a loud noise coming from above. The follower Tu Wei Jiao wondered what's happening. The follower Ling Ting Jia continued, "Someone has attacked the false target in Yunzhou City above the temple. The newcomer is very strong and simultaneously possesses the powers of calamity, life and death, and technique." The prophet immediately realized upon hearing this, it's the white tiger Fan Shi of the four symbols. If we let him investigate up there, we will be further exposed. Shou, go and welcome him down here. Understood. As he finished speaking, Shou raised his hand and drew a line in space just big enough for his body, then slipped inside. The scene shifts back to Fan Shi. After a direct attack on the house, he observed his surroundings, quite surprised. No one here? Then how about this? Guan was immediately activated. Still nothing? It turns out this building is a decoy. Those enemies hiding in Yunzhou City are truly cunning. They deliberately created a suspicious-looking building to draw attacks. I've probably been exposed. You shouted loudly, "Where is the city god of Yunzhou?" Immediately, a speck of light appeared. The city god appeared. "I am here. Marquis Weiyang has graced us with his presence. What might be the matter?" Fan Shi asked. "It seems the Shanin rebels are active in the Yunzhou area. What is the name of the sect guarding Yunzhou City? Why was this not reported? Also, have there been any abnormalities in this place and the surrounding towns in recent years?" The city god replied, "The guardian of Yunzhou City is the Jade Emperor sect. There have been no noteworthy abnormalities in Yunzhou in recent years." Fan Shi asked again, "Are you certain?" If Marquis Weiyang does not believe me, this subordinate can summon the people of the Jade Emperor sect for verification. If that is not enough, there are also official documents, local county records, and the assessments of the Qingluo division for you to inspect. Fan Shi thought to himself, strange, why did the south pointing needle point towards Yunzhou? Also, this house I'm standing in. The sense of danger it gives me cannot be faked, but there's also no reason for the city god and the local guardian sect to conspire to create a fake. You were focused on your deductions and didn't notice a space portal opening. Shou's hand had already reached your shoulder. By the time you reacted in alarm, you had already been pulled inside. The city god's face was extremely dark. Marquis Weiyang, have a safe journey. And so, Fan Shi was dragged down into the cultist base. He quickly scanned his surroundings, looking towards the fake messenger. That person is very strong. Shou said, "I have brought the person." Prophet. From the shadows, the prophet stepped out. "You have done well. A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Fan Shi." You exclaimed in surprise, "A Westerner?" You thought to yourself, isn't the source of the danger in Yunzhou the Shanin and the descended gods and Buddhas they summoned? How did it turn into Westerners from the far west? The prophet said, "I wish to express my deepest sympathies to you and your clansmen, who have had to endure the torment of your bloodline." Fan Shi laughed. "It seems you understand us very well. I just don't know who gave you the courage to utter the word sympathy in front of a member of the Fan family." The prophet began to manipulate. "Why don't we be a little more honest with each other now that the old god who played tricks on your clan is dead? Do you not wish to break your clan's bloodline curse and remove the shackles that the old god placed upon you?" Fan Shi said resentfully, "Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big words? Something that even His Majesty the Great Ancestor could not do. You bunch of barbarians dare to boast about." You glanced around and counted again, 7, 8 people, excluding the one holding me, the demonic path fiends locked in the prison, and those outside. Shanin and those other known calamity-level heretical cults have fewer than 8 calamity incarnations. The strength of this group is definitely not as strong as Shanin, even if they possess some clever secret techniques. Their combat power cannot surpass grade A. At most, only 1 or 2 members have calamity-level strength. All of them can be killed. Shou was startled to see Fan Shi break free from his control and shouted, "Prophet, be careful. He's heading for you." Yet he stood there smiling confidently. "It's fine. The messenger will help me stop him." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he rushed from the left, using his hand to block a sword strike from Fan Shi. You didn't think that you were the only God Speedster here, did you? Fan Shi laughed. God Speedster? I've never heard that title before. Is it a way of referring to a realm in the West? He thought to himself, this person's speed, reflexes, and strength are all not bad. My intuition was not wrong. He is very likely the one with the first or second highest strength among the 8 of them. After a brief exchange, both sides immediately retreated. As long as I deal with him before these Westerners realize the gap between us, the rest will be easy to handle. The messenger said, a realm? In our homeland, there are no special words to describe it, because all power belongs to God, and the extraordinary things that happen to us are also gifts from God. Fan Chi exclaimed. What nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the two accelerated, rushing into close combat. The messenger also drew his sword. The two exchanged blows continuously, neither able to touch the other. A man who had just arrived in this world not long ago. The believer, the missionary, spoke up. It's astonishing. Just a mere mortal, yet he can fight on such a level with a follower of the faceless God. No wonder you all chose to hide after coming to this world. This world is very profound. The spirit listener added. The key is there are at least 10 other experts like him in that dynasty called the Great Qin. This world is definitely the one with the strongest forces we have ever encountered. The pursuer exclaimed. The messenger is being suppressed. He immediately summoned the Ding Dalasi. Go help him. The Ding Dalasi's eyes glowed purple, locking onto its target, and it lunged straight forward. Fan Chi turned in surprise and saw the Ding Dalasi opening its huge mouth, ready to bite down. Boom! Something was seen being slammed down from above. It was Fan Chi who had successfully counterattacked. The messenger stopped fighting. You should have listened to what the prophet had to say. Fan Chi smirked inwardly. Very good. He has let his guard down. Swish! A sword pierced his body, and blood splattered. All the witnessing cultists had expressions of astonishment. Fan Chi's true official Dharma form appeared, one hand pressing down on the Ding Dalasi's neck, a sword piercing through the messenger's body. He coughed up blood again. Fool, with this kind of power, why didn't you use it just now? Cough, cough, Fan Chi replied. Dealing with someone as fast as you, if I didn't show weakness, how would I have had the chance to kill you? All right, you could die now. Scene changed to Lu City. After the dimensional wisdom I was killed, the beggar sat up, clutching his head. Zhang Feng reminded him. Behave yourself. Xuan Wu assigned tasks. Watch them. I'm going to destroy the altar. All right. Boom. A corner of Liao City exploded. The aftershock from the battle on Elias' side. The Blood River Ghost is about to reach its limit. I must cut off the blood supply to the blood wheel. Elias' striking force had weakened significantly. Fu laughed smugly. Reach your limit? You damn little brat. The statue of Guanyin has been destroyed. It was Xuan Wu's doing, but he was still puzzled. The statue is destroyed. The descent ritual will be interrupted. But why do I still feel uneasy? Fu Hu, on his side, had also sensed it. The statue of Lord Guanyin has been destroyed? What on earth is that bastard Qin Weiyang up to? Helping Guanyin establish a channel connecting the two worlds is the mission Lord Jin and Lord Junyi gave me. If I let them know that I've messed everything up, then so be it. Even if I get struck by the derivative of the Tao of this world's dynasty, someone like me who is involved with the upper world can only accept it. It's better to be seriously injured than to fail the mission the two lords gave me. He was seen raising his hand and muttering a spell. In the dark night sky of Liao City, a fissure of light suddenly appeared, faintly shining down below. All the experts on both sides noticed. This is trouble. That is the chanting of Spirit Mountain. How wonderful. It seems everyone can't wait any longer. Things have come to this. Gao Sheng, I don't believe you and your descendants can still hold back from acting. As expected, Emperor Jing, observing through the water mirror, also saw the situation. Although this generation of Shanin is clearly not as strong as the previous one, a hasty response can't stop the schemes the enemy has been preparing for who knows how many years. It seems today, I have no choice but to use the Shangfang sword that slays horses. If we predict the worst-case scenario, I might have to strike more than just once. Have all of our sons been summoned? Your Majesty, the several princes in the capital are all waiting outside. Let them in, then prepare the succession ceremony. The eunuch was startled upon hearing this. Your Majesty, Emperor Jing shouted. What are you waiting for? Go. Yes, over on Qinxing's side. This crack, it's so strange. He recalled what Li Dong had said. If things start to develop in a way you don't understand, remember to use the method I taught you to summon the true monarch Qing Yuan Yao Dao. Did the patriarch foresee such a development so long ago? First, he summoned the true monarch Qing Yuan Yao Dao. Then he carved the characters. Lightning began to appear in the heavens. Qinxing raised 2 fingers high and shouted, I invite the true monarch Qing Yuan Yao Dao to descend upon the mortal world. As expected, a bolt of lightning shot down from a hole in the sky. The true monarch Qing Yuan Yao Dao gradually appeared. The layer of lightning gradually dissipated, revealing the real person. Why have you summoned me? Chen Xing clasped his hands and replied, reporting to the true monarch, heretical evildoers have joined forces with upperworld deities to conduct bloody sacrifices in the city, causing strange celestial phenomena. The true monarch Qing Yuan Miaodao asked again, upperworld deities, blood sacrifices, strange celestial phenomena? Then he turned to look at the crack. So that's how it is. Your world has been chosen as a battlefield by the Buddhas of Spirit Mountain. Chen Xing was startled upon hearing this. A battlefield? When you're stronger, you'll be qualified to know. But what those Buddhas are doing is indeed wrong. Your world still has a long way to go before it can be fully penetrated. Establishing a channel at this time is too early, Chen Xing said with a sincere tone. Moreover, many people have been sacrificed. I hope the true monarch can help for the sake of the living beings of this world. All right, but I can only help you deal with the upper world deserters hiding in the city. The crack in the sky, you must find a way to deal with it yourself. Yes, Ruomu worried. That crack seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Ah, she looked down and saw Chen Xing arrive. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Where did you run off to just now? My roots couldn't even sense your existence. Chen Xing smiled. I had a few fortuitous encounters and have fully supplemented the missing inheritance from my sect's patriarch. Ruomu's face showed shock. Patriarch? Wasn't your Tai Chi Dao sect wiped out many years ago? Chen Xing interrupted. Let's not talk about this for now. Where are the others? They went in that direction. Then let's go find them first. Right, you should root yourself a little deeper. We might need it later. Ruomu asked again, are you sure? If I continue to grow, I'll have to absorb nutrients from the ground and the underground river. In that case, even if we win the battle, we won't be able to live in this city anymore. Chen Xing shook his head. We can't worry about that much anymore. Let's solve the matter at hand first. Ruomu complied. All right then. After giving his instructions, Chen Xing also left. The scene shifts to Alai. Covered in wounds, he sat slumped in a corner, without even the strength to stand up. How pathetic. You said, it was already quite good. If it were me, I wouldn't have done much better. The Nanhai little brother's physical foundation is too poor. If it weren't for the king's old friend providing us with Ghost Chi and the Blood River Ghost, we couldn't have even forced that Arhut to use his trump card. That's the theory, but losing to that fellow, I'm still not resigned. Let the king's old friend deal with that Arhut. You find a chance to feign death and escape. Nanhai's soul is with me. That body can be discarded at will. Then we can ask that old friend of the king to go to the ghost market to find a body for Nanhai to be resurrected. Now, let's send out the intelligence on that Arhut first. That's the top priority. All right, Blood River Ghost, I have a favor to ask you. It immediately refused. Young master, you should find someone else. The battle between you and that Arhut has used up all the blood I've accumulated over many years. I really don't have the energy to help you with anything else. It was also at this moment that Fuhu stepped forward. He mumbled a few incantations. Alai turned and said, I was found after all? He laughed. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Huh, he sent someone. Over there. Which little rat is hiding in the shadows? Get out here. Alai also turned his head back. There's still someone in the alley? What kind of sacred being could possibly avoid my danger perception? True monarch Qing Yuan Miaodao stepped out. Fu, the war in the upper realm is at a stalemate. Why aren't you fighting against the outer enemies? What are you doing down in the lower realm? Fuhu was shocked and recognized him. Erlang of Guanko. Why did he appear here? True monarch Qing Yuan Miaodao's voice was full of authority. I'll give you 5 seconds to find reason. 5, 4, 3. Fuhu hurriedly raised his hand. Wait a moment. This matter is related to the mission arranged by the 2 great lords. True monarch Qing Yuan Miaodao asked. 2 great lords? Zhuanti and Jane? Yes, it is. Before he could finish his sentence, true monarch Qing Yuan Miaodao shot forward. Appearing before him with his fist, he punched Fuhu straight, sending him flying 100 meters. How audacious. How could the 2 sect masters do such a heaven-defying thing that harms their merit? You must be making up excuses to deceive me. Alai spoke up. Be careful. That was just one of his avatars. He has many more such avatars. Not only that, he also conceals the Vajra indestructible divine art technique. Martial arts and weapons will all be countered by him. True monarch Qing Yuan Miaodao laughed. It doesn't matter. Whether it's the art of 1,000 transformations or the Vajra indestructible, I am above him in both. As soon as he finished speaking, a large crowd of monks swarmed and surrounded the alley. The Fuhu in this body pointed and shouted, Erlang of Guanko, mind your own business. The battle in the upper realm is so urgent that even the 6 saints have had to exert their power, connecting to the lower realm to promote the birth of soul essence. This is the decision of the 6 great lords. Do you intend to rebel? True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao replied, "Don't use righteousness to pressure me." Fu Hu said loudly, "The two great lords chose this world for their own reasons. If you continue to obstruct me, don't blame me for not showing you any courtesy." True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao was defiant. "You don't need to show any." Fu Hu was furious. This stubborn fool. "Forget it, everyone attack." As he finished speaking, the crowd of monks charged down in unison. True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao thought to himself, "So much nonsense. In the end, you still have to fight." He pointed to the sky, "The thunder above, hear my command." And so, a whole line of lightning bolts struck down along the alley. The entire crowd of monks was vaporized in an instant. Ali was completely unharmed. True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao turned around and walked towards the shadows from before. Ali was shocked. What terrifying lightning magic. This king is likely a famous figure in the Great Thousand Worlds. But what's more noteworthy is the master who provided the Dharma form for this king to descend. He must have stored an astonishing amount of chi for this Dharma form. Otherwise, this king would not have used such powerful lightning magic so casually. True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao stopped in front of Ali. "I've chased that bald donkey away. You go meet your master. Leave the rest to me." Ali replied, "I know a spell that uses the thread of fate to search. I can help you find the Arhat's main body." True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao shook his head. "No need. I have my own way." He was seen looking up to the sky and whistling with his mouth. At the same time, in the second level of the Kaifeng heavenly prison, the ears of the guard dog perked up upon hearing it. Although it was knocked out, the voice of true monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao flashed in its mind. Where is the descendant of the howling celestial dog? It stood up and looked around. Nothing made any sense here. Ah, that's right. With all its might, it took a deep breath, then let out a bark. It formed a water mirror, and thus saw true monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao. The dog was overjoyed. It immediately leaped into the water mirror, and the water mirror instantly vanished on the spot. Teleporting straight to true monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao's side, the first thing the dog did was to lick him all over. He commanded, "That's right, sit." The dog obeyed, sitting down with a thud. It was freaking huge. True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao said, "Smaller." It received the command and immediately shrank. True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao pointed, Go find all the second heavy bodies in the city that you feel are a threat." After hearing this, it sniffed the ground to recognize Fu Hu's scent. True monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao turned his head to say goodbye. "I have other business. Please excuse me." Then both man and dog zipped away. The scene shifts to Emperor Jing. The chest was opened. Inside was a pool of blood. Emperor Jing dipped his hand in and took out the sword. "Is my son of heaven's fortune enough to deliver the second strike?" Some dark marks appeared on his hand. Lu Che, standing nearby, said, "Your Majesty's achievements need no retelling. The miracle of quelling the 4 disasters of flood, drought, plague, and war alone has surpassed the kings of all dynasties in the history books. This servant believes that your Majesty will definitely be able to deliver the second strike." Emperor Jing looked at the sword. "I hope so." The eunuch standing outside called out, "Your Majesty, the 3rd, 4th princes, and the 5th princess, they..." Emperor Jing turned. "They've come at the right time. My children." At the same time, in Liao City, Xuanwu looked up at the sky. The world has been torn by a crack? Is a red dust immortal from another world attempting to use force to break the world's barrier and forcibly descend? He's insane. Doesn't he know that descending like this will attract the outer evil gods wandering around this world? Zhong Kuei continued, "No, this gap was not open from the outside. Before the 6 saints established the order of the Great Thousand Worlds, conquests between small thousand worlds were very common. The red dust immortals of that time, in order to advance further, those with great strength actively plundered the Tao and origin of other small thousand worlds. Meanwhile, those who were not strong enough tried their best to hide the origin of their own Tao in the small thousand world they lived in, to kill and seize other red dust immortals and the path and Tao they mastered. The red dust immortals of that era successively created second heavy bodies to locate and assimilate other worlds. They would transfer the power of their main body to the designated second heavy body and also borrow the hand of the second heavy body to proactively open the world's gate to help the main body descend." Xuanwu asked, "So that crack in sky was made by that Arhat? He's using this method to help his comrades enter this world." "Correct. However, the commotion caused by this method is too great, the purpose too obvious. It will surely awaken the red dust immortals in the target world, leading to being besieged by a large number of red dust immortals. Generally, unless one has absolute certainty or has reached an agreement with the red dust immortals of the target world, very few would descend in this way." The scene shifts to a certain lake outside the pass, deep at the bottom of the lake. In this cave, there's something strange. It is the red dust immortal of all things, who has sensed it and opened its eyes. Is it about to begin? Back to true monarch Qing Yuan Yao Dao. He was moving through the air with his dog. Suddenly, he saw someone blocking his path. Old man of longevity, why are you here? The true monarch of the South Pole replied. Erlang of Guanko, I still hope you will not obstruct Fuhu. He replied, I really don't understand. The mission the Celestial Lord gave you should be to unite the heroes of the small 1,000 worlds to fight against the outer evil gods, right? What do you mean by abandoning your duty and messing around with that bald donkey from the Western sect? The true monarch of the South Pole replied, this is very complicated to explain. I still hope Erlang will give me some face for the sake of our shared connection to the Jade Void Palace. And wait quietly for a moment. It won't keep you waiting for long. Speaking of the Shangfang horse-slaying sword, it is the supreme treasure formed by the intertwining of the dynasty's kingship and the Tao of life and death of this world. It is the power that the great Jin uses to suppress all things and calamities. Behind its supreme power, the conditions for its use and the price to be paid are extremely harsh. From ancient times to the present, no king who used this sword to destroy their enemies has had a peaceful end. Returning to the present, Emperor Jing wiped the remaining blood from the sword. You've come at the right time, my children. The fourth prince, Gao Rue, spoke up. Imperial father, head eunuch Chang, said you want to begin the succession ceremony. Why? Emperor Jing frowned. What kind of mindless question is that? How could you even think of it? Use your brain a little. Your great-grandfather single-handedly founded the Great Jin. Under what circumstances would he suddenly begin the succession ceremony? The fifth princess, Gao Jiao, spoke up. It could only be that the forces outside the pass have broken through Yinmen Pass, or a nation-ending disaster has occurred that even the combined power of the Four Symbols Association cannot resolve. Hearing this, Emperor Jing sighed in relief. Finally, there's one less to worry about. He asked, the price of using the horse-slaying sword. How much do you remember? The third prince, Gao Zhi, replied. Only the reigning son of heaven can wield the imperial horse-slaying sword. Using this sword to eliminate the dynasty's enemies will consume the son of heaven's fortune. If the son of heaven's fortune is insufficient, it will use the son of heaven's soul, fate, lifespan, and even his very trace of existence as fuel, consuming them as well. Throughout history, emperors who have used the imperial horse-slaying sword have died suddenly on the spot. 9 out of 10, and the remaining one, also. Gao Jing's face was icy. Continue. Gao Zhi continued. They're all like lamps running out of oil. Very few of them live for more than 3 months. Gao Jing nodded. That's right. We have drawn the horse-slaying sword. Once this sword is drawn, it must drink its fill of an emperor's blood before it can be sheathed. Our time is short. We must choose one among you to watch over this land in our stead, to protect the millions of our people. Do any of you wish to take up the heavy burden on our shoulders, to taste the feeling of sitting on that dragon throne? Lu Che glanced over this group of princes and princesses and sighed. Definitely not. The dragon throne of the Gao family is not so easy to sit on. When Gao Sheng was on the throne, in order to restore the prestige of the Qin and Han dynasties, and to prevent future generations from abolishing it out of fear of military commanders usurping the throne, he forged the dragon throne through the irreversible permanence of the dynastic Jade Seal. And from Gao Sheng's generation onward, sitting on the dragon throne and enjoying the world was no longer a blessing in the mortal realm, but had become the longest, most desperate form of punishment. Once one sits on that dragon throne, delicacies from mountains and seas, peerless beauties, rare and exotic treasures, all the things worth pursuing in life, no longer bring any joy. Gradually, as humanity is depleted, within the body of the emperor who is slowly being possessed by that corpsification, only absolute reason and the responsibility of being an emperor remain. To this day, I still clearly remember the fate of Emperor Gao Shou. He held the entire world and should have been revered by all, yet an emperor who loved luxury and pleasure in his final years ended up so desperate. Haha, any ordinary person who saw such a scene would regard the forbidden area in the imperial palace as a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Garue spoke up. Imperial father, eldest brother, and second brother are not in the capital. Based on your many years of merit, striking with the sword will surely lead to that consequence. Why not wait for them to return? Emperor Jing replied. They're more suited for this than you are. Do you think we don't know? But how do you know that the opponent Great Jin currently faces can be dealt with by a single strike of our sword? What if a second strike, or a third, is needed? If we were to die suddenly there, without a new dragon to support the vast land, do you think the enemies that your great-grandfather, your grandfather, and we have suppressed for 3 generations would rise up and return to destroy our life's work? Is this all the courage you have? He sighed inwardly. Although he had long known they could not bear the burden, even a little comfort would have been welcome. Among the children, someone suddenly spoke up. It was the 6th prince, Jing Ying, who shouted loudly. Let me. His sister Gao Jiao turned to him. Little Six, are you mad? Didn't we tell you about the final fates of great-grandfather and grandfather? Why do you still want to jump into that pit of fire? Jing Ying smiled brightly. But someone still has to step up, right? After hearing this, Emperor Jing praised. Well said. Consort Shu, on the other hand, has borne us a good son. Jing Ying stepped closer. If I become emperor, can you spare third brother, fourth brother, fifth sister, and little sister, let them go where they want to go, and live the lives they want, instead of being imprisoned in the capital and forced to sit on that man-eating chair? Hearing this, the fourth prince felt a turmoil of emotions, his fists clenched. To be protected by little Six, who was so much younger than him. Gao Rui, you really are a good-for-nothing. The youngest sister asked. Sister Jiao Jiao, what is Sixth brother going to do? Gao Jiao just looked at her without answering. Emperor Jing said, of course, but the premise is that you must sit on this throne long enough. If you have a short life, you won't be able to protect your brothers and sisters. Jing smiled. You need not worry about that, Emperor Emeritus. He looked at the boy's attitude, extremely satisfied. Interesting. Chong Pampan, when will Gong Zheng be finished over there? Probably soon. He has gone to retrieve the imperial seal of the realm. Good. In that case, before the ceremony begins, let us meet someone for a moment. The so-called gods are nowhere to be seen in times of chaos, but manifest in times of prosperity. Returning to the crack in the sky above Liao City, Xuanwu wondered, how do we seal that crack in the sky? Or rather, should we find the true body of that Arhut first? Zhong Kuei continued, the two can be done simultaneously. As long as the rift in the sky remains, it is equivalent to opening a channel for the upper realm to interfere with this world. Before it expands enough for the great figures of the upper realm to descend, this rift must be destroyed, and the Arhut who arranged it must also be expelled. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Xing arrived. I've finally found you. I'm a martial artist guarding Dong-A. I have intelligence to report to you too. Xuanwu and Zhong Kuei were a little surprised. As for Fu Hu, the true monarch of the South Pole, sent a telepathic message. I have intercepted Erling of Guankou, but I can't hold him for long. You'd better hurry. He replied, understood. This trouble was clearly caused by the disunity of the Jade Void Palace. Yet you act as if this venerable one owes you a debt. But setting that aside, I have clearly fulfilled the prerequisites for the descent. Why haven't you masters descended yet? Scene changed to the other side of the rift. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva asked, why the hesitation? Guanyin turned and replied, the mortal dynasty on the other side of the rift still has an unused trump card. If I cross the boundary and descend now, I will be struck by a supreme Dharma treasure. Samantabhadra wondered, didn't Muza, Mo, Lisho, and Fuhu already descend a step ahead to deplete that dynasty's power? How can the other side still have a supreme Dharma treasure? Guanyin replied, that place was, after all, my former land of Tao propagation. The miraculous Tao of marvelous arts is very rare among the vast minor kiliocosms. A world where the two Taos of marvelous arts and calamity coexist is very likely to produce some powerful mortals who are beyond the rules. Haven't the failures and subsequent expulsions of Muza and Mo, Lisho already proven this point? Samantabhadra worried, but if we delay too long, won't it attract the Tao propagator of the dynastic Tao? The gains might not outweigh the losses. Guanyin replied, no problem. I have already received the support of 3 other Taoist friends. If the dynastic Tao appears, they will appear as well. Scene changed back to Qin Xing. He recounted, besides the Tongchao monks in the open, there are also many mortals in the city who have been secretly transformed by him into derivatives of Buddhist law. Whether they are human or monk depends on a single thought from the Arhut. Xuanwu asked, is this kind of transformation irreversible? It's not. Then this is serious. Considering the opponent's methods of concealment, besides Liao City, there may be many more hidden outside. To find and deal with them all at once, only a high-level existence of the Tao of life and death could do it. But something big is happening in the underworld right now, and all those in charge have disappeared. Zhong Kuei spoke up, so that's how it is. This clears everything up. Chun Xing and Xuanwu turned, not understanding Zhong Kuei's meaning. He continued, before coming to Liao City, I met a god Buddha who had descended, and I saw this technique from him. If that Arhut has hidden this trump card until now, I suspect it's not for himself, but in preparation for that great power from the upper realm who is about to descend. Xuanwu narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Sonqui speculatet. The reason the upper realm has its eyes on this world is because this world has the Tao of life and death, and the Tao of life and death has basically fallen. When the Tao of life and death is vacant, but under circumstances where most of this world's other orders are still intact. The speed at which the evil gods can seize this world is limited, and it is very difficult for them to punish those who deceive life and death, like the red dust immortals of our Tao of life and death. So then, if the god Buddhas descend end using this technique, it's almost equivalent to having countless chances to return. In this way, the battle between the god Buddhas and the evil gods will be a stalemate. At the same time, their descent will attract the attention of the red dust immortals here, helping those evil gods bypass the red dust immortals blockade and descend as well. After that, Liao City will become the battlefield between them and the evil gods. And the outcome of this battle will become a decisive reference for whether the upper realm should popularize this technique on a large scale and launch a counterattack. Scene change to Samantabhadra's conversation. So it turns out there was such a layer of meaning behind the mission entrusted by the two great lords, using the enemy's strength to compensate for our own weakness. If this technique is truly feasible, then the state of our war with that chaotic world might be completely reversed. Guanyin continued, on the condition that the enemy doesn't do what we are doing. At the same time, in the hall of King Yama, the one sitting on that seat was the ruler of the old days, the outer god, the king in yellow, Hastur. He began to sit up, taking an ink brush from the rack, opened the book of life and death, and began flipping through the pages, searching for a name. He took the brush and made a mark. Scene changed to Fan Shi. He confidently waved his hand. Who's next? The crowd of believers was silent. No one answered. Finally, a missionary spoke up in discussion. This kid is so arrogant. The spirit listener continued. The messenger has already been defeated. Going up one by one, I'm afraid, is a bit much. The head intimidator understood and asked, how about we go up together? Suddenly, the messenger's voice rang out. Who gave you permission to act? He is mine. Hearing this, Fan Shi was startled and turned his head. This voice, it was the messenger, returned from the dead. This time, I won't fall for your trap again, kid. Meanwhile, Xing Yueza was still waiting for Fan Shi in the sky. Something's not right. It's too quiet. Daoist friend, you wait here. I'll go down and take a look. Okay, to be sure, he performed the 5 elements cycle void evasion. His entire body began to phase through all physical matter. The myriad will's umbrella was also affected by the technique. Yueza, in one motion, jumped straight down into the hole Fan Shi had created earlier. The same words as when the boy went down. No one here? That can't be right. While I was up there, I didn't see the Marquis of Wuyang leave this house. Why is there no one here? Meanwhile, underground, Fan Shi pointed directly at his face and exclaimed, impossible. A strike through the heart. How are you still alive? Just as the messenger replied. This is, of course, thanks to the grace of the Lord. He suddenly appeared behind Fan Shi with a sword. Just as the boy reflexively turned his head, there was a slash. Luckily reacted in time, taking a step back, so the slash veered into his shoulder. The messenger asked, why is your speed slowed down? Is it because your heart is wavering? Is it because you know I can resurrect? Fan Shi was furious. So what if you can resurrect? It just means I'll have to kill you one more time. There's nothing difficult about it. Calm down, Fan Shi. Calm down. Let's temporarily assume that the opponent has mastered a resurrection technique similar to the 7 stars pointing to fate. Aren't cultivators of the 7 stars pointing to fate the ones who best understand the flaws of this kind of ultimate technique? While he was still dazed, the messenger saw a good opportunity and immediately rushed forward. Fan Shi was startled and realized it. Again, it was his reaction speed. He dodged to the left to avoid the sword strike, but was still grazed across the cheek by a slash. The messenger gloated, haha, as expected, you're hesitating, you're starting to get scared, little devil. Fan Shi cursed angrily, you son of a bitch. With that, the two rushed into close combat. The speed was terrifying. The believers watched as if 2 gusts of wind were darting from one place to another. The pursuer concluded, it's undeniable. In terms of individual strength, we are indeed far inferior to this youth. If not for the gift of immortality bestowed by the king in yellow, the situation would have likely turned into us besieging and killing this youth, and we would have had to pay the price of 3 or 4 people to achieve a Pyrrhic victory. The messenger crowed, is that all? Is that all you've got? What 1,000-year nobility? What born to fight? The prophet's high evaluation of you was a waste. You and your bloodline are fundamentally not worth mentioning in the face of the Lord's grace. Fan Shi began to get angry. I won't allow you to insult my lineage. He ripped his shirt open, transforming into the destruction state. The messenger was startled and took a step back. Fan Shi clenched his fist. Immediately, a pile of blades and spears flew towards the messenger. There was no reaction from him at all. He was just impaled by every single sword and spear. The watching believers were shocked. The messenger fell from the sky to the ground. The missionary was shocked. No way. Is that kid that strong? The head intimidator added, missionary, the convert's intelligence has a problem. The 4 generals of Great Gene are fundamentally not on the same level as the wild calamities we've encountered before. Now it seems that behind his collaboration with the wild calamity in Dong-A to inflict heavy damage on the 4 symbols vermilion bird, there is definitely something hidden. From above, Fan Shi saw that the messenger had been sent to his death by one of his moves, but he didn't seem happy. Damn it, both my trump cards, the power of the Nether Capital, and the 100 Weapons Dance have been exposed. Originally, I wanted to slowly probe and kill them all before they realized the gap between the enemy and themselves. Now I can only rely on a swift attack to kill a few more before that Westerner with spatial displacement ability acts. No sooner said than done, he immediately took action. The head intimidator had just exclaimed, "Everyone be careful, he's getting serious." And they only saw Fan Shi's blade and voice flash by. The second one, just as his head was cut in two. The massacre of the others continued. They shouted, "Someone stop him. It's no use, his speed is too fast." Spirit Listener, pinpoint that little brat's position for a moment. Thwack, the Spirit Listener also fell. Their leader, Thursday, began to act, creating a spatial displacement. Fan Shi, having just finished one off, also noticed, looking straight in the prophet's direction. He didn't hesitate much, turned around, and went straight inside. Fan Shi angrily rushed forward, trying to run, but it seemed he was too late. Before leaving, he even laughed and said, "We'll meet again later, favored child of heaven of great gene. Stay here for me." Fan Shi gripped his sword with both hands. "Get back here." He managed to strike, but he struck straight into the void gate, and his sword was also broken in two. So the leader still got away. But at least there are some specimens left. The energy of these Westerners is too bizarre. I need to coordinate with the Punishment and Prison Department and the Celestial General Department to eliminate them before they cause any trouble. At the same time, Xing Yueza was on a rooftop and noticed the two, the Prophet and Thursday, teleporting up. Thursday said, "Prophet, can you contact the King in Yellow now? That youth's speed and killing ability are not something we can handle right now. To retrieve the bodies of the messenger and the others, I'm afraid we'll need to." The Prophet smiled. With such an incident occurring, the King in Yellow, who holds control over life and death in this world, will surely have detected it. He will definitely respond to the blasphemy of that favored child of heaven. Cut to the underworld hall of King Yama. Hasi Fa was surprised to see a name crossed out in the Book of Life and Death. Scene changed to Liao City. Chun Xing said, "In that case, the urgent task now is to prioritize dealing with the Arhin and his Buddhist derivatives." Zhong Kuei asked, "Who will handle it?" Xuanwu volunteered, "Let me go." He thought to himself, this matter must be resolved quickly. His Majesty must absolutely not find out. Otherwise, he will surely use the Imperial Horse-Slaying Sword. And during a time of national turmoil and a chaotic situation, the ruler cannot be changed. Chun Xing said, "Then I will go handle that rift in the sky." Zhong Kuei seemed unconvinced. Destroying that rift requires pure power, enough to tear the void apart. Although you are very strong, you're not strong enough yet. Do you understand what I mean? Chun Xing, while taking something out, said, "True, but with this, it should probably be fine." The two saw the horn and were quite curious. This is? The power of all things was so strong it overflowed. This, perhaps, is a supreme magic treasure comparable to the Imperial Horse-Slaying Sword and the Imperial Seal of the Realm. Where on earth did this martial artist from Dongye come from? Zhong Kuei spoke up. A supreme Buddhist treasure formed by the intertwining of all things and wondrous skills. The power it carries is indeed very strong for destroying that rift. But the price for using it must be very high. Using it, you could die. Chun Xing's face was resolute. For the people and for Nam Dao, what does it matter if I die? After hearing this, Xuanwu couldn't help but exclaim, "Well said. For Dongye to have a young friend like you guarding, it is truly a blessing for its people. After this is over, no matter what price you want, I will definitely ask His Majesty to compensate you. Let me confirm one last time. I will handle the Buddhist derivatives in the city. You are in charge of the rift in the sky. The Qingzhou swordmaster over there will act with you later. Is that a problem?" Chun Xing replied, "No problem." Turning to see the beggar, that seems to be... The beggar also noticed his gaze and snapped, "Don't say you know me." Xuanwu asked, "What's wrong? Do you know that person named Hua Zi?" Chun Xing gave a faint smile. "I don't know him, but his face is a bit familiar. Perhaps I've seen his wanted poster somewhere." The beggar sighed in relief upon hearing this. Xuanwu said, "Normally, these followers of heretical paths, if they haven't committed any crimes, how could they be in the same place as that madman who believes in an outer god?" Chun Xing held the horn to his forehead. The power of all things gradually dissipated. Then the horn shrank, sinking into his sea of consciousness. His body instantly transformed with just a single exhale, shaking the entire area. Zhong Kuei and Xuanwu exclaimed, "Such a domineering aura. This temperament is similar to the Lord of the Demon Path beyond the pass, but it's completely different." Feng Cheng, however, recognized it. "That's the horn of Quan On Nu. There's no mistake. I never expected she would give such a treasure to an outsider." 15 seconds passed. Chun Xing had completely transformed into a new state. "I'm off." Xuanwu nodded. "May the winds be in your favor." With that, Chun Xing immediately flew off, soaring straight into the sky above Liao City. Looking at the rift, he recalled the third princess's words, "The power within it is a bit too great for you right now, so be careful when you use it." He muttered, "Then let's use 30% of its power first." With that, he opened his mouth, accumulating a ball of energy in front of it. This aftershock was felt from Qin Weiyang to immortals like the South Pole True Lord, Erlang, and Guanyin. The energy was fully accumulated. Chun Xing released it, straight at that golden rift. But surprisingly, it only managed to dispel the dark clouds, and through those dark clouds, another layer of defense appeared, completely unaffected. Chun Xing exclaimed, "What is that? An invisible wall is protecting that rift?" Up above, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva wondered, "What was that just now?" Guanyin continued, "Even if it's not a supreme magic treasure, it's not much different. Fortunately, I created the hidden wall beforehand. Otherwise, the rift that Fuhu created couldn't have withstood this one blow. Truly astonishing. The background of this world where I once existed." The two, Erlang and his companion, who were talking, also noticed Chun Xing. "Is that him?" He turned and asked, "Have we waited long enough?" The South Pole True Lord replied, "I still hope Erlang can be a little more patient." He said, "For the sake of the Celestial Venerable's face, I can wait for you for one more incense stick's time. After one incense stick, if I still don't see your so-called turning point, you know my temper." Cut to Fuhu's side. Why are there so many masters appearing today? Could it be that the mortal immortals of this world are secretly obstructing us? That shouldn't be, right? The ambassador clearly received their tacit approval. And the ambassador, if she had time to release the hidden wall, why not descend and stabilize the passage? Wait, could it be that she is wary of the supreme magic treasure that this dynasty possesses? Then it all makes sense why Musa and Mo Liso withdrew from here. So early is also related to this, because there will always be an unlucky one killed by the supreme magic treasure. So of course it's safer to leave the scene earlier. These bastards, scheming even against me. Up above, Chun Xing wondered to himself, 30% power wasn't enough? Then 50% it is. With that, he continued to accumulate another surge of power. At the same time, in the upper realm, the two, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and his companion, looked at the aftershock. It's still that surge of power, but much stronger than last time. Your hidden wall, I'm afraid. Guanyin began to waver a little. Cut to the bottom of that deep lake. Inside was the mortal immortal of the myriad things suppressing the wilds. Was it the breath of the thing that competes with heaven's favor just now? Are there still pure-blooded descendants of Quan On Nu in this world? It thought for a few seconds, then shot up out of the lake, heading straight for Chun Xing. I must find out who is using that power. The demonic beasts in the forest all sensed it as the mortal immortal of the myriad things suppressing the wilds flew by. What is that? It's His Majesty suppressing the wilds. Has he finally decided to officially declare war on the great Jin dynasty? To Yanmen Pass. Let's go with our king. Just a few minutes later, they had approached the border of Yanmen Pass. A guard worried. Are the demon hordes rebelling? He reported, Lord Liu, the demonic path outside the pass is about to break through the gate. Lord Liu opened the door and shouted, Quiet, I can see. The beasts are swarming over. How many more times must you brainless beasts be beaten before you learn your lesson? Bring me my wind-gathering banner. Yes, sir. The scene shifts to the believers, who are being continuously slain by Fan Chi. Accordingly, the names in the Book of Life and Death are also being crossed out one after another. Haster began to ponder. The false messenger had revived. Fan Chi noticed he's revived again. How many times has it been? Isn't it over yet? Haster used the Book of Life and Death once more. But this time, unexpectedly, the pen he was writing with broke. Realizing something, he immediately stood up, left his seat, and flew away. With a snap of his fingers, a doorman door appeared. He slipped through it and left. Poof! The scene shifts to Liao City. A giant hand is appearing in front of Chun Xing. Is it a hand reaching out from the opposite side, behind the invisible wall? Interesting. Below, Xuanwu's withered wood greets. Spring continues to spread with every passing second. Wu Yang is on a nearby rooftop. Withered wood greets spring is covering the entire city. It seems Ao Wu has discovered Fuhu's scheme in this city. I can't hide anymore. I must remind Fuhu. He immediately wrote a sound-transmitting character, sending it to Fuhu. Fuhu, they're investigating your arrangements in the city. If you don't come out to draw their fire, our plan will be ruined. After hearing this, he snapped, On what ground should I be the one to act? Musa, Mo Liso, and you all are truly calculating, retreating early, and leaving the problem to me. On what grounds? Wu Yang replied, This division of labor was decided by everyone long ago. Assisting Guanyin's descent to the mortal realm was your own choice. You can't just shirk your responsibility because the mission's difficulty has increased. Fuhu continued to shout, Is that what you call a little increase? Wu Yang continued, let me make this clear one last time. If the two sages' plan goes awry, I, who am not even a mortal immortal, have absolutely no standing to bear this responsibility. In the end, who will have to face the sage's wrath? I don't need to say more, do I? After hearing those words, Fu Hu's attitude began to change. Though unwilling, he still had to do it. We'll settle this score later, you damn dreamscape cultivator. Fourth finger, Dharma idol of heaven and earth. Everyone in the city felt the aftershock. It was Fu Hu. He burned his fourth finger and immediately became gigantic, shouting loudly, no need to search anymore. This venerable one is here. Xuanwu had locked onto the target. No need to search anymore? Haha, I didn't expect you to actively draw our fire, which further confirms our previous suspicions. The hidden things in this city must be eliminated first. After we deal with them, this old man will come and take care of you. As Fu Hu shouted, if you're a man, come out and fight this venerable one. Zhan Feng flew over on his sword. Did you hear that? Zhan Feng noticed something. After shouting for a while, no one was paying any attention to Fu Hu. Fine, if you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. He looked towards Qin Xing and shouted. He also turned his head to look back. He saw him preparing to unleash the heavenly five-fire wheel transmission. As he finished speaking, many fireballs were released towards Qin Xing. But the one who defended was Zhan Feng. Don't be distracted, just leave him to me. Qin Xing replied, all right. Fu Hu asked, you think you can stop this old venerable one? Just as he finished speaking, Xuanwu's technique bound his legs tightly. What about adding me? At the same time at Yinmen Pass, Lord Lu seemed confident. Looking closely, they were just a few ordinary lesser demons and monsters. There's no great demon leading them. It's just the spontaneous action of some low-level demons. Although I don't know what's gotten into these guys. Since you've come, you might as well all stay here. As he finished speaking, he used Dark Sun, tossing it high. Then he took the palm leaf fan and fanned it forcefully. The Dark Suns headed straight for the horde of beasts. A giant was startled and shouted, what is that? Scatter. The Gate Guardian's great sun strike is coming. Boom, boom, boom. The unlucky ones took a hit and were logged out on the spot, while the lucky ones managed to turn and flee. High above, Yi also noticed the explosion, but its decision was to ignore its own kind and continue to accelerate away. With just one series of strikes from Lord Lu, the horde of beasts retreated completely. The deputy leader observed, my lord, the demonic path outside the pass has retreated. Lord Lu was mentally patting himself on the back. My destiny is still full. When my blood is vigorous, Yinmen Pass can never be conquered. When will these brainless beasts realize that the great Jin's territory is completely unshakable? Then suddenly, someone came running breathlessly. Lord Lu, this is bad. What is it? Why are you in such a flustered panic? Taking advantage of the country's chaotic situation and the unpredictability of heavenly secrets, the Lord of the demonic path outside the pass has snuck out alone and is heading towards Hunan Dao. The news was like a hard slap to Lord Lu's complacency. The scene shifts to the group of prophets, but the convert did conceal some intelligence about the four generals. This point is accurate. His faith in the Lord is not absolute. His loyalty needs a little punishment. Perhaps the thought seal carved into his soul by the missionary has loosened. Wait for them to return after completing their work, then carve another seal. After hearing them discuss, Hiyueza thought to himself, the convert, the Lord. Are these Westerners followers of a heretical cult? In that case, the disappearance of Marquis Wu Yang is very likely related to them. Inside, Fan Shi continued to deal with the believers. But this person isn't reviving anymore. Has he reached his limit? In a moment, I'll use the Black Talisman wooden tablet to contact my father, have him notify the Qingluo division to pinpoint this location, and conveniently collect the bodies of these heretical cultists. Just as he retracted his combat stance, a doorman door suddenly appeared. A door? Did those two heretical cultists call for reinforcements to return? No, that doorman door belongs to Haster. As for the Battle of the Doors, a man lying inside a dragon's mouth screamed, don't just stand there watching. Hurry up and save me. Ning Zhong clapped and laughed. Not bad, not bad. Try a little harder and you might be able to get out. The painting gallery book Immortal scowled. Only a ghost would believe you. Outside, the Kaifeng Sky Prison, the first underground level, Gao Zheng had arrived with his attendants. The doorknob asked, who goes there? What is your business? The old man replied, the destiny of the 9 dragons has ended. Minister of the Imperial Clan Court, Gao Zheng, has come to retrieve the heirloom seal of the realm and welcome the new emperor to the throne. The doorknob demanded verification of his identity. Step forward. Gao Zheng knew this procedure. He approached, rolled up his sleeve, and put his arm into its mouth. The bite looked excruciatingly painful. Strawberry syrup dripped everywhere. The taste is correct. You may enter. And so, Gao Zheng was allowed through. As he stepped into the prison area, the prisoners on both sides started murmuring, "Someone else is here. It's really lively today. Haha, isn't the great Jean about to fall?" Gao Zheng stopped short when he noticed the door of a cell was open. It was the cell that originally held by Shi. The cell door is open. Did a prisoner escape? A prisoner in the next cell laughed. "Want to know? Come over and ask this grandpa." Gao Zheng glanced at him and then approached. "What happened here not long ago?" The prisoner said arrogantly, "Call me grandpa once, and I'll tell you, my good grandson." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Zheng reached out and grabbed his face. "Forget it. I'll find out myself." The prisoner cried out in a panicked voice, "What are you doing?" Gao Zheng closed his eyes, and all the events that had transpired earlier appeared before him. So that's what happened. As he finished speaking, the old man let go, and the prisoner collapsed unconscious on the ground. Experts disguised as Jia tongue demons broke into the sky prison. The metal guards were ineffective against them. Moreover, this group has gone down to the deeper levels of the sky prison. For now, it's unknown whether their target is the prisoners on the lower levels or the nation-suppressing treasure on the deepest level. Go to the lower level. All the recent events were observed by Zhu Ping. Is that person in official robes the minister of the Imperial Clan Court of Great Jean? The minister of the Imperial Clan Court manages affairs within the palace. Why would he appear in the sky prison? Returning to Fan Shi's location, the door vanished. Haster looked around. Fan Shi was quite surprised. My vision is actually unable to see his true form under that yellow cloak. Could it be that the yellow cloak is a high-grade magical artifact with a concealing effect? While lost in thought, he was startled to see Haster disappear from his sight. In the next moment, he had already appeared right in front of him. He reached out his hand, gave a light flick, and Fan Shi's head flew straight back. "Body, stay here. Head, off you go." Damn, he's on a whole other level. At this time, Gao Zheng also descended to the second level of the sky prison. The old man's soldiers stared at the hole, their mouths agape. How on earth was this hole made? That's right, you can't even see the bottom. Do you think those villains who broke into the sky prison have? Be careful. Gao Zheng scanned the second level. A large amount of anonymous negative karmic power was scattered around. Among the intruders, is there an expert who cultivates the divine path? Also, looking again, the divine hound is nowhere to be seen. The old man moved towards a door. The prisoners and cells on this level are also gone. Did Ning Zhong act to change the internal layout of the sky prison? You all stay here. I'll go down and take a look. Yes, sir. The recent conversation was overheard by Zhu Dai's two paper figures. Old Gao Zheng jumped down, but didn't notice them. The scene shifts back to Fan Shi. A flame of life has been extinguished. He woke up in a state of panic and quickly jumped to his feet. He looked at the person in front of him, who was already sitting on a chair, waiting. Haster closed his book and asked, "You're awake?" Fan Shi was worried. He knows I have a resurrection technique. He clearly knew and still deliberately let me revive. This guy doesn't see me as a threat at all. Haster decided to stand up and fly towards Fan Shi. "I'm very interested in you. Become my man." Without much thought, he immediately refused in your dreams. Calm down. The opponent's speed isn't so fast that I can't react. I just need to predict it a little. While lost in thought, he looked up and saw him appear in front of him again with a snap of his fingers. In that case, one more time. Fan Shi reacted in time, retreating, but was still injured, leaving a sword gash on him. That's right. With such a large gap in power, this yellow-robed monster won't see me as a threat. I need to first unleash a strong qigong to protect my head, then strike with my sword at the right moment, and he will. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, two tentacles grew out from his cloak, grabbing Fan Shi's sword and tossing it aside. Dying once was enough for you to figure out how to counter it? You're much stronger than the ones I brought to this world. Really, it makes me want you to be one of my people more and more. The speed of the attack was too fast, for tentacles quickly restrained Fan Shi's entire body. So what is your answer? Fan Shi replied defiantly, "It's still the same answer in your dreams." A voice echoed in his head. He is not someone your current self can deal with. Quickly, give me your body. Now, the weak flame of life suddenly changed color, completely turning white. The amount of yin energy in Fan Shi's body erupted. He smiled. It's time to get some fresh air. Hujia! With a roar, he instantly shattered the four tentacles and the clothes. Haster was once again surprised. The Fanha Dharma idol reappeared. Next, I will be your opponent. Haster also realized one body, two souls with traces of human intervention. What an interesting modification. The scene shifts to Kai Feng's sky prison. Dao Chu was furious. Painting gallery book, "You damn bastard, you watched me die and did nothing. Even as a ghost, I won't let you all go." As he finished speaking, the dragon also devoured him. Judai turned and asked, "Are you so sure about this?" The painting gallery book immortal replied, "What else can we do? That bastard Ning Zhong is clearly torturing us for his own release. We can't escape with a direct confrontation. We can only rely on your paper effigy to go to the upper floor to find your older brother, and use your Zhu family's secret art to send our 1 hun and 2 souls to the outside world. Without a physical body, we could buy a new one at the Bashu Ghost Market. If we lack a soul, we can use heretical methods to compensate. But if we stay in the sky prison, we will sooner or later be used to supplement the fate of the 4 symbols." Besides, Ning Zhong had no good intentions from start. 3 of the 5 doors he opened lead to the world within the painting. If someone else got lost in the world within the painting, they might never be able to figure it out on their own in this lifetime. But the ultimate technique I possess is different, and that bastard Ning Zhong knows this, so he is extremely wary of me. Over here, Ning Zhong was also assessing the situation. No matter how foolish the painting gallery immortal is, he has probably realized that escaping into the world within the painting is his only way out. Counting him and that little brat surnamed Zhu, the number of dead and escaped is almost enough. I can report back now. Hurry up, let this farce have a perfect ending. Suddenly, Gao Zheng's voice rang out. "Ning Zhong, what are you doing?" He turned his head in a daze. In that prison cell, Li Zunxiao noticed an opening, a good chance. As he finished speaking, he and the queen immediately shot towards the exit. Gao Zheng was bewildered, that is. Ning Zhong was startled and reacted, but it was too late. This is not good. And so, they successfully escaped their confinement. Ning Zhong stared blankly after them, unable to do anything. Damn it, the prisoners have escaped. As soon as they were out, the door also vanished. The queen smiled. "Didn't you say these doors were trapped?" Li Zunxiao replied, "They are, but the one I chose had a high probability of being safe. From the moment Ning Zhong opened this door until we entered it, Ning Zhong had been subtly preventing other prisoners from getting close to it. I'm not sure about the other doors, but this one definitely has no problem." The queen saw his intelligence, and the evidence just fell into place. She felt like having his baby on the spot. "It's a pity I didn't get to see you fight Ning Zhong." Zhuan Xiao replied, "I still don't have many ways to deal with this poison swamp right now. Let's wait until my strength has recovered a bit." Ning Zhong was still dazed. Moreover, it was the door with a passage to the outside that should have been the last one opened. Who was it? The person who rushed out from Shun Chong's cell. But Shun Chong is already dead. Ji Jingwu, who was in the same cell as him, is now soaking in the poison swamp. Then who was it? Not staying in their own room, but running to where Shun Chong's corpse was? Besides the 3 hands, probably no one else would be interested in Shun Chong's corpse, right? No, there is still one other person. Gao Zheng spoke up. "I'm asking you, why aren't you answering me?" Ning Zhong turned his head and replied, "Heretics from Sun AM broke into Kaifeng Sky Prison. Although I arrived in time to suppress them, the Sky Prison was still slightly damaged. The prisoners on this level took the opportunity to riot, and I was busy dealing with the aftermath." Gao Zheng pointed clearly, "But what's the deal with the 3 doors above? Did you open them?" Chen Xing thought to himself, "What 3 doors? There were clearly 4 just a moment ago. You're just in a hurry to absolve yourself of any connection to the prisoner's escape, aren't you?" On the other side, the 2 from the painting gallery saw that Ning Zhong had let his guard down again. They knew this was their chance. They nodded in understanding and immediately used their technique. Ning Zhong was still distracted. This was His Majesty's request for me to expend a few calamities in the Sky Prison to stabilize the state of the calamity. You, a minister of the Imperial Clan Court, come running to the Sky Prison to question my affairs. You're overreaching. Gao Zheng retorted, "Kaifeng Sky Prison is indeed under your jurisdiction. That's correct, but many calamity incarnations are imprisoned here. If there is even the slightest negligence, the events of the previous dynasty will repeat themselves. It is necessary for me to ask a few more questions. As for His Majesty, based on Gao Jing's stance, he would not make such a decision. It was the corpse in that coffin that ordered you." Ning Zhong was quite surprised to hear his choice of words. A corpse, huh? Although I heard old Yen say that people in the Gao family have always had a big problem with Gao Sheng, I didn't expect it to be so great that they won't even say his taboo name. Just as his name was mentioned, Gao Sheng appeared. I told him to do it. The calamity is about to go berserk. To prevent him from starting a civil war with the Hongshun Immortals while we are still surrounded by external enemies, it is necessary to release some calamities to help stabilize his state. As he stepped forward, he was carrying the bodies of Painting Gallery Book and Zhu Dai, which he tossed straight ahead. These 2 prisoners took advantage of your conversation to sneak to the lower level, and I happened to catch them. I'm telling you, Ning Zhong, your methods are clearly no less than Yin Hua's and Zai Hua's, second only to Fan Qi. But when dealing with enemies, you're always so lenient. It was the same when you handled the Yellow River Flood before. Although there are very few existences in this world capable of threatening you, once a fighting habit is formed, it's not something you can change just by saying you will. If one day Yin Hua is no longer around, and Lu Yin and Fan Qi can't help you either, and you had to fight a powerful enemy with a superior mindset and methods all by yourself, what will you do? Hearing the reprimand, Ning Zhong bowed his head. Your Majesty is right. This servant will definitely change. Gao Sheng could only sigh. It would be a miracle if you changed. He turned to ask, Gao Zheng, why are you here? The old man replied, you ask even though you know. Didn't you awaken early because of that chaotic national fortune? Gao Jing has activated the Zhanma sword. This world is about to welcome a new dragon. I came to get the heirloom seal of the realm to welcome the new dragon to the throne. Gao Shen gave a faint smile. I was just confirming. Then he took out the heirloom seal of the realm and presented it to Gao Zheng. Here, is there anything else? If not, please leave. I have to go back to my coffin to rest. Gao Zheng replied, there is nothing else, but there is only one ancestral dragon of the great gene. Don't think that just because you wear our ancestors' skin, you can call yourself Gao Sheng. He replied, this one naturally understands this matter. Hearing this, Gao Zheng's ears burned even more. How dare you call yourself this one? He shouted, you who should not exist, obediently crawl back into your coffin and sleep. That would be best for everyone. Ning Zhong didn't quite understand. How dare you be disrespectful to his majesty? Gao Sheng stopped him. Calm down. Whether my birth was a coincidence or not, only Emperor Gao Sheng himself knows. Otherwise, you all wouldn't have been so indecisive, putting me in the deepest part of the dungeon under strict guard until the heavenly numbers changed. If you don't want to see me, then hurry back and hand over your work. What's the need to argue here? Gao Zheng turned his head. You don't need to remind me. Then the old man zipped away. Ning Zhong turned to ask with confusion, Your Majesty, why do you? Gao Sheng replied, the entire world can think that I am Emperor Gao Sheng, but the one person who manages the royal family's affairs, the minister of the imperial clan court, cannot think so. This is a matter of stance. That's right. I saw that the gate leading outside has been used. Who did you let go? Ning Zhong replied, it seems to be the corpse king Li Zuanxiao. Didn't we say that Li Zuanxiao, having followed the path of life and death after his demise, would be of great use in the future? Why did you let him leave? This servant will now contact Lu Yin to have him bring the person back. After Gao Zheng passed through the second-floor prison, the two paper effigies that were previously clinging to the guard snuck back to Zhu Ping's location. The old man was startled. The scene shifts to Lord Lu, who asks, where does AP Jai want to go? Have you all calculated it? His subordinate replied, the divination shows it is Liao Ancient City. Liao City? Has the message been sent to Kai Feng? It has been sent. Good. Prepare the star orbit. Set the destination to 1,000 meters above Liao City. His subordinate asked, then, the Qi to activate the star orbit? Will you be providing it again this time, my lord? The mention of Qi made the lord feel a pain in his wallet. The scene shifts to Xuanwu's battle. The old man asked, then what about adding me? Fu Hu was seen smiling smugly. The same kind of trick is useless against this venerable one. Burning fingers as an offering to Buddha. So he burned his remaining finger, his right hand also spinning the staff. He shouted the fifth finger, then slammed the staff straight into the ground. 5 flames true Buddha, demon exterminating grand formation. His pillars of fire were seen erupting from underground. Zhan Feng looked down from above. This shouldn't be right. Aren't descended immortals and Buddhas supposed to be severely restricted? How does this Arhat have so many techniques? Aren't descended immortals and Buddhas supposed to have their power severely suppressed? How does this Arhat have so many techniques? A voice continued. That is because when Lord Fu Hu descended, he chose to burn his fingers as an offering to Buddha. Zhan Feng asked, startled, burning fingers as an offering to Buddha? Just then, Fu Hu's giant staff was striking down. The voice shouted, be careful. Zhan Feng reacted quickly, flying backward to dodge the attack. Fu Hu spat, you traitorous scum. Once I subjugate this sword cultivator, I will tear you from his face and throw you onto the fire. Zhan Feng asked quietly, is that Arhat so sure he will defeat me? Mouth worried, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Lord Fu Hu has noticed me. Zhan Feng reassured him, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Or do you think that even with your intelligence, I can't defeat him? Mouth added, that's right, isn't it? Ahem, ahem. Then let's talk about burning fingers to offer to Buddha. This technique itself has no combat ability. It's a technique created by the great lords in the Pure Land to bypass the rules of the heavenly Tao, to put it simply. It's for an avatar in the lower realm to, through self-harm, burning one's own fingers, receive a boon from the main body in the upper realm. For example, Lord Fu Hu, the 5 flames true Buddha demon exterminating grand formation he just used was obtained from his main self in the upper realm. Zhan Feng interrupted, wait, the sacrifice and boon you mentioned, does that mean 1 finger corresponds to 1 technique? That's right. This Arhat has burned 5 fingers, which means he now possesses 5 different immortal god level techniques. Scene shifts to Xuanwu's side. He is closing his eyes, connecting with the tree roots, sweeping through the entirety of Liao City. I didn't expect so many hidden pawns to be hidden in the city. It's a good thing I knew this information beforehand. Otherwise, we would have definitely suffered a great loss. All the hidden pawns have been found. In that case, I'll eliminate them all at once before the opponent has a chance to react. As for Qin Xiang, he raised his hand high, and thunder and lightning rumbled and gathered. Fu Hu also spun his staff, preparing to unleash the five flames rotation. One side shouted kill as Taoist lightning descended continuously. The other side shouted break, spinning his staff to form a defensive shield. The aftershock was terrifying. Up in the upper realm, Pu Xian said that expert has stopped trying to destroy the rift. The Bodhisattva knew that Fu Hu had stopped him. Pu Xian asked, do you really want to wait for Fu Hu to lure out that supreme Dharma treasure you're wary of before descending? The situation in this world far exceeds our data. If this continues to drag on, more variables may arise. At that time, I'm afraid there won't be as good an opportunity to descend as there is now. What Pu Xian just said also made Guanyin begin to ponder. After defending against that wave of lightning, Fu Hu was also being harassed by Zhan Feng from afar. Wu Yang assessed the situation. Another expert had no plans to appear. If things continued like this, with Au and the ghost Dao Grandmaster yet to join the battle, the situation in Liao City had begun to shift in Great Jin's favor. They couldn't force out Great Jin's horse-slaying sword. My next plan is... Xuan Wu began to lay out a plan. He unrolled a scroll, muttering, I never thought there would be a day I'd have to use this. He put both hands into the scroll, fumbling for something. Zhong Kuei was shocked. A painting scroll that stores treasures? That is. Xuan Wu pulled out a freaking huge jar. He raised both hands high, then slammed them onto the mouth of the jar. The lid flew off, and the old man shouted, drink. Drink your fill of fresh blood. Mountain of corpses, sea of blood sword. From within the jar, a swarm of red swords flew high into the air, shooting out like fireworks and weaving throughout the city. Some people recognized it, while others didn't know what technique it was. Not good. That is, this flying murderous aura. It looks very similar to the old master's mountain of corpses, sea of blood sword. Fu started to get annoyed. How troublesome. These annoying flies. Hurry up. Have all the hidden pawns in the city converted into your believers. Then have them. Wu Yang interrupted. Wait, the mortals who haven't been converted into monks are being prepared for the Mahasattva. Those red sword streaks weaved through every nook and cranny of the city. The direction they shot toward was precisely the spot Xuan Wu had checked. I wasn't fast enough. Only a third were eliminated. The destination of the red swords was the common people who had been assimilated by Fu Hu. You're not my husband. Who are you? Master, something terrible has happened. The young master has been swapped by someone. How could such a damned thing happen? Erlang realized, how could such a damned thing happen? His face filled with rage as he turned Shou Wang. This matter of Fu Hu converting the citizens in the city into his second bodies. Did you know about it or not? Answer me. Old man Shou turned and asked, if I told you, what would you do? Of course, I would restore order, subjugate Fu Hu with lightning, then return to the upper realm and report everything you all have done in this world to Hao Yin Shangdi. Old man Shou let out a sigh. Yang Jian, do you truly not realize it? Or have you realized it but don't want to admit it? Fu Hu and I, who have never met in the past, have appeared in this world at the same time. What does this imply? Do I really have to spell it out for you? Not being able to tolerate a single grain of sand in your eye is not your fault. But if you get in everyone's way, then that's your problem. After hearing this, Erlang raised his eyebrows and uttered word by word, you. Dade. Say that. Again. On the other side, Fu Hu also noticed that the number of converted people had decreased. This shouldn't be happening. I transform sentient beings. Sentient beings transform into me, created by Kuru Kulabuddha, allows believers to inherit a portion of the original's power. How could the monks who inherited a part of my Vajra, indestructible body, suddenly suffer a 1/3 loss? While he was distracted, he saw Zhan Feng rushing over with his sword. Unable to block in time, he took a slash across his face. Looking at his wound, he still couldn't believe it. And these two mortals from the lower realm, they actually have the ability to injure me. This is too absurd. How can this world have so many mortals capable of threatening a path-proving one? What the hell have the path-proving ones here been doing to leave behind such a hidden danger? Zhan Feng said, for some reason, the gods and Buddhas of the upper realm on the other side of the rift show no signs of descending. Let's first stall this aura. We'll wait for old Yin to eliminate all the hidden dangers in the city. Then we'll find a way to surround and kill him. Chun Xing replied, all right. Fu Hu sneered, surround and kill me? You ants who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think the gap between a path-proving one and a mortal could be bridged just by adding a few more people? What a joke. If it weren't for this Arhit not wanting to be killed by the supreme treasure of the dynasty here, I would have already used my full power to sweep you ants away. If this calamity is unavoidable, then this Arhut will not hide anymore. Burning fingers to offer to Buddha the sixth finger. After burning it, he slammed his palm onto the ground. Mutual destruction, pure land. Mouth warned, be careful. The upper realm immortal god techniques he possesses are very illogical. I've encountered them before in the Holy Continent. Mutual destruction, pure land? I think I've heard my master mention this technique before. What is it used for? Chen Xing spoke up, but someone has to take the risk to find out the enemy's intelligence, right? Zhang Feng turned in surprise. Before he could stop Chen Xing, no, I have it here. But he had already raised his hand high, unleashing a Taoist thunderbolt straight down on Fu Hu. He's not dodging something like this? That's too absurd. Even with a Vajra indestructible body, he shouldn't be clashing head-on with heavenly lightning, right? Half of Fu Hu's body was charred black from the lightning strike. He lifted his head and said, are you done hitting? The two were startled, not understanding what he was planning to do. Then it's my turn. Mouth exclaimed, I remember now. This is a technique the Buddhas use to convert the bloodthirsty. Be careful above your heads. Lightning is about to strike. As soon as he finished speaking, two bolts of lightning struck down on Zhang Feng, and Chen Xing's scene shifts to Xuan Wu's side. One round of the Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood, sword only managed to deal with a third of the hidden pawns. Could it be that those converted and soon-to-be converted monks all have bodies of bronze and skin of iron? Oh well, if one sword strike can't kill them all, I'll just use a few more. The murderous aura in the wine gourd is still plentiful. Let me keep at it for a few more rounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yang appeared. Oh, look what you've done. He turned and narrowed his eyes. Master Qin, Zhong Kuei, standing nearby, thought to himself, wasn't he suppressed and sealed in a coffin by my 5-go sealing technique? How'd he get out again? Wu Yang took a few steps closer. Didn't you always say you wouldn't sacrifice a few for the greater good? Old Yin replied, but what are you doing? You forced Fu Hu to initiate the final conversion. It is precisely because I knew you all had turned the people of the city into a means of revival that this student had no choice but to endure the pain and make a choice. Wu Yang said, you yourself took the city's people as hostages and resources for battle, and now you turn around and criticize this student from the high moral ground. This student is truly surprised. As he spoke, his hands secretly cast a technique inside his sleeves. Xuan Wu didn't notice, pointing his finger and snapping. This is a necessary sacrifice, and it is your obstinate interference that has made their sacrifice meaningless. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by Wu Yang's technique. A necessary sacrifice? Are you even worthy of saying that? Hit by the Yin Charm technique. All won't be able to wake up for a while. I can use this time discrepancy to deal with that ghost Dao user. While he was lost in thought, Xuan Wu appeared behind him out of nowhere, punching him straight in the back. Bam! What shot out was not blood, but black ink. His body. Tang's 8 Immortals Wu Daozi is made of ink. The pile of ink gathered together, then reformed into Wu Yang's body. How did you know I was going to use the Yin Charm technique just now? The old man laughed, just a guess. Scene shifts to Fu Hu's side. He looked at the falling Zhang Feng and Chen Xing, muttering, the taste of being heavily injured by your own technique isn't pleasant, is it? In my mutual destruction, pure land, all things in heaven and earth will share the same calamity. If this Arhut takes a blow, you must take it too. But this Arhut has a Vajra indestructible body. With the same technique, this Arhut can endure it, but can mortals like you? Even if someone with this Arhut's Vajra indestructible body came to kill this Arhut could still use those crude second bodies to dispel the killing calamity. But what about you? How many lives do you have to spare? If not for my fear of this dynasty's supreme Dharma treasure, this seat would have long since suppressed and corrupted you. Just as he finished muttering, Erlang flew over and punched him straight in the face. Bam! The Arhut's huge body just fell down. Erlang frowned. I've been watching you for a long time. He opened his eyes. Damn you, South Pole. Didn't you say you would stop Erlang of Guanko? Old Man Show appeared. When he gets angry, even I can't stop him. I've already done my utmost by stalling for you for so long. Suddenly, a golden vortex appeared right behind Erlang. He instinctively turned to look. His reaction speed was extremely fast, with just a turn of his body to dodge the attack. Then got into position, using the heavenly Dipper Tyrant Fist to punch straight into that golden vortex. Erlang realized it was Fu Hu's technique. Mutual destruction, pure land? So that's all it is. The dog, get everyone living in this city out of here. As you command. It shuddered once, splitting into numerous clones, which fanned out in all 8 directions, sneaking into every nook and cranny of the city. The scene shifts to Zhang Feng and the other man, who are just now groggily waking up. This time, you really almost got me killed. Just then, one of the dog's clones approached. Before Qin Xing could understand what was happening, he was dragged away by the dog. Zhang Feng, oblivious to what was happening, continued to blame Qin Xing. You tell me, what on earth were you in such a hurry for? I wasn't even finished talking. Huh, where did he go? As soon as he realized, he whipped his head around in alarm, sensing something behind him. He turned back, and their noses touched, as if wanting to say to each other, "Tonight, shall we?" You know, the scene shifts to Fu Hu. He stood up, exclaiming helplessly, "How unlucky. Guanko Erling, are you brainless? The 6 saints are behind this matter. We've made it very clear. Are you trying to ruin the 6 saints' business?" Erling replied, "Right is right, wrong is wrong. Do you think you can turn black into white just by bringing up the 6 saints? Today, even if the 6 saints were here, my stance would not change." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand high. You dare." Fu Hu, unable to reason with him, only grew more bitter, this stubborn fool. Erling unleashed another barrage of attacks. Fu Hu also quickly burned his 7th finger to offer to the Buddha. A lightning technique summoned by Erling lit up the entire sky of Liao City. As for Wu Yang, guess what? Haha, the scene within the Yin charm art isn't so easily broken. But it doesn't matter. Let's just say you found some way to break the illusion. But I still have other trump cards. Sure, Chi, I'll borrow your methods. Xuan Wu and Zhong Kuei couldn't believe their eyes. The physical manifestation of Yin virtue, votive power, and karmic power? Wu Yang said, "First is transform karma into a blade. Go." As he spoke, the streak of karmic power tore through the ground below, heading towards Zhong Kuei. He was startled. The karmic blade has a tracking property? Truly a karmic demon. Come out. On the other side, Wu Yang also quickly cast a spell. Zhong Kuei was caught off guard and hit by the attack. Thus, unable to defend, he was torn to shreds by the karmic power. Very good, 1 down. Just as he was feeling triumphant, Xuan Wu appeared beside him, preparing to strike with Monkey Enters the Dream. Don't even think about turning into ink this time. Boom! A fist slammed straight into Wu Yang's head. This time, red blood flew out, not black ink. Votive power erupted accordingly. At this moment, a brand new character appeared. It was Li Chun, the creator of the Kaifeng Chang'an Sky Prison. Hong Chan Xian Qiji looked into the distance, murmuring. He even brought out this trump card? It seems Qin Wuyang has been pushed to his limit. The person with him was Hong Chun Xian Taihua. Qin Wuyang has been pushed to his limit? Isn't he your pawn? Why has he left the stage before the truth Taoist has even descended? This is also a matter of last resort. With too many variables, he couldn't control the situation and had to do his best to find a balance. Then what about our plan? Without Qin Wuyang as an inside man, those truth Taoists might not be willing to jump into the pit. Li Chun continued, "Those days will come. Even knowing there's an ambush, those fellows will still grit their teeth and charge forward. After all, there's competition among them too. They can't just sit back and watch that guy in the underworld take all the benefits. This battle, for both sides, is one that cannot be avoided, one that must be fought." The scene shifts back to Wu Yang's battle. The beggar was also standing there watching the show. Even this move has been forced out. It seems the Shanin side has no more trump cards left. Speaking of which, why hasn't the Eye of Dimension revived yet? That great lord has already grasped a portion of the authority of the Book of Life and Death. After using the trump card, Xuan Wu's entire body was char black. Wu Yang laughed. "It wasn't in vain that I risked the danger of a fatal blow from someone in a martial saint state like you. With you as a shield, I was able to avoid a large amount of the Yin virtue fire and luckily survive." Next up, the wife, just as she was triumphantly standing up, was startled to hear Xuan Wu's voice. "La sealed us with a sealing art before we revived, then went to see the Arhood, right? No, you're not dead." By the time he realized it, he took another punch straight to the stomach from Xuan Wu. Wu Yang coughed up blood. The kitchen god Shi Chi's ultimate technique is truly extraordinary. At my peak, I certainly couldn't have taken a single one of these blows, but Xuan Wu continued. "But for a student who controls time, by simply distributing the damage to his future self at the moment of being attacked, this move is no longer so terrifying." Wu Yang's mouth fell open. Distributing the damage one must bear to one's future self? Impossible. Withered wood meets spring simply doesn't have such a usage. If it did, back then Ji Kong wouldn't have. Xuan Wu continued, "Just because your old friend couldn't do it doesn't mean the student can't. You were the first to realize that this world was under threat, but you were also the first to deny the potential of humans. Even though we have our flaws, when faced with a desperate situation, there are always those who can push their will and strength to change heaven and earth. It is under the leadership of such a great person that we can overcome all obstacles and become the masters of all things." Wu Yang showed in Furi. I look down on humanity? Do you think everyone has the will and determination to remain unfazed even if Mount Tai were to collapse before them, like Kaohsiung? Do you think that when the great calamity descends, all the billions of ordinary people in this world will want to fight back? All they want is an escape route, and my way can give them one. Can you? Have you asked for their opinion? Do you know what they want? Not everyone has the courage and will to resist those nameless horrors. On what grounds do you demand that the weak not be afraid like the strong? Do the weak deserve to be swept along by the strong? Open your eyes and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanwu rushed forward and clamped his mouth shut. I am keeping my eyes open, and I see very clearly. Perhaps it's as you say, for most people in this world, dying is more painful than living a miserable life. But for His Majesty and those like me who believe in him, if the sky falls, we will carry it. Before we die, no one can persuade them to kneel. Wu Yang thought to himself, but after you die, will those people even have a chance to kneel? Then he was suddenly hit by a technique that Zhong Kuei had just cast, who asked, "Am I interrupting you?" Swambudi Blaive. No. Zhong Kuei dusted off his hands as he approached. Good then. This is the first time I've seen someone who couldn't be imprisoned even by the five senses seal and the black coffin seal. This person, if in a world that suited him, might have a chance to go even further. There are still quite a few hidden stakes in the city that haven't been pulled out, right? Shall we continue to deal with them? Xuanwu shook his head. No need. Zhong Kuei didn't quite understand. Xuanwu said, the current me is not suitable for work that requires such precise operations. Let's leave this task to someone else. The scene shifts to Fu Hu's battle. After taking Erlang's series of lightning strikes, he laughed heartily. Ha, Guanko Erlang, your lightning arts can't do anything to me now. If you have any other tricks, use them all. Erlang asked. You received a blessing from your main body to not fear lightning? But the limit of your 7 fingers has been used up, which means as long as I force you to use 3 more chances to burn your fingers for the Buddha, then you won't be able to do anything anymore. Fu Hu continued. The premise is that you have enough energy to maintain this Dharma body. The mouth from afar spoke up. As you can see, in the mutual destruction Pure Land, attacks aimed at the enemy will ultimately fall upon oneself. Zhan Feng asked, can it be dodged? For example, what if we had dodged the lightning just now? The mouth replied, that lightning would continue its pursuit. The currently accepted solution in the mutual destruction Pure Land is to rely on the Vajra indestructible body to resist or use another technique to counterattack, mutually canceling each other out. Chun Xing added, is that so? Then this technique actually has a lot of limitations. It only becomes difficult to deal with because of the added Vajra indestructible body. Just as he finished speaking, Xuanwu arrived. A little trick like that isn't hard to deal with. He brought a jar over. Old man, I'll go deal with that Arhut. You go and sweep up the hidden stakes in the city. After speaking, he used a technique, transferring it to Zhan Feng to easily know where the stakes were to destroy them. Fu Hu also began to make his move. Forward. Erlang easily appeared behind him, got into position with a firm grip on the spear's shaft, and threw it with all his might, embedding it straight into Fu Hu's massive back. He screamed in pain. The spear returned to Erlang's hand. It was still Fu Hu's own what goes around comes around technique. A golden light appeared in the sky. Erlang glanced over. It was indeed a spear identical to Erlang's, hurtling down. Boom! But of course, he was prepared. Erlang easily shattered the copied spear. Fu Hu was shocked. Even this can't trap him? Then I can only use my main body's artifact to deal with him. He had to burn his 8th finger to offer to the Buddha. But immediately, an attack struck him from the side. Fu Hu couldn't react in time and fell instantly. It was Xuanwu who had just struck. He glanced at Erlang and asked, allies? He replied, I suppose so. He flew closer. Perfect. I'll take care of this fool. You monitor his clone. If he abandons this body, I need you to help me pin him down. Don't give him a chance to burn his fingers to get new tricks. Erlang thought for a few seconds and decided to agree. At the same time, the image of the two was also being observed through a water mirror. Lu Che reported, Your Majesty. Based on the current situation in Liao City, it probably won't come to the point of needing to use the Shangfang sword of execution. Emperor Jing thought differently. No, the turmoil in the nation's fortune has not stopped declining, which shows that the crisis has not yet been resolved. Just as he finished speaking, Gao Zheng approached with something. You've all arrived? I'm not late, am I? Lu Che was quite surprised by the old man's appearance. Emperor Jing smiled and replied, Not at all, you're just in time. Returning to the battle in Liao City, before Fu Hu could get up, Xuanwu continued by stomping a heavy kick straight down onto his stomach. Boom! The aftershock was terrifying. The ground shook, causing houses to collapse. At the same time, in the upper realm, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said, the mutual destruction Pure Land is ineffective against that human expert. Fu Hu is about to lose. He doesn't have time to use the burning of his fingers as an offering to Buddha to compensate for his shortcomings. Guanyin also began to feel anxious in her heart. Fu Hu groggily opened his eyes, coughed up blood, and exclaimed, "Impossible." Xuanwu said, "You're really good at taking a beating. Even an ancient fierce beast at Yinmen Pass would have had its bones shattered after being beaten by this old man for so long." Fu Hu wondered, "Why is my mutual destruction pure land completely ineffective against you? Even Yang Jian couldn't withstand it." Xuanwu replied, "Are you talking about that force from the beginning that reflects back onto this old man every time I hit you? I'm sorry, but that kind of force is no different from a mosquito bite to this old man now. It seems your methods happen to be countered by me." Over to Zhan Feng and the other one. Zhan Feng stared blankly into the jar. Chun Xing asked, "Is this wine jar very special? You keep staring at it like that." Zhan Feng scratched his head. "Of course it is. The old master's slaying aura sealing wine jar could be said to be a first-class treasure in the eyes of us sword cultivators, whether for its function of storing and nurturing slaying aura or—" Chun Xing interrupted, "Explain that later. Let's complete the task the old master gave us first, right?" Just as Zhan Feng was about to use the jar, someone suddenly arrived. "You two patrons, please wait a moment." Chun Xing and Zhan Feng turned their heads in shock. "Holy crap, it's Guanyin Bodhisattva again. The matter of the believers in the city is related to the grand scheme of the upper realm. Could you two perhaps show some mercy and not ruin the fruits of my long wait?" In the distance, Yi also sensed it. This aura, has Guanyin descended? A moment earlier, Zhong Kuei had driven 3 nails into Wu Yang. "Oof. Your upper, middle, and lower cinnabar fields have all been sealed dead by my soul-suppressing nails, plus the nail shadow soul lock. Even if you have heaven-defying abilities this time, don't even think about escaping." In the room behind the two, in the main hall, the statue of Guanyin, a golden orb flew out from within it, leaped back onto the altar, stood still there for 5 seconds, then suddenly erupted with energy. Guanyin descended, sighing as she looked at her own statue with its head broken. She took the branch from a vase, sprinkled a few drops of water on the statue, and with just 1 drop of water, she could transform the shattered statue back into her own image. Much easier on the eyes. She looked towards the door, then quickly left, cutting to Erlang's side. Using a technique, all the monks in the city were linked to him, grabbing a thread. "Found you." Indeed, just as he was about to transform into another body, a bolt of lightning from Erlang descended from the heavens, blasting Fu Hu's ass. Just as Erlang landed, Guanyin's voice was heard. "Long time no see, true lord of pure origin and miraculous Tao." Erlang was quite surprised. "Guanyin, I never expected that even someone with a reputation for great compassion like you has also fallen." She interrupted. "True lord, you misunderstand." Erlang snapped. "A misunderstanding? So many people have died, and you call it a misunderstanding?" Guanyin explained. "It is indeed a misunderstanding. If the true lord doesn't believe me, please look at this item." Erlang asked, "The jade pure vase? You actually brought it down here? Aren't you afraid that if this second body dies, the treasure will be lost with it?" She replied, "I'm afraid, but only this can save the lives that have died because of us. The conflict between you, true lord, and us is perhaps that you don't want to drag the beings of this world into the brutal war of the upper realm. Is that right? Although I cannot prevent this. With the jade pure vase in my hand, after everything is over, I can still resurrect all the mortals who died in this great calamity." Fu Hu's connection was suddenly severed. Fu Hu prepares to give the missus a beating. Has the connection between me and the believers in the city been severed? Not eliminated, but replaced. Has that great lord already descended? Xuanwu kept punching him in the face, saying, "You thought that by shrinking down and lying there to take a beating, you could disguise your actions and increase your methods to inflict reflective damage on me? Naive." The missus burst out laughing. Xuanwu stopped his hands. "Why are you laughing?" He replied, "Of course, it's because my job is done." At the same time, Li Chun and the other person were walking together. Looking up, they realized Yi has also arrived. Indeed, Yi had arrived in Liao City, passing by a water mirror. That is the Gao family's water mirror technique. Are the 4 symbols also in the city? Xuanwu or Bai Hu? Returning to Zhan Feng and the other, he shouted, "We're screwed. We're screwed. It's the great Guanyin." Zhan Feng shook his head. "Not the same. Not at all. This deity is on a completely different level from the descended gods I've seen before. It's like the difference between me and old Yin. No, even greater." Chun Xing recalled. "This person, could it be?" Flashing back to the past, Chun Xing asked the 3rd princess, "What do you want me to convey?" She replied, "It's all in here. When you meet another me, it will appear and carry the words I want to say." From within Chun Xing's body, the thing the 3rd princess had given him began to break free. Guanyin started to notice. The object flew in front of her and stopped, materializing into the form of Guanyin. Zhan Feng's jaw dropped. Another great Guanyin? Cutting back to Xuanwu, he didn't understand Fu Hu's meaning. "What do you mean?" He laughed. Isn't it obvious? To put it bluntly, this venerable one is just something to draw fire and exhaust your trump cards. When your tricks are depleted, our great general will arrive and dominate the battlefield. Xuanwu said while looking up at the sky, "Don't think about deceiving me." This old man has been staring at the crack in the sky. If someone came down, how could I not know? Fu Hu continued. Who said they're coming down from up there? Isn't there still a god statue in the city for a descent? Xuanwu was startled. Impossible. That sacrificial altar was clearly destroyed by me. Fu Hu laughed. That's due to your shallow knowledge. If the believers place our Dharma instruments in our hands as vessels for incense when they erect the statues, then even if you destroy the god statue, as long as the object is not destroyed, we can still descend. So that's how it is. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Fu Hu's neck. He stammered. What are you doing? Xuanwu said, "A resurrection vessel probably can't have two masters at the same time, right? Your great general has come down. That means you no longer possess the quality of a mortal reincarnation, so there's no need for me to spare your life anymore." He also used a technique at the same time. Fu Hu stammered, "You." 10 breaths later, the Mrs.'s entire body was drained of life force, leaving only a skeleton. Even a mortal god of this level is just a pawn used for reconnaissance. This is not good. Cutting to Guanin's side, she asked, "Have you finished considering?" Erlang replied, "I have some doubts. Please speak. If you have already found a way out for the beings of this world, then why do you stand on the opposite side of this world's dynasty? In a situation where the heaven and earth here are gradually being usurped by an outer god, the king of this world would have no reason to refuse the peace you offer, right?" Guanin replied, "That is because," seeing Guanin's hesitant attitude, Erlang immediately sped up and rushed forward, still trying to deceive me. One punch was dodged. A second punch was also easy. Indeed, he couldn't even touch the hem of her robe. On another side, Guanin walked out of the house. Zhong Kuei's jaw dropped. Guanin? She also recognized him. "Holy Lord Ci, Fu Zhenjai. So you come to this world for a tour? The son of heaven of the underworld has been looking for you for a long time." Zhong Kuei continued, "All right, I know. After I finish the work at hand, I will return to the upper realm to report to the son of heaven of the underworld." She said, "That would be for the best, of course. Speaking of which, there is one more thing." Cutting to Erlang's side, he furiously shouted, "Kill." He aimed to punch at her flaw, but unexpectedly, not the real body, a trick similar to Fu's. Then another Guanin walked up from behind and asked, "Have you calmed down yet?" Erlang turned his head and asked, "What is the real function of a jade pure vase? Speak." Just as he finished, Li Chun suddenly appeared behind him. "Ado, if you ask about the root of it, what's the fun in that?" Erlang turned his head in shock and was immediately captured by the old man in a mini cage. "Calm down a bit in there." Returning to Zhong Kuei's side, Guanin asked, "Can you show mercy and spare my representative in this world of life?" He replied, "Don't even think about it." Just as he finished speaking, the calamity immortal of the mortal dust appeared behind him, gliding like a breeze to stand before Wu Yang. Reaching out to pull the nail from his body, Fengchang appeared. Fengchang said, "Your hand is reaching too far, Sui Ji." She laughed, "Is it? Why, I don't think so at all. But then again, wasn't it the outer god who defeated you? And aren't his people searching for you all over the world? How do you have the guts to show yourself? Aren't you afraid of being caught by them?" "That's right. You're not necessarily here voluntarily, are you? After all, you've lost control of the underworld, and you're no longer worthy to participate in this game of ours. You came to Liao City, probably at the behest of that immortal of the mortal dust Tao of life and death from another world next to you, right? Have you no shame becoming someone else's attendant?" Zhong Kuei turned his head. "He is provoking you. Don't fall for it. If you use the power of the Tao of life and death here, it will reveal our position to the Yellow Robe King." Cutting to the other one inside, she turned her head to look. "Li Shun Bundarat." "What is it?" she replied. "The immortal of the mortal dust Tao of life and death of this world is Fengchang, the great northern emperor of the underworld. Among the masters of the Tao of life and death in the great thousand worlds, the strength of Fengchang, the great northern emperor of the underworld, ranks in the top 5. Such a peak existence. How could he lose out to you?" Li Chun replied, "Because his majesty was too confident, he did not choose to ask for help when the outer gods first invaded this world. Instead, with unclear information, he single-handedly faced the fully prepared evil outer gods. By the time we realized the underworld had fallen, it was already too late. Fortunately, although he was defeated, he is not yet dead. With him secretly pulling strings in the shadows, that outer god occupying the underworld is unable to completely take over the book of life and death. Scene shifts to the upper realm, Guanyin said. So that's how it is. Samantha Bhadra wondered. What? She smiled. I've discovered some interesting things. As for Chunxing's location, the two manifestations of Guanyin faced each other. The Guanyin that emerged from Chunxing, holding a scroll. You are too late. There are thousands of paths, but a path that could satisfy all of us at once is rare, let alone mastering it. So which path did you all choose in the end? That which is destruction is also completion, endlessly profound and magnificent, with unfathomable transformations, the great path of myriad heavens. Can you save the me of the past? That is precisely why I have come. The two, including Zhang Feng, behind them heard their conversation, but understood nothing. He turned to whisper, "Why does the person who came out of your body look so much like this descended immortal god?" Chun Xing replied, "Perhaps it's because they were originally one person." Zhang Feng exclaimed in shock, "What?" Then suddenly shouted a warning. "Careful, above." Boom! Someone flew down to where the two were. The aftershock was terrifying. Zhang Feng managed to retreat in time. Looking in that direction. Who is this now? The smoke cleared. It was a Yi who had arrived, 1 foot pinning Chunxing down, saying, "It's the scent of a creature of natural selection. I really don't understand. Why would Quan On Nu give her horn to a mere human? No, you can no longer be considered human. A wood-type spirit beast, is it? And you even cultivate the methods of the previous generation's master of the strange blade technique, Li Tong. Interesting. It would be a pity to eat such an interesting individual." Meanwhile, on Sui Ji's side, she began to cast a technique. "I was still worried about how to lure the outer god in the underworld here. You've come at just the right time." As she finished speaking, she transformed into a giant. Li Chun, from a distance, also noticed and laughed heartily at the sight of her enormous, fiery breasts. Whoa. Sui Ji's face was filled with killing intent. "Then I'll have to trouble you to be the bait." Over on Lu Che's side, he also realized, that is Sui Ji, the master of calamity. Why has she appeared in Liao City? Emperor Jing continued, "Ever since the dynasty suppressed all things and humanity prospered, the conflict between the calamity and the dynasty has become irreconcilable. When Hong and Han were captured, the calamity, for self-preservation, sided with Shan Yin and joined forces with the immortal gods of the upper realm to stir up disasters against the great Jin, which is not unreasonable. The fact that the Celestial Phenomena Department could not predict Shan Yin's scheme is likely also due to the calamity's meddling." Over with Jing Ying, he sat on the throne and asked, "Is this all that's needed?" Gao Zheng replied, "That's right. The enthronement ceremony of the Great Jin is extremely simple. The crown prince only needs to willingly sit on the dragon throne, establish a posthumous title, and then receive the imperial seal of the realm to become the new king." He asked, "Can any posthumous title be used?" He replied, "Any will do, but you must be cautious, because the harm this dragon throne inflicts upon you is unavoidable. The longer you reign, the more your humanity will be lost. In the end, when all humanity is drained, you will become a ruling machine that acts solely according to your posthumous title. Your great-grandfather, Emperor Gaosho, was trapped on that dragon throne precisely because he chose the wrong posthumous title. If His Majesty had not taken the initiative to shoulder the vast lands of the Great Jin, he might have lived until the fate of the Great Jin was exhausted." After hearing this, Jinging pondered for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "We understand now. Then let's use Lei as our posthumous title." Gao Zheng thought to himself, "Lei, diligent and impartial, without shame before the ancestors. This new dragon might become a monarch no less capable than His Majesty Gao Jing." The ceremony began. Gao Zheng knelt and presented the imperial seal of the realm to Jing Ying, requesting His Majesty to receive the seal. Scene shift back to Sui Ji. She laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to be the bait. Considering you probably won't cooperate obediently, I'll just take it myself." As she spoke, she reached her hand towards Fengsheng. Time stop was immediately used. Only Fengsheng and Zhong Kuei were within that timeline. Zhong Kuei said, "They seem to be setting up an encirclement to kill the outer gods who are eyeing this world. The one in the underworld is also within the attack range. Do you want to cooperate with them?" Fengsheng replied, "The danger of being a pawn is too great. Let's stick to the original plan." Having reached an agreement, they returned to reality. Sui Ji's finger stabbed down with a boom. When she lifted it, Fengsheng was nowhere to be seen. Did she miss? No, that was the gap between life and death. Fengsheng used this move to escape. Truly unexpected. I didn't think he still had the strength left to use this move. She turned and shouted loudly, "Li Chun, Fengsheng is also in Liao City. Seal the entire city. Don't let him escape." The sound was transmitted directly to Li Chun's location. He said, I know, why shout so loudly? Others can hear you too." As he finished, he took a piece of wood and drew on the road. The drawing was BING awful. The image of the city gate had the words Liao City above it. Then he drew a pillar. Immediately, a golden pillar was formed. Not just one, but many. the golden pillars began to form more. This should be enough. Seal. As the old man shouted, he clasped his hands together. Zhong Kuei and Fengsheng escaped safely. Have those pillars been repaired from a distance? It was done by the mortal dust immortal of strange techniques, Li Chun. Zhong Kuei was surprised. Li Chun of the path of strange techniques. Does this mean I have to face 2 mortal dust immortals? This is too difficult. Facing existences of this level, let alone helping you, even my second heavy body might not survive. Fengsheng continued. We just need to stall for time. The ghost gods and the dynasty will soon intervene on the Liao City battlefield when I am defeated. There are only 5 mortal dust immortals left in the world. With strange techniques and calamity joining forces, the balance will be broken. The ghost gods and the dynasty will not sit idly by. Just hold on for a while, then it's worth a try. Tell me their main cultivation methods. I'll go with the range countermeasures. Fengsheng nodded. All right. The My Temple Calamity Path is the calamity form that Sui Ji often uses. In this state, her power depends on her own level of hunger. The number of hunger tattoos on her body. Its power includes unlimited expansion of the root system, vitality comparable to a myriad things mortal dust immortal, digestive fluids that could dissolve all things, extremely fast regeneration achieved through eating, and perception based on smell. In summary, the hungrier she gets, the stronger she becomes, and the more she eats, the hungrier she gets. Among the many calamity forms she possesses, the growth and upper limit of this state are the highest. Zhong Kuei asked, what about its weaknesses? Does this form of hers have any obvious flaws? Fengsheng replied, the only thing that can be called a weakness is that the exponentially increasing hunger will gradually erode her reason. When the act of eating can no longer soothe her never-to-be-filled stomach, she will transform into a nation-destroying calamity that has lost its mind. Zhong Kuei added, but this flaw cannot be considered a flaw for a mortal dust immortal of the calamity path, because the power of a calamity path master is linked to the disasters she causes. The feedback from a single disaster is enough for her to escape her instincts and regain her reason. Scene shifts to Sui Ji. The big-breasted woman looked at the pillars and laughed. This way, Fengsheng will be trapped in Liao City, becoming a fish in my net. The move he used just now, to put it bluntly, is just another type of time stop achieved by interfering with an individual's death. As long as I know its principle, it's not hard to deal with. Zhong Kuei pondered for a few minutes and exclaimed, I have a way. Ghost Mother, come out for me. The technique was cast, and from his shadow, the Ghost Mother's head emerged. Asking Master, what do you need me for? He ordered, prepare to birth for me 1 belly-blessing ghost, 1 law-eating ghost, and 1 non-eating ghost. I will need them later. Yes, Master. On the other side, just as Yi was laughing gleefully, Zhan Feng rushed down to help Chen Xing Fiend taste my sword. With no reaction from Yi, the sword simply struck his scales, but it was like a mosquito biting a cyclone. Zhan Feng was scared out of his wits. No way, are this guy's scales really that hard? Yi turned and exhaled. Where did this junior come from? Scram. As he finished, he breathed fire. Zhan Feng reacted quickly, flipping backward. He said in fear, how are we supposed to fight this? Your sword can't even break its defense. Zhan Feng exclaimed, there's nothing that can't be fought. I don't believe its eyes can be that hard too. The 2 Guanyans were still standing motionless on the other side. Aren't you going to help? The person being pinned underfoot has probably formed a karmic bond with you, right? This is his destiny. Don't worry, there is more than one former mortal dust immortal watching over him. He won't die. Scene shifts to a chaotic world. Yidra, the outer god, lord of the great ice mountain Yidra, the white worm, Relim Shakorth, Shonarfon, awaken. Saliva was already drooling from Sui Ji's mouth. She said, so hungry, I want to eat so badly. But I can't eat. I have to find Fengsheng first. I can't let him get away. Otherwise, who knows how many years it will be before I can intercept him again. Endure, I must endure. Anyway, these delicious snacks. I've already memorized their taste. Once I'm done with the main business, I can have them anytime. Anytime. So she has discovered it. The place where Zhong Kuei and Fengsheng are standing. Found them. The big-breasted one started heading in that direction, dashing forward in a single bound. Wherever she went, houses were shattered. She used her hands as a springboard to leap high, then struck straight down. This time, let's see how you escape. Boom! A heaven-sent slap descended upon Fengsheng and Zhong Kuei. At this moment, the city was completely destroyed, except for the nearby pillars. The aftershock gradually faded. A miscalculation. It's been a long time since I used this form. I didn't control the force well. Now the dynasty has surely noticed me. Zhong Kuei carefully observed Sui Ji's body. So that's how it is. This giant body is just your shell. Your true self is actually located. Sui Ji's eyes widened in confusion. Upon hearing Zhong Kuei's voice from his palm, Dharma-eating ghost, foodless ghost, go and greet her for a moment. Order received. As the words fell, two ghosts appeared on either side of Sui Ji. On the left was the Dharma-eating ghost, a benevolent ghost that guides people toward goodness. Those entangled by the Dharma-eating ghost need only listen to its words to stay away from hunger and thirst. On the right was the foodless ghost, a ghost of hatred and jealousy. Those entangled by the foodless ghost would become like it, unable to eat or drink. The Dharma-eating ghost spoke up. This benefactor, I see your karmic obstacles are very heavy. As soon as it finished speaking, Suiji slapped it right in her mouth. A minor ghost I've never seen before, but must be quite formidable. Otherwise, the helper Fengsheng found wouldn't use it to deal with me. Unfortunately, my saliva can dissolve anything, and ghosts are no exception. What is this? As she uttered this, Suiji covered her mouth and vomited a pile of clay. The foodless ghost laughed. Then I curse you. Everything you eat will turn into clay. Suiji angrily shouted, "Are you playing tricks on me?" Li Chun observed from a distance. These are all minor ghosts I've never seen, perhaps brought from another world by the Ci, Fu Zhanjai Holy Lord. It seems Suiji is being troubled by those minor ghosts. How should I break this technique? Xian Wu stepped forward from behind. I don't understand. Why would a neutral person like you side with the calamity? Li Chun turned back and narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, the beggar was still safely hidden behind a tree. Such power in a casual strike, truly worthy of the monster that destroyed the Han dynasty. The upper realm version of Guanyin approached Wu Yang's location. Stop pretending, I know you're. The battlefield has been prepared for you. You still haven't come down? Do you want me to invite you personally? As soon as she finished speaking, four eyes suddenly appeared on Wu Yang's face. As soon as they opened, they scrambled to speak us. Why? The battlefield is set. We must fight on our own terms. Ridiculous. Guanyin said, if you don't want to fight, that's fine. After we've dealt with our internal matters, we will clean up all the down marks you've placed in this world. Our advantage will be even greater then. At that time, we'll meet in the underworld. The horrifying thing on Wu Yang's face listened without saying anything. The thing connected to Wu Yang's face was in a mysterious reality that could not yet be revealed. Very well, we will satisfy you. Handing over to you, eternal madness and destruction. That horrifying thing flew to the chaotic world. Yig, it emitted a sound, Lulimu, Hakalasi, by order the Transcendent One, mobilize. Lulimu, Akelasi replied, order received. That I continued to sweep past Cthulhu, by order the Transcendent One, mobilize. In a chaotic world, at the bottom of the sea of Relaya, Cthulhu replied, order received. Scene shifts to your yes side. Kwanon, that you could think of the bigger picture like this is truly beyond my expectations. Out of respect for him, I will not kill you and your friend. While those monsters haven't arrived yet, take your friend and leave this place. If you're any later, you won't be able to leave. After saying this, he also departed. Zhan Feng ran over. How are you? Can you still fight? Chun Xing stood up and replied, I can, but in my current state, I probably can't be of any more help. You go find the old master. Tell him clearly what happened here, including what that fierce beast said to me. Zhan Feng asked, what about you? Chun Xing looked towards the two Guanyins and replied, I still have things I want to ask them. Scene shifts to Li Chun's side. He asked back, oh, are you very surprised? Xian Wu continued, this era's calamity was nurtured by heaven and earth. The king of calamities was born from the great famine. Her origin has determined that she will never be able to completely suppress her instinct to drag all living beings into the mire and destroy everything. A neutral person like you joining forces with her, plus the lord of the demonic Dao, who already had a close relationship with her. A civil war among the mortal dust immortals here is almost certain to happen at such a critical moment when the outer gods are watching. Li Chun interrupted. So this is how you all perceive Sui Ji? But you have missed one point. The calamity that you have put all your effort into suppressing and weakening, once she completely loses control, will have the ability to take this world down with her. Among the 108 calamity stars under the calamity, a calamity star named Tian Mo has descended. Although Tian Mo here usually refers to a second body from another world brought to this world. For example, the 100-eyed Taoist who was captured by you and imprisoned in the Kaifeng celestial prison. But those outer evil gods that your people, strictly speaking, can also be considered a type of Tian Mo. You mean that Sui Ji's state is closely related to the number and destructive power of calamities in various places? The more you suppress her, the more you push her into the abyss of losing control. Once she truly gains control of her body, the first thing she will do after awakening will be to ravage this world. At that time, the outer gods surrounding this world will be the best knives. On the other side, Sui Ji held the foodless ghost in her hand and burst out laughing. Ha! Down there in the ground, from the mud puddle, the Dharma-eating ghost began to regenerate. It immediately returned in front of Sui Ji. Benefactor, please listen to this one word of mine. Sui Ji turned in surprise. This ghost isn't dead? That's not right. My saliva can dissolve all things. How could it? As she finished speaking, the character on her face suddenly faded and shrank. Her body also began to shrink. My hunger is subsiding. Is my power fading? The foodless ghost laughed. Your ability, the old master already told us about it. Someone like you, whose power is linked to your own hunger, will be countered by the Dharma-eating ghost's ability. Your ability to regenerate your body through eating is countered by my curse. Combined with the immortal bodies provided by the old master, the tricks you were so proud of have been completely locked down by us. At this moment, down below, Zhong Kuei realized something was not right. Function wondered what's wrong. Although the combination of the Dharma-eating ghost and the foodless ghost can greatly limit Sui Ji's development in this form, as a master Taoist, she shouldn't be so easily restrained by a trick of this level. Unless, so that's how it is, making us unknowingly cooperate in your act. The mortal dust immortals of this world are very weak. Hurry and come invade. What? Feng Sheng, the calamity master Taoist you look down on the most, seems not to be as foolish as you judged. Xianwu on the other side also detected the new rifts in the sky. 3 of them at once? Li Chun continued. Not only that, there's no telling how many peepers are hiding in the shadows. The great war to determine the ownership of this world is about to begin. Mortals are not qualified to participate. Therefore, you should take the other survivors and leave as soon as possible. Any later, and you won't be able to leave. After saying this, he also flew away, arriving at the location of the 2 Guanyins. He asked, how is it? She replied, they have accepted our challenge, but that voice of the celestial world is very arrogant, believing we will surely lose. Li Chun said, among the 3,000 worlds, countless master Taoists have fallen due to killing calamities. Among these past mortal dust immortals, the most common reason for failure is arrogance. We will prove that their arrogance is just an illusion, one that can be shattered with a single blow. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from somewhere. Stop talking. Such large rifts in the sky. Can't you see them? Hey, after hearing this, Li Chun turned his head to look towards Wu Yang and said, I almost forgot about you. He raised his hand and shouted, withdraw. The nails embedded in Wu Yang's body began to loosen, and then fell to the ground. It took 5 seconds for Wu Yang to become like a normal person. What's the deal with those 3 rifts in the sky? Li Chun replied, well, it's just as it seems. The outer gods who have been eyeing this world are about to attack. Wu Yang asked, then why are you letting them establish a passage? This world's position is for logistics, not a battlefield. The 2 replied, it is for logistics, but the premise is that you can pass the current trial. Then you must reclaim the lost land in the subsequent war for the underworld. Wu Yang continued, this is different from what we discussed. You promised me not to involve the mortals of this world in the war with the outer gods. The longevity elder appeared and continued, we did promise that. Wu Yang turned to look at the longevity elder, but now the agreement is void. Zhan Feng arrived at Xian Wu's side to report. He asked back, the great demon that attacked you really looked like that? Yes, and not only that, its scales are also incredibly hard, the hardest I've ever seen in my life. This kind of expert, even outside Yemen Pass. Xian Wu interrupted, no need for further comparison. He is the lord of the demonic Tao, Yi. Who would have thought that the 3 sides of calamity, myriad things, and strange techniques would gather in Liao City, plus the descent of a great power from the upper realm, and 3 rifts leading to some unknown world. The intensity of the Liao City battlefield has spiraled out of control, even for His Majesty. He said, that lord of demons was not wrong. Liao City is too dangerous for us now. Let's withdraw. Zhan Feng asked, aren't I going to risk it once? I still have a trump card I haven't used. Xian Wu replied, no more risks. Fighting to this point, you have fulfilled your responsibility well. Quickly take the defender of Dong Yi and leave this place. What about you, sir? I still have some unfinished karma. After it's over, I will also leave. Yes, all right. Take care, sir. After these last words, Zhan Feng also departed. And in a ruined corner, Eli sighed. Sigh, I understand the situation in Liao City less and less. Do you understand? Perhaps the kings are arranging their troops, so we should leave. We cannot participate in a war of this level at present. Even so, we still need the king's permission. As soon as he finished speaking, someone approached. It was Zhong Kuei. Return control of the body to Nanhai. We must leave this city. And on this side, Yi had arrived at Sui Ji's location. It seems luck is on our side. If we are in our best condition when we start the war with those Dharma Taoists, our chances of winning will be a bit higher. The human king of the Gao family has done well. Sui Ji asked. If Gao Jing releases Hong and Han, what will be our chances of victory? Yi shook his head. Don't think about it anymore. Even if that human king has such a life-or-death determination, Yuan wouldn't agree. However, at the time when Hong and Han were imprisoned by Great Gene one after another, you actually managed to maintain a certain degree of rationality. That truly surprises me. How did you do it? Sui Ji smiled and replied, this is thanks to Li Chun. He helped me create a wondrous treasure that can swap instinct and reason. Thanks to it, my state can be stabilized. At the same time, Xianwu arrived at one of Wu Yang's corpses. Is this your end? Qin, sure. Over here, Emperor Jing also sighed upon seeing this. I didn't expect to fall in this manner. Shanin, Lu Che, stay away from me a bit. He is about to appear. Before they could understand what was happening, a burst of energy shot up from the ground. Lu Che's eyes widened as he looked at the dragon before him. This is a dragon of the dragon vein. Gao Jing, the great calamity has arrived. Sacrifice your life for all the people under heaven. Emperor Jing smiled and replied, we couldn't ask for more. Scene shifts to the longevity elder, but now the agreement is void. We want to directly declare war on Hek Karthus in this world. Wu Yang listened with bitterness. Li Chun immediately rushed behind him, threatening, don't move. Wu Yang turned to look at Li Chun. As a mortal dust immortal of this world, why did you agree to their plan? The longevity elder spoke up. Qin, you've misunderstood something. It's not that His Excellency Li Chun is on our side. Rather, we, after consideration, chose His Excellency Li Chun because he was the one who proposed declaring war. As for the agreement being void, didn't you realize early on that we couldn't be trusted? You were worried we wouldn't keep our promise, that we would use you and then immediately leave this world. But you didn't expect that we would go beyond the scope of the promise and directly declare war on the outer gods who are staring at this world. This is your biggest oversight. Of course, this isn't your fault either, because the pollution that Hek Karthus sowed on you has been subtly influencing you. After all, as Hek Karthus's best beacon in this world, how could he let you do something against his interests? Guanyin spoke up, that's enough. Our time is limited. We shouldn't waste too much of it on someone who is no longer of value. While Hek Karthus is still focused on establishing the passage and has no time to pay attention to this side, I will purify the pollution on him first. As she spoke, she sprinkled holy water on Wu Yang's face. He immediately felt an indescribable pain in his body. Li Chun casually slapped him on the back, making him vomit. The pollution was purged. He was no longer Hek Karthus's beacon, but the methods he possesses are too numerous and too dangerous. Keeping him around might ruin our plans. Li Chun wanted to spare Wu Yang's life. Although he has many methods, only the dreamscape magic was created by him. It's easy to deal with. Let me, the practitioner of strange arts, retract your life's ultimate technique. The longevity elder added, then let this old man lend a hand as well. He must return all the lifespan he gained through flower blossoms in an instant. So, Li Chun and the longevity elder each took a hand, leaving poor Wu Yang to scream in agony. Everything for him turned to blackness. After an unknown amount of time, he groggily opened his eyes. Is this the place where my soul returns? Suddenly, someone approached from behind. No, it's not. Wu Yang was startled and turned to look. Who are you? It was another Qin Wu Yang who approached. Smiling as he asked, what's wrong? Can't you even distinguish between dream and reality anymore? My real self. The scene shifts to Xian Wu, who is sitting in front of Wu Yang's dried corpse, pouring himself a drink. He muttered, I still don't quite understand. A person like you, why would you place your hopes on those high and mighty gods? If the gods are so powerful and noble, then why is there still so much war, pestilence, famine, and death in the world? Back to Wu Yang's side. He wondered, are you the me from the dream? To be precise, I'm the unpolluted part that was voluntarily separated by you. You were polluted by the outer evil god, Hek Karthus. It's normal that you don't know me, because your memories have been mixed with many false ones. I will take you back to the beginning of it all. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. The surrounding scenery changed instantly. The two were in a bamboo forest. Wu Yang looked around this bamboo forest. In front of them were 4 tables, with 8 people. The 8 immortals of Han and Tang. The star-plucking immortal, Hui Huang, raised his wine bowl and said, this immortal has discovered a great change in the once in 70 years, Mars guarding the heart. The 8 immortals of Han and Tang. The immortal in the painting, Wu Daozi, smiled and asked, how so? Hui Huang threw out several white orbs. Everyone, please take a look. Those white orbs transformed into a planetary simulation, where other stars revolved around the Earth as the center. The 8 immortals of Han and Tang. The bamboo grove immortal, Ji Kong, clapped his hands. Interesting, interesting. Fellow Taoist, Hui Huang's stargazing art has improved again. The secrets of the celestial phenomena can be displayed to others with such precision. Qi Ji must be very happy. And yet, among those 8 immortals was Qin Wu Yang, the 8 immortals of Han and Tang. The immortal in the rain, Liu Sheng, stroked his beard and smiled. The orbital path of these celestial bodies actually contains the principles of formation arrays. Quite interesting. The faith immortal, Hei Fu, sitting beside him, spoke up, I don't get it. What's so interesting about these useless stars? Hui Huang turned to him angrily. You mole cricket, you can't even recognize a mountain of gold right in front of you. With this, we can accurately calculate the periods of weakness and strength of calamities. The national fate of the Great Tang will surely last longer than that of the Great Han. Something so important, and you dare call them useless stars? Hei Fu slammed his hand on the table. Who are you calling a mole cricket? Hui Huang pointed straight at his face. You? That's who? What, you're not convinced? The kitchen god, Shi Shan, sitting between them, gave a wry smile. Stop arguing. You two stop arguing. Opposite them was the immortal in the mirror. She watched the two, one black and one white, curse at each other with a slight smile. Qin Weiyang looked at the 8 boisterous people. They're all my old friends, but this banquet, why don't I have the slightest impression of it? Dream Wu Yang replied, because neither Li Chun nor Hek Karthus wants you to remember this past. It's just that fellow Li Chun made you forget the banquet and what happened afterward, while Hek Karthus distorted your memories. Wu Yang asked, why would they do that? What happened at this banquet? Was it that important to me and to them? Dream smiled, just keep watching. The important part is coming. The scene shifts back to the banquet table. Lu Xing observed for a moment and spoke up. Hui Huang, this creation of yours is exquisitely crafted, but why don't I see how it corresponds to the great change in the once-in-70 years calamity star you mentioned? Hui Huang pointed his fan forward. What's the hurry? Look, isn't the transformation about to happen? As soon as he finished speaking, within the orbital path, a red star suddenly opened its eye. Everyone was shocked, and then a strange light erupted. The people became angry. Something's wrong. There's a problem with Hui Huang's creation. Smash it quickly. No, don't look directly at that Mars. You'll be polluted. Damn you, Hui Huang. We have no grudge against you. Why did you plot to harm us? Hui Huang revealed his true nature. Fanatical believers of Hek Karthus, offer your mortal bodies to my lord. Dream said, this is the truth that was covered up. The star-plucking immortal, Hui Huang, you secretly became a believer of Hek Karthus. You used your creation to pollute you 8 immortals at the banquet. The promise about looking directly at the outer god in your memory was actually fabricated. The source of this pollution is the outer god, and the pollution from the outer gods will continue to increase over time. Even for you, it's only a matter of time before you become a potential madman like Hui Huang. Wu Yang continued. But I'm very clear, I have never trusted Hek Karthus. So it seems that after the banquet of the 8 immortals, I found a way to mitigate the pollution. Dream nodded while waving his hand, changing the scene to a white space. As the only cultivator among the 8 immortals who specialized in the spirit, you joined hands with the immortal in the mirror to create an anti-pollution method as quickly as possible. You used bewitchment and dream-weaving magic to separate the unpolluted spirit and place it in the deepest part of the consciousness. After that, the part of you kept in the deep layer of the dreamscape, which is me, would help the part of you in the outer layer of consciousness, which is the current you, to eliminate the spiritual pollution. Although doing so couldn't cure the root cause, it could greatly reduce Hek Karthus' influence on you. Wu Yang wondered it. Then why did Li Chun get involved in this? Dream replied, don't be hasty, I haven't finished. Another wave of his hand changed the scene. Dream continued. After the immediate crisis was resolved, you began to investigate what was behind that pollution. After many years of effort, you finally determined that there were some evil gods not belonging to the great thousand world who were eyeing this world. Their actions of polluting and creating believers were to prepare for their subsequent descent. You realized that although this world appeared peaceful on the surface, in reality, a great calamity was approaching, and even the mortal dust immortals here couldn't save themselves. The reason for this judgment was because you discovered that the strongest mortal dust immortal of the path of life and death in this world had long lost contact, and the secondary bodies of mortal dust immortals from other worlds who were traveling in this world were also leaving one by one. You decided to do something, but being polluted by Hek Karthus, you were suspicious of the local mortal dust immortals. Therefore, at that time, you could only act on your own to find and clean up the potential believers of outer gods like Hek Karthus in this world. These potential believers were mainly practitioners of astrology and divination. Wu Yang continued. No wonder the secrets of the celestial bodies in this world have made no progress in the last 200 years. So at that time, Did we also inform the rogue cultivators and Taoist sects in the fields of astrology and divination to stop them from exploring further down this path? Correct. Those who were persuaded swore an oath with their souls, while those who were not were all killed. Objectively speaking, you did indeed sever the tentacles of outer gods like Heckarthus from this world, but that also drew their attention. Heckarthus increased its pollution towards you. You, and the immortal in the mirror, discovered that if this continued, within 10 years, you would surely become fanatical believers of Heckarthus, just as you were trying to find solution. Li Chun, who had been weakened because of you, discovered you and the mark of Heckarthus on you. After that, the game began. Li Chun, who was well aware of the threat the outer gods posed to this world, decided to eliminate you before the pollution could spread. Through calamity, he incited you to willingly walk into a death trap. The interesting thing is, in order to preserve its remaining 7 potential semi-believers in this world, Heckarthus began to play a long-distance game with Li Chun and Calamity. You know the rest. Under the influence of Li Chun and Calamity, you decided to overthrow the Great Tang. In the battle at the Chang'an Sky prison not long after, you succeeded in shaking the foundations of the Great Tang's rule. However, you also suffered a great loss of vitality, with only you and Shi surviving. Afterward, Li Chun and Heckarthus reached a tacit agreement, and both sides ceased hostilities. You and Shi could still act under their supervision, continuing on your ideal path, protecting this world at the smallest cost. Wu Yang understood. In other words, all our plans were carried out under their supervision. To Li Chun and those outer gods, this path of mine, the people who died tragically, were their sacrifices all meaningless? Meng was silent for a few seconds, then replied, "Of course not. Although what you think and do cannot be hidden from them. On the other hand, how could their arrangements not be exposed before me?" As he finished speaking, a stone slab appeared behind them. Wu Yang turned to look. "This is," Meng continued, "although Li Chun and Heckarthus could turn you into their pawn through memory distortion and clever guidance, they did not discover me, who hid in the deep layers of the dreamscape. I have long since reversed their plans based on their arrangements over these many years. The layout they completed through you, I have seen it all clearly. These years I have been here, painstakingly thinking and researching, looking for a way to kill those outer gods. I have found the method. It is on the stone wall behind you. What comes next is up to you." Wu Yang exclaimed, "But my lifespan has been drained by the longevity elder, and Li Chun has used his authority and strange techniques to revoke all my methods except for my dream creation magic. As I am now, I can't even return to the world of the living," Meng said as he gradually faded away. "It's all right. I have long anticipated these things. When you are cleansed of the pollution by Li Chun and his allies, stripped of your life's learnings, and have the rest of your life drained in Liao City, that will also be the time when the successor of the Jade Emperor's sect will fulfill their promise, helping us return from the dead. Pick up the sword and shield I have prepared for you, and fight to find a way out for the things you want to protect." Scene shifts back to reality. Xian Wu senses someone approaching. "I thought you would have run away long ago." The beggar, or rather, the 23rd generation sect master of the Jade Emperor's sect, Hoji Banian Qing, whose identity has just been revealed, laughed and replied, "The promise of my ancestors, I dare not disobey." Xian Wu dusted off his legs and stood up, truly surprising that cultivators like you, who have turned into outer gods, still have your sect in your hearts. Ying replied, "Listen to you, as if after I changed, I would become the type to disown all my relatives." Xian Wu observed him, then asked, "The magical artifact in your hand is the rebirth gong of the Jade Emperor's sect, isn't it? Did you kill the guardian of Yinzhou and take their sect-guarding treasure?" Ying replied, No. I am the 23rd generation sect master of the Jade Emperor's sect." Xian Wu was still unconvinced. "This joke isn't funny. If you really are the sect master of the Jade Emperor's sect, when the Qingluo Bureau issued a warrant for your arrest, they should have discovered your identity and reported it to me, right?" Ying said awkwardly, How should I explain this? People of my Jade Emperor sect do not have the habit of using their original appearance and real identity when roaming the world, especially when doing bad things. There, look at this. This face should be enough proof, right?" Scene shifts to Wu Yang. "I don't understand. Clearly, someone like you, who has already found the answer, is the best executor. Why give this opportunity to me? Or is it that you feel I should be given a chance to atone for the mistakes I've made in the past?" Over here, Xian Wu and the other had sat down to talk. "Wait, assuming you really are the guardian of Yinzhou, with the guardian of a place changing like this, why didn't the city god of Yinzhou report it to the higher-ups first?" Of course, it's because the city god has also changed. To be precise, aside from a half-baked believer with wavering faith like me, the entirety of Yun City, for from top to bottom has submitted to the anti-sect. Xianwu finally understood. It all fits. No wonder the divination compass pointed towards Yunzhou back then. Is it because that place is the main headquarters of the heretical cultists? This is bad, Fanji. Last question. If you haven't completely submitted and your heart is still with the Great Gene, then why haven't you tried to send intelligence to the Qingluo Bureau over the past few years? Ewing pointed upwards. I wanted to, but they have always been watching. I simply couldn't find an opportunity. Over with Wu Yang, he looked at the stone steel, muttering to himself. Use the soul as a boat, the physical body as an oar. Choose 7 types of suffering, turn the pain into wind, and propel the god-slaying sail. This 7 sufferings of mortals, although its purpose and limits are higher and stronger than the 7 sufferings of the common man that the old jailer I met in the Chang'an Sky prison used. It's probably not enough to kill outer gods who have mastered some means of resurrection. They're still riding behind the stone wall. Yuing continued. If the Sword Master of Qingzhou hadn't killed the heretical cultist responsible for monitoring me and the mortal dust immortal here, attracting the attention of those outer gods, I wouldn't have had the chance to tell you these things. Xianwu looked towards Wu Yang's corpse, then turned back and asked, You want to use the rebirth gong on him? Yuing nodded. That's right. My Jade Emperor sect owes the immortal in the dream, Qin Wuyang, and his friends a great debt of gratitude. As long as this debt is not repaid, my Jade Emperor sect's lineage will never be able to break through the shackles of divination. At this time, when the outer gods are watching and all living beings are in danger, I hope you will be lenient and not stop me from fulfilling my ancestors' promise. Yuing spoke with a sincere tone, bowing his head in request. In the dream, Qin Wuyang finally understood. By using the time reversal of withered wood greets spring, combined with the destructive power after the 7 sufferings are fully unleashed, after damaging the target's mind and body, it then pulls me and them into the deepest layer of consciousness, and continue to fight until sinking into an eternal sleep. Outside, Yuing began to strike the gong. The first man does not die, hereafter long-lived, extending 100 years, the place where the soul returns. He struck it a second time. The flame of Wu Yang's life began to light up once more, slowly opening his eyes, coming back to life. The face right in front of him was Yin Hua. Wu Yang, revived in his flickering body, uttered 2 words. A Wu. The rebirth gong adding 100 years of life could not reverse Master Qin's aged appearance. It seems my previous guess was correct. Master Qin and the longevity elder have turned against each other. How lamentable. The renowned immortal in the dream of yesteryear, famous for his divination and stargazing, to think he would end up like this. You only have dreamscape magic left like him. Even if you have a way out prepared, you can no longer turn the tide. Sword and shield. Yuing bowed. The 23rd generation sect master of the Jade Emperor sect has fulfilled the agreement between you and the 7th generation sect master. Wu Yang spoke up. If I remember correctly, 1 generation of your Jade Emperor sect can only last for 10 years. Not 30, but 23. Has the path your ancestor chose succeeded? Yuing replied, halfway there. The 21st generation sect master met a relatively friendly, anomalous deity. Moreover, its power is even greater than Heckarthus. Although there is still pollution, the rate of changing sect masters is no longer as fast as before. Wu Yang raised his hand and said, Is that so? Yuing also unconsciously took his hand, intending to pull him up, and was suddenly pulled in. In the dreamscape, the dream Wu Yang introduced. This is my dream world, a place beyond the sight of the outer gods. Speaking here is the most secret. I hope you can help me with one more thing. Yuing turned his head and said, The karma between the Jade Emperor sect and the 8 immortals of Han and Tang is settled. I don't want to get involved in the grudges between you, Li Chun, and Heckarthus. Wu Yang said, I won't let you suffer a loss. As he finished speaking, he thrust his hand into Yu Ying's chest. Yuing was startled to see Wu Yang fading away. What are you doing? He replied, This is the reward I'm paying in advance. From now on, you will be the immortal in the dream. Shi Yuing stood stunned, alone in the bamboo forest, and shouted angrily, Damn it! Then the dream shattered, and he immediately grabbed Wu Yang by the collar. He yelled, You schemed against me? Wu Yang laughed. Using the ultimate skill of me, the immortal in the dream, Qin Wuyang, in exchange for your full help today. In this exchange, I don't profit and you don't lose, right? Yuing frowned. That's only you not losing out. If I don't help you, you'll die, and as someone who owes you a great karmic debt, my divination skills will never be able to improve in this lifetime, and it will even affect my Jade Emperor sex lineage. If I help you, I will be drawn into the struggle between the evil gods and the righteous gods here. Once they discover my current state, Xian Wu stepped forward to calm him. Calm down a bit. Yuing turned to look straight into Xian Wu's eyes, clicked his tongue, and released his grip on Wu Yang's collar. Xian Wu asked. Master Qin, what exactly do you want to do? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yang used a technique, affecting both of them and pulling them into a dream. He walked to the stone platform. This method carved on the stone wall. See for yourselves. Use the soul as a boat, the physical body as an oar. Choose 7 types of suffering, turn the pain into wind, and propel the god-slaying sail. Yu Ying asked, isn't this the 7 sufferings of the common man? Are you sick? Using this outdated thing with great limitations to kill a god? If it were really that useful, calamity would have been eliminated by the Great Han Bureau long ago. Xian Wu interrupted. Not right. Although the technique on the stone wall is improved based on the framework of the 7 sufferings of the common man, in reality, it has changed a great deal. The common 7 sufferings of mortals is to significantly enhance the practitioner's physical body and energy through self-harm and finally destroy the enemy with that ultimate power. But the 7 sufferings of mortals on this stone wall is the opposite. It completely abandons improving the practitioner's physical body and only pursues the accumulation and formation of qigong. Ewing wondered, what's so special about this? Besides not needing to train the body and having lower requirements, what else is there to praise? Wu Yang spoke up. There is stealth. There is a suffering and a transformation after using it that is different from the common 7 sufferings. Even when this set of 7 sufferings reaches the final step, the caster themselves will not show any obvious change in power. This avoids the greatest risk of using the common 7 sufferings. The caster being discovered by the enemy for becoming too powerful before completing the 7 sufferings ritual. On this basis, combined with the secret art of the Withered Wood rejuvenation cycle, I can repeatedly kill gods based on the fully unleashed energy of the 7 sufferings. Xian Wu continued, but this is only theoretical. Even if Withered Wood rejuvenation can help you heal your damaged body, the pain caused by opening the 7 sufferings is real. Not to mention, each time you open a suffering is equivalent to enduring a form of torture. Even if your will is as hard as steel, it would be difficult to endure such endless torture for long. Wu Yang smiled, looking towards Yuing. I know, that's why his help is needed. Scene changes to Tramfong. He has left Liao City, standing on a high place looking back. It's only been peaceful for over 100 years, and now the world is about to fall into great chaos again. Suddenly a piece of wood emerged, saying, whether chaotic times will come or not, I don't know, but this place, Hunan Dao, is definitely no longer a place to stay. Tramfong was startled and realized. This voice, you are, how did you become like this? Thursday Deep replied, well, when I was hit by that Arhut's move, weren't you also there? Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly arrived. It was Tranhung. Tramfong asked, are you guys done talking? He nodded, we're done. Then he bent down to pick up Thursday Deep, who reminded him, be gentle, I only have this small piece left. Tran Hung slung him over his shoulder and said to Tramfong, we have to go back to Dong. Aren't you coming? I'm waiting for the old master. So the 2 sides bid farewell. Then Tran Hung also zipped away. On another side, the 3 of them, Trung Kui and his group, were moving in the sky. Fong Tan said, their battle will probably last a long time. Optimistically speaking, we still have 10 years. Trung Kui asked, you don't think highly of them, do you? You think they will lose? Fong Tan replied, in this world, the power of the path of life and death is absolute. No matter what, they should not have let Hong Wai gain control of the path of life and death. Li Chun and the others have chosen the wrong priority. Reclaiming the path of life and death should be the top priority. Trung Kui asked, but 10 years, perhaps that's not enough for you to return to the battlefield. Fong Tan shook his head. No, it's enough. Those who left have left. The remaining mortal dust immortals were looking up. AP Jia asked, those 3 outer gods, how shall we divide them? Li Chun replied, the strongest one, Thugga, is for me and Tuesday Company. The mountain-sized worm is for our friends from the upper realm. The last one is for you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a movement. 2 of the 3 pits opened. Ice and water poured down from the sky. The Wong said, they're here. At the same time, Emperor Kan was also moving, asking, how much longer? The dragon of the ley line replied, 1 stick of incense. Cthulhu, he spread the clouds, then slowly emerged, right before their eyes. It was the group from the upper realm and the mortal dust immortals, looking left and right. That bastard, he's not here. After muttering, he decided to go down first. Boom! A truly earth-shaking landing. What a pity. I thought I could have a fight with him without restrictions in this world. AP Gia also spoke up. Hey, saying this right in front of us. The horn on his head lit up. His body began to transform. Are you looking down on us a little? Old brother. Cthulhu sneered. Look down on you? Just based on you. AP Gia frowned and said, annoying. He immediately sped forward, pushing hard with both hands. Cthulhu also blocked the move. The shockwave was terrifying. In such a hurry already? Actually, compared to you yourself, I'm more interested in the Tao you possess. It seems to allow you to adjust your life form according to your needs. Apga replied, correct, it's called myriad things. Cthulhu laughed. Myriad things, I like it very much. As he finished speaking, the ground beneath their feet suddenly turned to water. Apga lost his footing and fell straight down. Cthulhu's speed underwater increased terrifyingly, quickly swimming behind him, using his tentacles to wrap tightly around Apga's neck. In reality, he was also being choked and pressed to the ground. After you're drowned, it will be mine. Tuesday Co wondered, what on earth is that fellow Apga doing? It's over right after they met. He's too useless. Guanyin continued. He has been led by the opponent's Tao. Cthulhu, the Fat Han, is a master of weaving dreamscapes. Apga has been pulled into the opponent's home ground. The Long spoke up. Let me go help him. One-on-one. I'm afraid he's no match for that master of the Naplife family. But no, Li Chun believed that Apga would win. The path opened by the previous generation of mortal dust immortals is the survival of the fittest. Currently, half of that power has been transferred to Apga. For someone who has obtained the survival of the fittest, adapting to the illusory dreamscape is just a matter of time. Just watch patiently. Indeed, in the dream, Apga changed into a different form, laughed and said, so that's how it is, a nightmare? But I like to eat it the most. In reality, Apga counterattacked with a kick straight to Cthulhu's mouth. You are too greedy. In order to hide information, you made me in the dream and me in reality die in the same way. If you hadn't done that, you might have been able to force me to use more trump cards. As he spoke, Apga's hand gathered power. By the time the panicked Cthulhu reacted, he took a full punch from Apga. A pity, you missed your chance. Thugga and Hakwalak too were also quite surprised. How disgraceful, his most proficient illusionary realm was broken by the enemy so quickly. Don't be careless. The Tao master of this world is very strong. Strong? Strong is good. As he spoke, Hakwalak too emerged from the pit. Then I'm looking forward to it even more, the feeling after synchronizing and tasting them. Scene changes to Yinmen Pass. The teleportation gate is about to open. Lord Luke asked, hasn't Kai Feng responded with news yet? Not yet. That shouldn't be. News from Yinmen Pass cannot and should not be delayed for so long, with no response at all. After a few seconds of consideration, Lord Luke decided, I can't wait any longer. I'll go to Liao City first. You stay here and carry out the next communication. Yes. After assigning the task, he walked towards the teleportation gate. As soon as he stepped inside, he immediately disappeared from Yemen Pass. A light descended from the heavens. Lord Luke had arrived in Liao City. Looking at the surrounding scenery, especially in the sky, he exclaimed in alarm, wait, what the hell is that? For the vermilion bird Luke gone, landing in Liao City at this time was extremely dangerous. The frenzied outer gods, the gods and Buddhas of the upper realm, and the elder gods are enemies of the dynasty. No matter which side, they were all arrogant existences that Luke Gon absolutely could not resist. Even someone as reckless as Luke Gon could not deny this. The ruins of the city at his feet made it impossible for Luke Gon to remain calm. At this moment, Luke Gon had only one thought in his mind, which was to spend all his remaining lifespan, to use the ultimate Dark Sun to crush and personally destroy all the bastards who caused this. Over here, they also heard Luke Gon's loud shout. Who is it? Which bastard dares to cause trouble in his majesty's territory and slaughter the people? Guanyin also had to nod. What a fiery temper. The Long turned to ask, a new variable has appeared. I'll go deal with him. Li Chun replied, no, compared to this variable, the white worm above our heads is more concerning. Though Ong thought for a few seconds, then we won't interfere. You guys handle it yourselves. As he finished speaking, he and Guanyin shot straight up into the sky. Lo Loi Mao laughed. So my opponents are just the two of you? That's too few. Not nearly enough to fill me up. The Long replied, your 3 suppression methods, we have studied them all thoroughly. Lo Loi Mao, Ha Kualak too. This time let's settle the score once and for all. After hearing this, he burst out laughing. Settle the score? You are truly daydreaming. Just people who use the Tao like you. What right do you have to talk about settling scores with someone like me who uses the Tao as food? Just based on the little power borrowed from the Tao in your hands? Guanyin, prepare to make a move? This, we won't trouble you with. At the same time, Luke Gon approached Li Chun. Li Chun greeted this powerful aura, Mr. Luke. He turned to ask, are you among those who made Liao City become like this? Li Chun, I am. A warning echoed in Luke Gon's ear. Don't be impulsive. You will have no chance of winning if you fight him. He is your natural enemy. Li Chun smiled to himself. So that's it. Is that a Fumza under the mask? Luke Gon shouted angrily, natural enemy? So what? Then he changed his state. His body turned black, his wings spread wide, and then shot straight up into the sky. Tuesday Co wondered, why did you let him leave? He will definitely mess things up. Li Chun smiled because I saw something interesting on his face. This spot on him has the symbol of a Fumza. Tuesday Co asked again, then why not deal with him right away Is he contaminated by a Fumza? Li Chun shook his head. No, quite the opposite. A Fumza is probably in trouble right now, regretting why it chose such a stubborn rock to be its person. A Fum shouted loudly right now, "Leave this city immediately. Do not interfere in their fight. Immediately." Lucan shouted back, "Shut up." As soon as he finished speaking, the mask covering his eyes shattered. A Fum was revealed. "You dare to defy my lord, to defy the will of the great Afumza?" Lucan's ego was pushed to the limit, so talkative. As he finished speaking, he began to gouge out his own eyes. A Fum screamed, What are you doing? I once swore to serve the human king Chao Jia on the dragon throne with all my heart. You want me to submit to you and your lord? Are you worthy? You get lost." With soaring anger and loyalty to Chao Jia, he then began. Luke Gontan successfully erased the evil god's incitements in his ear. The southern brightness departed fire. Dark sun was being prepared. In the far distance, the ley line dragon burst out of the ground and soared high into the sky. Chao Can, from above, wondered, why did it change direction? The ley line dragon said, "This final stretch cannot be traversed using the method of advancing through the earth's veins. We can only fly over." Understood. Scene changed to the battle of Ha Kwa Lak 2. From his mouth, he spat out a black, slimy substance. Then from that black slime, a horde of demons materialized. The woman laughed provocatively, moved to tears, aren't we? Reassembling your former colleagues isn't easy, is it? Though Ong said, the number of Tran ghosts compared to last time has clearly increased quite a bit. That fellow Lo Loi Mao, Ha Kwa Lak 2, after leaving the celestial battlefield, has he been preying on the lesser worlds all this time? Guanyin called out, "Nam Cuc. These Tran ghosts, I'll deal with them. You assist me from his side." All right. Guanyin took the branch from the vase, performed the great Tao of myriad heavens, my 33 manifestations, and summoned other gods and Buddhas. Lo Loi Mao, Ha Kwa Lak 2, everything from before will be settled today. He replied confidently, in your dreams. At the same time, Apgia stomped Cthulhu's head straight into the ground. Surely you don't only have these few tricks, do you? Outer God. Indeed, it's not so easy to take down an evil god from another realm. He continued to use a technique on Apgia, who was held in the palm of his hand, then emerged and said, "To deal with you, these tricks are more than enough." Scene changed to Pham Kai's side. He was motionless, hung upside down by Hatu Fap. He was startled for a moment, realizing this spiritual fluctuation, Cthulhu. Apgia continued to transform his body to avoid the technique. Using a trick I've already seen through to deal with me? I'm truly being underestimated. Back in reality, Cthulhu had successfully escaped from Apgia's head press, counterattacking with tentacles that wrapped tightly around him. Apgia was startled. Something's wrong. I clearly devoured the nightmare. Why hasn't my consciousness returned to reality? What on earth did you do? In reality, Apgia was restrained by Cthulhu, who then gathered energy in his mouth and unleashed it straight at Apgia's head. The tentacles released him, and Apgia, just like that, collapsed thud. Cthulhu said, "Your ability to adapt to circumstances is truly terrifying. Perhaps you could even gradually adapt to the pollution of the three pillar gods, right? However, as long as the complexity of the situation increases to a level you can't quickly adapt to, and I kill you in this very moment, then your adaptive power will have no room to be used." Still not dead after that? What a stubborn fellow. Scene changed to the dreamscape of the bamboo forest. Kat Huang said, "If the user of the dreamscape technique is so crucial, then why are you transferring this technique, this task, to me? Don't forget, I'm a potential follower of Nugwai Wythan, and I might very well betray you all." Wu Yang smiled. "I know, but I'm out of options." Huang was irritated. Out of options? What about him? Is he not good enough? Wu Yang replied, "He has a more important mission. Besides, he is not suited to practice dreamscape Taoist techniques." Huan Vu raised his hand. "I can testify to this. He is not deceiving you." Huang was still a bit resentful. "All right, but I'm telling you beforehand, I don't have a spiritual power as strong as yours. When things like the Outer God's whispers aren't intentionally targeting me, I can barely cope. But if it reaches the level of close contact with the Lord I believe in and his incarnation, I can't guarantee that the Outer God's whispers won't change because of this." Wu Yang smiled. "If we really encounter a sudden situation, an unexpected mishap, that would be heaven's will to take my life, not your fault." Huang exclaimed, "You said it." Huan Vu spoke up. "Tell me about the second half of the plan." "Master Qin, after you use the 7 sufferings to heavily injure the Outer God," Wu Yang began to explain. "First, after a while, we return to reality. The three of them woke up. Huang was the first to react. I'm truly insane to actually go along with you guys on such a crazy plan. If the dark side of my lord finds out, Wu Yang asked, but you also admit its feasibility, don't you? Turning to speak of Vu, the final key to the plan, I'll have to trouble you to look after it. The old man replied, I will protect it with my life. Wu Yang said, in that case, let the action begin. The 7 sufferings of mortals, the first suffering, the eyes cannot see. As he spoke, Wu Yang gouged out his own 2 eyes. On the other side, Cthulhu also ripped out Apga's heart. Apga's body immediately turned into a dry skeleton. As expected, you are the true body. As he spoke, he put the heart into his mouth. From the pile of bones, a black, viscous, slimy thing took advantage of Cthulhu's inattention to escape, slithering quickly towards his shed horn over there. Just as it was celebrating picking up the horn, the 2 Guanyins noticed. The Guanyin here shook her head, leaving behind almost your entire body to escape in this state. How long has it been since you were this wretched? Yeah, he replied. He didn't gain any advantage either. My heart isn't that easy to swallow. At the same time, Cthulhu realized something was wrong. Just as his body began to swell with tumors, the cells in his body began to expand. There was a problem with that heart. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He just exploded, flesh splattering everywhere, horrifying as hell. Apga approached the 2 Guanyins. The more I change my life form, prepare for me 100 different types of demons. Guanyin unrolled a scroll and replied, all right. Wu Yang on the other side, after blinding himself, laughed as he realized something. No wonder the first of the 7 sufferings of mortals is that the eyes cannot see. It turns out you trade your sight for an absolute ability to perceive chi. You rely on chi to find the enemy, and you won't be bewitched by illusions or dreamscape techniques. Details like this, unless you experience it yourself. So, what would be the principle behind the second of the 7 sufferings of mortals? That the ears cannot hear? So that's how it is. After both eyes and ears are crippled, the perceptive ability becomes even stronger, not just for the chi of living things. This time, even the shapes of inanimate objects can be etched into the mind at the same time. Not only that, by losing hearing, the user of the 7 will also not be bewitched or disturbed by sound. The first and second sufferings are both for better observation, out of concern that the user cannot endure the subsequent process and make a sound that reveals their position. Then, the effect of the third suffering is not hard to guess anymore. Next, Wu Yang separated his bones. At the same time, the exploded pieces of Cthulhu's flesh began to twitch, then sought each other out, linking together to form a mass. In front was Cthulhu's eye. The moment it regained consciousness, it thought of Apga with bitterness. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Wu Yang on his side also slowly stood up. Next is the main point. Different from the normal 7 sufferings, this is another set of 7 sufferings that I have modified. After the third suffering, there's no need to consider the pain too much. On the contrary, it even limits the user's problem of explosive physical strength. For someone like me who doesn't rely on their body to destroy enemies, I just need to consider how to gain the greatest benefit. This is not difficult at all. The fourth suffering, 100 diseases plagued the body. His bones began to form the hull of a boat. Wu Yang's body now looked like a crazed ghost, hundreds of cuts on his body forming the boat's sail. Along with the sixth suffering, the burning of the flesh. On the other side, Tuesday Ko sensed something. Li Chun asked, "What is it?" "A new natural disaster has been born around here, very close." If I remember correctly, there were no gestating natural disasters in Liao City. To skip the gestation process and be born directly. This is most likely a man-made disaster. Just like how after you killed Qin Wu Yang, the nightmare I collected became a natural disaster. Can you identify what kind of disaster it is? At this time, and in this place, a disaster that can break your blockade will likely become a very difficult variable to deal with. Tuesday Ko exclaimed, "I can't fully identify it yet, but it gives me a very familiar feeling. The last time I had such a premonition, the natural disaster that was born was destroying mountains and punishing temples." Wu Yang was now truly a clothed, dried skeleton. Another me? Your speculation is not wrong. Pain that exceeds human limits will significantly increase the quality of qi. At the same time, it will cause the qi to no longer have necrotic properties that cling to the bones. This will greatly limit the regenerative abilities of the outer gods, combined with. Kat Huang and Huin Vu watched in shock. Why did he choose 100 diseases, 10,000 cuts, and the burning of the flesh? Enduring these 3 sufferings consecutively in such a short time is no joke. Normally, just choosing one of them would be enough to serve as the final 7th suffering. Master Qin, Wu Yang pointed to the sky. "Come, the 7th suffering. Desire that cannot be controlled." Cthulhu turned. "What is that?" "Using the soul as a boat." Wu Yang was done, using his physical body as an or, choosing 7 types of suffering, turning pain into wind to power the god-slaying sail. Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the entirety of Liao City. Not long before, Li Chun was saying, destroying mountains and punishing temples, impossible. The 7 sufferings of mortals has already been weakened by my own hands. This disaster shouldn't be able to recur, right? Moreover, starting from the 5th suffering, the user's chi and physical body will enter a state of no longer being themselves, which is fundamentally impossible to hide, not to mention the 7th and 8th. Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled by the golden light from Wu Yang's boat, staring wide-eyed as it descended. Boom! That's not the 7 sufferings of mortals. That's something new. At the same time, in the sky above Liao City, the southern brightness departed fire. Dark sun was unleashed by Luke Gone. Below, there seemed to be a huge mass of chi burning. Who could it be? Forget it. Even knowing is meaningless. The 5 Lotus Dark Sun is already formed. After this conflict, there's no friendship left. Having decided, he shouted loudly, "Fall!" After a short distance, the speed of its fall continued to increase. On another side, Ka Huang panted, "Did we succeed?" Huinvu replied, "I don't know. However, someone might know. Withered Wood Meets Spring Reversal is activated. Wu Yang's 2nd meridian is rapidly recovering. The suffering subsides. Flesh and blood are replenished. Did Avu use the reversal on me? First, let's determine the opponent's state. The 7 sufferings of mortals. The first suffering, the eyes cannot see. He is not dead yet. The plea has been answered. Prepare the art of dream entry well. If my position is discovered by him, I need you to pull him into my dream. The 7 sufferings of mortals. The 2nd suffering, the ears cannot hear. At the center of the explosion, Cthulhu is crawling up. This is too absurd. These remnants of spiritual power are actually hindering my regeneration. High above, Hatchlot 2 is inspecting and observing. I am very certain that Light Boat is not a creation of the elder thing of this place. Do there still exist unknown beings in this world who can harm us? Loi Li Mao Ha Kwa La Tu said angrily, "Cthulhu, Thane, you who were once tainted by the poison of reason, have become this weak? You're a disgrace to us. The gods and Buddhas are suppressing the horde of monsters. Perhaps it's not Li Chun's handiwork. That last moment, is there some hidden peak combat power in this world that I don't know about?" Down below, Tuesday Ko asked, "Have you found it yet? Who created that boat of light?" Li Chun replied, "It's Qin Wu Yang. He has returned to the living. Not only that, Chi Ji also told me that he has made another innovation based on the 7 sufferings. That boat of light is his handiwork." Ka Huang noticed in the sky. The 5-linked dark sun is descending. "Old master, look at the sky. A sphere with a radius larger than Wu Yang's boat is descending upon Liao City." Huin Vu recognized it immediately. Luke Gon's Dark Sunday Cthulhu, having just crawled up from the ground, looked up and saw the 5-linked Dark Sunday. What is it this time? Though Ong wondered, a variable? Hatchlot 2 assessed, a powerful attack. Is the target Loi, Li Mao Ha Kuala 2 this time? Indeed, its trajectory was not towards the ground of Liao City, but towards Loi Li Mao Ha Kuala. Tuesday Li Chun counted. 1, 2, 3, 5 dark suns. This brat Luke Gon doesn't intend to blow everyone here to death, does he? Tuesday Ko kicked him squarely on the butt. It's all your fault for letting Luke Gon go. Now his dark sun is about to fall. The resurrection method, the crude second bodies that Guanyin prepared for us, are also about to be done for. What the hell is there left to fight? Li Chun rubbed his butt. What's the hurry? It's not like I can't handle it. As he spoke, he took out a mini prison cage and split it into multiple copies. Go help the guests from the upper realm and the survivors in the city. Those crude second bodies, let them gather for a bit. Go. Over here, Guanyin and Apida noticed something flying towards them. Ah, it's a replica of the Chang'an Sky Prison. As soon as the words were out, both Guanyin and Apida were sucked into the cage and fell haphazardly to the ground. Huin Vu was still bewildered, wondering, why did Luke Gon appear in Liao City? Ka Huang said worriedly, hey, isn't your focus in the wrong place? From our current position, we have nowhere to hide when that thing falls. We're done for. We're definitely dead this time. Huin Vu thought to himself, Luke Gon's Dark Sun attack. Even I would have to use the River of Time to transfer the damage to the future to withstand it. I won't die, but they will. A sudden surge of vital essence welled up in Ka Huang, and he exclaimed, wait, that feeling just now wasn't wrong. The life and death crisis has actually been postponed. What's going on? Returning to Loi Li Mao Ha Kwa La Tu's location, he muttered while casting a spell. It's merely a small world destined to become my food. Don't get too smug. He conjured 2 hands of ice, spreading their fingers wide to push the 5-linked dark sun up. Resist it for me. Indeed, the five-linked Dark Sun was stopped by that hand in the sky above Liao City. Cthulhu breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. If that black energy entity had really fallen, what would have happened to Loi Limao Ha Kuala too? I'm not even sure. With my regeneration ability weakened to almost nothing, I definitely couldn't have withstood it. Loi Limao Ha Kuala too chuckled to himself. Very good. It's temporarily suppressed. Hatchla too reminded him. Don't be careless. It's not over yet. On the other side, Luke Gon was also quite surprised. The first Dark Sun was blocked? Well, what about this then? He proceeded to cast another five-linked Dark Sun to fall. Erlang's dog was startled by a thunderous noise from the sky. The five-linked Dark Sun broke through the clouds and continued to fall. Kat Huang exclaimed, "No way, there's more?" The versions of Guanyin also landed. Is everyone here? The number of shelters is limited. We need all of us in this area to be present before they can be opened. Everyone replied one by one. Everyone's here. Let's go. Don't wait. It's as chaotic as a marketplace. The second five-linked Dark Sun collided with the first, causing the force to nearly double. Loi Mao's hands began to tremble as he struggled to hold on. The wretch's face contorted, and he snapped, "Hatchla too. Help me. I can't hold it back much longer." He was even more shocked by his answer. "I refuse." Luke Gon observed from above. The second one was blocked too? Interesting. Then I'll just add a little more force. At the same time, Guanyin and the Wong, high above, had suppressed the horde of monsters. He asked, "Aren't we fighting anymore?" She replied, "No more fighting. That worm can't withstand the 5 great suns above us. Let's wait until he is severely injured. Then we'll come and reap the benefits." Taong understood, Anzai. Then the two of them entered the prison cage. On the ground below, Tuesday Ko didn't understand why Li Chun had brought out the prison cage. The old man said, "Take this. Take good care of yourself. I'm going to find Qin Wu Yang to talk." After giving his instructions, he also left. Huin Vu and Ka Huang were quite surprised to see Li Chun appear and open his mouth to speak. Qin Wu Yang. "Oh, Qin Wu Yang, just how much more trouble are you going to cause me before you stop?" Wu Yang turned his head towards the sound of Li Chun's voice. In the heavens, this time, 2 orbs broke through the clouds and fell at the same time. Boom! 4 orbs reinforced each other. Finally, the hands of Loi Limao Ha Kuala 2 could not bear it and shattered. Luke Gon said triumphantly, "It seems 4 is your limit, you worm." Before the Dark Sun fell on him. The block of ice under his feet was the first to disintegrate. The one called Cthulhu below was shocked because the Dark Sun was also heading towards his location. Screamed. Damn it. Boom. The 4 Dark Suns crashed straight down into Liao City. The terrifying explosion shook the entire region. Tru Fong, watching from the outside, was worried. Old Master. As soon as he finished speaking, the blast radius of the explosion spread to his position. Deep in the forest, Tran Hung was hastily carrying Thursday deep back to Dong A. Startled by a realization, he stopped and turned his head to look back towards Liao City. Thursday Deep asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "I don't know, but this feeling, it's very familiar to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the light from the blast radius was faintly approaching. Boom! The destructive power looked no different from an atomic bomb. Scene changes to Zhong Kuei. He turned and asked with confusion, "I don't understand. Why do you dislike them so much?" With Mithria's methods of concealment, plus fighting on home ground, as long as the numbers are equal or superior, I really can't imagine a scenario where they would lose. Feng Chung continued, "As someone from the underworld, which was also on home ground, I used to think the same way, but the disastrous defeat at the Battle of the Naiha Bridge has led me to a vague speculation. A speculation completely contrary to Mithria's view, one that might even make you think I'm crazy. Perhaps the power of those outer gods is not cultivated step by step from weak to strong, but is the product of some disordered, chaotic, and insane laws of the universe after their intellect awakened. The moment the shell of their reason is shattered by brute force, the iceberg hidden beneath the sea can surface and reappear in the world. And at that time, as he was speaking, the ley line dragon suddenly swooped past, and at that time, we will clean up the mess and annihilate all the demons and monsters." Nam Hai's jaw dropped, seeing a dragon for the first time. Zhong Kuei realized the ley line dragon and the current emperor have come here in person. The ley line dragon coiled and then turned its head back. Feng Chung, I really didn't expect a temporary failure could deal you such a great blow, to the point of making you fantasize that those invaders are rule entities like the Tao. Are you making excuses for your own incompetence, or have you truly become dazed and deluded? Emperor Jing called out with a cold face. Yuan, it's time to go. Returning to Liao City after the explosion, a deep pit, a goddamn deep one, of unknown meters was created. Below, only the remaining fragments of the outer evil gods were left. Loi Li Mao Ha Kuala Tu was reduced to a single color, seething with resentment. That bastard Hatch La Tu, he summoned us to attack this world, but just stood aside watching us and this world destroy each other. Nyarlathotep was right. Hatch La Tu cannot be trusted. If I hadn't found a way to turn myself into an eternal, cold, warping ghost to resist that flame, I would be dead by now. Speaking of Hatch La Tu, he also peeked down from the sky. The sequence part of Cthulhu Fane has been destroyed. Luke Gon was quite surprised, for consecutive Dark Suns could only destroy one of them. These monsters? There's no other way. At my last bit of chi, embed everything. The final Dark Sun. Once again, the Dark Sun broke through the clouds and flew down. This time, with additional chi, the speed was too fast. The wretch Loi Li Mao looked up. His face went pale. No way there's more. Boom! It still hit the same spot, 100 meters deep into the mountain. Immediately, another terrifying explosion was detected. A prison cage shook. 3 people escaped their predicament. There were the 2 versions of Guanyin and Apida in a different form. I can no longer sense any trace of Cthulhu Fane's existence. Having to endure Apida's mutual destruction trump card, that chi boat, and the strongest southern brightnessly fire since the beginning of this world's history, it's only natural that he had to swallow the bitter pill of defeat. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to find that place. Apida sensed something. Turned to see someone falling. Thud! It was indeed a person falling. It was Luke Gon, who had fallen flat on his face. How pathetic. Now I can't squeeze out any more chi, nor can I use divination to confirm whether that worm is dead or not. Suddenly, a voice spoke, so was you. To harm me so miserably, unforgivable. It was Loi Li Mao, Ha Kuala Tu. He had appeared again. Mortal, tell me, how should I repay you? Just as he finished speaking, Yu Yin and Emperor Jing arrived in Liao City. Repay me? What do you intend to do to my subject? Luke Gon looked at the magnificent image of Emperor Jing and was stirred. Your Majesty? Loi Li Mao, Ha Kuala Tu showed his annoyance. The 2 from the upper realm on this side also noticed that Ley Line Dragon has also arrived, and also the Emperor of Great Gene. Apida, your old acquaintance has arrived. Huh, where'd he go? Loi Li Mao, Ha Kuala Tu frowned. It's just a small advantage. Don't be so smug and arrogant. As he spoke, he launched ice towards Yu Yin. Emperor Jing summoned the sword in his hand, preparing to defend. But Yu Yin stopped him. Don't use the horse-slaying sword just yet. Emperor Jing was puzzled. Yu Yin continued. Apida has made his move. Indeed, from the heavens, Apida dove down like a god, bringing a mace straight down on Loi Li Mao's body. Outer God, I have seen through your tricks. Darkness began to overwhelm a portion of Loi Li Mao's ice. Emperor Jing wondered, what is that? Yin replied, our old opponent, Apida. Emperor Jing asked again, Apida, why is he turned into this form? Yin explained, the pinnacle of all things is to have no fixed form. Whether it was the previous Pathmaster of all things, Kuyan on New, or this generation's Apida, they all have the ability to adjust their life forms according to their own needs. The difference is that every time Kuyan on New changed her form, it was to better adapt herself to the surrounding environment. But Apida is the opposite. Every change in his life form is to adapt to and overcome his natural enemy. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the majestic figure of Apida stepping on Loi Li Mao's body. Speaking, to put it bluntly, the pollution caused by chaos and madness, the extremely fast regeneration ability, and the Tao-like rules you have grasped, that is the source of your power. Loi Li Mao glanced up to see who had just sneak attacked him. You, who are you again? Apida placed his hand on his body, casting a technique as he spoke. The 3 of you combined are indeed difficult to deal with. If it were another Pathmaster, even if they could gain the upper hand against you for a moment, they would surely lose if dragged into a prolonged battle. But before me, one who possesses purposeful evolution, the moment I grasp your information is the moment of my victory. Now, taste the poison I've concocted for you. As he finished, a vortex of destruction formed, tearing apart Loi Li Mao's body as he screamed in pain. Then, only a skeleton remained. The scene changes to another prison cage, and the ones who escaped were Xuan Wu's group. Li Chun secretly transmitted his voice. To think that I, Li Chun, have been deceived by you for so many years. Qin Wuyang, your deceptive methods are truly astonishing. Wuyang replied, you flatter me. Cat Yuang spoke up, wow, what a huge skeleton. Is this what's left after an outer god dies? But why don't I feel anything miraculous about it? How can the remains of a god be so ordinary? Back to Apida's location. The smoke gradually cleared. He looked at Yuyan, puzzled. Why didn't Huang come? I couldn't contact him. AP paused for a few seconds, then continued. Forget it. With my strength, Yuli, Chun, Tuesday Ko, and the two envoy from the upper realm, dealing with that outer god in the sky is more than enough. As for Huang's matter, let's talk about it after we repel the invaders. Speaking of the two from the upper realm, they had already flown up to face Hatch La Tu. Though Ong spoke first, "You're the only one left, Hatchla Tuesday." He asked back, "Only me left?" Then he burst out laughing. "Haha, after suffering so many losses, you still don't get it, do you? The chaotic world, Relaya, another outer evil god, is beginning to rise." Hatchlatu continued, "We are endless chaos, the immortal, eternal existence of cosmic catastrophe. The moment your world was discovered by us, the end was already set. Your resistance is merely a struggle before the great annihilation." And so, a hole in the sky opened, and that outer evil god with a mass of tentacles emerged. Feel despair, for the next battle will be completely one-sided. In the distance, Yin and Emperor Jing also observed. So Feng Cheng once fought against something like this? Under the influence of the Son of Heaven's fortune, nurtured by the dynasty that rules the way, the kings of this world often possess miracles. For example, being self-taught without a teacher, accurately understanding the wonders of foreign languages. For example, after connecting one's fortune with the nation's fortune, being able to accurately sense the rise and fall of the nation. Or for example, the intuition that belongs only to a wise monarch, which quickly finds a way out of unforeseen difficult circumstances. This also made the human king of Great Jin, Chao Jing, who possessed many miraculous powers, the first among the experts here to realize the nature of that large mass of tentacles. Meaningless noise? That horrifying thing screamed ear-piercing sounds as soon as it emerged. Emperor Jing felt his head spin upon hearing it. Yin asked, "What's wrong?" Emperor Jing replied, "The screams created by those tentacles are unclear, like the noise of the deep sea, chaotic and disorderly." Over here, Apita thought for a moment, then made a decision. If that's the case, that horrifying sound was emitted, but it seemed to have no effect on the two from the upper realm. Guanyin turned and asked, "Has this type, or something similar, appeared in the recorded invasions of the outer gods?" The Long shook his head, no. He thought to himself, which is to say, this is something new. No, there is another possibility. The lesser worlds that have seen something similar to this have all been conquered. While the two were standing there, suddenly from below, Apita flew straight up with his mace, shouting, "Get out of the way." Startled, they turned their heads to look, and without a second thought, immediately moved to the sides to see what Apita was planning to do. They only saw him raise his mace and shout loudly, "Let me use the power of all demons." One strike, great destruction. Thud, the tentacled outer evil god that had just appeared was shattered by a single blow from a mace. Few people know the difference between a pathmaster and a peak-level expert of the same cultivation path. It lies in the fact that the pathmaster has undergone the baptism of the Tao, while the others have not. The process of being imbued with and accompanying the Tao not only frees the pathmaster from the shackles of the life flame, but also grants them authority corresponding to the Tao they hold. For example, being able to guide, mobilize, and control natural disasters like Tuesday Company. Power and state being closely tied to the nation's fortune like the Ley Line Dragon. Yuan, determining life and death. Controlling life and death, and reversing life and death like Feng Cheng. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they fall for some reason, their bodies will still exist in a strange way. Therefore, when Kat Hu-ung realized that Cthulhu Thane might not be dead, Niam Hoa, who also knew these secrets, was silently wary of Li Chun to protect Qin Weiyang, and was the first to notice the abnormality of this pathmaster. He asked, "Your Excellency Li Chun, it seems you are hiding something from us? Why do you say that? A god has fallen, but the divinity remains forever. If this outer god had truly fallen in this world, its bones would not be so ordinary. Your reaction, just now, seemed to say that you already knew he would not fall because of this." Li Chun continued, "That is easy to explain. Those outer gods have staged many scenes of resurrection in front of my allies, based on the shared intelligence. It is normal for me to have predicted the difficulty of killing these invaders. Besides, there are people in the upper realm who use Nanmingli fire. If Nanmingli fire truly had a miraculous effect on those outer gods, the war in the upper realm would not be so fierce. Therefore, my judgment is that the outer god may be injured, driven away by Luke Gon's dark sun, but will not fall because of it." Just as he finished speaking, something fell right near everyone. The corpse of Loi Li Mao, Kualatu, He was driven away too? No, that's not right. Loyally Mao, Ha Kuala too, who has a deep-seated grudge against you, though Ong and the others, even if temporarily defeated, would not be able to swallow this anger. He would definitely return to the battlefield as soon as possible. It's one thing for Cthulhu to be unable to return to the battlefield. What on earth are those outer gods plotting? Or is it that you, though Ong and the others, are deliberately trying to keep me here? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Li Chun's mind. After thousands of thoughts, Li Chun came to a prediction that was very unfavorable for himself and this world. To confirm his thoughts, Li Chun opened the simulated Chang'an heavenly prison in his hand. The one who emerged from it was Erlang Yangjian. Li Chun raised his hand. True Lord, please wait before you act. Not understanding his purpose, he still stopped his hand. Li Chun continued, I have something I wish to ask. The scene changes to AP Da's side. After that one May strike, he retreated, landing safely, just as a smug smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the tentacles surged out violently again. At an incredible speed, they flew towards AP Da, wrapping around him tightly. But AP Da's reflexes were also extraordinary. He quickly dodged to the right and flew away. The regeneration and attack speed of these tentacles are too fast. Luckily, I was on guard otherwise. Apida decided to release his poisonous smoke. Everything in the sky was now pitch black, and nothing could be seen from the outside. Apida held his mace firmly in his hand. Then it slowly transformed into a fan. Next, try this. From below, they could only hear AP Da's loud shout. Vortex of destruction. Guanyin wondered, what kind of technique is this? Although it looks like just a poisonous mist at first glance, it was able to consume the flesh and divine soul of Loi Li Mao, Ha Kuala Tu, and temporarily expel him from this world. This is definitely not something an ordinary poisonous mist can do. This poisonous mist is naturally no ordinary thing, because it is a purposeful technique that AP Da created based on his own unique understanding of the Tao of all things. Restricted by the extremely harsh selection mechanism of the Tao of all things, AP Da, in order to defeat Kuyan and become the pathmaster of all things, created a forbidden technique specifically for individuals with multiple life forms and resilient vitality. He calls it survival of the fittest. The big fish eats the small fish. It sounds very domineering and extraordinary, but what does that have to do with the mist above? Let me finish. With the added support of the power of survival of the fittest, AP Da can absorb the power of his prey and use it appropriately. In summary, during his next evolution, this makes it easy for him to complete a purposeful evolution, provided he has accurate information about the enemy. His current form was created to deal with Cthulhu, Ftain. No wonder he wanted to ask you for 100 demons. So that mist is the ability of one of the 100 demons you provided him. It's not just one demon, but the superposition of hundreds of demons. Those in the demon fog who are brushed by the demon wind will be attacked by hundreds of strange powers at the same time. That Hatchlatu in the sky is wondering. There's a problem with this mist. Every moment, hundreds of instant death techniques are affecting the rift and me. I should avoid the brunt of it for now. That smoke vortex is indeed effective. The tentacles of that evil god are starting to wear down. The scene shifts back to the ground. After the explanation, Li Chun exclaimed, there's such a thing? Ever since the primordial heaven lord repelled the enemy's general, the war in the upper realm has been at a stalemate. On the contrary, some of the second main bodies controlled by the elders of a few lesser thousand worlds have disappeared one after another and never reappeared. Again, right? Erlang replied, that's right. Although Yu Tianshang Di has always insisted that the disappearance of those second main bodies was because the manipulators behind them did not want to participate in the endless war in the upper realm. But I don't think so. A large portion of those who lost contact, I'm afraid, lost contact because the worlds where their true bodies exist have been captured. Now it seems that though Ong's cooperation with you might not have been without confirming the outer region's intention to deploy troops to the lesser thousand worlds. Li Chun deduced, so that's how it is. In that case, it seems that in the eyes of the outer gods, our world is probably already a piece of meat on the chopping block. The opponent's motive for not using resurrection techniques is also not hard to explain. The war with the upper realm is a war of intelligence, while the war with the lower realm is a war of harvest. Perhaps before long, those outer gods will use their signature skills. It's coming, the signature skill, Li Chun exclaimed just as the black smoke in the sky was gradually freezing. Apida was quite surprised. No way, my demon fog is actually being frozen. There was clearly a freezing demon in the composition of that demon fog. On Gao Jing's side, he spoke up same as just now. It's also a kind of harsh, chaotic sound with no clear information. If the previous sound was compared to the ocean currents at the bottom of the deep sea, then this is the biting cold wind blowing across a 1,000-year-old permanent ice layer. This sound must have come from a world of that white worm. That worm's Tao might be related to extreme cold and ice. The black mist created by AP has been almost completely frozen by it. Suddenly, a slow, heavy intuition flashed through Gao Jing's mind. If translated into language, it would probably be a sentence like this: "Don't wait any longer. Use the horse-slaying sword to fight against the invaders." It wasn't the first time Gao Jing had such an intuition, so he didn't waste any time. In just a single breath, Gao Jing quickly understood who to use the horse-slaying sword on and the reason. There are currently 3 outer gods, 2 of whom have probably been expelled. The only remaining red celestial body has not yet shown signs of entering this world. Considering that AP has suppressed one of those rifts, the target of the horse-slaying sword is probably a choice between the other rift and the red celestial body. As it happens, the extreme cold from the world of that white worm has severely limited AP's ability to perform. Who to strike with the sword was no longer a difficult choice. Gao Jing called out, "Yuan, in a world without a Dao of the dynasty, can the horse-slaying sword leverage the opportune time, geographical advantage, and support of the people to destroy the dynasty's enemies?" Yin replied, "Of course. It was originally formed from a small part of the Tao of the dynasty and the Tao of life and death. When using it, what is consumed is the very substance of the horse-slaying sword itself." Gao Jing continued, "In that case, go on a campaign to a different domain with me." At the same time, below, Li Chun exclaimed, "There's no other way. Wu Yang, this world may be at a decisive moment between life and death. Can I trust you?" Wu Yang asked, "What do you want to do?" Over here, the next flame of life ignited. Lu Yan also opened his eyes accordingly. He reflexively shot to his feet. It turned out that not long ago, his fall was due to committing suicide to restore his chi. The lost chi has been fully restored, but the consumed lifespan has not been replenished. I am now near the end of my lifespan. Gao Jing flew over and called, "Minister Lu, Your Majesty, we wish to follow the example of Emperor Xian of Han, using the horse-slaying sword to punish the domain of those outer gods, to display the heavenly might of our great gene. We are now short one follower. I wonder, Minister Lu, would you be willing to die for us?" After hearing this, Lu Yan's tears suddenly streamed down. "Your servant will not shrink from 10,000 deaths." A hesitant-free agreement, sacrificing himself for the country, came from Lu Yan. "Your Majesty, your servant is ready." "Then, let's depart." From a distance, AP saw Yuyan flying towards the mouth of the rift. What do they want to do? As soon as they reached the mouth of the rift, the feeling of the air was completely different. The cold air comes from this entrance. Gao Jing's face was grim. "Then what are we waiting for?" From a distance, Guanyin spoke. "That ley line dragon is carrying the king of men of this world towards the world of Loi Li Mao." Ha Kuala, Tuesday the Wong asked, "Are we going?" She thought for a few seconds, nodded, "Let's go." The 3, including Emperor Jing, shot through the hole to the other world. Emperor Jing was quite surprised by this world. In the distance, there is only ice and frost. What a barren world. "Yuyan, find our enemy." The ley line dragon replied, "Understood." Then it stopped, using its senses. The scanning radius grew wider and wider. What a strange world. Death, freezing, eternity, enslavement. A world where such extreme laws are intertwined. Can it really give birth to life? Emperor Jing asked, "Still haven't found that white worm?" "Hey, are you listening?" Yin, startled, replied, "My apologies. I was just thinking about some things. The outer god that invaded our world has not yet been found, but I have discovered its kin." The worm was scuttling along when it suddenly saw from the heavens a spear flying down at lightning speed. It plunged straight into its body. It roared in anger. The flames on Lu Yan's spear burned brighter and brighter. Although it looked similar at first glance, isn't this one too weak? Emperor Jing asked, "Are you sure it's of the same race as the evil god that invaded our world? To call this thing's ability beastly is still a bit of a stretch." Yuyan replied, "Although their strength and intelligence are vastly different, they are indeed the same species. Not only that, in this dead world of icebergs, there is currently only this one species." Emperor Jing was quite surprised after hearing this. Only one species? How is that possible? A single species living in such a harsh natural environment, lacking intelligence and external competition, could not possibly produce such an elder. The 2 from the upper realm have also crossed over to this world. Though Ong wondered, is this the birthplace of Loi Limao, Ha Kuala Tu, it's truly desolate. Strange, from the moment I set foot in this world, the hundreds of thousands of powers she inherited from her original self, along with the powers related to death, freezing, eternity, and enslavement, have become unusually active. This world doesn't seem to have a path master who can control these four types of Tao. The powers that Loi Limao, Ha Kuala Tu displayed in the war in the upper realm included freezing, death, and enslavement, right? You said there is no related pathmaster in this world. So why are her powers so similar to a pathmaster's? That's why I find it strange. Then from somewhere, not just one creature resembling Loi Li Mao, but many of them came crawling out together, heading towards Emperor Jing and Liu Yan. He said, if the ones just now still had the potential to develop intelligence, then from the sounds of these ones on the ground, I can't hear anything, not even emotions. Could it be that the intelligence of individuals of this species is related to their body size? Yin continued, it's very likely. I also discovered that these worms actually have no reproductive ability. They cannot reproduce and have no digestive organs. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. A bizarre world. Just as the sentence ended, the swarm of white worms suddenly flew up high. Liu Yin, startled, exclaimed, Your Majesty, look quickly. They flew higher and higher. Not just the swarm near Gao, Jing, and the other, but from all directions, they were flying toward a single point on an ice floe, then formed into Loi Li Mao, Ha Kuala Tu. He was officially resurrected, roaring loudly, the master of the iceberg world. Have I returned to Eagerness? No, based on the memories in my head, I should be attacking some small world of an ordered universe marked by Hatchla 2 right now. But I've returned to Eagerness, and I've lost all memory after entering the world passage. So, my previous self is already dead? Was I killed by the king of that place while attacking the world? From a distance, though, On also noticed Loi Li Mao, Ha Kuala 2 has been resurrected. Look again, are the four Daos of death, freezing, eternity, and enslavement that make up this world still in an uncontrolled state? She replied, the state is unchanged. These Daos are ownerless. Even I could become their pathmaster right now. My second main body and yours can both attain the Tao in this world. It shows that this chaotic world does not have the difficult restrictions of primordial chaos and the soul self. We know all the remnant immortals of the mortal dust in the great thousand worlds who are trapped by the soul self can achieve their long-cherished wish in this chaotic world if the worlds where the other outer gods are also have no pathmasters. That's right. The doubts that worried us before now have an answer. It's true. There's an answer now. Why did the six saints and their colleagues from the upper realm avoid talking about the chaotic world when they came to invade it? Why did the six saints strictly forbid us from splitting off a second main body and sneaking into the chaotic world to gather intelligence from the outer gods? It's because the six saints were worried that after we came to this chaotic world to attain the Tao, apart from the pathmasters of the worlds, there would be no other experts left to guard the worlds. Those colleagues were worried that once the information spread, all the remnant mortal dust immortals stuck before the threshold of a pathmaster in the great thousand world would gather to counterattack the chaotic world and compete with them for the position of pathmaster. You really made me wait in misery. Scene shifts to Emperor Jing's side. This aura, it's unmistakable. It's the white worm I once fought. Emperor Jing thought to himself, a monotonous ecosystem where the entire world has only one species, a strange race whose intelligence increases with its size. After being killed in a battle in a foreign domain, it can still be resurrected by gathering a large number of its own kind in its original world. He said if all our opponents are in this state, then if we want to drive out this invader, we must push the battlefield to this world, and at the same time, break the opponent's condition for resurrection, making it sleep forever. Ian continued, but that is very difficult to do. Even someone like you, with the horse-slaying sword, was forced to swing it twice. One strike to kill the outer god, another to kill its kin in this world, corresponding to the merits required to deliver these two strikes. I'm afraid that looking back through history, it's rare for any human king to be able to do it. Now that Hong and Han have been eternally suppressed, your son no longer has the conditions to accumulate merits comparable to yours. Emperor Jing continued, blindly following the ancestors' laws and imitating the path of the former emperors is not what a wise king should do, Yin. After I kill the outer god that trampled the territory of Great Jin and suppressed this world, if you can escape safely, remember to tell my children. The Son of Heaven guards the borders. The monarch dies for the state. Your royal father once traveled to a distant foreign domain, using his life to suppress an outer god. As long as you bear the Gao surname, do not disgrace the Gao family family. Do not do anything shameful to your ancestors. The supreme horse-slaying sword is an object created from the intertwining, collision, and division between the dynasty and the path of life and death in Gao Jing's world. It is the supreme treasure born at the dawn of the world, and also the progenitor of swords in Gao Jing's world. The conditions for its use are extremely strict. The emperor needs to consume energy, merits, body, and soul as fuel before it can be activated. However, such harsh conditions for use also determine its world-shaking power. In other words, a person holding the sword can forcibly inscribe a fatal weakness onto a target based on 3 aspects: opportune time, geographical advantage, and popular support. For example, at this moment, the weakness that the human king of Great Jin has prepared for Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu, is just by looking up at the sky and the floating iceberg beneath its feet that was cracking, Loi Li Mao knew, my power is fading. What's happening? Who is playing tricks? As soon as the words were spoken, the iceberg shattered. She fell freely, screaming loudly, no, not falling straight down with gravity. It was falling like a meteorite. Gao Jing called, Lu Yin, a god is present. This subject obeys. Follow me to kill it. Scene shifts to the Wong. A pity, the 4 types of Tao that form this world are not what I need. However, there isn't just one outer god who uses the power of time on the battlefield in the upper realm. I just need to find a suitable opportunity to sneak into their world. The Wong was interrupted because he saw that Guanin's attitude seemed like she wasn't listening. She spoke, Human king of Great Jin, you came to this world before us and have used the horse-slaying sword. Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu, is very likely to die at their hands. Are you coming along or not to witness the death of this outer god? The Wong nodded. Let's go. The creature Loi Li Mao fell to the ground in agony. My power, my power. It held its breath deeply, then opened its mouth wide, spitting out a horde of ghosts. Just then, Gao Jing arrived. As soon as he landed, he saw the horde of ghosts surrounding them. Gao Jing said, ignore them. They have no hostile intent. Lu Yin was bewildered, but then suddenly a ghost spoke. This human king is not wrong. We are not enemies. Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu, has been weakened by the power of the new moon and can no longer enslave us. We are free now, but those of us who have turned into elder ghosts cannot act against Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu. They said in unison, we implore the human king to kill Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu, and help us achieve liberation. Gao Jing thought for a few seconds. Then, holding his sword, he slowly approached Loi Li Mao's position, in its tired and helpless eyes due to its depleted power. It just lay still, waiting for Gao Jing to get closer. It lifted its head and asked, was it you who play these tricks? Gao Jing replied, that's right. You violated my great Jin. You'll be annihilated no matter how far you are. The white worm laughed. I have invaded that world and have never seen such a method. You are immortal using this kind of move. The price must not be small. How many more strikes can you make? Don't forget, I can still be resurrected. Gao Jing raised his sword. The consumption of this sword is indeed immense, but I can guarantee this will be your last resurrection. As he finished speaking, he stabbed straight into the white skin of Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tuesday. It was also at this moment that the 2 from the upper realm leisurely arrived late. Guanin was startled by the thunderous crash as the huge body of Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu, collapsed. Gao Jing turned his head to look, a true god, a bodhisattva of the upper realm. What a surprise. I thought you would just stand by and watch the pathmaster of this place and the outer god destroy each other. The Wong thought to himself, how astonishing. After using the horse-slaying sword, he can still maintain this state. This son of heaven's chi and merits. I'm afraid only the founding kings of powerful dynasties could compare. Qin Weiyang's strategy back then was correct. The danger of going to war with Great Jin is indeed too great. Gao Jing continued, this world is now suppressed by me. The 2 of you, please return. Don't waste your strategies in this place. The 2 remained silent after hearing this. You don't believe me? Or do you have other tasks? Forget it. If you want to stay, then stay. After all, it will be over very soon. Having secured the geographical advantage, from this moment on, in this heaven and earth, there will be no place for you white worms anymore. As he finished speaking, Gao Jing plunged the horse-slaying sword straight into the ground, the radius of its effect gradually expanding, the influence spreading to this entire world. At the same time, in a certain place in some world, another Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu, was born and was immediately incinerated, disappearing straight down. The connecting thread was severed. The ghosts controlled by Loi Li Mao were freed. One said, we are free, but the connection between us and Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu, still exists. An immeasurable amount of life and death is constantly piling up on it. It's as if in this moment, there are countless Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tus, and in the next moment, they all meet their destruction together. Unbelievable. Yin spoke up. After this white worm species is exterminated, Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa La Tu, shouldn't be able to resurrect, right? How did it turn into this state of being both alive and dead? Could it be that the birth of this white worm swarm is actually closer to some natural phenomenon, similar to wind and snow? Gao Jing continued, no need to pay it any mind. My intuition tells me that Loi Li Mao, Ha Kuala 2, can no longer escape its current state. It can no longer threaten our world. As soon as he finished speaking, a black teleportation circle gradually appeared behind everyone. From within, a person in a white suit stepped out. Lu Yin exclaimed, a new enemy? The person looked left and right. Not this one. Not this one either. He looked straight at Gao Jing. Hey, it wasn't you who did it, was it? You dying old human brother. Lu Yin, enraged, clenched his fists and shouted loudly, show some respect when you speak. Then suddenly, the person brushed past him as lightly as the wind, arriving in front of Gao Jing and said, would you mind revealing a little your secret to killing Loi Li Mao Ha Kuala 2? Lu Yin turned his head in shock. No way. This strange person. The person continued, although its power is considered the weakest among the great old ones, it is very difficult to permanently erase its ability to resurrect and return. Even the powerful beings among the great old ones would find this difficult to do. Gao Jing opened his eyes and asked, do you think I will tell you everything? The three, sensing danger, were also rushing to support Gao Jing. The man in white replied, of course not, so I plan to trade equivalent intelligence with you. Be quiet, gentlemen. You are disturbing the conversation between me and this old brother. As he finished speaking, the three of them were frozen motionless in the air. Considering your life levels are too low, you would lose your lives the moment you touch me. I will first freeze the space-time around you. After I finish talking with this old brother, I will release you. The three were frozen, but Yin was not. It slammed down a dragon claw. Your tone is quite arrogant, isn't it? And you say touching you means death. The nation's fate, transformed into a power, pressed straight down on him. The man spat out blood. Yin shouted loudly, I touched you, see? Try and kill me. Gao Jing was stunned as he realized something. That's not right. He exclaimed, he's not lying to you. Look at your hand quickly. Yin was startled and looked back at its hand. This is the curse of death upon contact. The nation's fate purifies the body. The barrier opens. Then it gradually peeled off. The person laughed and said, pure life energy is troublesome. If it were the three beside you, you would be dead by now. Gao Jing asked, who on earth might you be? He introduced himself. I am an incarnation of Nyarlathotep, Baron Samedi. Oh, you probably don't understand incarnation. Then I'll use another term that's easier for you to understand. An existence like mine is called a second main body in your world. The three were quite surprised after hearing this. Nyarlathotep? You know him. Samedi laughed. Trust me, I truly have no ill intentions. I just want to clarify how you killed Loi Li Mao Ha Kuala 2. That's all. Of course, considering the factions involved, it's natural for you to be wary of me. To prove my sincerity, I can offer an equivalent piece of intelligence in trade first. Believe me, you won't get a better chance to understand us. Emperor Jing was silent for a few seconds, then said, how can I trust that the answer you give isn't mixed with lies, and that my problems and yours are of equivalent value? Guanyin spoke up, I can be your intermediary. Just let us participate in the questioning. The Baron laughed. The premise is that you can dispel this old brother's doubts, and that this old brother allows you to participate in the questioning. Scene change. Back to Ha Viet Trake's location. He was still hidden on the rooftop, observing. Even the prodigy of the Fan family. Just as he came out of the teleportation gate, Judiciary Ha threw Fan Shi down. The Chui gate attendant was stunned. Judiciary Ha spoke. Take him to the bridge of helplessness and have him drink Granny Mang's soup. I want him to become one of my people. Two members of the society bowed their heads. Your will is our mission. After hearing this, Javiet Trake thought to himself, I can't let them take Fan Shi away like this. Then he suddenly saw Judiciary Ha look up at the rooftop, looking straight at him and asking, you think I can't sense you? Javiet Trake was endlessly shocked. Back to Guanin's location, Shi took out an item. This is called the heart-centered scale. It is a wondrous object that can only be born in a lesser kiliocosm where fairness and trade exist simultaneously. This object can distinguish authenticity and measure value. After the buyer and seller establish a trade contract, the party that violates it by refusing to complete the transaction will be forced to have their traded item taken. It happens to meet the needs of you both. The Baron nodded. I have no problem. What about you, old brother? Gao Jing replied, me neither. Guanyin continued. Then, when the transaction begins, I will first place an equivalent remuneration as an intermediary on the left side of the heart-centered scale. Next, my side will ask questions equivalent to this price. The scale is currently unbalanced. Thoong, you asked first. The true lord of the South Pole nodded. All right. Then he turned and said, the first question is, you are clearly not pathmasters. So why do you possess the status and power to utilize the rules almost like a pathmaster? The value of the question appeared on the scale. The Baron thought to himself, logically, the value of this question should be much higher than the value they provided me as an intermediary. But this wondrous object doesn't think so. Did they tamper with this scale? Or is this question not important to them? Just a probing question? No, I can't rule out the possibility that the value I perceive is different from the value they perceive. Forget it. How this thing works, I'll find out after the transaction is over and I snatch it from their hands. He replied, because we are a higher existence. To explain in words you can understand, we are the Tao, and the Tao is us. Yin was quite surprised. No way. Feng Cheng's speculation was actually correct. The Baron continued, in our world, the fundamental particles that make up all things in the universe are in constant random motion. On the infinite scale of the cosmos, there are always some particles that can transform from chaos to order. Just like that, life is born, and the flames of wisdom and reason are simultaneously lit. And we, up here, are the product of a part of the world after it awakened its own consciousness. Taong shouted, nonsense. How can the Tao create its own will? The Baron shrugged. This is the truth. If you don't believe it, you can look at the wondrous object your golden-robed companion took out to check if I'm lying. Guanyin looked at the scale and confirmed it was true. Second question, can we become pathmasters in your world? The Baron replied, of course you can. From what I know, many guests from the world of order have already become similar existences in this chaotic world. They call themselves the ancient gods. Just as Thoong began to say, the third question, Yin interrupted, stop. Your questions and the value on the heart-centered scale have been balanced. Next, it's our turn to ask a question. Outer God, why do you want to invade our world? The scale became unbalanced. The Baron replied, well now, straight to the point. You've already seen it. The value of this question is very high. I'm afraid it's on par with my question. Even so, you still want to ask? If you ask this question, you won't be able to ask another, you know? Gao Jing exclaimed. Ask. The Baron adjusted his hat. Very well. The reason we're actively attacking your world is because our world is about to be destroyed. Everyone's jaws dropped after hearing this. Destroyed? The Baron continued to answer. Strictly speaking, the chaotic world can only be considered a dream of the Creator. When the Creator awakens, the dream world will shatter and everything will turn to nothingness. Although over the years, my true self and the other outer gods have always done our utmost to protect the Creator's dreamscape, a dream must eventually end, and all our efforts only delay the inevitable future. Emperor Jing asked, so that's why you want to attack our world, to usurp the nest and exist longer in this world? The Baron snapped his fingers. Correct. Even without relying on the intuition of an enlightened monarch, Gao Jing could detect in Baron Samedi's answer that it contained a lot of key information. He wasn't lying, but his answer was definitely different from the whole truth. Gao Jing believed so. The Baron said, it's my turn to ask. How did you kill Loi Li Mao Ha Kual Act 2? Gao Jing held out his hand. It's actually very simple. I will now demonstrate it for you. Moreover, Gao Jing knew, although the opponent had not revealed a trace of malice from beginning to end, it was only because he wanted to carry out this transaction. And when the transaction ended, the opponent had never guaranteed whether they could bring the important intelligence back to the great Kiliacosm. Coincidentally, Gao Jing also intended to do the same. At the moment he decided to go to the world of Loi Li Mao Ha Kual Act 2, Gao Jing had thought of a possibility. If he, who had permanently suppressed the Red Calamity, would have the ability to execute the heavenly timing and geographical advantage strikes of the horse-slaying sword, then, by single-handedly going to the outer realms to suppress an outer god like me, could I at that moment gain the merit to execute the human harmony strike? The answer was that it was highly possible. It seems, then, that this life of our Imperial Majesty can be exchanged for more than just one outer god. However, Gao Jing quickly realized that his son of heaven's chi, body, and soul would likely not be enough to sustain him to execute the final strike. A subject must do it in his stead. Here in Liao City, the only subjects who could do it were Lu Yin and Yanhua. After some thought, Gao Jing made a very reluctant but correct choice. He called out, Yuyan. The ley-line dragon turned to look. To speak a little about the chaotic world, the Old Day Cemetery, not long ago, was a top-tier existence in the chaotic world, with a status equivalent to the six saints of the upper realm, like an incarnation of Nyarlathotep. Baron Samedi's job was to watch over the Old Day Cemetery, recording the survival status of the Old Day dominators who participated in the war against the Great Kiliacosm. Or perhaps I'm the one with the most leisurely and and boring job among Nyarlathotep's many incarnations. Because the birth mechanism of the old-day dominators has been determined. They exist in the past, in the present, and exist forever. He turned in surprise, looking towards the stone stele of Loi, Li Mao, Ha, Kwa Lak Tu. Killed? Well, the frequency of natives from the world of order counterattacking the chaotic world has been increasing lately. I don't know what the three great lords are thinking, just letting them be like this. The things before my eyes shattered Baron Samedi's perception of the old-day dominators. This old-day one from Yuggoth. The moment it was cursed to die and be reborn again and again in a way that Baron Samedi could not comprehend. That frequency was like infinite life and death piled on top of Loi, Li Mao, Ha Kwa Lak Tu's head all at once, causing each of its births to be accompanied by a brief and irreversible death until the end of the universe. It was also at this moment that Baron Samedi realized that there was a reason why the three pillars were wary of the great Kiliakosm. He feared that the inner workings of the world of order had far exceeded his own initial predictions. After Baron Samedi realized this, he immediately opened a passage to Yuggoth. He wanted to clarify who and what method was used to kill the old-day dominator, Loi Li Mao, Ha Kwa Lak Tu. Now, that secret was about to be revealed. Returning to the present, the Baron thought to himself, has he discovered it? The trap hidden within the transaction. But this transaction was a scheme from the start. I don't believe you can resist exchanging intelligence for intelligence. As long as there's this opening, whether it's a normal transaction or one targeting me, I won't be at a disadvantage. Gao Jing raised his sword, pouring all of our Majesty's remaining flesh, blood, soul, and son of heaven's chi into it. The Baron understood. This old brother's reliance turned out to be the sword in his hand, that sword. Gao Jing continued to speak. From this day forward, the orthodox Nyarlathotep and his incarnations shall die at the hands of me, a martial practitioner of great gene. The Baron still had time to think. I'm afraid it's an existence like me, or even higher than me. It turns out that my counterparts in the world of order all exist in the form of inanimate objects. Gao Jing threw the sword up and shouted, Minister Liu, take the sword. Liu Yin spread his wings and flew to grab the sword. Before fading away, Gao Jing said, in our Majesty's stead, slay the foreign enemy. Moved, Liu Yin shed tears of blood and replied, your subject obeys the decree. Then, filled with killing intent, he flew towards the Baron with the sword. He still had time to think, not bad, not bad. With the support of that sword, this mortal has been granted the concept of being able to kill me. He was seen raising his hand, and a layer of ice blocked Liu Yin. The difference in life level between you and me is too great. The moment between being able to kill me and making that possibility a reality is very. Suddenly, Guanyin appeared behind him, asking is very large, isn't it? The Baron turned his head in shock and saw that Tho Ong was also present on this side. Although our life levels are not a match, this doesn't mean we have no way to break your tricks. And so, the control over Liu Yin was removed. He exclaimed, many thanks. It was also the moment the Baron was rooted to the spot. Damn it, you fool. The price for touching me is something you simply cannot afford, not even if you had 10 or 100 lives. Liu Yin didn't care, madly thrusting the sword forward. As long as I can fulfill His Majesty's wish, I don't care what happens to me. As he finished speaking, the entire sword pierced through the Baron. The first change was Liu Yin turning to stone, with no soul left in him. Not just one flame of life was extinguished as usual, but all his lives were extinguished. The Baron coughed up blood, saying the dignified Lord of the Tomb, was actually defeated by someone like you. As he finished speaking, he could no longer bear it and knelt down, consumed by flames. Liu Yin collapsed to the ground accordingly. The icy ground began to crack, releasing black substances. Yin said, what's left after his death is resonating with the Tao of death in this world. A large amount of death aura is escaping. It's extremely dangerous. Guanyin added, you all should go. I will stay behind to suppress the anomaly. Tho Ong replied as he pulled the sword from the Baron's body, no, I'll stay. Then he threw the sword to Yin. Yin caught the sword, wondering why. Didn't you intend to attain the Tao in the chaotic world? You're staying? He replied, Great Jin's countercurse needs your support. Guanyin's myriad heaven's great Tao can accurately send intelligence about the outer gods to the lesser thousand worlds. Compared to you all, me staying here to suppress the anomaly is truly the right choice. Don't forget, after you return, immediately seal the passage to this world. Otherwise, I fear this death aura will follow the crack to your world. Guanyin turned and called out Tho Ong. He turned his head away. While I haven't changed my mind, get lost quickly. Ong's current mentality, when did it begin? I realized that I was no longer the true Lord of the South Pole, but an independent individual. Was it when Qin Wuyang reached an agreement with the upper realm? Did the true Lord of the South Pole split off a stream of consciousness and place it into the Dharma idol of the true Lord of the South Pole that Qin Wuyang had condensed for the senior to act? Maybe, or was it after helping Qin Wuyang gather enough life essence to resist the 4 phases Yanhua, being told that he could do as he pleased next? The memory of that time, when Wuyang looked back, the true Lord of the South Pole suggested, from now on, call me Ong. All right, aren't you curious? Why did I change my name so suddenly? Wuyang replied, you are an independent individual. Trivial matters like changing your name, there's no need to ask about it. He was closing his eyes, recalling that moment, when suddenly a demon's voice from the mouth of Loi Li Mao called out, South Pole. He opened his eyes and turned to look in their direction. We've also come to help suppress it. Before the world's passage is closed, we can't let this materialized death flood into the great thousand world. Though Ong wondered, you have the chance to become the path master of enslavement of this world, right? Why take such a great risk to help unrelated people? If you come into contact with these death auras, you could die. They replied, aren't you the same? After seeing the scene of the human king sacrificing his life for the world he wanted to protect, you made a decision that went against your own interests and was inconsistent with your own personality. Though Ong thought, that's right, although I was born from the true Lord of the South Pole, I have my own experiences and my own will. Compared to completely escaping the control of my main body and continuing to exist for longer, I want even more to follow through with my own will, to leave my mark, to prove that I was here. Just like that human king. Scene changes to Han via Trake. After being discovered, the one who rushed into fight was Shou. After fighting for a while, Shou finally realized, I see, only at the moment of contact of interacting with the outside world does his body turn from illusory to real. At other times, attacks aimed at him will pass right through. Time flashes back to not long before. Li Chun had asked, Qin Wuyang, can I trust you? He laughed. How surprising for someone like you to say such things to someone like me who was once abandoned. Li Chun continued, I admit my judgment of you all was flawed, causing a certain degree of loss. Therefore, I now want to correct this mistake. Wuyang asked, what do you want to correct? Li Chun replied, the improved version of escaping suffering you made and the idea of using dreams to seal the outer gods are not bad. But no matter how well you do, you can only eliminate one invader. This doesn't affect the overall situation much. So, I have a plan. If everything goes smoothly, it might be possible to reverse the collapse of this world. Xuanwu and Yu Ying were also curious, asking in unison, what plan? Li Chun replied, after I inherited the mortal dust immortal's strange techniques, I once made a deal with Li Tong and obtained the complete possession method from him. I intend to pass this ultimate technique to Qin Wuyang for him to use this method to possess people from other worlds. Then, persuade the mortal dust immortals and remnant mortal dust immortals of other worlds, inviting them to use the possession method to come to our world to fight against the outer gods. Wuyang added, I remember that Li Tong's possession method seems to only work one-on-one. If I use this possession method, what about the loose city battlefield? And I can't find so many helpers in such a short time. Li Chun held out a diagram. Li Tong's possession method is one-on-one, but the one I've improved is not. Before he could finish, a sky-shaking roar suddenly came from the wormhole. Yuyin and Guanyin were seen returning. Yuyin delivered the information. The outer gods Loi Li Mao and Ha Kualak II have been slain by the human king of Great Jin using the horse-slaying sword. These invaders are the product of a part of the Tao after it awakened its own consciousness. The Kakla were quite surprised. Loi Li Mao and Ha Kualak II were killed. Yuyin and Guanyin continued to report. Only by going to their original world can we truly kill them. Not only that, the infection speed of the death chi is faster than I predicted. At this rate, I'm afraid I can't send the intelligence to the correct points for others in the lesser thousand worlds. I'll send the intelligence to the main body in the upper realm first. Guanin's main body in the upper realm received the intelligence. So that's how it is. No wonder the 6 saints have always been secretly dealing with those who know. It seems the war between the chaotic world and the great thousand world is far from over. The main body sent a message down. Give up resistance. Let the death chi spread. The body in the world was quite surprised. Why? You have forgotten to consider one point. If the creator on the other side awakens, the chaotic world will be reset to earth, wind, water, and fire. Then, however many remnant mortal dust immortals attain the Tao in the chaotic world now, that's how many Pathmaster opponents we will have later. The body in the world had just uttered the 2 words. words, but when it was contaminated and dissipated. Yin recalled a moment before. She had reminded, if I die for no apparent reason after returning to your world, it means there has been a serious disagreement between me and my main body in the upper realm. They do not want us to transmit intelligence about the chaotic world to the great thousand world. Yin looked towards a mountain range in the upper realm and sighed. These kids, so you've been deliberately hiding the enemy's intelligence all along? At the same time, in the pure land of ultimate bliss, Six Saints Kundi was standing next to Six Saints Jean. Jean sensed something and opened his eyes. Kundi also noticed and asked what's wrong. The Path Master Dynasty of the Great Thousand World, 2414, has received intelligence related to the chaotic world. Kundi asked, 2414, isn't it the testing ground chosen by Guanyin and Mithraea? Jean replied, correct. After capturing an outer god, the Path Master Dynasty over there received some intelligence about the chaotic world during the attack. Not only that, returning to the moment, Yuyin shouted, those kids, so you've been hiding the enemy's intelligence all along. The beans in Li Chun's hand also fell to the ground and quickly sprouted. Xuanwu wondered, sowing beans to create soldiers? Ewing added, not entirely correct. This is more like a new Taoist art, combining the merits of sowing beans to create soldiers and terracotta soldiers. Li Chun turned to Wu Yang and said, lend me a few drops of blood from your fingertip. All right. As he finished speaking, Wu Yang held out his right hand, pricked it lightly, and drew a drop of blood. Those drops of blood flew up and towards Li Chun. Exactly 4 drops for 4 soldiers. As soon as the blood soaked into their heads, they transformed into the likeness of Qin Wuyang. The 3 onlookers were completely shocked. Li Chun dusted off his hands and said, this was originally an incarnation art I prepared for myself, using clay as flesh and skin, and the branching roots of the bean plant as the skeleton and meridians. Add the essence blood and a thread of consciousness from the caster. An incarnation of 1 mind and 1 hand with the caster will be born. After hearing this, Wuyang thought to himself, this art, conversely, has a similar effect to Wan Fa's method. I'm afraid the ultimate technique Wan Fa possesses is the previous version Li Chun created while developing this art. Li Chun continued, the ultimate techniques I took from you have just been returned. Now, use the consciousness splitting art you learned from the Mirror Immortal to cut out 4 soul threads and merge them into these terracotta statues. Then, use the possession art to go to the lesser thousand worlds and seize a glimmer of hope for our world. Through the incarnation and possession arts, simultaneously possessing many different people in various worlds, possessing and then possessing again like a plague, spreading rapidly in the great thousand world. After reaching a certain scale, by relying on persuasion and physical persuasion to gain reinforcements, it must be said that this idea of Li Chun's was indeed feasible. The 4 terracotta statues began to gain consciousness and asked, are there any suggestions for the lesser thousand worlds? Li Chun replied, of course there are. Returning to Han Viet Trake's battle, my concealment is ineffective and my transparent body has been seen through by the opponent. If I continue to fight, I can only risk my life. But even if I fight to the death, have you used up all your trump cards like me? Can you snatch the medicinal fan chi back from his hands? I know very well. This nameless evil god is a ruthless character that even the national treasure of Great Gene cannot completely suppress. Isn't this obvious? Aren't you very good at being a deserter? Recall how, not long ago, you abandoned your disciple and fled. Face reality, Han Viet Trake. You simply don't have that kind of courage. Still won't admit it? You are fundamentally not qualified to be a guardian martial artist of Great Gene. Han Viet Trake, others may not know you, but don't you even understand yourself? You are a petty person who clings to life and fears death. All the tricks you've mastered were practiced just to survive at the hands of ghost calamities much stronger than you. The myriad people's myriad wishes umbrella emitted an increasingly strong pressure. Judiciary Ha also noticed it. The suppression is getting stronger. Down below, Han Viet Trake seemed to have decided something. His body began to turn completely invisible. Show reminded, be careful. After this bald man enters a hidden state, his figure, scent, sound, and even his footprints will be completely erased. The movement of the air is the only way to know if he is approaching us. Judiciary ha interrupted. No need to search anymore. He's gone. Right after that, outside, the myriad people's myriad wishes umbrella also gradually dissipated. Ha Viet Trake ran in the rain. You can't blame me. This isn't my fault. making enemies of those monsters. His past memories flooded back. Master, it hurts so much. I beg you, Master, please release me. What? So you're the orthodox successor of the Earth Treasury Star Lord in this world? With this connection, then I can't turn you into my second vessel. Forget it, out of respect for the Earth Treasury Star Lord. I'll let you go this time, but your disciple must stay. I still have use for him. Via Trake at that time, tears had also fallen, just like right now. He helplessly screamed in the rain. In the first year of Yongxing, the sect master of the Five Elements sect, Viet Trake, cowardly feared the enemy, causing the Four Symbols flag to fall into enemy hands. In the same year, Viet Trake was stripped of his position as the guardian of Qi Prefecture. A few months later, Viet Trake disappeared, and the Five Elements sect was no more in the world. Scene changes to the Shanin group. Huang Chao said, first it was Wanfa, the leader, and Bashi. After that, even the Jade trigrams of Baizu and Qin Wuyang shattered as well. Although the back of the Kuan Jade has reformed, our manpower has been reduced to this level, let alone reorganizing our forces to seize the imperial seal of the realm, then assassinating the human king Gao Jing. With our current situation, it's hard to say if we can even escape the subsequent pursuit of the Great Gene. Jian Lian continued, it is this humble monk's fault. This humble monk's heavenly secrets gave an overly extreme judgment under the inducement of an unknown master, causing the mission to fail and manpower to be lost. Wan Shijuan, sitting on the other side, also spoke up. It is not your responsibility. One failure could be because the trigram signs were concealed and disrupted. If problems occurred all 3 times, then it can only be said that our preparations are still very far from the goal. Call Qin Weiyang back, as long as the imperial seal of the realm is still held by the Great Gene. Then the human king succession will not be interrupted, and the threat of the horse-slaying sword to the enemies of the dynasty will not be lifted. The plan to weaken the Great Gene, to lure the great figure outside Yinmen Pass to launch a war against the Great Gene has gone bankrupt. No matter how much Qin Weiyang's side pushes forward, the plan cannot achieve its purpose. Jian Lian continued, in fact, this humble monk has been trying to contact Qin Weiyang ever since the leader's city god statue was split in 2. But until now, he has not responded to this humble monk's message. Scene changes to Weiyang's side. Yuing turned and said to Li Chun, the story goes that I have also heard a little about the possession method of Li Tong of the Tai Ching Dao, but I have never understood where the wonder of this ultimate technique lies. Similar to possession, aren't there other ultimate techniques that can assimilate and manipulate oneself in other worlds? Why are Li Tong and his possession method considered the standard by so many masters of strange arts? Li Chun explained, that is because those ultimate techniques that can achieve a similar effect, to put it bluntly, are just stealing, robbing, or experimenting with a segment of one's own life in another world. After the experiment ends, the consciousness will also return to the world where the original body exists. But Li Tong's possession method is not like that. He can use himself to cover others. For path masters who are blocked at the threshold of the Tao due to path issues, or path masters of the Tao who have chosen the wrong path and encountered hidden dangers like us, this can be said to be a divine artifact that one would dream of having. That year, Li Tong created this ultimate technique, perhaps to escape the deep pit of the way of strange arts, to go to other lesser thousand worlds to attain the Tao a second time. Unfortunately, before he could find the world corresponding to the Tao he favored, he unexpectedly perished due to the backlash from the mountain-breaking and temple-punishing edict of chaos. Yuing gave a faint smile, so that's how it is. Thinking to himself, damn it, is this something I should know? I'm screwed. After this is over, he's not going to silence me, is he? Weiyang, after a while of performing the technique, also opened his eyes. What a miraculous experience. The people in the 4 lesser thousand worlds that Li Chun proposed are actually a fisherman, a rebel, a yamen runner, and a defeated remnant general. Although I feel a little sorry for the Mies I've never met, but for the sake of the myriad living beings in this world, my apologies. Only to see a Wu Yang sizzling back. Xuanwu wondered, has Master Qin's side started yet? My side has to hurry up too. 9 Fields, Northern Dark Heaven, Moon Mansion, Secret Art, Moon Feast. A bird appeared, flying around Xuanwu. Recount what happened here to the nearest constellation. After you've done this, your mission will be to assist the Qingluo division in hunting down the Shanin remnants I've marked. The bird heard and understood, then immediately flew away. Scene changes to the Shanin group. Huang Chao saw Jian Lian pacing back and forth and asked impatiently, hasn't Qin Weiyang replied to you yet? Not yet. Perhaps his side has run into trouble too. Lady Yin Xiao spoke up, don't wait for him anymore. Jian Lian and Huang Chao turned in confusion. A new calamity is brewing. This time it's aimed at you. We have to move. Scene changes to Lesser Thousand World 3223. The boy who is Qin Wuyang in this world, who was working in the field with his family, suddenly stood up straight. The woman beside him also noticed. Scolding Sunwazi, what are you spacing out for? In the boy's consciousness, he thought, the me of this world has encountered ghosts a few times, but the adults in the village treat it as normal. So, this is a world where humans and ghosts rule together? The woman saw him smile, then turn and walk away, and shouted, this child hasn't been possessed by them again, has he? In Lesser Thousand World 6567, Wuyang in the body of a remnant soldier. Although the me of this world, due to being severely injured and unconscious, had no way to resist and was possessed by me, but how to bring this dying body back is also a big problem. Moving on to Lesser Thousand World 990. A grandfather and granddaughter were rowing a boat on the river. The little girl noticed her grandfather was acting strange. Grandpa, that person was Qin Wuyang. A Lesser Thousand World ruled by a dragon city? Interesting. In another world, Qin Wuyang kicked down the prison door and rushed out. The me of this world is quite capable. I almost failed the possession. If the people in the Lesser Thousand Worlds proposed by Li Chun are all this strong, then if we assume that besides me, the other 3 incarnations all failed their possessions. At the same time, in the upper realm, 2 of the 6 saints were talking. I will create an incarnation and send it to the Lesser Thousand World 2414. To eliminate that meddlesome dynastic pathmaster, we shouldn't. Cthulhu is also in that world. Before we figure out a proper way to deal with their creator, we shouldn't let them discover that we don't want Azathoth to awaken. Let's try a softer approach. A blockade? That could work. Then, Kunlun Mirror, find for me, Lesser Thousand World 2414. 2414 block the connection between Lesser Thousand World 2414 and other worlds. The date for lifting the blockade will be decided later, but it does not include the upper realm. So 2414's connection has been blocked. Scene changes to Wuyang's side. He sat up. These incarnations have all gone to the worlds you proposed, and have successfully possessed the Qin Wuyangs in these worlds. But the strange thing is, I just lost contact with them. Do you know what's happening? Li Chun continued. Could it be that because they are too far away, the obscure connection, the thread of karma, has been severed? It's not a big deal. Anyway, you don't have the energy to reinforce these threads, do you? Wuyang replied, that's true. In the sky, Yin looked towards the 2 evil gods. These brats are too lazy to even put on a perfunctory show. Cthulhu thought to himself, Nyarla was right after all. The Great Thousand World itself is not monolithic, compared to waging an all-out war that forces the opponent to unite. This kind of play, slowly infiltrating all the Lesser Thousand Worlds, actually has a higher chance of winning. Tuesday Ko below praised, Yuan and Gao Jing did a good job, didn't they? After Loi Li Mao and Ha Kuo Lak II were killed, the subsequent battles will be much easier. Just as he finished speaking, someone arrived. He turned his head and asked, what is it? It's Erlang who has arrived. Replied, Li Chun is calling for you. The wife pointed that behind you. Ah, looks like it's not necessary. The 2 of them went to Li Chun's place. You were looking for me? The plan has changed. I need you to transform into the calamity of falsely transmitting a sacred edict. Then use the voice and spiritual power of Cthulhu to lure Judiciary Ha and Afumza, who have invaded this world here. I want to pin them down in Liao City until Qin Wuyang's incarnation returns with reinforcements. Tuesday Ko turned to Wuyang. Incarnation? It seems while I was staring at Cthulhu, you guys arranged some kind of plan. Ewing spoke up. Can I go now? Once the dark side of my uncle, Afumza, descends, if I look directly at him, I'm afraid I'll complete the transformation from a mere believer to a fanatical one on the spot. Besides, with you here, pulling an outer god into a dreamscape probably isn't my turn, right? Li Chun agreed, taking out the secret Tao creation statue, the posture of all things. Sure, where do you want to go? I'll send you off. Yu Ing rushed forward. You can even specify the destination. That's really too thoughtful. Anywhere is fine, but it's best if you give me the corpse of the heretical cultist who came with me. I'll take it with me, to avoid being suspected by the other heretical cultists for returning alone. Scene changes to the Kaifeng Sky Prison, the 2nd level underground. Ning Zhong was adjusting the mechanism for the cells back to their original state, although an unexpected incident happened midway, leading to the escape of Li Zuanxiao and the Dong de Bone King. But with that kid Lu Yin helping me expose them, it probably won't cause too much trouble, right? Just as he finished speaking, a scroll appeared. Ning Zhong glanced back, startled to see Old Man Yin throw Yu Ing and a believer down. Ning Zhong, you being here is perfect timing. Saves me an extra trip. Inside the corpse's head, the left side contains information about the followers of the outer gods, no less dangerous than Shanin. This information is toxic. You must be careful when reading it to avoid contamination. As for the one on the right, his cultivation and grasp of heavenly secrets are likely even higher than the master of the trigram. Using him effectively could help you withstand the chaotic period of the change of the human king. But you must keep an eye on him, for he could rebel at any moment. Ewing listened with resentment. I said the location was up to you, but that doesn't mean you can just throw me into the Kaifeng Sky Prison, you bastard. Xuanwu continued. Luyan is dead. I fear that in another 10 years, I too will be trapped in Liao City. The future of Great Jin will depend on you. This news was extremely shocking to Ning Zhong. Luyan is dead? As soon as the words were spoken, Yin Hua disappeared, leaving the two poor souls for Ning Zhong. Returning to Liao City, Li Chun rolled up the scroll. Has everyone finished handing over their affairs now? I'll say this first. In this next battle, there will be no opportunity to quit halfway. If you want to withdraw, now is your chance. Tuesday Ko retorted, are you done yet? Who among those present lacks things like awareness and conviction? Don't act as if we're going to hold you back because we're afraid of death. Hearing this, Wu Yang laughed. Yanhua added, let's start quickly. Erlang, on the side, also approved. Li Chun nodded, then I won't say any more. Action. Transformation of form. Nature of calamity. Famine runs rampant. Falsely transmitting a sacred edict. An imperial order. Judiciary Ha Fumza, come my side. Cthulhu sensed it. Is someone imitating my words? Judiciary Ha's Dorman Gate, and a hole in the sky of Liao City appeared. Judiciary Ha stepped out and asked, Cthulhu, were you looking for me? Afumza also stepped out. Didn't I already say? Don't drag me into this battle. I have to conceal the timeline of the ghost gods. Cthulhu exclaimed, it wasn't me who called you here. The two outer evil gods still didn't understand what was happening. At the same time, Li Chun was placing both hands on the ground, performing a technique enhanced by the statue creation wonder skill. The specifications of the magical artifact I am using will be temporarily upgraded to the level of a derivative object of the Tao. After that, mental pollution and spatial teleportation will both be forbidden in this place. Then, an indestructible sky curtain will descend upon this world. For the next 10 years, those inside the curtain cannot leave, and those outside cannot enter. In the sky, a Fumza guess, so that voice just now was actually a trap. The protectors of this world want to seal us here. Judiciary Ha, looking forward, added, it's not a sealing. It's a great decisive battle, and these protectors want to defeat us here in a single battle. Cthulhu was confident. Are they dreaming? Qin Weiyang was in another place, his mouth murmuring. White clouds drift atop the mountain peak. Living mountains crisscross the path. If death does not take you, you can surely return. This time, which kind of suffering should I choose to form the 7 sufferings of mortals? The scene shifts to Chun Xing as he opens his eyes. He saw a strange creature with a human body and a bonehead speaking to him. You're finally awake. He looked around. Did you bring me back? Where is Shu Yi? Tung, a subordinate of the mountain god, Lu Duan, replied Yi. Over there, that girl Shu Yi seems to be sprouting, sleeping very soundly. Didn't you two go to Liao City to sever karma? How did you get swept up in such a high-level battle? When I was alive, I was also considered a well-known figure, but the aura coming from the direction of Liao City, even the relatively weak ones, made me tremble and my hair stand on end. So how on earth did you two survive? Chun Xing smiled. Good luck and help from a benefactor, but I also owe a lot of favors that need to be repaid. Tung asked, similar to Ye's Great Vow sword? That's truly dangerous then. Chun Xing replied, something like that. He looked around and asked, where's the mountain god? Tung was silent for a few seconds and replied, when I brought you back, Lord Lu Duan had already left. There's a message on the wall. I need to leave for a while, continue to monitor the heretical cult followers in Hunan Dao, but there's no need to go too deep. The scene changes. Lu Duan and the third princess go to meet Feng Cheng. Thank you for providing me with a place to hide during this time. Lu Duan continued, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Helping you is also helping myself. The outer gods invading this world have been trapped by Li Chun. The next 10 years will be our last chance. Next, I will enter a deep sleep. If you need the incarnation of the mountain god and the earth god that I usually use, you could take it yourself. Feng Cheng nodded. All right. Inside the temple, Nanhai and Zhong Kuei were waiting. He's back. Zhong Kuei asked, how did your discussion go? Huang's condition is also very poor. For the next 10 years, I'm afraid he can only provide limited help. Zhong Kuei stroked his beard. Create an underworld monarch within 10 years without the help of outside forces? The difficulty is quite high. Young man, with the current situation, all cultivators who embark on the path of life and death and aspire to reach the highest position will become a thorn in the side of the king in yellow and Judiciary Ha, and will be directly suppressed or crushed by them. It's still not too late to give up now. Once you set foot on this path, your future future opponents will be determined. Nanhai replied, "It doesn't matter who the enemy is. I only care about one thing. If we follow your plan, will I have enough strength to help my younger sister withstand everything before her coming-of-age ceremony arrives?" Feng Chung replied, "You will." Nanhai continued, "Then there's nothing more to say. I will do whatever you want." Hearing this, Zhong Kuei nodded to himself, thinking, "This child." Feng Chung called out, "Zhong Kuei, let's begin. Don't hesitate any longer." Zhong Kuei let out a sigh, then performed the 5 Viscera Temple ghost-rearing art. "Find the 9 ghosts, gather, come out." As he finished speaking, he spat out a bomb. From within that bomb, a ghost escaped its bonds. Nanhai looked on, thinking this ghost is too weak. Wiping his mouth, Zhong Kuei ordered, "Find the rope ghost and the stool ghost. I need to use them." The creature's face was just like Tai Sui's. Returning to the bomb, it searched for the items. The rope ghost and the stool ghost had been found. Zhong Kuei picked up the rope ghost, throwing it a few times around the temple pillar. The rope ghost automatically tied knot. "Stand on this stool and hang yourself with this rope." Nanhai didn't ask many questions, all right. He then took the stool ghost and placed it under the rope ghost. He stood on the stool, and the rope ghost automatically lowered itself a little, coming close to his neck. Without blinking, Nanhai put his head inside. The 5 steps to becoming a mortal dust immortal of the path of life and death. The first step, deceiving life and death. Complete the transition from life to death, then back to life, either independently or with the help of others. After Nanhai put his neck in, the rope ghost immediately tightened and pulled him up. Zhong Kuei observed for a few minutes, then confirmed he's dead. "Do you really want this child to become your replacement?" Feng Chung replied, "What other choice is there? You know as well as I do, I have no other options." Zhong Kuei recalled a conversation they had a long time ago. Feng Chung said, "Divine official of 4 blessings who guards the residence, help me. I never thought someone as proud as you would ask for help from me, whose views on life and death are completely opposite to yours. Did your defeat at the Naiha Bridge hit you that hard? Besides, compared to me, the underworld monarchs of this world are more suitable as your assistants. Don't tell me they have all perished. Among the 10 Yama kings, only King Qingguang and Jiang participated in the battle at Naiha Bridge between me and Judiciary Ha. How ironic that your high-pressure rule has made the underworld monarchs of this world prefer to tolerate the invasion of outer gods and sit back and watch you fail. Feng Chung, you are truly unpopular. Spare me the sarcasm. The strength of those gods is immense. My defeat is the best proof. Help me reclaim control of the path of life and death. Otherwise, once Judiciary Ha pulls me down from this position as the path master of life and death, this world will be completely hopeless. All right, let's just say it's for the sake of all living beings in this world. However, this incarnation of mine follows the path of a ghost god. I cannot become an underworld monarch to help you fight another battle at the Naiha Bridge. I don't need you to act personally. I have found a good seedling with the potential to become a mortal dust immortal of the path of life and death. I want you to become his Tao guardian, to help him become the new underworld monarch. Are you serious? Someone like you is actually looking for a successor? No, just a vessel. When he has grown to the point where he can contend for the position of Pathmaster, I will exchange everything with him. At that time, he will perish in my place, and Judiciary Ha and I will begin a new round of contention for the position of Pathmaster of life and death. In the second battle, I absolutely cannot lose. Song Guisiket, returning to the present. Song Guisite, sacrificing one person to save the world. Although for this world, this transaction is not a problem. For the child who is sacrificed, how innocent he is. Feng Chung continued, all gifts of fate have their price. A favor from me, the great emperor of Fengdu, is not so easily repaid. This is what he owes me. In another dimension, much like the beginning of the story, the sky was blood red. Nanhai appeared in the temple, looking around as he stepped outside. Is this the world where Feng Chung and I met? Feng Chung appeared and replied, correct. Nanhai wondered, what about the old man with the thick beard? He cannot come. If a stranger appears in this layer of hell, it will attract the people of the yellow sand. We shouldn't have any more trouble with what we are about to do. All right, how should I cooperate with you? It's very simple. You just need to accept the 20 years of mortal lifespan that I traded from you. In the underworld, the Book of Life and Death automatically turn its pages. Nanhai's death by the curse from the rope ghost and the stool ghost was gradually erased. Returning to reality, Nanhai's eyes suddenly opened. The rope ghost snapped. Zhong Kuei thought to himself, Feng Chung did not misjudge him. After one exchange of life and death, his aura has tripled and many of his acupoints have been opened. This young man, Nanhai, landed on the ground and asked, I'm back. What do I need to do next? Zhong Kuei replied, next, you will wipe out the ghostly calamities in Hunan Dao with our help. 5 steps to becoming a mortal world immortal of the life and death Dao. Step 2, regulating life and death. The dead who linger in the mortal realm will be brought to the underworld, while the living who accidentally enter the underworld will be escorted back to the mortal realm. Scene changes to Kaifeng Prefecture. Ning Zhong and Lu Che arrived at Gao Ying's place. Your Majesty, he asked, why is it only Ning Zhong? Where are Yin Lao and Fan Shi? Lu Che thought for a few seconds, then replied, according to the representative of the chief diviner of the Celestial Phenomena Department, Xuanwu Yanhua is trapped in Liao City, and Baihu Fan Shi has fallen into enemy hands. Gowing asked, can't the AzureNet division arrange a rescue for Yin Lao? And shouldn't the chief diviner of the Celestial Phenomena Department be able to calculate Fan Shi's current location? Lu Che replied, arrangements have been made, but we still haven't found a way to help Yanhua break through the blockade. Furthermore, we don't know the current situation inside the blockaded area. Fortunately, Yanhua's destiny is still very strong, so for now, he is considered safe. As for Fan Shi, Gowing frowned. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush like this? Lu Che replied, Fan Shi is no longer in the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, he shot up to his feet. No longer in the mortal realm? Scene changes to the underworld, Naiha Bridge. Fan Shi was dazed. Where's this place? It's not right. I am. What was my name again? My head hurts so much. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. You are one of the 4 symbols of Great Gene, Baihu Fan Shi. He was startled and turned his head to look. Great Gene, Fan Shi, it sounded a bit familiar, as if the underworld emissary, Granny Ming, accompanied by Shinji, replied, as if you were called by this name when you were alive and lived in a country called Great Gene. Fan Shi was shocked. When I was alive? That's right. This is the world after death. You're already dead. Fan Shi exclaimed again. I'm dead? But my heart is still beating. My chi is still being generated. These fragmented memories and perceptions, all sorts of different signs, indicate that I am still alive. Shinji was also quite surprised to hear this. Could it be that the Lord of the world after death has not completely fallen yet? The effect of Granny Meng's soup is not perfect, and he still retains a part of his memories. In that case, let's try another negotiation tactic. He said with a smile, that is because our Lord used the Book of Life and Death to resurrect you. Fan Shi heard all these strange words. Book of Life and Death, Lord? Thanks to the grace of the previous Lord, you and your family were granted valor that was recorded in the annals of history and a blood curse that made the heavens jealous. Our Lord defeated the previous Lord and accidentally discovered you and other pitiful people who shared your fate while taking inventory of the spoils of war. That day, he removed the blood curse targeting you all, and at the same time, resurrected those like you who had died because of the blood curse. But because the previous Lord has not yet completely fallen, our Lord has not obtained complete authority over the Tao of life and death, which is why you appeared here after being revived instead of in the mortal realm. Fan Shi seemed to believe it. Is that so? Then may I ask what I need to do to be able to return to the mortal realm? Shinji thought, is this kid playing dumb, or does he really not understand what I'm saying? He replied, what a pity. We are currently engaged in a long war with the old subordinates of the previous Lord, so we temporarily cannot help you return to the world of the living. Oh well, I'll just have to be a bit more explicit. Fan Shi asked, in other words, if I help you win this war, you can then send me back to the mortal realm, right? Shinji smiled with satisfaction. On Gao Ying's side, he clenched his fists, thinking to himself, Yanhua is trapped, Fan Shi is missing. The 4 symbols are down by 2, and Ning Zhong cannot act rashly because he carries 2 red drought, celestial calamities. Even if a new Zhuke is chosen in a short period of time to be a replacement, this person will have to choose between suppressing the Taoist sects and guarding Yinmen Pass. Ning Zhong and Lu Che whispered, the matter of Li Zuanxiao and the Bone King of Dong, should we tell His Majesty? Let's wait for now. This is not the best time. Gowing now started biting his nails. To have Zhuke suppress the Taoist sects, then there will be no one to control the group of demons outside Yinmen Pass. But if Zhuke is to guard Yinmen Pass, then Great Jin's suppressive force against martial artists will be greatly reduced. The relationship between the 2 sides will likely return to the era of Emperor Gaoshou. If it were Father Emperor, what would he do? Gao Ying's memories flooded back. He called out, Father, after reviewing the imperial family's documents, your son has discovered that, compared to great-grandfather, Great Gene under your rule is very strict with martial artists. Father, didn't you say that a qualified monarch must treat his subjects well? Why are you so strict with them? He replied, this is a bit complicated to explain. Little 6, do you know what the biggest difference is between Great Gene under your great-grandfather's rule and Great Gene under my rule? He guessed fewer natural and man-made disasters? No, it is the more reasonable distribution of cultivation resources and duties. All under heaven is the king's land. In the past, the secluded sects occupied the blessed grotto heavens and earth, taking away cultivation resources that should have belonged to all the people under heaven. Yet they did not bear the corresponding responsibilities of confronting celestial calamities, demons, and ghostly calamities. Other humane kings might turn a blind eye and let it pass for the sake of the nation's stability, but I am not like them. I want to take everything back and then redistribute it. If you want to embark on the path of cultivation and thus control your own destiny, you can. Then go guard a region and exchange merit for it. Gao Ying asked, but father, by doing so, aren't you afraid of plunging the realm into great chaos? He asked back, so was there chaos? He thought for a few seconds, then stammered, it seems. There wasn't. Gao Jiong continued. Since ancient times, every redistribution of benefits has been inseparable from blades, spears, and blood. Emperor Gaosheng could sacrifice his own interests and those of his descendants to reform the dragon throne for the people of the realm. Why can't I wage war against the secluded sects of the entire realm for the sake of fairness? In my great gene, there is no such good thing as enjoying rights without bearing responsibilities. Gowing asked further, but they could never have agreed. That's right, So Yanqing and Lu Qing killed many people. During that period, the Qi mechanisms fluctuated and calamities were incessant. They also suffered the withered wood and rotten boat calamity and the 5 suns in the sky calamity because of it. Only then did those selfish and arrogant secluded sects realize that the times had changed. In the days to come, they had to do as I wished and find a suitable position for themselves in Great Gene, or scram to the southwest to huddle together for warmth, a place I can't deal with for the time being. When I am free, I will sweep them into the dustbin of history. Now do you understand why I am so harsh with martial artists? When the ghostly calamities come, the guarding martial artists have the ability to flee, but the common people there cannot. If I give them a way out, then who will give my people a way out? He spoke up, that's right. Who will give the common people a way out? Lu Qing, your servant is here. He asked, how many candidates are there for Zhuke? When can the fire-holding ceremony be held? Lu Che replied, there are 3 people. It can be done at any time. Gao Ying ordered, then let's do it today. Summon them here. Today, we will decide the successor to Zhuke. Ning Cong, your servant is here. Go and replenish your destiny. After the next Zhuke takes over, I need you to temporarily assume Yin Lao's duties and patrol the entire realm. Ning Zhong bowed his head and replied, your servant obeys the decree. Scene changes to Dongye. The strange man rushed at Nanhai as soon as he saw him, tearing into him. You heartless people, do you know how far it is from Zhizhou to Dongye? You actually let me run back on my own. Apologize now. Feng Qing asked, has anyone else entered this in since we left? Song Kui replied, no. Then, continue. Zhong Kuei understood, pulling a sword from his mouth. It was the Duan Yuan magical weapon. Nanhai was curiously wondering, what exactly is the structure of that bushy-bearded old man's stomach? How can he fit so many strange things inside? Zhong Kuei approached with the sword. This Duan Yuan sword does not cut physical objects, only karma. In a moment, I will strike you with this sword. Remember not to move. Only by leaving your thread of fate in Dongye will you have a chance to become strong enough before your sister's calamity strikes. Otherwise, your sister's bad luck will continue to consume your fortune and slow your cultivation progress. Nanhai nodded, I understand. After giving the instructions, Zhong Kuei's 3 eyes lit up brightly. He shouted 3 words, sever past fate, and slashed straight towards Nanhai. At the place of the Shanin people, the thread of past fate was cut. Yunyang, inside Shurian's body, felt it and was startled. Jianlian asked, what's wrong? Yunyang replied, one less person is sharing the calamity. The one who lost connection this time is the brother of this body. Is he dead, or did someone help him sever his past fate with this body? Zhong Kuei asked, how do you feel? Not much change, just that my shoulders feel a bit lighter. Feng Chang spoke up, your shoulders feel lighter because you're no longer bearing your sister's chicken sacrifice calamity. Top-tier existences from other worlds must undergo 3 calamities if they descend. Through the method of reincarnation, these calamities will continuously consume the fortune of those around them, leaving the reincarnated body with no external resources to use. If not for your sister's chicken sacrifice calamity holding you back, you would have already reached the upper ranky level. Still haven't realized it? That child has always been sucking your blood. Hearing this, Nanhai pointed a finger in anger. I won't allow you to speak about Shurian like that. Zhong Kuei intervened. Don't mind him. Cultivation is more important. After a few minutes of calming down, the 2 of them assumed a meditative posture. Zhong Kuei explained, with your current chi, physique, and level of combat experience, if you cultivate step by step, it would take at least 5 to 10 years to resolve the ghostly calamities in Hunan Dao. We don't have that much time to wait for you to grow, so we can only take a shortcut. If you switch to the cultivation path that I created in this world, within 3 months, I will be able to raise you from the lower rank E level to the upper rank E level. Ninhai's jaw dropped. That fast. But my master once said that this E level stage is mainly for laying the foundation by tempering the physical body. Rushing will not be good. Choosing the wrong path of enlightenment for the sake of quick success will affect advancement and the future path to the Jia level. Zhong Kuei continued. Your master was right. The order of unblocking will indeed affect the speed at which the yet unblocked acupoints are opened. Even which acupoint to open first and which to open later needs to be taken seriously. Large sects with better unblocking paths will far surpass smaller sects and unorthodox schools in the process of cultivation. But this is only limited to the living. For someone like you who has chosen the path of life and death, once you step into the third or fourth step, your dependence on the physical body and the chi of the living will become less and less. The methods that ordinary people use to unblock acupoints, enhance chi, use chi to nourish the body, and seek longevity are actually useless to you, because sooner or later you'll have to discard your body and return to the underworld. Since it is a transitional stage, there is no need to worry about the later stages. After ascending to the Jia level at the fastest speed and resolving the demonic scourge in Hunan Dao, we will set off for the underworld. Nanhai notet understo. Zhong Kuei stood up and said, I will give you the unblocking path of the 5 ghost path later. When you cultivate, remember to use the Yudu seed to accelerate. The thing we lack most right now is time. 3/4 of an hour later, Zhong Kuei and Feng Cheng looked at Nanhai's cultivation speed. This child's talent is truly astonishing. After escaping the chicken rib fate of the triple burner, his cultivation speed immediately increased several times compared to before. Not only that, his quality and character are also to my liking. I really want to take him as my disciple. Feng Cheng turned to ask, You're not planning to go back on your word, are you? For now, I don't have that thought yet. At the same time in Kai Feng, Gowing looked at the 3 people below and asked, It's them? The candidates for the Southern Juke. Lu Che replied, That's right, the original Juke candidates, whose primordial zodiac is the rooster and who are the only survivors of the battle where earth fire burned the city. The 3 people above are quite confident in controlling the flames in the sacrificial fire cave. Gowing said, The royal documents record that the succession ceremony of the 4 symbols requires the simultaneous presence of the reigning emperor and the heirloom seal of the realm. Ning Zhong, shall we go get the heirloom seal of the realm now? He replied, I obey your command. So everyone followed the purple sand executor down to the final level. Even Emperor Gao Jing, with a horse-slaying sword in hand, couldn't drive away the invaders. Perhaps Emperor Gao Sheng's initial judgment was correct. The world is only 1 step away from collapse. Hearing this, Gao Ying's eyes widened, speechless. After walking a little further, the purple sand executor stopped. Pointing upwards, the heirloom seal of the realm is in Emperor Gao Sheng's coffin. Your Majesty, please wait a moment, this old servant. Gao Ying looked up at the coffin, thinking to himself, so the body of Gao Sheng the founder is kept on the lowest level of the Kaifeng sky prison? Why have these things never been mentioned in the royal documents? Zisha waved his hand. It's time to wake up the great person in the coffin. Gao Sheng inside felt the vibration. Suddenly, his 2 eyes lit up. The 3 Juke candidates trembled. This aura, something has awakened. Gao Sheng opened the coffin lid from the inside. The terrified Juke candidates took a step forward. There's danger. Your Majesty, please stand behind this servant. The coffin lid fell. Gao Sheng sat up and asked, That sound just now, was it Zisha's 3 purities bell? Gao Ying thought to himself, So Gao Sheng the founder isn't dead. No, he is not Gao Sheng. Absurd. This is too absurd. How could Emperor Gao Shou and my imperial father have allowed such a thing to exist? Gao Sheng suddenly shot out of the coffin, rushing straight behind. He asked Zisha, Why did you awaken us? The fire-holding right for the succeeding Juke requires the heirloom seal of the realm in your hands. Is that so? Gao Sheng then threw it to Gao Ying. New dragon, what reign title did you choose for yourself before ascending the throne? Gao Ying replied, Lei. Gao Sheng asked, Is it the lei of being diligent, strict, and not bringing shame upon one's ancestors? Not bad. It's a good reign title. Gao Ying's voice changed. We naturally know that lei is a good reign title, but for you to say it with this attitude and tone, do you really consider yourself the founding monarch of Great Jin, our ancestor, Gao Sheng? Gao Sheng narrowed his eyes and said with a laugh, "Of course not. We are just speaking from an outsider's perspective." Gao Ying snapped, "Cut him off enough. As for us, if it weren't for the fact that descendants of the Gao family cannot harm the remains of their ancestors, we only regret not being able to tear you to shreds on the spot." He turned to ask Zisha, "Why did the late emperor tolerate the existence of this filth?" Zisha replied, "Because this was the will of Emperor Gao Sheng and the ancestral law of Great Jin. Even the current son of heaven has no right to undermine Emperor Gao Sheng's arrangements." Gao Ying frowned, clicked his tongue, and turned his head to order, "Let's go to the sacrificial fire cave." The two Zhuge candidates hurriedly followed. "Your Majesty, please walk slowly, Your Majesty." Ningzong glanced at the Liuke. The two bowed their heads at the same time. "This servant takes his leave." Gao Sheng nodded, "Imam, go." Everyone left, leaving Gao Sheng and Zisha. Gao Sheng sighed and said, "We are indeed not Gao Sheng. We also know that our birth, mission, and end were predetermined by Gao Sheng. But Zisha, tell me, do we not even have the right to decide what to call ourselves?" Zisha replied, "Your Majesty is naturally worthy of this title. The moment Your Majesty gave birth to your own will, it also meant that you had completed the rite of becoming. From death to rebirth, you have officially entered the path of life and death. Furthermore, since the founding of Great Jin, all the dead who were pushed into the underworld by the guarding martial artists, and all the living who appeared in Spring Mound Hell were discovered by the armored soldiers and escorted back to the underworld. Your Majesty has perfectly completed the second step of the rite of becoming, harmonizing life and death. In addition, the deeds of Emperor Gao Sheng are widely spread among the common people. After death, you built and ruled Spring Mound Hell. In thinking of the suffering in the mortal world, you led your old army to conquer the legends of the ox demons and snake gods in the first 10 levels of hell. Now, you have completed the first 3 ritual steps of the path of life and death and can perform the 4th step at any time, becoming the true monarch of the underworld." Gao Sheng asked, "But aren't you the ones stopping me from taking the 4th step to become the Lord of Spring Mount Hell?" Zisha replied, "Because the time is not yet right." Gao Sheng wondered, "The time is not yet right?" Gao Jing died in battle. Yuan is trapped on the Liao City battlefield. Even so, you and Su Mian still think the time is not yet right? Zisha replied, "Please, Your Majesty, believe in this generation's human king, believe in the martial artists of the world, and believe in the great Jin army that voluntarily transformed into ghost soldiers and ghost generals to fight through the night against the followers of the evil god occupying the Naya Bridge. Believe that man's will can conquer heaven." Gao Sheng asked further, "What if man is destined to be unable to defeat heaven?" Zisha replied, "Then the most desperate future that Emperor Gao Sheng predicted will befall us. No, those mortals throughout the world who wish to live will implore Your Majesty to emerge from seclusion and reclaim their dignity for them." Gao Sheng turned away. "We are tired. You handle it yourself." Zisha bowed his head. This servant takes his leave. The scene shifts to Gao Ying. The commander of the Bureau of Revenue, Du Miao, who is in charge of currency expenditure, has a monopoly on salt and iron, manages magical artifacts, and distributes cultivation resources throughout the world, saw Gao Ying arrive and bowed, "Your Majesty." Gao Ying asked, "Has the astral rail leading to the sacrificial fire cave been set up?" Du Miao replied, "It has been set up. We can depart at any time." Gao Ying ordered, "Then let's depart." "As you command." The pillars were activated, for bolts of lightning converged at one point, then erupted in a white light, transporting everyone away to one of the national treasures of Great Jin, the sacrificial fire cave. Gao Ying asked, "This is the sacrificial fire cave?" Du Miao replied, "Yes, this is the sacrificial fire cave, as important as the Kaifeng Sky prison." Gao Ying continued to wonder, "We have read all the information related to the sacrificial fire cave in the royal documents. Aren't the fires sacrificed here only the true fire of the sun, the Nanmingli fire, the Yudu nether fire, and the Red Lotus karmic fire? Why do we see up to 100 types of fire?" Suddenly, an old woman's voice replied, "That's the old imperial almanac. Ever since Great Jin fully grasped the method of exchanging special product across worlds with other minor heavenly worlds, the fires in the sacrificial fire cave have increased to 128. It's a pity that, although the types of fire from other worlds in the sacrificial fire cave have increased a lot, the 8 great fires have not yet been replenished." The person who stepped out was the fire guardian of the sacrificial fire cave, Granny Chong Sheng. Du Miao said in a low voice, "This is Granny Chong Sheng, the guardian of the sacrificial fire cave. Like the Purple Sand Executor, she is also a founding elder of Great Jin." Gao Ying nodded, "So that's how it is." She asked. This must be the new dragon of Great Gene, right? Lu Che and Du Miao of the three bureaus are also here. Are you about to hold the fire holding right? Except for that useless ghost standing over there who is not suitable for holding fire. Are there only 3 candidates this time? And why didn't Yanhua come? Without him here, the casualty rate of the fire holdings will not be reduced. Lu Che interjected. That's enough. Among the 3 candidates, there is one lucky survivor. After the battle where earth fire burned the city, she is a natural fire holder of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. If it weren't for 2 other Juke candidates requesting to hold the fire, only one person would have come this time. Old Yin is trapped in Hunan Dao and could not come to this fire holding rite. The granny nodded, so that's how it is. No wonder I didn't see the southern 7 mansions this time. That's fine too. It's good to have fewer deaths. Follow this old lady. I will take you to the fire holding ground of the Juke through the generations. Following Granny Chong Sheng, everyone proceeded deeper inside. Gao Ying asked, this is the Juke fire-holding ground of all the dynasties? But why don't we see any fire? The granny replied, they're under your feet, inside the mahist leather mechanism that Gao Sheng Heli Chun built. Indeed, right under Gao Ying's feet was a whole intricate system, with the Nanming Leaf Fire, the true fire of the sun, the Yudu Nether Fire, and finally the Red Lotus Karmic Fire in succession. Although the fire-holding rite does not require us to choose the Nanming Leaf Fire, considering the aspects of compatibility and fire-holding, the Nanming Leaf Fire is indeed the best choice. This is also the reason why generations of Juke ultimately chose the Nanming Leaf Fire. Furthermore, by relying on the 4 symbols dynasty and connecting with mystical secret arts, one can develop the Nanming Leaf Fire to its utmost limit, suppressing the pure-blooded Vermilion Bird clan, and only then can the pure white cleansing fire be manifested from the Nanming Leaf Fire. At that time, this cleansing fire alone will be enough to suppress the underworld monarch and the earthly Yin god. Lu Mingsheng, from the Lu clan of Rua and sharing the same bloodline as the previous Vermilion Bird, Lu Yin, spoke up and asked, has anyone ever achieved this so far? The granny looked back and said, the previous generation of Vermilion Birds was the most promising, but they died too young. They perished before they could achieve it. Lu Mingsheng followed up, I understand. In that case, this junior chooses the Nanming Leaf Fire. He walked forward and sat before the Nanming Leaf Fire. Although he had mentally rehearsed this scene many times, now that it was actually happening, he was, to be honest, very nervous. Mustering all his courage, he reached his hand toward the Nanming Leaf Fire, the first step of the Vermilion Bird fire-holding ritual, drawing the fire to use the body as a torch. Gowing exclaimed, is he insane? With no protection, he's just letting the fire spread over his body like that. Lu Che replied, Your Majesty need not worry. This candidate is a clansman of Lu Yen. His ultimate technique, the fire worshipper play, is a special secret art that allows one to draw fire onto the body without being burned. However, advancing this ultimate technique to the Jia rank is extremely difficult. Most fire worshippers can only stop at the E rank. In all of the Great Gene, I'm afraid you can only find 2 or 3 Jia rank fire worshippers now. So that's how it is. The fire gradually engulfed Lu Mingsheng's entire body. He thought to himself, so this is the Nanming Leaf Fire? It's on a completely different level from the strange fires I've encountered before. Eva must be careful. The second step of the Azure Quarter Vermilion Bird Ritual, absorbing the fire into the lungs by reversing the flow of the Han-Tying Lung Meridian. And so, he took a deep breath, inhaling the fire into his body, sending it straight down to his lungs. What a horrifyingly awesome scene. Du Miao assessed. He passed the first step smoothly. As expected, the Lu clan of Rua is very special. I fear that in ancient times, their ancestors had long-term intermarriages with a mountain tribe possessing an innate talent for fire control. Otherwise, there's simply no way to explain their exaggerated fire affinity and constitution. From the fingertips, it moved up the body through Shaoshang, Yuji, Taizhou like Heichai, Xiaobai, Tianfu, Zhongfu, and finally Yemen. The fire burned past Tianfu and straight up to Yemen. Lu Mingsheng's body began to show visible signs of distress. Granny Chong Sheng said, this lung meridian hasn't been cultivated to its peak. What a pity. Blood streamed down Lu Mingsheng's face. He was just a little bit short. Even Gowing broke out in a cold sweat watching. Lu Mingsheng was now screaming like a madman, looking like he was in incredible pain. The other 3 couldn't even bear to watch. The granny turned her head and asked, who's next? The masked candidate stepped forward, The granny asked, the true sun fire? Rooster of the 12 generals, ultimate technique of the Great Sun Golden Crow Sutra. He replied, correct. The granny said, I can understand why you roosters of the 12 generals intend to master the true sun fire first before returning to complete the Great Sun Golden Crow Sutra. But Yanhua is not here. If you fail the fire holding, there will be no chance to start over. Once you fail, you will die. The rooster declared bluntly, "Death is not the end. Losing one's will is." The granny sighed. "All right, then I won't try to persuade you." A moment later, all that could be seen was the guy being burned beyond recognition. Gao Ying ordered, "Ning Qing, give him an identity." The vermilion bird fire-holding ritual, is this difficult? How did anyone manage to do it before? Lu Che replied, "Back then, we had old yen." Failing the first 2 steps of the vermilion bird ritual allowed one to return to the state before drawing the fire onto the body, and there were also a few chances to redo the 3rd step. Gao Ying thought to himself, are the effects of Ning Qing's imprisonment showing again now? How many tries did it take Minister Lu to succeed? 1. Gao Ying was startled upon hearing this. Huh? How did Minister Lu manage that? Lu Che replied, in Old Yan's words, Lu Yan's talent in fire control is the strongest from ancient times to the present. Even looking throughout all of history, it's rare to find someone who could do it. At the same time, a female candidate came forward. Granny, is it my turn now? Granny Chong Sheng heard, but did not yet answer. This child, a soul as pure as a child's. No wonder Lu Che said this girl is a natural wielder of the red lotus karmic fire. I'm afraid this girl's concept of good and evil is also different from ordinary people, perhaps even her concept of life and death. She turned back and asked, which flame do you want to choose? She said nothing and walked to the right, then proceeded to take off all her clothes. Lu Che immediately covered Gao Ying's eyes. Do not look at what is improper. Do not look at what is improper. She pointed at the red lotus karmic fire and asked, is this one okay? Azure quarter vermilion bird. 3rd step of the fire-holding ritual. Qi and fire merge, as if returning to their origin. Gao Ying was startled. This is way too easy. If this candidate named Lu can grasp and command one of the 8 great fires, why did you still let Lu Yan's clansmen and the rooster take such risks? Isn't this just weakening our own strength? Lu Che replied, reporting to your majesty, this subject considered many aspects before doing so. Lu Yan was the most dedicated of all the vermilion birds in history. We could not deny his clansmen the opportunity to participate in the fire holding. As for Lu, although she's a natural wielder of the red lotus karmic fire, her affinity with the Namingly fire is too low, so she could only be a reserve. Because the position of vermilion bird needs to handle the pressure of missions against heretical cults among the common folk, not being able to wield the Namingly fire is ultimately a bit of shortcoming. Gao Ying asked, then what about the rooster? What about him? The Great Sun Golden Crow Sutra of this world is incomplete, leading the roosters, who major in this ultimate technique, to see completing this sutra as their most long-held wish. And because mastering the true Sun Chi can be used to reverse engineer and complete the Great Sun Golden Crow Sutra, generations of roosters have sought to take the place of the vermilion bird and requested to undergo the fire holding. For 100 years, this has been the custom. Gao Ying nodded, so that's how it is. A moment later, he raised the heirloom seal of the realm. We hereby appoint you as the new 4 pillars of the nation to enjoy the stellar power of the 7 mansions of the south and walk alongside the nation. The 4 symbols vermilion bird, Lu, wielder of the red lotus karmic fire, bowed her head and replied, thank you, your majesty. In the sky, stars emerged, as if announcing the new successor to the vermilion bird. In Bashu, Gui Fong, a ghost was sitting around, indulging in debauchery. It was the master of Gui Fong in Bashu, Zhang Xiao. He had also sensed that a new vermilion bird had been born. The strange person Huang Qiushui, seated below, replied, that's right. However, this subordinate speculates that the new vermilion bird is likely. This time, it seems they haven't gained the prestige of the 7 mansions of the south. The little girl born in the Lu clan of Rua during the earth fire disaster that split the city. Zhang Xiao said, Gaojing Pingshan, the battle of Liao City was not yet as clear as it is now. The great Jin surely wouldn't make such a risky decision. That lucky one who obtained the red lotus karmic fire has the greatest chance of becoming the next vermilion bird. How about this? You find a few heretical cults and go investigate her and the red lotus karmic fire. As it happens, our spy in Qi province has also been exposed. Take this opportunity to find a replacement. Huang Qiushui replied, yes. The scene shifts back to Gao Ying's residence. He angrily smashed a bowl of water. They dare to hide this from me? A matter as important as the ghost corpse, Li Zuanxiao joining forces with the East, a demon king, to break out of prison, and they dare to hide it from us? What do they take us for? Lu Zhen, Grand Minister of the Imperial Clan, you clearly knew long ago that the High Ancestor's body had turned into an obsession corpse. Why didn't you tell us when we ascended the throne? Gao Zheng replied, because regarding the matter of Emperor Gao Sheng's body turning into an obsession corpse, my words would not be objective. I could not make a statement that would influence your majesty's thoughts and judgment on the matter of the High Ancestor's obsession corpse. Gowing was silent for a few seconds. You did the right thing, but we don't understand. Wasn't the Corpse King Li Zuanxiao already eliminated by the combined forces of the constellations and the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends? If he was already dead, how could he join forces with the East Aid Demon King to escape from the dragon prison of Kaifeng? Don't tell us this matter has been hidden and unreported since our imperial father was on the throne. Gao Zheng replied, that is not the case. When the corpse of the Corpse King Li Zuanxiao was brought back to Kaifeng, I was also present. He was indeed dead, but the High Ancestors' Obsession Corpse wanted it. The scene shifts to the lair of the demons and ghosts. They were shouting with joy at the return of their queen. Li Zuanxiao, sitting to the side, said, so you hold such a high position beyond the pass. The queen laughed. It's not that I wanted it this way. Let's not talk about this anymore. I've never understood. Why would the Great Gene want to keep a dangerous figure like you alive? If I were the human king of the Great Gene, I would have had you dismembered long ago. This place. Li Zuanxiao's past memories flooded back. He was walking alone in a bizarre landscape. This place is the legendary Blood Pool Hell. It is. It's a bit too cold. I've been walking for so long without seeing a single ghost. Just as he finished speaking, a giant ghost rose from beneath the water. You gotta be kidding me. Are all the ghosts in Blood Pool hell this big? This is way too ugly. Just as he finished speaking, a sword strike came from nowhere and slashed the ghost. A person in a cloak and full armor, the first general of the rear, Wang Yinzhang, asked Li Zuanxiao. The scene shifts to Nanhai. Liangxiu, Dubi Zisanli, Shangjuxu connects to Jieshi. Zijuxu below has Feng Long. Jieshi, Chongyang, and Xingu are the same. Needing Li Due, Yangming Moon, the great courage pierces the toe's sharp corner. He opened his eyes and saw no one. It turned out Zhong Kuei had changed his clothes and was in the kitchen cooking. Nanhai was drooling. It looked so delicious. Of course, when I was traveling to Four Seas, I specifically studied the culinary arts. Calling me a god or saint of cooking might be an exaggeration, but I can certainly handle being called a chef. In the corner of the house was poor Feng Chung, looking absolutely miserable, only inhaling incense smoke. Nanhai ate like he was starving. Zhong Kuei turned and asked, why aren't you eating? Is the food I prepared for you not to your liking? Feng Chung heard this and felt bitter. Ah no, I'm eating dog food. It's black. Zhong Kuei laughed. TSK, still being picky in this state. A while later, the two of them, Nanhai and Zhong Kuei, had polished off everything, leaving only a few bones. So delicious. I'm so full. Turns out I can eat this much. I never realized it before. Zhong Kuei explained, that's because you're specializing in the foot Yangming stomach meridian on my ghost taming path. Its characteristic is to greatly enhance a person's digestive ability, allowing one to eat many times more than usual. Nanhai wondered, besides consuming energy to become stronger and increasing food intake, what else is there? Are there other things that increase? Zhong Kuei replied, the output of my gas might also be a bit more. Nanhai was disappointed after hearing this. Is that all? I feel like the Qinkuan Ichigong that my master taught me is much stronger than this 5 Viscera Temple ghost nourishing art of yours. Practicing Qinkuan Ichigong at least makes my qi and strength greater and my body more solid, instead of turning me into a rice bucket. Zhong Kuei continued, that's because the focus of each school is different. There are 6 elements that determine the strength of a martial artist, which are physique, guan, ultimate skill, dharma artifact, qi, and blessing. The focus of the ghost taming path is guan and qi. We use guan to find ghosts and use qi to nourish them. Other cultivators need 3 to 4 elements to form a strategy, but our ghost taming path is different. After mastering guan, you can find a ghost to practice with at will. If you prepare adequately, killing B rank and A rank martial artists is a common occurrence. It really doesn't need to be too strong. Nanhai asked again, is it really that powerful? Then why did all the ghost taming path martial artists that my master and I knew die? None of them survived until now. Zhong Kuei replied, then that can only mean the people you and your master knew weren't any good. That's all. Scene change. Zhong Kuei takes Nanhai to find a target to start practicing what he has learned. It's him. Former guest minister of the Prince of Qi's residence. In the first 10 days of this month, he accidentally killed a colleague and then fled to escape punishment. High B rank, ultimate skill, 8 directions divine general. Warning, this person is extremely dangerous, having once killed an A rank martial artist. I'll take you to find this fugitive martial artist, then provide you and him with the same amount of qi, and then let you choose and use 3 vengeful ghosts and 1 ghost object. You can use your actual combat ability to feel the power of a ghost taming path martial artist. Okay? Scene change to the outskirts. desserts at a small roadside eatery. The retainer who fled from the Prince of Qi's residence, Heavenly General Zhao Lai, Zhang Lu, placed his travel bag on the table, slammed his hand down and called out, "Shopkeeper, 2 caddies of bread and a bowl of sour plum soup." The shopkeeper, who was serving another table, turned his head and replied, "Coming right up." Zhang Lu became vigilant, observing everyone from the little girl sitting at the shop's entrance to the large man at the other table. The shopkeeper brought the food. "Sour plum soup is here. Please enjoy." Just as he put it down, Zhang Lu grabbed his wrist. "Wait." The shopkeeper's face showed shock, so scared he almost wet his pants. The other 4 people also turned to look. Zhang Lu said, "You drink this bowl. After you finish it, bring me another one. I'll pay for 2 bowls." The shopkeeper broke out in a sweat upon hearing this. "Customer, what do you mean? Do you think this old man put poison in your soup?" Zhang Lu's left hand reached for the chopsticks. "So much explaining. Do you not want to drink it, or do you not dare to drink it?" The shopkeeper picked up the bowl with his other hand. "Customer, your paranoia is too severe. How can there be a black-in on an official road? This old man will drink it all for you to see, all right?" Finishing his sentence, he drank it in one gulp. Just as he lowered the bowl and smiled, "You see," Zhang Lu suddenly left his seat, turned around with a chopstick in hand, and stabbed it straight into the shopkeeper's neck, to the astonishment of his child. The large man at the other table stood up in fury. This old man not only failed to steal the chicken, but also lost the rice. "Everyone, charge and get him. Kill him." Finishing his sentence, he charged straight forward with an axe. Zhang Lu grabbed the table with one hand and threw it toward the muscular guy, who easily split the table in 2 with one swing of his axe. Looking left and right, where did he go? With his agile movement, Zhang Lu had already slipped behind the table and threw 2 chopsticks down. The large man dodged one, but the other was caught in his mouth. Then he gathered his strength and swung his axe in a counterattack. It's impolite to come without a greeting. Zhang Lu began to gather his chi and strength in his hands, trying to catch the axe. The large man laughed. At that moment, Zhang Lu had to let go of the axe. How can there be such strong force? Too strong. The axe continued to spin in the air, and Zhang Lu had to take a step back. "Little Zhang Fei Li Gui?" Li Gui replied, "That's right, it is I, this great one." He was wondering, a person like you, why would? When he suddenly sensed someone had snuck up behind him. It was that old official-looking guest, using a strange fire art, the bone-clinging fire, to burn Zhang Lu. High above, Zhang Kui had found his target. Io still a step too late. Nanhai praised admiringly, "They're fighting so fiercely." Zhang Kui asked, "Who do you think will win?" He used his heavenly abnormality divine power, fiery eyes, golden gaze, observed for a few seconds, then replied, "The fugitive martial artist who is being burned by the fire." Zhang Kui asked again, "Reason?" Nanhai replied, "My master once taught me that you can't judge whether a person has lost their combat ability based on the severity of their situation or the amount of their chi. Just like now, using my fiery eyes golden gaze, I can see that compared to his external injuries and the raging fire, this martial artist is definitely not as miserable as he appears. He is intentionally putting himself in a weak position." Returning to the fight, Li Gui said, "This person's reputation is undeserved. Although his skills are indeed not bad, I really don't feel he requires so many of us to team up to kill him like this. Prince Cheng is being too cautious." Zhang Lu continuously screamed, "Give me a quick death. I beg you, give me a clean death." The fire-worshipping old man Deng kicked Zhang Lu in the face while replying, "He just can't unleash his full power." The old man who administered the poison actually did his job. When this guy used a chopstick to pierce the old man's throat, the old man's blood fell on his face. Because he was poisoned, he had no choice but to use his essence, energy, and chi to suppress the poison. Otherwise, this old tiger wouldn't have been able to burn him so easily. Don't forget, he was previously a guest minister for Prince Cheng. The unlucky few he killed were all of a lower realm than him. Ligi Nudda. That's true. How we split the bounty. The old man is dead. Considering he did his part, let's set aside a share for his family. We can split the rest evenly. Just as Li Gui replied, "All right." Zhang Lu sat up, spun around, and shot 2 stones from his hands in their directions. Zhang Lu exclaimed, "Calamity General." One stone pierced through the fire-worshipping old man Deng's eye, and the other pierced through Li Gui's forehead. "Extinguish the flames on me." The Calamity General used a fan above his head to absorb all the flames. Zhang Lu returned to his normal state, but he was also breaking out in a cold sweat. Still okay. The 2 hardest to kill have been dealt with effortlessly. As for the rest, just then, he suddenly felt something was wrong with his body and unexpectedly vomited some strange green substance. It's the voodoo secret pearl sect. The girl just cast the kill my kin technique. A life for a life, disembowelment and gut-piercing, 10,000 snakes devouring the heart. Zhang Lu collapsed. I almost forgot about them. It turns out the old man and his daughter are from the voodoo secret pearl sect. At the same time, 2 other kids also charge forward. Die and be buried with my grandpa. A chain flew straight toward Zhang Lu, but he still managed to dodge it. He was quite surprised by the power of this chain. Such power. If I were hit by it, even if I knew it was coming. The other kid charged forward. Good chance. Transformation. Cat-faced monster child. He completely transformed into a cat with sharp fangs and claws. Too fast. Not good. I can't dodge in time. I can only do my best to minimize the damage. He spun around, but was still scratched on the shoulder blade by the cat child. The fire-worshipping old man, shaved head EZ, and the cat-faced monster child. This whole family must be from the Kai clan of Dengzhou. The voodoo secret pearl sect coordinating with 2 Kai clan assistants with offensive capabilities. I can't waste any more energy here, or I'll lose my life. He began to unleash his aura amidst the encirclement of the 3 children. The cat child realized something's wrong. This person is different from before. Father, be careful. This person is getting serious. The 8 Directions Divine General, the evil-slaying general, was summoned by Zhang Lu. The 8 Directions Divine General, the evil-slaying general, awoke and raised its hand. In the vast universe, calamities and evils shall not run rampant. Begin. A vortex appeared. A very thin white thread also appeared from where the 3 were. The 8 Directions Divine General, the evil-slaying general, clasped its hands together and shouted 3 times, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Then, thwip, thwip, thwip. The 3 people vanished, leaving only their blood-soaked clothes behind. Zhang Lu also collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He wondered what the 8 Directions Divine General, the evil-slaying general, was looking at, and looked up as well. In the sky were Zhong Kuei and Nanhai. He's discovered us. Zhong Kuei asked, this person's methods are a bit special. Do you want to switch to a different opponent? And Hai replied, no need to switch. Let's choose him. Just as Zhong Kuei praised, quite confident, aren't you? Zhang Lu had already quickly veered into the woods. You saw through him? Nanhai know that? More or less. This person's ultimate skill consumes too much chi and stamina. The chi he has now can at most only be used to summon the divine general 2 more times. He's on the run and wants to escape his pursuers, so each subsequent summoning must be used only when absolutely necessary. It is precisely this mentality that led him, at the beginning of the fight, to only think about how to solve the problem with ordinary methods, rather than summoning the divine general to clear the scene. Treating him as a hypothetical enemy, I just need to prepare 3 ghosts skilled in attacking or assassination to catch him off guard. Your thinking is completely correct, but I've changed my mind now. I will only assign you the chi of a B rank, and the ghosts and ghost objects will also be limited. In that case, how do you plan to fight him? Nanhai was unhappy after hearing this. How can you do that? You're going back on your word. Scene changed to Zhang Lu, who was fleeing in a hurry. I was careless. I didn't expect that old man's blood to be poisonous. If I had dealt with it in time and been a little more careful, I probably wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now. The ghost chi I've prepared can at most summon the divine general 2 more times. If I use it to break the curse, then I'll only have 1 more chance to rely on the divine general. But if I do that, can I really hold out until reinforcements arrive? And there's that master-disciple pair. They probably didn't make a move just now because they were wary of the evil-slaying general I summoned. But the fact that the 8 Directions Divine General consumes a lot of energy isn't hard to figure out. Once they realized this, he was startled as a ghost appeared in front of him. He immediately stopped. New pursuers? No, it doesn't have the chi of a living person. This is an evil ghost. But even in Hunan Dao, where the ghost infestation has broken out, the surrounding official roads aren't so neglected that you'd see ghosts in broad daylight. The ghost spoke word by word. This road is blocked. Perhaps it was released by a master of the ghost taming path from among the common folk, one who doesn't belong to the ghost guild. Is it that master and disciple from before, or... The ghost looked up. Did you hear me? This road is blocked. Zhang Lu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, not good. This ghost got close. He reflexively prepared to punch and attack, but suddenly froze. The foolish ghost asked, why did you stop fighting? Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes. Too dangerous. Luckily, at the most critical moment, I suppressed the urge to strike. Judging by its reaction, this evil ghost is very likely the type that has met the conditions to kill. I guess the condition is to be attacked after blocking the way. If I hadn't pulled back my hand just now, I'm afraid I would have met this ghost's condition to kill. That ghost brought its face close to Zhang Lu again, repeatedly asking why. When encountering this type of ghost, the best strategy is to avoid contact with it, preventing it from meeting its conditions. Just stay here and block the air, you stupid ghost. With that thought, he changed direction and continued running. At the same time, Zhong Kuei said from a distance, "This criminal is very smart. He's figured out the killing condition of the blocking ghost. The other two ghosts you chose have no combat abilities. They only know how to hide and create illusions. Are you sure you don't want to choose again?" The scene shifts back to Zhang Lu, who continues to flee. He took out the Gui Fong magical artifact, the Grave Bell. Effect, enhancement, side effect. Each use consumes 1 month of lifespan. Very good, that ghost isn't chasing me. My strategy was correct. Wait, hold on. He sensed something and skidded to a halt. No way. Could these be other ghosts emerging from bushes? Why are you running? Why? Zhang Lu sighed. I get it. You're forcing my hand. Using this, he once again unleashed the 8 Directions Divine General, the evil-breaking general. Clear and vast universe. This is no place for you demons to run rampant. Exterminate, exterminate, exterminate. All those ghosts instantly evaporated. Then the 8 Directions Divine General, the evil-breaking general, also vanished. Zhang Lu panted from the exertion of qi. Then I will grant your wish. However, you might not be able to afford the price. Nanhai had successfully closed in on Zhang Lu, but it seems he read your move, knowing you would launch a sneak attack. He spun around satisfyingly and landed a palm strike straight into Nanhai's abdomen. Die for me. In fact, from a moment Zhang Lu discovered the killing mechanism of the blocking ghost, he was already aware. The pursuers hiding in the dark had 4 possibilities. The pursuers lack a one-hit kill attack method because they are not confident they can end the fight before he summons the evil-breaking general. This person's methods are formidable. A direct confrontation would likely result in being killed by the divine general he summons. So they release a blocking ghost as a trap to see if he falls for it. A situation similar to the above, but the strategy is changed to using cannon fodder to deplete his chi and the number of times he can summon the divine general. The pursuers arrived late, not fully understanding the mechanism of the 8 Directions Divine General, but wary of the deaths of Li Gui's group, so they send out a blocking ghost to probe. Not thinking that deeply, just to narrow down the possibilities, Zhang Lu began to show weakness, luring the enemy into making a more aggressive decision. The subsequent events indeed proved Zhang Lu's initial speculation correct, a plan to use ghost cannon fodder to deplete his chi and the number of times he could summon the divine general. Regarding this matter, Zhang Lu was smug, so it's the second one. It seems the ones who release these ghosts are that master and disciple duo. Fine, then I'll continue to act according to your wishes. However, you'll have to pay with your lives. Alright, unexpectedly, the Nanhai he had just punched was a Li Qiu ghost, a ghost that enjoys pranks and impersonating others. It is said that some Li Qiu ghosts can even use illusions to cause self-slaughter. See also the Taiping Huanyuji. Seeing this, Zhang Lu broke out in a cold sweat. This is also a ghost. Not good. When he turned his head and realized, Nanhai had already entered combat mode and was attacking from behind, not forgetting to taunt his opponent. You left an opening. Blood acupoint strike, chi armor art, 9 consecutive fists was unleashed. In fact, the tempo of this chess game has always been in Nanhai's hands from the very beginning. Nanhai used the blocking ghost to give his opponent a suggestion. Someone is watching you. But for some reason, he can't attack directly and must rely on the ghost's killing mechanism for you to kill yourself. If it were me, I would have guessed 50 to 60 of it by now. Based on his next move, I can roughly determine his thoughts and subsequent actions. Oh, option 1 or 2. Then next, I'll use the Li Qiu ghost to create an illusion of ghosts surrounding him, to make him certain of his judgment, then cooperate with him, turning his own plan against him. And finally use the blood acupoint strike my master taught me to close the net. Zhang Lu lay helplessly on the ground and said, "So this was all a pre-calculated plan of yours? You were intentionally cooperating with me?" Nanhai smiled and replied, "Correct." Zhang Lu asked again, "When you were setting up this chessboard, weren't you afraid I would summon the divine general twice in a row, using the second summon general on you?" Nanhai replied, "You wouldn't do that. Your attitude when dealing with that wave of pursuers told me that you're the type who won't play their trump card until the critical moment. As long as the person with me hasn't shown themselves, you would still hold back a move to deal with them." Zhang Lu laughed. "So that's how it is. You saw right through me. So your master isn't around here? Do you want to know the reason I fled from the Qi Prefecture Prince's mansion? This intelligence is extremely important to you, cultivators of the ghost taming path. I can reveal it to you, as long as you spare my life." Nanhai replied, "Say it here. I don't want to be sneak attacked while I'm focused on listening. You probably still have the stamina and chi for a desperate struggle, right?" Zhang Lu, having been read, narrowed his eyes, then gave a faint smile. "I've truly lost to you. But you're still careless. Hasn't your master ever taught you? In a fight between martial artists, as long as one side isn't dead, it's not certain who will die at whose hands. You must never feel that you've already won and carelessly show your face." Just as he was about to land a punch on Nanhai, Zhong Kuei appeared and struck the back of his neck with a thud. The foolish wife looked up. Isn't he, right here? Zhong Kuei dusted off his hands. The hiding man ghost, a prank-loving ghost, skilled at hiding. It is said that when a hiding man ghost is serious about concealing people and objects, it can even hide the official fortune of an A-rank martial artist. And below is the chair ghost, a ghost object formed from a wood ghost and a ghost who died of violent death. It often appears in strange places. Anyone who steps on or kicks the chair ghost will die of violent death. A person killed by the ghost chair will not die of violent death a second time. Nanhai said irritably, "Didn't I tell you not to interfere?" Zhong Kuei replied, "I'm very interested in what he just said. This person is still useful. I can't let you play him to death like this." A few seconds later, Zhong Kuei tied him to a tree trunk and did something. Over here, Feng Chung appeared and asked, "How does the ghost taming path feel?" Nanhai smiled, "Very interesting. However, I still prefer masters Qingku and Qigong." After hearing this, Feng Chung also pondered. Suddenly, Zhang Lu's terrified scream rang out. Zhong Kuei had sent him to his death and returned. Feng Chung wondered, why kill him? He is a spy that the Jianan Dao's Gui Feng planted in Hunan Dao. This person cannot be kept. Once Great Jin traces us through his thread of karma, it will be very troublesome. Speaking of which, going out this time, you must have felt the strengths of the ghost taming path, right? Nanhai replied, "It's all right, just SOSO. A while later, people from Luosi City arrived at the scene of that eatery to clean up the mess. One of the 28 constellations, Shi Zhu, also arrived before Zhang Lu's corpse. His body has been found, but judging from the time of death and the traces of battle, someone else killed him. Who could it be? Returning to the Qi Prefecture Prince's mansion, Prince Qing asked, "Has the mysterious person who killed Zhang Lu already severed the thread of fate?" Shi Zhu replied, "That's right." Prince Chung asked again, "Is it impossible to track them?" "That's right." At the scene of Zhang Lu's death, for members of the Guishan Dao are investigating. Mu Dai, a heretic of the Guishan Dao, ultimate skill, 3 eyes view, heavenly eye of destruction, confirmed the thread of fate between Zhang Lu and Gui Feng was severed here. Wu Hui, the terrestrial Yin god of the Guishan Dao, an ancient fire god, clenched his fist. What a disgrace. The Fangzhu passed on the 8 directions divine general to him. Yet he ended up being so useless, he couldn't even escape Hunan Dao. Fei Yi Shun, a heretic of the Guishan Dao, ultimate skill 100 Fate's lantern, armor hand 50, spoke up. "You should talk less." Huang Qiu Shui asked, "Can you connect to the perpetrator's thread of fate?" Mu Dai replied, "Can't be done. The opponent is also an expert in this field. They cut it cleanly." At the same time, Nanhai had returned to his cultivation room. Zhong Kuei said, "Although this kid doesn't admit it with his mouth, his progress in comprehending the Xiao Yangming Wei Meridian hasn't slowed down at all. It seems he also highly recognizes our ghost taming path." Feng Chung added, "To care so much about a child's attitude. Lord Zhong Kuei, you're really getting different in your old age." He narrowed his eyes. "We're the same. Aren't you also so decrepit that you have to drink the blood of a black dog?" After kicking each other, the 2 wives glared at one another, then turned away in a petty huff. A few seconds later, Feng Chung exclaimed, "Oh right, what did you find out from that spy?" Zhong Kuei replied, "What else could there be? It's just that Great Jin is using Hunan Dao, where the boundary between life and death is blurred, to connect the realms of Yin and Yang, secretly creating a dynasty of life and death. The founding monarch of Great Jin really dares to think and act. If they succeed in this, this world won't need a defeated loser like you to save it." The scene shifts to Kaifeng Prefecture. Gao Ying sat on the throne and asked, "You wish to secretly escort Lu to Yemen Pass?" Ning Zhong replied, "That is correct. Although every vermilion bird in history is probed at all times upon taking office, with Pan Shi missing and Elder Yin imprisoned, the probing of the vermilion bird will likely escalate to the level of assassination. The situation is urgent. Let this old servant escort her secretly." Gao Ying began to ponder. "I'm afraid it's not just for this reason, is it? Even now, you still haven't been honest with us about Li Sunxiao and the Dong'e Miao King's prison break. This departure, I'm afraid you intend to capture them before we find out and act as if nothing happened, don't you?" He decided to approve. The vermilion bird and the azure dragon bowed their heads. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Minister Lu, wait a moment. We have something to ask you." The other 2 left. Gao Ying asked, "Someone asked Eunuch Chong to pass a message to us, saying you imprisoned the 2nd commander of Hunan Dao, Xing Yueza, in the celestial prison. Is this true?" Lu Che replied, "This is indeed true. Give us a reason." The contributions of Xing Yueza and his 5-element sect in Hunan Dao are no less than those of the Sword Loft and the 6 Harmonies gang. What crime did he commit that could make you break the rules and equate him with the traitors of Jianan Dao? Lu Che replied, "It is not that I broke the rules, but that the prefectural guardian and sect master of Xing has already abandoned his post. Not only that, the sect master of Xing is also a deserter from the Yunzhou battlefield, causing the 4th general, Fan Shi, to fall into enemy hands. In terms of merit, revoking his status as a martial artist guardian and throwing him into prison to await trial is already a great act of mercy. After hearing this, Gao Ning decided to go down to the prison himself. Xing Yueza was surprised by the visitor. Gao Ning called out, "Prisoner Xing Yueza, tell me everything you experienced in Yinzhou." So that's how it was. You encountered an enemy far stronger than imagined. After Fan Ji was defeated and captured, you realized you couldn't win. So you took the nation-guarding treasure and spread intelligence about the enemy? Yueza replied, "That's more or less it, but I am indeed a deserter." Gao Ing recalled what he had said in court. If you truly cannot find an opportunity to win, then preserve yourself for your own use. Retreating with intelligence and the nation-guarding treasure is not considered a loss. From this perspective, Xing Yueza was not wrong. Lu Che replied, "He was not wrong, but what if this sect master of the Five Elements sect is a deserter for the second time? He has done it once, twice. Could Great Gene possibly give him a third or fourth chance? If we do, then Xing Yueza will become the model for all martial artists in the world." The martial artists of Gao Shou's era cherished their lives, and the old story of indulging the ghost calamity's rampant slaughter might repeat itself. Returning to the present, Gao Ning took out a token from his person. "Promise me, the next time you encounter a similar situation, you will fight to the end. As long as you agree, I will pardon your crimes. From now on, the Five Element sect is still the Five Elements sect, and you are still the prefectural guardian Xing Yueza." Hearing this, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. I want to agree, but I know myself well. I am not worthy of this pardon." Gowing also felt a lump in his throat. He put the token down and said, "My promise is always valid. The pardon is still here. If one day you think it through, you can leave at any time. Let's go." Xing Yueza's face was buried in the ground, tears streaming down endlessly. Zisha was also in the corridor. In the end, he still didn't accept your pardon, did he? Gowing stopped and turned his head to reply. "No, he will accept it. The late emperor once said that to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, one must experience 3 moments. 1. To feel the cruelty of the human world. 2. To face one's true self. 3. To advance even if thousands upon thousands of people stand against you." He has now passed the other 2 stages. I believe that one day he will take the final step, break out of the cocoon, and become a butterfly. The scene shifts to Lu Che and Lu. He said, "The potential enemies of the Vermilion Bird, besides the demon Dao outside the pass, include masters of the Samsara Dao walking in the mortal world, masters of the ghost and God Dao not in theft by the court, and the traders who were driven out of the Jianan Dao by the previous Vermilion Bird in Yanhua. In this world, there are very, very many forces that do not want to see a new Vermilion Bird. Now that Yanhua is trapped in Liao City, those forces will certainly not miss the opportunity to kill you at the very beginning. Therefore, this time in Pu City, your enemies will be numerous. Their methods are strange, perhaps to the point where even if you think to your absolute limit, you can only barely pass. You must be extremely careful." Lu replied, "I know, but why go to Pu City? Isn't my job to guard Yinmen Pass?" Lu Che explained, "Because as the one who holds the 8 great fires and lights the 7 mansions of the south, you are still far from your mortal limit. You need to start from Kaifeng, and before the eyes of the entire world, pass through the 6 cities of Zhongmo, Guanxing, and Xingyang to Luoyang. Then to Exinen, Shangqi, cross the Yellow River to Xie County, Yuxiang, passing through 13 places before you're finally considered to have arrived at Pu Prefecture. The difficulty of this journey and the experts you defeat will make your name renowned. When you reach Pu City and borrow Tang, Yao's minor grotto heaven, to create the heavenly woe, gathering the heavenly talent, the 4 generals, and the red lotus karmic fire, only then will your merit be complete." They finally arrived at the city gate. The guards quickly opened the gate. Lu Che said, "That's right, on the way, besides Ningzhong secretly escorting you. There are also 2 constellations and an elite squad accompanying you. From left to right are the Internal Affairs Bureau, Eunuch Chong, with the constellation and Zhang Su, and the elite Jin Army unit, the 100 shamans of the Elder Camp, Zhang Wei Wu. Besides them, His Majesty has also prepared a protective magic weapon for you. This magic weapon is the 10 Evils Karmic Hindrance Suffering Pagoda. It took the heavenly works 10 years and countless manpower to create. It forms a world within itself. The way to use it is with your thoughts and a talisman to draw heinous criminals into it, then burn them with the Nether Capital's dark fire inside the pagoda. Its range of use is within 10 zhong, and the side effect is that you will forget your own name or alias or that of those around you. The fortune of the person you forget will be diminished, and they might even die. I suggest you use it with caution. Understood. 2 hours later, they had only gone a short way when trouble occurred, but the escort army easily resolved it. The constellation shook his head. This is truly an exaggeration. Just on the road from Kaifeng to Zhongmo, we've already encountered 3 assassination attempts. Does the capital, Dao, have that many traitors? Zhang Su replied, "These assassins may not necessarily be from the capital Dao." The two heard this and turned to him, puzzled. Then a soldier asked, "Sir, is there something over there?" Lu realized, "There's something in the forest targeting me." Zhang Su immediately took out a token from his person, held it forward, and activated it. Observe. The surrounding radius was immediately scanned, stopping at a seemingly unusual stone slab. Zhang Su also noticed it, but when a constellation asked what was wrong, he replied, "There's nothing in the forest." After he spoke, the team continued on their way. Indeed, that stone slab was strange. They're finally gone. Boom! Dispel technique. It turned out to be a stone demon skilled in transformation, taken from the Li Wei Han one. Shan Geng, this generation's vermilion bird's intuition is truly strong. To think she could detect my presence without the help of any magic weapon. It seems sneak attacks and ambushes are useless against her. I must tell the young master. The scene shifts to Zhongmo County, where 2 guards are on duty in front of shop. Inside is the capital Dao's guardian, Zhongmo, offering a bowl of wine. For a humble person like me to be able to drink with a great person like you, my lord, is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes, a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Lu smiled faintly. I don't drink. Just that one sentence ruined the mood immediately. Zhongmo scratched his head. It was my presumptuousness. Lord Lu has a mission, so it is indeed inconvenient to drink. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Punish myself with 3 cups. On the other side, the constellation nudged his companion and asked, "What do you think of her?" Zhang Su asked, "Are you talking about Lord Lu or?" "You know who I'm talking about. I can't figure out, for this vermilion bird fire-holding ceremony, why did the commander exclude us? The vermilion bird cultivates the red lotus karmic fire. Can it really suppress those ox-headed and horse-faced beings?" The scene shifts to nightfall. Someone is sneaking around, slipping into Lu's bedroom. They easily approached her. It's the Ishi, a man-eating demon that often disguises itself as a sharp-toothed old man to harm people, who knows how to hide its wide mouth. Something unimaginable, taken from the Taiping Guangji. It revealed its true form. A demon with a large head, long fangs, and a tongue no different from a pig's tail. Outside, a scream was suddenly heard, accompanied by the light of fire from within the room. The 2 constellations were startled. What was that sound? Did you hear it too? Just as they spoke, Lu, dressed again, opened the door and called for Zhang Su. He replied, "At your service. Go find Guardian Zhongmo." Yes. Outside, the cloud-riding emissary, a 3-eyed, 4-armed strange being skilled at controlling clouds, wondered to himself. She could detect a hidden attacker, even while sleeping. Shan Geng, bring the fire here. Hearing this, he broke out in a sweat. Young master, the fire you're referring to is. The cloud-riding emissary's face was full of murderous intent, exactly what it sounds like. Immediately, a cloud formed above the inn. The guards also noticed that it's a demonic creature, prepared to engage the enemy. Just as he finished speaking, a giant hand appeared from the sky and came straight down, smashing the inn. Over at Zhongmo's place, the constellation ran over, opened the door, and shouted loudly, "Zhongmo, come with me. Lord Lu is looking for you." In the dim darkness of the room, it was Zhongmo, smiling sinisterly. "I've been discovered. What bad luck. I was originally planning to catch you all off guard." The constellation immediately drew his sword. "Zhongmo, are you insane? Why did you kill your own disciple? Wait, the demon that attacked Lord Lu just now, was that also related to you?" Zhongmo laughed. "That inhuman monster was ambushed? I see. No wonder you came to the Hunters Inn to find me, just in time to run into this scene. Since another expert has infiltrated Zhongmo, wanting to take that monster's head, then my side must also speed up the progress." As he spoke, he swallowed the moon dragon pearl. After drinking it, he transformed into the moon dragon Heng Shui. "Let's start with you first." At the same time, the vengeful demon's arm was set on fire. It screamed in pain and retracted back into the sky. The quiet night sky returned. In the rubble, Zhang Su emerged and asked, "My lord, are you all right?" "I'm Fina. You go find the constellation. Leave that dragon to me." "Yes. Kill." With that, Lu accelerated. She flew straight up. Lu Sanjia, high above, was a little surprised by the wings of fire. Lu spun around, executing the second form of the red lotus karmic fire. Lu Sanjia boasted loudly. Just in time, Do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Just as he finished speaking, he took a punch from Lu straight to the stomach. You talk too much. Zhang Su, standing below, hadn't even had time to go find the others. Such exaggerated power. So the Red Lotus karmic fire can enhance the fireholder's physique? Lu Sanjia's giant body, just like that, collapsed into the city. He squinted his eyes in annoyance, then stood up. How disgraceful. If my great vengeance wasn't still unfulfilled, I'd really want to find a hole to crawl into. Lu replied from a rooftop. You're so big, you probably can't find a hole that fits, can you? Lu Sanjia laughed, truly speechless. His eyes, full of murderous intent, stared at Lu. Then his tail struck from behind and below. Lu reflexively turned her head. A tail? Bam! A painful whip sent her flying far away. The constellation ran over. Finally found you. Zhang Su asked, Isn't Lu Sanjia with you? I saw that the hunters and seems to have been attacked too. Quite a few people died. The constellation pointed. The one fighting Lord Lu is Lu Sanjia. Zhang Su was startled. What did you say? Lu Pan on the other side. It hurts so much. How is this guardian of Zhongmo so familiar with a dragon's body? Did he also turn into a dragon before? He approached. Stop making excuses for your uselessness. You are fundamentally unworthy of being one of the 4 generals of Great Gene. Now, let me correct this mistake. Finishing his sentence, he delivered a devastating blow towards Lu. She shot up high into the sky. TSK, running and hiding is so annoying. Lu replied, It would be a problem if I didn't run, wouldn't it? The third form of the Red Lotus karmic fire was immediately unleashed to begin a counterattack. The Great Moon Dragon Claw was also unleashed by Lu Sanjia. Hidden Abode Capital. Mountain Stream Waterfall. The 2 streams of red and blue power collided. A mysterious person observed and assessed. The guardian of Zhongmo. Huh? This moon dragon is the guardian of Zhongmo. I'll temporarily trust Lu's judgment. But if it really is the guardian of Zhongmo transformed, what is his reason for betrayal? When a vermilion bird takes office, they must go through the Celestial Phenomenon Department of the Martial Guardians, the AzureNet Division, and the Household Registry Division. Only after confirmation can they receive the appointment letter. If he had intentions of betraying Great Gene, there's no way he could have passed the examination. Returning to the confrontation, Lu seemed to have the upper hand. Lu Sanjia looked at her determined eyes, also knew he had reached his limit, immediately broke off his technique and dodged to the side. Lu's surge of power continued its momentum and shot straight into the sky. The 2 faced each other. Lu Sanjia spoke first, one question. Tell me, how did you know I am the guardian of Zhongmo? Lu Sanjia, how did you see through it? Isn't it obvious? Although your appearance changed, and your voice changed, the way you look at me didn't change. The person with the most hostility towards me in this county is you. It's very easy to see. So that's how it is. That's why you refused my toast. That's why you stayed at the post station instead of my hunter's inn. Now I understand. It's my problem. I can't use Lord Lu Yin as a reference, even though you are both vermilion birds. But you are not like Lord Lu. You've been a monster since the day you were born. Why would you say that about me? Old Master Yin Hua said there is no hatred in this world without a reason. But I've clearly never met you. Why do you hate me so much? He replied, Why? Because your very existence is a mistake. If you had not been born into this world, then my parents, my little sister, and all the people of Yingwu County would not have died in that fire. When I was burying my father, mother, and my sister Xian, I was taken in by Master Wu, and after a month I learned the truth about you from another lord. From that moment on, I knew this is my destiny. Heaven had a reason for arranging for me to be hunting in the forest that day. Heaven wanted to bind your life and death with mine, and I would ultimately become your retribution, a life for a life. After hearing this, Lu was silent for a few seconds. A bit of a side story, returning to many years ago in Capital Dao at a post station on the official road between Kaifeng and Zhongmo. A few people at the next table were chatting. The earth fire, city burning disaster of Yangwu County is over. Old Man Yin has dealt with it. It's a pity that fire was too sudden. The surrounding fire worshippers didn't have time to draw the fire into themselves before it was collected by Old Man Yin. It's a real pity. This was the best chance for a fire worshipper to become a genius. Ordinary people who could successfully draw the fire could have used the Yangwu County fire disaster to ascend to the level of a genius. While they were gossiping, they saw a person at the next table aggressively pull back his chair and stand up and turn back to say, Old sir, don't tell me you're also interested in the matter of Yangwu County and want to go take a look. Don't go. There's nothing there. Everything has been burned to the ground, including the prefectural guardian and the other disciples of Yangwu County. The person who had just stood up was a freelance martial artist from Capital Dao, named Bowen. He turned back, smiled, and replied, What if someone was lucky enough to survive? I happen to need a child with a good fate to be my successor. After saying that, the old man also turned and left, leaving that group with countless questions. A successor? Doesn't this old hunter already have a disciple named Kaihu? Speaking of which, why haven't we seen him recently? At Yangwu County. The lucky survivor of the disaster in Yangwu County was none other than a young Lu Sanjia. The freelance martial artist Bao and was searching every nook and cranny for signs of life. By a stroke of fate, he met Lu Sanjia. The boy held a sword, frowned, and said, "Another one coming to try their luck. I've said it so many times, the purple fire you're looking for is no longer here. Don't waste your energy." Bowen smiled amicably. "You're wrong about that. This old man didn't come for the strange fire. Are you the only one left in Yangwu County? Little fellow, you've been here for several days. Why haven't you left? Oh, I know your relatives died in this great disaster. You're standing guard here because you want to see them again during the first 7 days, right? I want to find a successor who can inherit my mantle. They must have a strong fate to have avoided disaster, a heavenly fiend-starred destiny, and powerful vitality. I think you're very suitable. After the first 7 days for your relatives are over, if you have nowhere to go, would you like to try being my disciple?" A moment later, he was seen leading the boy to meet Lu Su, a ghost eunuch in Shanin. He asked this child is. Bowen replied, "The successor to my mantle I found in Yangwu County." Lu Su asked, "Not considering Kai Hu at all? Although his views are a bit extreme, he has the makings of a genius. If you of the hunting scripture miss out on him, who knows how many years it will take for another guardian of a Tao to appear?" Bowen replied, "What's the use of a person like him having good aptitude if he doesn't even dare to worship all things? What else can he accomplish? For someone like this to become the guardian of a Tao, that would be the greatest shame for their hunting scripture." Lu Su pondered for a few seconds, then turned and walked away. "Perhaps you're right." Bowen led Lu Sanjia to follow, asking, "What is the mission this time?" Lu Su replied, "A wild boar with the bloodline of Feng Tu. It came from Guanxing. It seems to have been infected by something. Its condition is not very stable. It needs to be dealt with immediately." Bowen looked a little apprehensive. "Infected?" Scene change. The bait has been set. The two were lying in ambush in the bushes. The boy turned and called out, "Master, what is a genius's aptitude?" Bowen turned and asked back, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" The boy replied, "Because before we entered the mountain, when you and that star official were talking about it, I heard the implication in his words. This genius aptitude seems to be something very terrible. Senior brother has such an aptitude. So why did you choose me to be the successor to your mantle? Although I have never seen senior brother. But if a genius's aptitude is so rare, shouldn't he be the successor?" Bowen replied, "It's not the same. This ultimate art of the hunting scripture was created by the divine artisan Zong, Bu, to protect humans from the fangs of wild beasts. It absolutely cannot be used to settle disputes between people, to hunt and kill each other. Your senior brother went down the wrong path. After I expelled him from the sect, he degenerated into a wild beast. As one who once worshipped all things, I, your master, cannot trust that he will have a change of heart and inherit the spirit of the great art. As for a genius's aptitude, wait, the prey has appeared. No more talking. The prey here is the wild boar from Guanxing with the bloodline of Feng Tu. The master and disciple, Bao Un and his student, silently focused on observing. The boar approached the pile of food, began to sniff it, but also accidentally stepped on the trigger rope. The trap set by Bao Un was sprung. From above, 2 sharp wooden stakes were dropped, and from the other directions, a pile of spikes also shot up. Bao Un rushed out, shouting loudly, "Ergo, follow me." An incensed 6 time later, the boar was seen to have been taken down, while Bao Un was sitting under a tree. Lu Sanjia hurriedly ran over, calling Master. "Master, don't move. I'll go down the mountain to find a doctor." Bowen's whole body was covered in fatal wounds, his mouth still stained with blood. He said there was no need for such trouble. A successor of the great art, as long as they don't die on the spot during a hunt, can rely on prayer to heal themselves. Sacred virtue can resolve 10,000 calamities. The words of the gods bring 100 auspicious blessings. Heed the disciple of the great art, the believer Bowen. I beseech the 9 heavens, Commander Zongbu. And indeed, just as the prayer said, his wounds began to heal. Bowen sighed in relief. "I'll sleep for a while. You take the night watch today?" Lu Sanjia replied, "Yes, sir." The scene changes to night. Bowen also fell into a deep sleep. Lu Sanjia and the dog were tasked with keeping watch by the fire. Suddenly, the dog barked fiercely. Lu Sanjia turned to look in that direction and saw the figure of a man. That person spoke. "The backup plan has been activated. So, have we lost?" "Thank you. You and your master have been a great help. The purple wasp will be drawn out from the body of this Feng Tu heir. My name is Jiang. What is your name?" This person who was speaking and asking was King Qingguang, the general king of the Yang division. The place closest to the capital, leader of the 10 Yama kings, expert on the book of life and death of the mortal world, guiding souls to rebirth, overseeing fortune and misfortune in the underworld. Seeing Lu Sanjia remain silent, he asked again, "So your name is?" Lu Sanjia, with a worried face, thought to himself, Master once said, old things can also become spirits. If you encounter a sacrificial object that has taken human form, if you don't have the strength of a high-ranking B-class, don't hesitate, just run. But Master is still sleeping. I can't just leave Master behind and run. King Qingguang spoke. You don't want to answer? And yet, an eye opened on his cheek, detecting someone hiding in the forest. He glanced in that direction, then raised a hand to stop. Wait, there's a rat. As soon as Lu Sanja saw him zip away, he plopped down on the ground. Sighing in relief, I kept my life. Seeing the dog barking to call Bowen, he then remembered, oh, right. Master, wake up, please wake up. The sacrificial object that took human form you talked about before he could finish his sentence, King Qingguang had returned, holding a human head in his hand. Don't waste your effort. Lu Sanjia turned to look and almost peed his pants. How could he be so fast? King Qingguang said with a cold face, you have been pulled by me into the boundary between life and death. Everything outside is static. Lu Sanjia broke out in a cold sweat. Static? Wait, in your hand. Is that Lord Lu Su? King Qingguang looked at the head and smiled. You mean him? Humph. It's inconvenient for me to be seen by someone related to the royal court right now, so I could only wrong him. All right, to continue our previous topic, what is your name? The boy stammered in reply, Lu Sanjia. King Qingguang smiled. Lu Sanjia, Book of Life and Death. As he finished speaking, a book appeared. He said as he checked it, let me see your fate. Related to the Tao masters of other life and death Taos. A reincarnated body? No wonder my karmic connection was bent, and there's also the cause of death. What is your master's ultimate art? A moment later, after listening for a while, Lu Sanjia sighed. No wonder Master was so pale after praying. His hair had also turned completely white. It turns out the side effect of praying is the consumption of lifespan. My cause of death was that my lifespan was depleted from praying to the gods too much. So, my master, was his cause of death the same? King Qingguang recalled the records in the Book of Life and Death. Bowen, murdered by his disciple. Cause of death. The curse of death. Master-disciple discord. He replied no, it wasn't. Lu Sanjia was curious. Then what was it? Killed by a wild beast? Illness? It couldn't be due to a feud in the martial world, could it? King Qingguang laughed. You are an interesting young man, so nonchalant about your own life and death, yet so concerned about your masters. If you hadn't already taken a master, I would really want to make you my disciple, to join my path of life and death. Lu Sanjia replied without hesitation, I refuse. I already have a master. King Qingguang laughed. You don't need to be so emphatic. It's not like I can't do without a disciple. Forget it. In consideration of the help you and your master gave me, I will reveal it to you. However, you must tell me more about yourself. I really want to know what kind of experiences could create someone as indifferent to death as you. Scene changes to the next morning. Baoan Wakuns. It's been a long time since I've slept this well. Lu Sanjia and the dog ran over joyfully. Master, you're awake? Baoan smiled. Did anything strange happen while I was asleep? He hesitated for a moment, then replied yes. Lu Sanjia decided to lead his master to Lu Su's corpse. Bowen observed the body. Based on the traces at the scene, Lu Su was killed by a humanoid figure. Because the fight was too short, he couldn't even resist at all. Such a disparity in strength. He turned back and said, we were lucky this time. That sword, no. That enlightened, sacrificial object spared our lives. Do you remember what that person looked like? Lu Sanjia scratched his head. That person wore a mask. I couldn't see their face. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Bao and turned his head. It's good that you didn't see. One less karmic link. He rummaged through Lu Su's clothes to get the token. Found it. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed it. Lu Sanjia didn't understand. Master you. Bowen dusted off his hands and replied, I'm notifying his superior to come clean up the body. Time passed. Indeed, someone from the Deluo temple had arrived. It was Lu Su. He asked what happened. Baovan replied, the mission that Lu Su assigned to us had a problem. The target possessed an enlightened sacrificial object, and he died because of it. The two of us were too weak. The person didn't even consider us a threat, which is how we were lucky enough to survive. Lu Su asked again, then where is the sacrificial object? He replied, I don't know. It probably went off somewhere to find a new host. Oh, right. That sacrificial object wore a mask after it took human form. The two of us didn't see its face. Do you need the shape of the mask? If you need it, I can draw a picture. Returning to the previous conversation with King Qingguang, getting close to the fire pile makes one feel a bone-chilling cold. But the strange purple flame before my eyes is silently burning everything. This description is somewhat similar to the red lotus karmic fire among the 8 great fires. But as a monarch of the underworld, I know very well that this type of flame does not exist in this world. Combined with this boy's cause of death, it must be a life and death elder from another world who used a reincarnation method to descend upon Yangwu County. The red lotus karmic fire is the blessing they bestowed upon their own reincarnated body and the purpose of bestowing this flame. I'm afraid it is to cooperate with this world's calamity to cause a heavenly fire that will burn down the city, so they can directly reincarnate and descend as a calamity. What thorough preparations. Lu Sanja spoke up. This is everything I experienced before meeting my master. Can you tell me my master's cause of death now? King Qingguang smiled. Your master died due to master-disciple discord. The one who killed him is named Wenhu. After hearing this, Lu Sanja exclaimed, "What did you say?" Scene change. Lu Sanja sits idly, gazing at the sky. Why would it be him? The grudge between senior brother Wenhu and master, was it really that great? Sensing someone approaching, he turned his head. Master? Baon appeared and asked, "Can't sleep? Is it because after your master, hunted the wild boars and became old, you started to worry that you will also become like this in the future?" No, sir. No? Then explain why you're not sleeping in the middle of the night and came up here to space out. You never had a habit of counting stars before, did you? About that. Rest assured, practicing the hunting scripture won't shorten your lifespan. The thing that truly consumes life force is praying to the gods. Lu Sanja asked, but if praying to the gods shortens lifespan, why do you still use it? Bao then replied, because this is a pact between Zongbu, Shun, and the hunting scripture lineage. Is the only way to push back the curse of Yi. Wait until you advance to Jia rank, and you will know. Your soul will then travel to the soul's resting place of the hunting scripture lineage. There, Zongbu Shun will answer all of your questions. Furthermore, the praying to the gods of our hunting spirit lineage. Although it consumes lifespan at this E-rank stage, the price is not paid on the spot, but is recorded as a debt with Zongbu Shun. When you advance to Jia rank, it will all be calculated. This leads to a large number of hunting scripture cultivators at the E-rank stage being unwilling to bear the price. After reaching high-level E-rank, they choose to switch to cultivating other ultimate arts, unilaterally canceling their debt with Zongbu Shun. Lu Sanjia was quite surprised after hearing this. That's possible? Of course it is. In this regard, Zongbu Shun is very reasonable, so you don't need to worry too much. If it really doesn't work out, your master, can still use the merits I've accumulated over the years to exchange for a new ultimate art from the Imperial Court for you to switch to. Lu Sanjia returned to his room, still tossing and turning. He called out, "Xiang." King Qingguang appeared. "I am here." You sat up and asked, "Can you tell me the story of the curse of Yi and Zongbu Shun?" He replied, "Of course, but before that, I need to cover some basic knowledge so you can better understand the subsequent events. Our world is formed from the derivation of 6 types of power: myriad things, ghosts and gods, calamity, life and death, dynasty, and strange skills. Anyone who successfully masters one of these 6 powers can become the beginning of all stories. In the era of Yi, myriad things, ghosts and gods, and calamity were the more powerful ancient forces. In that period, the path of strange skills was still weak. Dynasty had not yet been defined, and the boundary between life and death was not as clearly distinguished as it is now. There was a golden crow and 2 that had long ruled over myriad things, the power of ghosts and gods, and calamity. They created a series of 10 sun catastrophes, brutally dominating this world. The one who ended that era of calamity was Yi. He relied on his own strength to shoot down 9 suns. But because of this, he and his hunting scripture lineage became a thorn in the side of the wielder of the power of calamity. In the end, under the conspiracy of the wielder of myriad things and the wielder of calamity, Yi died due to master-disciple discord. Before his death, the wielder of calamity even used a curse, the seed of calamity, upon the masters and disciples of the hunting scripture lineage, dooming them to kill each other. Lu Sanjiao wondered, so what about praying to the gods reducing lifespan? Is that also an effect of that so-called seed of calamity? This is very complicated to explain. After Yi's death, the hunting scripture lineage gradually withered due to Yi's curse. The myriad things, which had been suppressed, rose again. This led the human race to have no choice but to turn to the deceased Yi for help, assisting him in stepping onto the path of ghosts and gods. After Yi's spirit became Zongbu Shun, he created the praying to the gods ritual and the primal script for the hunting scripture, intending to delay the curse. But the wielder of myriad things and the wielder of calamity did not want to see the hunting scripture lineage return to its former glory. Under the multifaceted struggle, praying to the gods gradually transformed into its current form. Its main function of delaying the curse remains unchanged, but the effects of super-fast regeneration and lifespan consumption were added. Lu Sanjia nodded. I understand. In the end, the additional abilities of the hunting scripture lineages, praying to the gods, are indeed unforeseen shackles that the great figures have widely propagated for it to wear. The power of Zongbu, Shunda, Yi, is not as strong as those other great figures, so he can only maintain and tacitly acknowledge this current state. King Qingguang continued, correct. Indeed, ultimate arts that once dominated an era have all, more or less, encountered similar situations. The most typical example is the Mortal's Seven Sufferings. The original Mortal's Seven Sufferings had fewer restrictions and a higher ceiling compared to the present. Among the wielders of those six powers, although they oppose each other, they're unprecedentedly unanimous when it comes to limiting the final tier. There is one more problem. If I kill Wen Hu before he harms my master, what will my master's cause of death become? King Qingguang replied, if things develop normally, your master's cause of death will be changed in the Book of Life and Death. But that doesn't mean he can live longer, because his life force is already nearly depleted from praying to the gods. Lu Sanjia asked again, what if I can get lifespan for my master from Zhongbu Shun? Then that would be a different story. Scene changes to 7 years later. In Jianan Dao, many monstrous beasts have been eliminated by the master-disciple pair of Bao En and Lu Sanjia. He has now become a young man. The count is correct, no mistakes. Bao En said with a smile, including this mission, the merits we two have accumulated over the years can be exchanged for a set with a fairly low upgrade difficulty. An ultimate art with a limit of GR rank isn't bad either. When we get back, Before he could finish, Lu Sanjia cut him off. I don't want to switch my cultivation. Hearing this, he frowned. Why not switch? Do you know how many times you've used praying to the gods these past few years? I know you want to shoulder the pressure for your master, so that I get injured less and live a few more years, but the lifespan you've put on account with Zhongbu Shun is already over 15 years. You won't switch your cultivation. Lu Sanjia interrupted again. I know you're doing this for my own good, but I want to advance to GR rank with the identity of the Yi's successor. Furthermore, your disciple's progress in opening apertures has slowed, and the advancement of my chi capacity has also entered a plateau. Your disciple feels that it is time to charge towards GR rank. Scene change. Lu Sanjia sits alone on a tree, calling Xiang. He appeared. I am here. My eldest senior brother Wen Hu. What is his current strength? High-level GR rank. His strength has progressed in the last 2 years. He should be starting to search for the opportunity to advance to Tiansai rank now. Lu Sanjia thought to himself, high-level GR rank? In that case, even if I successfully advance to GR rank, the gap between us cannot be closed in a short time. He sat up again and asked, what about the time of my master's death? Within these 2 years. My personal judgment is that after one whose arduous search yields no results, he will definitely make a deal with the wielder of myriad things, using your master's death and the betrayal of the great Jin as a pledge to exchange for an opportunity to advance to Tiansai rank from the other party. After hearing this, Lu Sanjia's face scrunched up. If it's within 2 years, relying on myself is definitely not enough time. Or maybe I should find a chance to secretly mention one whose matter to Lord Lu Su. No, one who hasn't betrayed anyone yet. We are both great Jin martial artists. Doing so would instead expose that there's a problem with me. King Qingguang spoke up, give up. With your own strength, you cannot resolve your master's death unless you pray to me, the god. Lu Sanjia frowned. So that's how it is. You've been by my side all these years, waiting for this, haven't you? That's right. The karma between you and a certain important figure is very important to me. So important that I couldn't risk instigating you before the danger was imminent. But it's different now. You must pray to me, the god, in exchange for something you cannot achieve on your own. Very fair, isn't it? Scene changes to 10 days later. The jarring promotion trial of the hunting scripture involves choosing a beast strong enough to be hunted alone. After a successful hunt, the opponent's corpse is used as a sacrifice to open a passage to the resting place. The stronger the beast, the longer the stay in the resting place, and the greater the blessing received from Zhongbu Shun. For every 10 people in the hunting scriptures promotion trial, only 3 survive and only 1 gets promoted. It'll be this one, the Moon Dragon of Xinshin County. Lei Shi, the person in charge of the Jiaring promotion trial for wandering martial artists, asked again, are you sure? Although the Moon Dragon of Xinshin is not yet mature, it has reached the mid-level Jiaring. Although you cultivate the hunting scripture, which naturally suppresses beasts, but the gap between high-level E rank and mid-level Jiaring. Lu Sanjia continued, but if I offer it as a sacrifice to Zhongbu Shan, I can receive a greater blessing, can I? Lei Shi clicked his tongue and turned to say, is this your intention as well, to let a high-level E-rank disciple challenge a mid-level Jiaring dragon species? Bowen took a puff from his pipe and spoke. You should know the death rate of the Jiaring promotion trial for the hunting scripture lineage. If you target a mid-level Jiaring beast, surviving even 1 out of 10 challenges would be considered lucky, Sanjia. I don't understand why you are in such a hurry. After hearing this, Sanjia looked down. I don't want to say give up. As your master, I respect your choice. I will wait for you in Jianan Dao for 3 months. If you don't return after 3 months, I will consider you dead. Hearing this from the old man, Lei Shi was quite surprised. You can't be serious? Your disciple is crazy, and you're going crazy with him? 20 days later, in Shinshin County, rain was pouring down, and there was Lu Sanjia fighting the battle dragon. He was exhausted. The battle dragon, covered in wounds, no longer had the strength to stand up. I really don't get it, you hunters. Why do you risk your lives to protect mortals who have absolutely no connection to you? There are so many mortals on the ground. What's wrong with me, your old man? Eating a few children? King Qingguang appeared and praised. Well done. Although it was with my guidance and my help in dodging the moon dragon's fatal attacks a few times, for a high-level E rank to be able to kill a mid-level Jia rank dragon species, your talent in the hunting scripture is truly outstanding. Lu Sanjia replied, spare me the pleasantries. I will ascend to Jia rank here. You must stand guard for me. All right. Lu Sanjia took out his sword, closed his eyes, and muttered, Zongbu Shun, your disciple offers this hunt as a sacrifice. I pray that you grant your blessing and open the gate to the resting place. A few seconds later, he began to fall into an illusion. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by flames of life. Is this the resting place of the hunting scripture lineage that Master spoke of? I remember, Master once said, after you enter the resting place of the hunting scripture lineage, do not touch the candle flames. Those are all fellow cultivators of the hunting scripture who are still alive. Follow the direction of sound. Zongbu Shun is deep within that dark area. You can ask whatever you want to ask. This is the only chance in our lives as successors of the E to meet Zongbu Shun face to face. Suddenly, a voice called out, over here, I'm over here. I'm here, Lu Sanjia affirmed. The sound master mentioned, this must be it. So he decided to follow the direction of the sound. The figure of that person became clearer and clearer. A little closer still. Lu Sanjia blurted out, is this Zongbu Shun? That person replied, to be able to independently hunt a mid-level Jia rank moon dragon with the chi and strength of a high-level E rank, you are very good. In return for your sacrifice, you may choose one of these 2 blessings. First, you will inherit half of this moon dragon's chi and strength. Second, this offering can be converted in a lifespan. Its value is 30 years. Lu Sanjia began to analyze. So the hunted target of the Jia rank promotion ritual can be converted into lifespan after being transformed into a sacrifice? Why has Master never told me about this? Was he afraid that if I knew, I would choose high-value hunting targets in the future and die on the path of promotion? He thought for a moment, then spoke up. If I choose the second option, can that 30-year lifespan blessing be given to my master? Zonk Bushan replied, no. Lu Sanjia immediately said, then never mind, I choose the first option. In that case, after you ascend to Jia rank, you will lose at least 10 years of lifespan to receive half of the dragon's power. Next, I will tell you the method for advancing to the Tiankai and Jia rank stages, the taboos of the hunting scripture lineage, and the way to resolve the curse I bear. Remember it well. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Sanjia opened his eyes and returned to reality. He had been promoted, but his appearance had aged visibly. So that's how it is. No wonder Senior Brother One, who chose to switch cultivation paths later on. No wonder Master is stuck at the low-level Jia rank every year. After the hunting scripture lineage ascends to Jia rank, the difficulty of each subsequent promotion is unimaginably great. Have those great figures placed so many restrictions on the hunting scripture because they're afraid of us making a comeback? King Qingguang observed him. His chi capacity and strength have both improved significantly. His current realm is low-level Jia rank, but hunting mid-level Jia rank beasts and demons will probably be no trouble for him. Lu Sanjia turned his head and called out, what do you think? How big is the gap between me now and Senior Brother Wenhu? Although his ultimate technique is not very stable, he has, after all, worshipped myriad things. Even among high-level Jia rank martial artists, he is considered first-rate. The gap between you and him is almost the same as the gap between you at high-level E rank and that moon dragon. Lu Sanjia's hand clenched. As long as I pray to you, the god, I can kill my senior brother and help my master make up for the lifespan he lost from praying to the gods, right? So what is the price? King Qingguang replied, that's right. The price is your left eye and the right to control your body for the duration of 1 incense stick after you die. Scene changes to the Qinling Mountains, Shoming Mountain. Lu Sanjia's senior brother, Wenhu, is heading deep into the forest. He meets a tiger-headed man. As expected, you've come. Wenhu asked, after I join you, can I really obtain the resources to advance to Tiansai rank? The Taoist Wu replied, Lord Yuzha has never broken a promise. As long as you can present a pledge of allegiance, we can support your 100 tigers become the abyss to become the next incarnation of the tiger calamity. When Hu asked further, I can understand betraying the great Jin, but I don't understand why you want me to kill my master. He doesn't have many years of lifespan left to burn. How can he threaten you? The tiger-headed Taoist replied, No, he is not that simple. He nurtured the successor to his legacy, who is your junior brother. A few days ago, with the body of a low-level E rank, he killed the Shi Shan moon dragon. Lord Yuzha and Lord Sui Ji unanimously believe that he has a 20% chance of growing to high-level Jia rank. Then, based on his achievements, by completely exterminating a species harmful to humanity, he could advance to become a species extinction calamity. Facing a Liu Yin, who has an extremely high chance of being the strongest fireholder of the Southern Brightnessly Fire in history, is already giving us a headache. We really don't want to face a genuine successor of the E anymore. We need to use you. A falling out between master and disciple with his master to force him to touch the taboos of the hunting scripture to stop him from growing further. When Hu thought for a moment, he replied, I need to think about it. Scene changes to a mansion. Shin Chong entered and said loudly, You want me to help you hunt a low-level Jiarang Jr., your junior brother? When Hu, have you gone mad? How could you even make such a request? When Hu turned his head and replied, I'm serious. Shin Chong clenched his fist and said, I thought you were already scummy enough for betraying the hunting scripture lineage to worship myriad things, but I never expected this. You're even worse. If I didn't owe you, I want to crush your skull right now to see whether you're a man or a demon under that skin. When Hu continued, it's not the same. The situation of our hunting scripture lineage is special. If this junior brother of mine really risks his future to break the taboos and hunt me, then I'm really not sure I can withstand it. Shin Chong asked, Tell me the reason. There must be a reason for someone to ruin their own future, right? Because I just took a big job to kill our shared master. After hearing this, Shin Chong couldn't help but exclaim, You truly are the scum of the earth. Furthermore, the weakness of hunting scripture cultivators is that they're not good at fighting unknown enemies. You're the person I know who is most suitable for this. As long as you deal with my junior brother, the two of us will be even. Shin Chong finally had to agree. All right, I'll go with you on this one trip. Relying on the resplendent, sacred virtue that can dispel calamities and misfortunes, the divine grace that can bring hundreds of blessings and good fortune. Today, the faithful disciple of King Qingguang, Lu Sanjia, praying to the 9 departments of hell, Commander Yama King. I am listening. What is it you want? I pray for you to bestow your blessing, to extend my master's lifespan by another 20 years, and to assist me in intercepting and killing my senior brother, Wen Hu. If you want me to help you with these 2 things, you must pay the price, which is your left eye and the right to control your body for the duration of 1 incense stick after you die. Do you agree? I agree. All right. Lu Sanjia asked King Qingguang, What is this? I refined the moon dragon's corpse into a magical artifact. If you consume it, you will become a new moon dragon. It's useless for me to keep it, so just consider it a gift for your prayer. Lu Sanjia put the jade orb away, then I'll keep it. By the way, how do you plan to extend my master's life? King Qingguang replied, I will brew the grass of immortality into a soup of longevity for your master to drink. In my previous life, I planted a few bushes of immortality grass. After we deal with your senior brother, I will take you to get it. Lu Sanjia complied. All right, scene changes to Jianandao, Luzhou. Many corpses lie scattered in the rain. The 2 people sitting there are Wen Hu and Shun Chong. You've really screwed me over this time, getting me involved and making me a wanted criminal of the Qingluo Bureau. Wen Hu continued, You think I wanted this? It was the Demon Dao that suddenly changed their minds, making me betray and flee first before killing my master. They even said it was the best opportunity to kill the Vermilion Bird. And what was the result? All the experts from the secluded sects who acted with me were killed. If you hadn't risked your life to save me, I would have died there too. Shun Chong slammed the table. Even the Demon Dao expert who promised to help you become a Tiankai has fallen. Your Tiankai contract is gone, and who knows how long I'll have to wait for my chance to achieve the way. This is so frustrating. Wen Hu continued, It's not that bad. Wen Hu, never make a losing deal. The tiger god of the 12 branches is in my hands. From now on, even without the Demon Dao's help, I can still become a Tiankai. Once I become a Tiankai, I'll help you. Shun Chong interrupted. Wait, hold on. There's someone in that forest. Their strength isn't necessarily great, but they're definitely rushing towards us. My ring has been activated. Wen Hu guessed. Could it be a Tiangang Disha squad from the Qingluo Bureau? Shun Chong shook his head. No, it's just the aura of one person indeed. The one observing the 2 of them was none other than Lu Sanjia. King Qingguang warned, They discovered you. Lu Sanjia decided to step out. Shun Chung whispered. I don't know this person. An enemy of yours? Then he must be coming for us for the bounty. Wenhu continued. I don't know him either. Lu Sanjia spoke up. We meet for the first time, senior brother Wenhu. I heard you wish to visit our master in Jiannan Dao, which brings me great comfort. But master is old. If a traitor to the way of Da Yi were to appear before him, he would surely become enraged and act irrationally. Please, senior brother, consider master's health and turn back. Wenhu narrowed his eyes and ordered. Let's attack together and subdue this kid. I want to find out exactly who leaked the purpose and movements of my operation this time. All right, Lu Sanjia sighed. You won't listen to reason? He immediately summoned his sword. Then don't blame me for being disrespectful. Shun Chung shouted. Mountain-moving void force. His right arm suddenly swelled and elongated. His giant fist was already about to reach Lu Sanjia. Kill. But in that instant, time suddenly flowed differently. Lu Sanjia simply took a light step to the right, moving casually, then got into position, preparing to counterattack, and swung his sword with all his might. Wenhu noticed and shouted, Shinchong, be careful, he's on your right. Shinchong also turned his head. I see him, but I can't block the move in time. Instead of falling to the ground according to normal inertia, he was knocked high into the air. Sanjiao wondered, no way, my full power strike, enhanced with half-dragon power, couldn't even injure him? Because of the martial saint path he follows, his body is covered in protective talismans and defensive artifacts. Until you exhaust his protective artifacts, all your attacks against him will be absorbed and nullified by them. Shinchong returned to his spot, cursing angrily. Damn it, it's a good thing I have protective artifacts on me, or I would have been done for just now. Wenhu, you've seen your junior brother's abilities clearly now, haven't you? He replied, I saw it very clearly. His position and movements completely shifted in the blink of an eye. It's not that his speed is so fast that he arrives first despite starting later, but simply that he accomplishes many things in an instant. King Qingguang praised, your senior brother's insight is quite good. In this fight quickly, or I worry he'll figure out you've entered the prerequisite condition for the gap between life and death. Lu Sanjia replied, that's my intention as well. On Wenhu's side, he also said, first, check if you've been hit by a life-draining curse. Definitely not. Then it must be that he relies on some cultivation that can multiply his movement speed in an instant. After observing, Shunchong replied, it's not a life-draining curse. Wenhu, while tensing up and tearing his shirt, said, so it's momentary acceleration, unreasonable brute force, extreme speed. It seems this junior brother of mine won't be easy to deal with. At the same time, somewhere in Guancheng, the master of the old days, the god of the future and time, a foe, said, King of Transmigration Cieli, wake up, wake up. A space-time stagnation phenomenon has appeared in Luzhou, similar to the situation in Xinxin County. It is suspected to be the work of Feng Cheng, the loser of the battle at Naiha Bridge. I want you to go to Jiannan Dao immediately and confirm that person's identity before they move. The coffin opened. The king of transmigration, Cieli, the tyrannical underworld monarch of the secret of reincarnation and transmigration, one of the 10 great Yama kings, sat up and said, please send me over soon, so I have time to reach Luzhou. A foe replied, all right. Suddenly, a large clock appeared behind him. Its minute and hour hands spun ceaselessly. Accordingly, Shunchang's protective ring was also severed by Lu Sanjia. His protective artifacts are too overpowered. How many times has it been? King Qingguang continued. Because the smith who forged his protective artifacts is too powerful, but that was its limit just now. Shinchong clutched his wound and stood up. Wenhu, are you going to be of any use? Haven't you figured it out yet? We're both going to die here today. I don't want to become a stepping stone for some junior's fame. Wenhu continued, I've figured it out, but we can't break this trick of his. Hearing this, Shunchong became agitated. For God's sake, stop being cryptic. Just spit it out. Wenhu continued, from the start of the fight until now, you've had 4 chances to take him down, but all 4 times, he teleported in an instant. And at the same time, his strange technique quickly resolved the situation. The strange thing is, for such a powerful technique, he has only used it 4 times so far. I guess this technique has a passive trigger. The activation condition is that the user must be in mortal danger. Shinchong was startled upon hearing this. Shit, then how are we supposed to fight? Wait, if it's a passive trigger, then looking at it from another angle, if we don't fight him, he can't do anything to us either. Huh, that's actually right. King Qingguang warned. They figured out the mechanism of the gap between life and death. You're in trouble now. Lu Sanjia continued. It's fine. From the beginning, I wasn't just hoping to rely on it to defeat my senior brother. The 2 opponents began to erupt with more power. King Qingguang warned. Be careful, they're about to go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them shot off. Lu Sanjia was stunned for a few seconds like, what the fuck? You're running away in a 2-on-1 fight? For fuck's sake, can't you have a little bit of backbone? Wenhu laughed as he ran. Fool! A martial artist who worships the way of myriad things wouldn't survive in the rank if they don't even know when the strong should bully the weak. Even the king of beasts won't fight to the death when faced with a mature sun bear. My naive junior brother. Just wait until I invite masters of curses and goo poison. Let's see what you'll do then. At the same time, Lu Sanjia from the side threw his sword towards Wenhu. I'm done for, no time to dodge. Just as the fateful moment of death was near, time froze. Someone stepped out from nowhere and said, "Long time no see, Tuan." It was precisely the king of transmigration, Xieli. King Qinguang glanced back. Xieli, so you're still alive. You didn't show up for the battle at Naiha Bridge. I thought you had committed suicide to escape the disaster. Xieli laughed. Just some procedures. Weren't you the same? When you realized the battle at Naiha Bridge was unsalvageable, you immediately abandoned Fengcheng and reincarnated to escape. King Qinguang continued. Let's not talk about that anymore. You must have a relationship with him. Do you want to protect him? Xieli shook his head. No, I've never met him. I came here for you. King Qinguang was quite surprised to hear this. You came for me? As he finished speaking, he transformed back into his human form. What do I have that's worth recruiting? Wait, could it be that you saw Fengcheng's failure and think you can ally with me to usurp Fengcheng's position? Let's not even talk about the outsider who defeated Fengcheng. You are bound by my unique iron law. You cannot become an elder. So what meaning does the power of the way of life and death have for you? Xieli laughed. That was the case before the battle at Naiha Bridge, but now, that uniqueness no longer limits me from taking another step. The god I serve has told me everything. In primitive times, thinking was scarce, but only when hunting or facing an enemy would the brain become unusually clear. For example, right now, Wenhu could feel very clearly that he, a high-level GR rank, was no better than grass or an insect in the eyes of these two great figures. In that moment, Wenhu understood many things, such as why his junior brother could use that unreasonable, strange technique, or why the hunting scripture lineage, every 500 years, would produce a true successor of the E who could, from a low-level E-rank body, single-handedly hunt a mid-level GR-rank Dragon Lord. But so what? He had overheard the secret conversation of two unapproachable great figures in this world. Having his soul scattered was an entirely normal outcome. Soon, it should be said that when their conversation ended, that would be the moment when he would forfeit his life. Although that was the logic, Wenhu did not give up thinking. His intense desire to live made him, in the final moments of his life, still strive to find a way out. No, I can't give up. Wenhu, you still have time, still a chance to save yourself. Think at this moment, what can I say to stay alive? I must simultaneously eliminate the killing intent of both great figures towards me. One sentence for each. I only have the chance to say 2 sentences. If I say one wrong, the dialogue between Xieli and King Qinguang continued. A god? Knowing that we, the secret of the Elder Path, cannot regard Fengcheng as a deity, have you submitted to one of the outsiders? That's right. My master is the personification of the future in time, a great existence named a foe. He has passed all the secrets of the outer realms and the great 1,000 worlds to me. Now, I want to bestow this grace upon you. Forget sharing. I'm not interested in whatever you're doing to escape the unique limit or in your schemes. Let's not bother each other. I won't interfere with your arrangements, and you can pretend you never saw me, all right? Of course, that's fine. If one day you change your mind, you can come find me in Guancheng. I won't leave before the results of the 2 battles between the king in yellow and Fengcheng are out. Guancheng, right? I'll remember that. As for you, one who saw the murderous look in King Qinguang's eyes and immediately bowed his head repeatedly. Your Highness, spare my life. This junior can swear on my soul that if I ever have killing intent towards my master and junior brother again, may I be struck by lightning 5 times. Seeing King Qinguang's attitude change. Very good, you passed the first test. He placed his hand on his chest and continued. Furthermore, although this junior has never heard the revered name of the magnificent and great personification of the future and time, your recent description has filled this junior's heart with yearning. This junior is willing to be a servant under your excellency's command, just to be near the light and bathe in the god's glory. Xieli chuckled. Interesting, very interesting. This one is interesting. It would be too much of a waste to just kill him like this. Jiang, leave his life to me. King Qinguang replied, as you wish. Wenhu breathed a sigh of relief. I'm alive, before tearing space to leave. Xieli turned his head and said, I almost forgot a final reminder for you. The king in yellow who recently won Fengcheng is unscrupulously searching for underworld officials and underworld monarchs of the path of life and death. You'd better hide well. Don't let the god and his kin find you. King Qinguang replied, as long as you don't reveal it. Cieli snorted coldly, then called for one who to follow him. Returning to reality, Lu Sanja ran out anxiously. Hey, where's my senior brother? Have you dealt with him? King Qingguang replied. It's over. He will never bother you and your master again. Right? Wait a moment. I'll take you to pick the immortal grass. I want to quickly settle the debt between us. Lu Sanjia agreed. Okay, the scene shifts to Master Bowen. Li Shi paced back and forth impatiently. He just escaped death. What is he doing wandering out there? Bowen turned and said, the 3-month deadline isn't up yet. I'm not in a hurry. What are you so anxious about? Fine. I'm meddling in other people's business, but for a master, you are truly too calm. Your lineage finally gets a great art inheritor after so much difficulty, and as a result, an outsider like me is less calm than you. That's a great art inheritor, for heaven's sake, as long as he doesn't commit the taboo of a mortal hunting a human. He will surely become Lord Liu Yan's right-hand man in the future, a threat to the demonic Tao beyond the pass. Just as Bowen said, I'm afraid those from the demonic Tao think the same way. There was a sudden knock on the door. Li Shi turned. It must be your disciple returning. The scene shifts to King Qingguang. He plucked a stalk of grass. This is the immortal grass. Boil it into a soup with the prescription I gave you. A single sip will extend a mortal's lifespan by 15 years. Zhang's treasure-protecting spirit tortoise. Thap Bang continued. It's enough to compensate for the lifespan his master consumed for the Qi god. King Qingguang continued. I have fulfilled all of your requests. Now, I will take your left eye and the right to control your body after death for the duration of 1 incense stick. Okay, the scene shifts back to Baoan's house. The mortal dust immortal of calamity. Sui Ji was the one who had just knocked on the door and sent the two to their doom. She mumbled, it's so confusing. You clearly knew you couldn't win, so why did you even resist? Wouldn't it have been better to cooperate obediently? Why did you have to suffer like this? Even with his 4 limbs severed, Bowen still managed to mumble 2 words. Demon. Sui Ji laughed. You people of the hunting scripture lineage are so strange. You clearly have no ability, yet you're so stubborn. Or perhaps, you're deliberately provoking me to kill you, so your disciple can escape his fate? Stop dreaming. He's about to return. I can feel it. Haha. Bowen thought to himself, Sanja, don't come back, my boy. Sanjia run. At this moment, Lu Sanjia was walking and muttering. I've been delayed for so many days. Do you think my master might have already left? King Qingguang replied. You've already asked me this question more than 10 times. My answer is I don't know. However, when your master asks you later what you've been doing these past few days, don't be stupid and sell me out, telling him everything, including about your Zishuan and the immortal grass. Remember to explain it the way I taught you, got it? Lu Sanjia scratched his head. I get it. All his movements were being observed by Sui Ji. He's back. Let me make myself scarce for a bit, to give you master and disciple some time to greet each other. Just as she disappeared, Lu Sanja cheerfully opened the door. Master, I'm back. Unable to believe his eyes, he rushed forward. Master, using his sword to cut the ropes. Who did this to you? Who was it? Bowen struggled to speak. Don't worry about me. Just run. A pang of something shot through him after those words. Master was harmed like this by someone. If I, his disciple, don't avenge him, am I even human? Jiang, find him for me. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Sui Ji appeared on a tree branch. So, the one who has been secretly changing the fate of my chess piece all these years was you? Jiang, now that you mention it, we all thought you'd been dealt with by the king in yellow. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Why aren't you talking? Little ghost, call your friend out. I want to reminisce about old times with him. Lu Sanjia frowned, looking at Sui Ji with bitterness in his heart. So it was her, the one who did this to my master. I must grip the hilt of my sword, saying, I know even if you don't tell me. But surprisingly, the sword seemed unwilling to leave its scabbard. Lu Sanjia cried out in surprise. Jiang. King Qingguang said, I'm returning half the price to you. Don't look for me again. I can't defeat this one. Lu Sanjia shouted, I don't need you to return it. Can't you just tell me like before? Sui Ji was exasperated. What's this? He actually left? No wonder that Fengchang fellow couldn't kill you after so many years. You're quite the pragmatist. All right, you cowardly little ghost who cultivates the path of life and death. If you want to go, then go. As for you, why don't you just obediently live the life I've arranged for you? Lu Sanjia pushed her hand away. What the hell are you talking about? I've never met you. On what grounds do you say my life was arranged by you? Sui Ji dusted off her hands. Never met me? Hasn't Jiang told you? All calamities in this world fall under my jurisdiction. If I hadn't used the root of calamity to influence you, do you think you would have just happened to go hunting in the mountains on the very day Yangwu County was split by the sky fire, thus escaping death? All calamities in this world fall under my jurisdiction. Every single word she just said was deeply etched into Lu Sanjia's mind. So much so that he was so angry he gritted his teeth, then lunged forward to attack. So it was you. Pay for the lives of my parents and my daughter. He had just finished speaking, but before he could do anything, his mouth was covered by Sui Ji. Calm down. I only foresaw that the sky fire disaster would split Yingwu County. The death of your relatives has nothing to do with me. Besides, if you were in my position, would you dare speak to your savior like that? Although I saved you with ulterior motives, aren't you the one acting presumptuously before me? Don't get any ideas of your own, understand? You are just a chess piece of mine. As soon as she finished speaking, she was quite surprised by Lu Sanjia's action of kneeling down. I can be your pawn. I only beg you to spare my master. Sui Ji asked back, do you think you're worthy of bargaining with me? Lu Sanjia looked up and replied, I'm not worthy. Even cupping water is for naught. Just as he was about to raise his hand to cripple himself, Sui Ji spoke. Wait. Lu Sanjia stopped just in time. You agree? Sui Ji replied, you've won. I can spare your master, but from now on, you must strictly follow my instructions and not act out of line. Baoan spoke up. Don't agree with her. Lu Sanjia turned to look at his master, wanting only to say 2 words, I'm sorry, master, but he couldn't. To just watch him die in front of him like this, Sanjia couldn't do it. He said to Sui Ji, from this day forward, your will is the entire meaning of my existence. Sui Ji laughed. Getting a character so quickly? Then go hunt a Jiarank or high Jiarank martial artist, and then pin all the blame for injuring your master and killing that star official on him. As it happens, the dynasty and the Qi arts have had a falling out recently, but the reclusive sects that refuse to submit to the current human king are concentrated in Jiannan Dao. It shouldn't be hard for you to find a suitable prey. A few days later, Lu Sanjia stood before the corpse of a martial artist. He was still haunted by the martial artist's dying words. Have you gone mad with worry? My 8 contemplations temple has no grudge against your hunting scripture lineage. Why are you hunting me down? Sui Ji appeared and asked, why did you kill a Taoist from the 8 contemplations temple? The master of the 8 contemplations temple hates nothing more than people killing his Taoists. He will definitely kill 100 martial artists loyal to the great Jin who cultivate the hunting spirit to vent his anger. My, are there even that many great art inheritors of the hunting scripture left in this world for him to kill? Lu Sanjia spoke up. Why are you feigning surprise? Wasn't my choice of him your masterpiece? Using a method called the seed of calamity. Sui Ji asked, you figured it out? When I was hesitating, the thing that gave me a push from behind was the seed of calamity, wasn't it? Although I couldn't see it, I could feel something guiding me to choose this Taoist as my prey. Sui Ji laughed. That's right, I used the seed of calamity to influence you, because I want to see the 8 contemplations temple and the hunting scripture lineage declare all-out war. What? Are you having second thoughts? But inwardly, Sui Ji was highly impressed. Truly surprising. To be able to sense the existence of the seed of calamity without any resistance training. Even without my and Zhang's interference, he might have been able to grow into a genuine great art inheritor. It seems that making him commit the act of a human hunting a human, thereby cutting off his own future, was the right plan. I can't let this kid continue to grow. Lu Sanjia bowed his head. To become your plaything is their honor. What does my subordinate need to do next? Sui Ji waved her hand. Take his head to the Azure Net Bureau for a reward. The head of a Taoist from the rebellious 8 Contemplations Temple of Lingnan Dao. It will surely earn you a lot of merit with Lu Che. Then, you will exchange those merits for the position of Garrison Martial Artist of Zhongmo. That position is currently vacant. Wait until the Chushi era is over. Then I want you in your capacity as the Zhongmo Garrison Martial Artist to kill someone. Right, while you're on guard duty, you must always keep yourself in a state of low or no karma. If I find you deliberately accumulating karma, don't blame me for being merciless. Lu Sanjia replied. Understood. Everything went according to Sui Ji's arrangement. Lu Sanjia now had his own hunter's lodge. Starting today, I will serve as the garrison martial artist of Zhongmo County. Any commoner in this county who is skilled in hunting may join my hunter's lodge. A moment later, he returned to his master's room. Baoan was still mumbling each word. Let me die. Lu Sanjia sat down and said with a smile, Master, our martial lodge is starting to accept disciples from today. Your disciple believes that in a few years, we will recruit 10 or even more disciples and expand our hunting scripture lineage. Don't you want to see the day our hunting spirit lineage is restored to its former glory? As soon as he finished, Baoan struggled to lift his head and cried out, I don't want to. Kill me. Lu Sanjia also understood the nature of his actions, his eyes full of sorrow as he looked at the ground. Master, if you die, this disciple won't necessarily have to side with the great Jin. At that time, this disciple might just slaughter all the disciples of our sect. After paying my respects to the myriad things like senior brother, I will flee beyond the pass. I just don't know what kind of calamity this disciple will be called then. Baoan said, what is sin? Lu Sanjia replied. But as long as you are alive, Sanjia guarantees that no demon or monster will dare to invade Zhongmo County. This disciple will be the last one standing, holding the post of guardian of Zhongmo. Tears fell from Master Bao An's eyes. Then I will live. A few years later, the calamity catbird. Wherever there is a natural disaster, their shadow will be there. In the distant past, they were regarded by humans as messengers of the gods and were highly revered. Congratulations, you've passed this year as well. Thanks to you maintaining your low karma, as you did from day one, there are very few people in this world who could be called kind. Lu Sanjia continued. You say this every year. I'm already sick of hearing it. If you really want to find someone to talk to, why don't we talk about the person Lord Sui Ji wants me to kill? The calamity catbird chuckled slyly. You want to know that badly? Who is the one to take your life? A conversation that's too satisfying is boring. What if I'm being sincere? The calamity catbird laughed. Impossible. If you hadn't broken the prohibitions of the Lai Jing and successfully ascended to the calamity of species extinction, you might have been able to do it. But stuck at the lower rank of the job board, with no hope for your future, you can at best be considered an appetizer on someone else's path of growth. That is the great figure reincarnated in this world that even my lord is wary of. The day that person was born, they caused a calamity of sky fire that burned the city in Yangwu County. Although she has not yet awakened her past life's memories, the guardian sky fire that descended with her is enough to burn 100 little figures like you to death. The calamity catbird's words awakened memories deep within Lu Sanjia's mind. Everything that happened after meeting Xiang was replaying before Lu Sanjia's eyes, then pieced together into a sequence. This time, the details that Lu Sanjia had overlooked and the calamity catbird's words confirmed each other. Lu Sanjia understood everything. The calamity catbird was being choked, its face drained of blood. What are you doing? Do you know that making a move on me is equivalent to declaring war on Lord Sui Ji? Liu Sanjia replied, No, Sui Ji will not fall out with me over such a small matter, because to a god, I am more important than you. The calamity catbird exclaimed, You, which was also the last word it ever spoke while it was still breathing. After many years of gathering intelligence, I have come to know what kind of person Sui Ji is. If the information that calamity catbird revealed to me is true, then the calamity. The sky fire that burned the city of Yangwu County was 100% man-made. Besides me, there must have been another survivor in Yangwu County. That person is the source of this disaster. I'm afraid Sui Ji anticipated its appearance, which is why she laid out a plan early on, using the calamity seed to lure me out of Yangwu County. This wasn't because she was kind, but to make a great prodigy successor like me a stepping stone for the growth of that lucky survivor. But just a stepping stone. However, Sui Ji would not use the method of forcing me to break the Liejing's prohibitions to limit my growth. The devilish thing that always urged Lu Sanjia to do wrong things learned the story. The foolish calamity bird, always causing trouble for the calamity seed. Sanjia, oh Sanjia, unwilling to accept your fate, you decided to fight against it. But this also caused you to be controlled by your emotions, making you miss the only opportunity in the vortex of reincarnation. Lu Sanjia continued to deduce. That person named Xiang, I'm afraid, is by my side for a similar reason, even without Sui Ji's intervention. He would surely encourage me to find a way to take revenge on that reincarnated great figure, and then through his control over my body for one incense stick's time after my death, he would implement his next plan. In Xiang's and Sui Ji's plans, my death at the hands of that reincarnated great figure is a foregone conclusion. Arbitrarily manipulating and influencing the lives of others. You treat mortals like chess pieces, covering the sky with one hand. Can we, the chess pieces, never turn the tables? Don't you dare look down on others. A few days later, Lu Sanjia went to see the star official of the Jiao Star, Ku Lu, who was responsible for managing and distributing Dharma artifacts to the garrison martial artists. He said, as per your request, the Heavenly Works Department has rushed to forge these 4 Dharma artifacts. Their positive effects are lockdown, concealment, armor piercing, and monkey wine. The negative effects are desperation, leading to a final burst of strength, fear of the enemy in battle, doubled injuries, and a craving for alcohol. Can you withstand these 4 negative effects? If you can't, you can return them and have the Heavenly Works Department reforge them. Lu Sanjia raised his hand. No need to return them. I can bear it. Ku Lu said his final words. Then I'll deduct the merit points for crafting these 4 Dharma artifacts now. Then he also left. Lu Sanjia looked at the 4 treasures on the table. Time shifted to a few months later. Lu Sanjia, in the form of a moon dragon, flew to Lupan Mountain's He Valley for the Demon and Monster Dharma Assembly. The other demons also noticed. Why is there such a demon? Who invited that dragon? Which great demon of Upper Lupan Mountain is this? Not one of our Lupan Mountain people, and I've never seen this local dragon species before. I don't recognize this one. Lu Sanjia said with a smile, I have heard that a fellow practitioner is holding a Dharma assembly in the Lupan Mountain region. So I brought some home-brewed monkey wine to pay my respects to the mountain. I hope I'm not being too abrupt. And so he successfully entered the feast. Not at all, Brother Dragon. Please take the seat of honor. The servant girl brought the food, my lord. Please enjoy. Sanjiao waved his hand. I already ate before coming. You can take it away. The pig looked on, drooling. You've already eaten? Sanjia glanced over. The pig, while pulling the girl back, said, disrespecting the mountain delicacies. I went down the mountain to catch this live person. You should at least show some respect and have a bite. Then he just stuffed her into his mouth. The other spoke up. Weren't these human servant girls brought by Brother Lion? How did they become people? Old pig caught in his mouth. Keep your voice down. He's testing that dragon. They all cast doubtful gazes toward Sanjia. The pig slammed his hand on the table. Mountain delicacies, blood food. If you refuse them all, then I, old pig, will have to question your reasons for coming here. Sanjia thought for a few seconds, then spoke. Don't compare me with you gluttons. I only eat carefully selected virgin boys and girls. Before eating, they must be bathed clean, soaked for a full 49 days to wash away all filth. Who gave you the confidence to think that I would eat from the same plate as you? Hearing this, the other demons started to clamor. There's such a way of eating? My eyes have been opened. Do you dragon species of Lupan Mountain also eat like that? My relationship with them isn't that close. Asking me is useless. The lion burst out laughing. As expected of a great dragon species demon, your level of dining is different from ours. My eyes have been opened. A toast to Brother Dragon. After 3 rounds of wine, every one of them was dead drunk. Brother Dragon's monkey wine is truly top-notch. I'm getting a little drunk. The pig casually turned and patted his shoulder. I must say, it's been a long time since I, old pig, have made friends with someone as generous as Brother Dragon. If you need anything in the future, come find old pig on Lupan Mountain. If I can help, I definitely will. Sanjia smiled and replied, you're too kind. As it happens, I am investigating a matter. Do any of you know Lu Sanjia, the guardian of Zhongmo County? Hearing this, the demons raised their heads. Lu Sanjia? I didn't mishear, did I? You just mentioned Lu Sanjia. So that's it. Then it's understandable. Who in this Lupan Mountain region doesn't know of that monster? It said he's a true prodigy that appears once every 500 years, the natural enemy of our beast kind. If he hadn't taken revenge for his master and broken the man-hunting man prohibition of the Li Jing, he would probably have already chosen a species harmful to humans and executed a calamity of species extinction by now. Brother Dragon, you've heard of this person. Is it because you want to take revenge on Lu Sanjia for choosing a moon dragon as a stepping stone for his advancement in Shinshin County back then? It's not that I'm a coward. Brother, don't just go to Zhongmo to pick a fight with him just because he's only at the lower rank of the job board. For the past few months, that monster has gone crazy over something and started hunting in our territory. Many Dharma assemblies around Lupan Mountain have been wiped out by him. Brother Pig was testing you just now. He was actually on guard against any demon acting as an inside agent for that monster. The pig continued, wait until I'm stronger, then I'll unite with fellow practitioners to go to Zhongmo and slaughter his Taoist master. The one-eyed cat next to him added, Brother Pig, watch your words. The guardian of Zhongmo is protected by the sun, otherwise, the great powers of our demon path wouldn't have been silent for so long. Look at when the 8 Contemplations Temple and the Li Jing lineage went to war. The temple master of the 8 Contemplations Temple was hunted down by Liu Yin, his very soul shattered, precisely because he made a move on that guardian of Zhongmo. Another demon's face fell. That's right. Compared to the guardian of Zhongmo, who has no future, the sun above the county is even more despair-inducing for us beasts. Lu Sanjia just listened and assessed before speaking. Let's not talk about those things. I've heard that Lu Sanjia was a survivor of the disaster in Yangwu County. Besides him, were there any other survivors from Yangwu County? And what was that disaster of the earth fire that burned the city? Does anyone here know the truth behind it? The Mount of the Evil Path's giant whale Lu Junsheng, the white elephant demon king, spoke up. Brother Dragon probably doesn't know. Although the Great Gene announced that Yangwu County was burned down in an earth fire, it was merely to deceive others. The calamity of Yangwu County was caused by the sky fire from a certain great figure who reincarnated into this world. As for that sky fire, it's even more terrifying. Lu Sanjia seemed to be listening intently. Oh, is it that powerful? The white elephant continued. That is the red lotus karmic fire, as famous as the Yudu nether fire, specializing in burning the sinful, even the Een gods on earth. As long as their karma karma is heavy enough, they will be half burned to death after being touched by that flame. Oh no, otherwise the great Jin's Xuanwu, that king of calamity whose name cannot be directly spoken, and Lord Li Chun would not have fought to seize that reincarnated great figure. Sanjia asked in the end who got the child. The white elephant replied, I heard from my lord that the great Jin snatched her. The red lotus karmic fire on the child was stripped away and then collected in the sacrificial fire cave. The human king of this era seems to intend to raise the child as a vessel for the vermilion bird's blood. Just as Lu Sanjia said the 4 words. So that's how it is. A dog-headed demon suddenly appeared behind him, intending a sneak attack. But how could it get past him? With a powerful push, he slammed its head onto the table. What is the meaning of this? All the beasts stood up. The lion spoke. Brother Dragon, we should be the ones saying that. Calling a demon a person, you didn't react to Brother Elephant's 3 tests. With you acting like this, it's very difficult for us to believe you're on our side. Old Pig stomped his foot on the table, drew his twin maces, and shouted, Why waste words on him? Everyone, let's get him together. After we capture him, we can interrogate him. How else will we know anything? The beasts clamored. Look at his face. Wait, why does he have the sin of a human on him? Lu Sanjia reverted to his original form and said with a laugh, torture and interrogation? What a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing. The ox heads and horse faces' expressions changed as they recognized him. The guardian of Zhongmo? Lu Sanjia is here. Run. And so, the cowards all turned tail. Old Pig was furious. A bunch of idiots. He's alone, and there are so many of us. We could crush him with our numbers. What the hell are you running for? Lu Sanjia took out 2 Dharma artifacts. You think you can defeat me just because you have more people? Truly, utterly ridiculous. Rise. As he shouted, he threw a net high into the air. The mountain ceiling net was set up. The flag was formless and shadowless, soundless and scentless. The white elephant warned, everyone be careful. That flag of his has a concealment effect. The fat pig had just said, concealment? Does that include scent and footprints too? When Lu Sanjia appeared from behind him, half an incense sticks time later, the beasts that stayed behind had been dealt with cleanly. Only the white elephant was sensible enough to be fleeing. Lu Sanjia turned to his left and saw the human servants cowering together in fear. You all just stay here. Wait for me to kill all the fleeing demons, and I'll come back to take you down the mountain. Back to the white elephant. The bastard was running for his life. How did I get so unlucky? I finally get to come out for once, and I run into the baleful star Lu Sanjia. Just as he thought he had successfully escaped, he suddenly discovered the barrier of the mountain ceiling net. Luckily, the bastard managed to break in time. The mountain ceiling net, crafted by the Heavenly Works Department. Lu Sanjia approached from behind. You're quite clever, recognizing its origin at a glance. I'm really getting more and more tempted to cut open your brain and see what else you know. A few seconds later, after killing the white elephant, Lu Sanjia used corpse speech, granting the praised corpse the ability to speak human language to answer the questions of a Lijin cultivator. This method is forbidden to be used on humans. The white elephant began to speak. After Great Jin obtained that child, the unnameable king of calamity offered a blessing for the child's hairpin ceremony. The content of the blessing was that the stronger the child becomes after growing up, the more people will be implicated in the child's hairpin ceremony. That child is a huge problem. But even so, the human emperor couldn't bring himself to kill it. He hid the child away, wanting to limit the scale of the hairpin ceremony by reducing contact with the outside world. But how could we let him have his way? By then, we can. Honestly, I couldn't hear what else he had. Up to this point, after extracting the information, Lu Sanjia sent him to the afterlife for a second time. I've learned that there are more than 3 powerful factions or entities watching her. If the future truly unfolds as he said, then in a few years, when she enters the world under a master, the realm will likely fall into great chaos. What on earth is Great Jin doing? Why not eliminate such a hidden disaster sooner? Could it be that the price of killing her is even greater than not killing her? Furthermore, I think I understand why Sui Ji let me handle these trivial matters. Haha, I have to say a god truly has a firm grasp on human nature. If not for my master being crippled and Lord Liu Yan's protection over me in recent years, I'm afraid I would have followed Sui Ji's arrangements for me without hesitation. Even if my revenge would only become a stepping stone on the other party's path to maturity, and moreover, even if I let go of my hatred, I would still have to choose between preventing the possible great chaos in the realm or trusting in Great Jin, trusting in Emperor Jing. But can a player like me, who cannot see the whole board, really make the most correct choice? Master, if it were you. Scene change. Back to Xing Su's location. Sa Lao listened and then asked, "You want to expel all the disciples and recruit new ones?" Sanjia replied, "That's right. The price of the Shi Shan is too great. I don't want these good kids to follow the same disastrous path as my master and me. I plan to change my approach, recruit some lawbreakers, and have them cultivate the scripture to atone for their crimes with merit." Sa Lao shook his head. "You're truly insane. The Lijing curse of discord between master and disciple is already terrifying enough, and you want to recruit disciples of unrighteous character." Lu Sanjia interrupted. "I don't think those lawbreakers would be brave enough to proactively challenge the Liejing's Jia rank promotion trial. As long as they remain at the E rank, then I don't fear the curse of discord between master and disciple." Sa Lao thought for a few seconds, then shrugged. "Fine, the Hunter's Lodge is yours anyway. However you want to mess with it, my Qing Luo Si won't interfere." A few years later, another version of the calamity catbird flew over and called out, "Lu Sanjia, it's time. The new vermilion bird is about to arrive in Zhongmo. Your mission is to kill her. My predecessor already told you, right? She is the culprit who killed your relatives and also the cause of the great fire in Yangwu County." Lu Sanjia stood up and stretched. "Yeah, he told me." The calamity catbird asked, puzzled, "So what's with this attitude of yours? Don't you care about the feud that destroyed your family?" "Ah, that's right. You must be tormented right now. After all, it's loyalty on one side and a family feud on the other." "Ha!" As soon as the words were out, Sanjia grabbed the bastard's neck. "What are you doing?" Sanjia laughed. "Have you never considered it? This time, not only can I avenge my family, but I can also avenge the crippling of my master." The calamity catbird struggled. "Are you crazy? Changing your mind at such a crucial time. Aren't you afraid of Lord Sui Ji?" Sanjia gave a wicked smile. "Not at all. I've already heard that Lord Lu Yin died in battle at Lucheng. In this world, the number of people capable of killing Lord Lu Yin can be counted on one hand. Excluding those who weren't at the scene, the one trapped in Lucheng Sky Curtain is Sui Ji, right?" The calamity catbird's face fell. Wait, let's talk this out. Let's talk this out." Lu Sanjia paid it no mind, simply crushing its neck with one hand, just like its predecessor. "Too late. Now, the board has changed. I will be the one controlling the pieces." Scene change. Sui Ji in the form of a killer bird is chasing an eye in the sky, muttering incessantly, "Perfect, those eyes, so perfect. Haha." Suddenly, while using an eavesdropping technique, she overheard the words Lu Sanjia had spoken to the calamity catbird. Suddenly, a figure in yellow appeared. It was Haster, the king in yellow. "You dare to lose focus in a battle like this? Are you looking down on us?" A ruler flew out from nowhere, stopping Haster from writing in the book of life and death. It was Li Chun who had just acted. "We're both the same. Weren't you ignoring me as well?" Haster turned his head and cursed, "You lingering ghost. A foe. How much preparation time do you have left?" "Let me some." He replied, "I refuse." Cthulhu spoke up. "Forget it, let me. Lord of Dreams, you come with me too." A shockwave was emitted across the sky of Lucheng. Li Chun couldn't bear it, and his ears started to bleed. "Yaja, what kind of job are you doing? How'd you let a sound get in here?" Yaja, in the form of a sound-eating beast, frowned. "There's a limit to forcing others, you know? Their sounds are resonating. It has already exceeded the collection limit of this creature." Xuanwu spoke up. "It's fine. We'll make them shut up soon enough." Erlang, in a giant body, holding a golden boat and Xuanwu in his hand, asked, "Are you ready?" The old man turned his head and replied, "Of course." After hearing this, Erlang gathered his strength and shouted loudly, "Let's go." The ship charged forward just like that. The outer evil god couldn't react in time. Boom! The moment the ship made contact, it created a shocking explosion. The octopus's body was blown to pieces just like that. The entire night sky was brilliantly illuminated. At the same time, in Zhongmo County, Lu's party had arrived. The one who came to receive them was Lu Sanjia, who introduced himself. "I am the guardian of Zhongmo, Lu Sanjia. I have been waiting for you all for a long time." Zhang Su asked, "Why is the guardian of this place such a drunkard? Where are the common people here? Where are they all gone?" Sanjia replied, "With the new vermilion bird taking office, there will certainly be no shortage of people probing. I was worried that Zhongmo County would become a battlefield, so I arranged for the common people here to go to their hometowns to take temporary refuge." Xing Su exclaimed after hearing this. "Nonsense." But on the contrary, Lu praised him. "You did very well. This way, even if we are ambushed while resting in Zhongmo, we won't have to worry about accidentally harming the common people." Returning to the present, Lu said, "But there's one thing I don't quite understand." "What?" "When the sun set in the west, you still did not bear the sin of murdering your disciples. You have always wanted revenge, but it's impossible that you don't know I control the power of the Red Lotus karmic fire. Why create more sin before the battle begins, increasing the difficulty for yourself?" Sanjia laughed. Don't overthink it. As soon as he finished speaking, a circle of fire appeared behind him. The two Su were startled. Is this the Four Directions demon-exterminating, fire-guiding grand array of the Baxiangguan? Sanjia, his face full of killing intent, said, I just don't want outsiders to disturb my revenge. As for you and the red lotus karmic fire that descended into the world with you, this old man simply doesn't care. In the distance, after hearing the story, Zhang Su wondered, the Four Directions demon-exterminating, fire-guiding grand array. Wasn't it lost with the destruction of the Baxiangguan? From whom did the guardian of Zhongmo learn it? Xing Su continued, thinking about these things is useless. Even the 7 mansions of the south like you, and I have only recently learned of Lu's existence. But Lu Sanjian knew about it many years ago and had already set up arrangements in Zhongmo. Why was he so sure that it would be Lu who would take over after Lord Lu Yan's death? Furthermore, who on earth leaked the intelligence related to Lu Sanjia? Behind these strange things, I've unexpectedly come up with a hypothesis that makes my skin crawl. Lu Sanjia's formation began to absorb Lu's fire. She asked, so this is your backing? You think that I, and the red lotus karmic fire I control, will be restricted by your formation? But have you never considered it? I can totally fly out of Zhongmo and fight you somewhere outside your territory. Lu Sanjia transformed into a dragon-headed human form, landed on a roof, and replied, of course you can. But do you think I would give you such an opportunity? Lu Sanjia's treasure was activated, and Lu also recognized it. A ceiling-type Dharma artifact? He took out the flag and began to use the same trick as when he took down the group of beasts at the feast. That's right. Today, one of us must die. As he finished speaking, he began to conceal himself. Lu now pieced it all together. So that's how it is. First, he used an array to seal my flames, then used a ceiling-type magical artifact to trap me in Zhongmo County. Finally, he relied on a concealment artifact to avoid becoming the target of my national treasure. Then, he slowly looked for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. I have to say, this tactic is indeed very difficult to deal with. But that might not be it. If the evil spirit that snuck into my room was sent by you, then you must have already discovered my ability to detect those in stealth around me. Or perhaps, the one who sent that evil spirit was someone else? A very smooth dodge from Lu. She turned, gathering fire in her hands. She didn't counterattack, but instead used her hands to tightly grip the blade of Lu Sanjia's saber. He couldn't help but exclaim, catching a saber with bare hands? Wait, you can actually sense me in my stealth state. Lu replied, what's so surprising? If stealth was absolutely unbreakable, then the 5-element sect would have long been listed among the 10 great sects of the world. The stronger the Guan, the harder it is for stealth to be effective. Lu Sanjia frowned. He let out a cold snort, then quickly let go of his saber, retreated, and re-entered his stealth state. Lu also began her assessment. After discovering that I was intentionally controlling the battle within close range, you immediately abandoned your saber and left. So decisive. I'm afraid you've misunderstood that my Guan can only detect you if you are within a 3-step range, which is why I was forced into close combat. But unfortunately, your speculation is completely wrong. My Ge Yuan Dong Jian can cover this entire Zhongmo. The reason I fought you hand-to-hand is because my martial arts are stronger than yours. She muttered, Ge Yuan Dong Jian, and instantly, the entirety of Zhongmo came into her view. Over there. So indeed, in an empty space, Lu Sanjia, who thought he was invisibly hidden, suddenly saw Lu rushing towards him with a saber. Unable to react in time, because he hadn't been on guard, he took a slash just like that. I have to say, your saber is quite useful. Lu Sanjia still hadn't recovered from the shock. What kind of joke is this? From so far away, how could she still find me? Limited by the blessing of Sui Ji. For the past 10 years, the great Jin has never taught Lu any overly profound ultimate techniques. But this doesn't mean Lu's time here was wasted. On the contrary, under the dedicated tutelage of the 4 generals Yanhua, Lu's martial arts corresponding to Qi, Guan, physique, and more have accumulated far beyond those of her peers. The most outstanding among them is her Guan. Although compared to those flashy and powerful sect-guarding ultimate techniques, these basic skills are relatively limited for Lu's advancement. However, it is precisely this training over the past 10 years that has thrown Lu Sanjia into a battle far more arduous than he could have imagined. He now also pieced it together. So that's how it is. You have no range limitation on your Guan. You simply wanted to rely on your martial arts to suppress me. A miscalculation. A monster like you. I shouldn't have tried to judge from a normal perspective. Lu smirked. You've revealed an opening. As she finished speaking, she swung her sword downwards, slashing a long gash from his chest down to his abdomen. Lu Sanjia thought to himself, forget it. Consider this slash an apology for my mistake. From now on, I won't give you another chance for close-quarters combat. As he finished his thought, he immediately counterattacked with a punch straight to Lu's face. Yet Lu could still speak. A smart punch. Using a serious injury to escape the close-quarters battle, you've escaped a calamity, guardian of Zhongmo, and was then sent flying by the punch straight into a house behind her. The two Xing Su members ran over. "Lord Lu, are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine. I had already arranged my chi from the beginning. In comparison, he's more heavily injured. It's a pity I couldn't put my full strength into that slash. From now on, he will surely try to avoid close combat with me." At this time, Lu Sanjia had also found a house to rest in. Too dangerous. Forget about Her Guan, that monster's martial arts. If you told me she was taught by the martial saint, I might even believe it. The desperate plan to end the battle was indeed the safest. If it had continued, I would have surely died. So, on the contrary, I was overthinking it. This must be the great Jin's decision. If it were me, I would also place great importance on her. Although I don't feel she can achieve the same accomplishments as Lord Lu Yin, with her performance today, shouldering the responsibility of the Vermilion Bird is not impossible. However, talent and ability alone are not enough to pass my test. I must test your nature and stance. Relying on vast, sacred virtue can resolve all calamities. The grace of the holy God bestows auspicious signs and happiness. Today, take this faithful disciple Lu Sanjia. I respectfully beseech the 9 heavens by the order of Tongbu. If, after being pushed into a corner by me, you cannot maintain your original stance, but instead resort to pandering and begging me for reconciliation, then you will still die in Zhongmo. By violating the taboo of the Lai Jing, Lu Sanjia's realm can no longer advance. So why does he dare to do this? Does he think he can suppress Lu's strength? The answer lies in the Lai Jing of the hunt. The hunt, in its earliest form, was created by ancient humans to deal with man-eating beasts, beginning as a method of using the few to fight the many. Its composition is extremely simple, merely imitating the aura of a predator. It relies on the bloodline suppression between predator and prey to weaken the prey and transform the body through high-difficulty hunting trials. But behind this seemingly simple physique, there is a hidden potential that even the Tao masters of myriad things and calamity at that time could not have imagined. That is, if someone could turn the impossible into the possible and consecutively kill 6 man-eating beasts that were harming a region, to what extent would that person transform? The Yi, who achieved this astonishing feat, into the era of disaster created by the Golden Crows. And it also caused the Lai Jing lineage to become a thorn in the side of the 2 Tao masters, calamity, and myriad things. Time flew by. Although the Lai Jing had long been changed under the intervention of the Tao masters into a new Lai Jing with the Qi God as its core and blessings from the holy gods, De Yi received the recognition of the Tongbu God, and Lu Sanjia received the true inheritance of the Yi's Wudo beast hunt. He simultaneously controls both the new and old types of Lai Jing. Although limited by the surveillance of Sui Ji, Lu Sanjia cannot choose high-level beasts for his trial subjects. But under the blessing of both the new and old Lai Jing, Lu Sanjia was fully prepared to kill Lu. Well then, let's begin. My final dance. Blood Hunt Mask, a blessing from the Tongbu God. The wearer of this mask will lose their sense of pain, and all injuries on their body will be healed in an extremely short time. Its nature is similar to the Qi God. The price is a reduction in lifespan. The side effect is that the mask cannot be removed until the hunted beast is killed, and one cannot sleep while wearing a mask. Taboo. It must not be used to hunt human prey. Violators will have their blessing revoked by the Tongbu God. Kue Skin Drum, a blessing from the Tongbu God. The default war song and war dance, when combined with the sound of this drum, can rapidly increase one's speed, strength, reaction, and resilience. On the other side, Lu wondered, why hasn't he turned into a dragon yet? Zhang Su was confused. A dragon? Lu continued, although the guardian of Zhongmo used an array to seal my fire, his half-dragon state is still countered by my guan and martial arts. If he wants to continue fighting, his only option is to transform into a dragon and gamble everything. But he didn't do that, which proves. The Xing Su member understood Lu's meaning and continued. He still has a move he hasn't used. Lu nodded. That's right. That's why I'm extremely curious about who is backing him. Forget it. If he won't come to me, then I'll go find him. As she spoke, she activated Gu Yuan Dong Jian to scan the surroundings. Before leaving, she instructed, you two go rendezvous with Wenyo first, then do your best to stay far away from my position. When the fight starts later, I might release a city-burning level great fire. The two bowed their heads. Yes, my lord. After giving her instructions, Lu sped off. On a rooftop behind, Lu Sanjiao was already waiting with the Fei Gong, a blessing from the Tongbu God. Any entity hit by an arrow from this bow, even if it is blocked or deflected, will be considered prey. The prey will more easily produce feelings of fear and despair. As he drew the bow and aimed at Lu, he muttered a pity. There are still a few blessed items that haven't appeared yet. If only I had a little more time. Then I must be even more careful. The arrow was shot and was easily broken by Lu with her bare hands. She said smugly, "Is he an idiot? With my martial arts, an arrow with that speed and trajectory, that could never hit me." As she finished speaking, she closed in and thrust forward with a sword. "Why don't you turn into a dragon? You're weaker than me in martial arts. Fighting like this, you don't stand a chance." Lu Sanjia replied, "Who said I wanted to risk my life competing in martial arts with you?" Just as Lu realized it, the aura of a predator of the primeval hunt erupted. She quickly took a step back. "You also cultivate poison arts?" Lu's vision began to be affected. Only Lu Sanjia's voice was clear. "Poison? No. Although the effect is similar, the aura my chi simulates is fundamentally different from poison. To put it bluntly, it awakens the fear deep within your blood, the fear of a natural enemy. You've been well protected by the great gene. Have you ever had the chance to face the terrifying fear between life and death? You've never faced it directly. No matter how high your status, no matter how strong your power, it is very difficult to perceive yourself correctly. Now, let me use fear to help you see yourself clearly." Hearing this, Lu broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "Wait a minute, you have a method like this. Why didn't you use it before?" Lu Sanjia replied, "Because they are strictly forbidden to be used on humans. If possible, I wouldn't want to violate the taboo and lose them either." As he spoke, he drew out the beast spear, a blessing from the Tongbu god. A person struck by this spear will die within 300 zhang. After drawing this spear, if the prey cannot be struck within 300 zhang, the user will die. But it doesn't matter. Compared to losing them, my revenge is more important. Kneeling to live a makeshift life, but you can't even sacrifice yourself to move forward? As expected, you are far inferior to Lord Lu Yan. However, I'll reluctantly let you pass the test of nature." The shadow that had always been following and supporting Lu asked, "Need help?" This guardian of Zhongmo is not simple. His methods counter you perfectly. If you keep fighting, you might lose your destiny. She replied, "No, I can handle it." The person continued, "It's not really necessary. I know you want to get information out of him, but you can do that after I make a move." Lu said firmly, "I said I can do it." Just as she finished speaking, she fainted. A moment later, Lu Sanjia walked over. "Didn't I already say? Prey struck by my spear won't get far." Lu lifted her head and asked, "The lord you mentioned before, who exactly is he?" He replied, "Why would he help you between the two of you?" "That's a good question. You ask as if I'm the one who's about to die." Lu said, "How about this? Just give me the list of people who nurtured and protected you, and I'll answer that question." Lu Sanjia snapped, "In your dreams, I am a vermilion bird of great gene. A vermilion bird would never sell out their comrades. Forget it. You're going to die anyway, so I'll let you die with clarity. Two people are helping me with this revenge. One is far stronger than you and me, calling himself the King of Calamity. The other cultivates the Tao of life and death with the surname Xian. You can go on your way satisfied now, right?" Lu had successfully extracted the information. She smiled. "Thank you for the information." Then, an entire section of the city was seen bursting into flames. "Later, I will arrange for my subordinates to investigate those too," Yuan said. The scene shifts back to the early morning of the previous day. Lu, testing the fire on her hand, said, "Just as I thought, from the very beginning of our fight, we were led on by the Guardian of Zhongmo. The range of this formation affects about 1/4 of Zhongmo County. Any fire outside this range will not be restricted. Xing Su and Zhang Su had a confrontation, but that doesn't seem quite right. He clearly knew his own formation couldn't cover the entire county. So why didn't he shrink the formation's circle a bit when he took out the ceiling-type magical artifacts? Instead, he left a large area open where we could discover the disadvantageous terrain at any time. No, you should think about it from another angle. If the restrictive range of the ceiling-type magical artifact above our heads is as large as 1/4 of Zhongmo County, then the Guardian of Zhongmo's range of activity after transforming into a dragon would be very small. So you think the Guardian of Zhongmo didn't synchronize the range of the ceiling-type magical artifact with the formation's range because he was worried that after synchronization, it would be disadvantageous for him when fighting in his dragon form? Lu calculated. If that's the case, the Guardian of Zhongmo's sneak attack on me using a concealment magical artifact combined with his semi-dragon body failed. So he must be in a state where he has played all his trump cards. Next, it's highly likely he will transform into a dragon and fight me one last time. Perhaps I can feign weakness and extract more intelligence about that lord from him. The scene returns to the present. Lu smiled smugly, although it's a bit different from what I predicted. Fortunately, the result isn't too far off. Guardian of Zhongmo, you probably never expected that I would use the flaw in your formation formation's range to turn the tables, did you? Lu Sanjiao also realized it at this moment. No wonder you didn't fight me to the death back then. It was because I was at the outer edge of the four directions, fire-guiding, demon-exterminating grand formation. You were worried that after being burned by the fire, I would retreat into the formation and get into a stalemate with you again, right? But have you ever considered that if my strongest state isn't a dragon, why would I do something so unnecessary, leaving such a huge opening for you to exploit? He turned his head and shouted loudly. For directions, fire-guiding, demon-exterminating, expand. That circle began to sense Lu's flames and started to draw them back into the formation. Lu Sanjia continued. Actually, the range of the four directions, fire-guiding, demon-exterminating, can be adjusted. The reason I left such an obvious opening was to make you feel at ease to unleash your flames. Otherwise, from whom could I borrow so much red lotus karmic fire? He muttered in his mind. Although I don't know what you want my corpse for, but because I violated the taboo of man hunting man, the blessing has been revoked. At the same time, the body of a grade A lower rank martial artist will also be incinerated by the red lotus karmic fire. Even if you have grasped the secret of life and death, there's nothing you can do, right? Xiang shouted loudly. Fires of the four directions, heed my command. Exterminate the demon. Lu exclaimed. Are you insane? Who would use the enemy's formation on themselves? Lu Sanjia sat down on his armor. I'm not insane. Besides, is it possible this formation was prepared for myself from the very beginning? Lu slowly stood up. I don't understand. Just now, you clearly could have finished me off, but you gave up and even used the formation meant for me on yourself. Sanjia continued, temporarily changing a play of revenge into a suicide drama. It's too absurd, isn't it? Because my revenge and my self-immolation are two different matters. You have passed my test, so I will not kill you. As for setting myself on fire, it's to prevent my corpse from being taken by others after I die, to be used for things I dislike. Lu shook her head. I still don't understand. Sanjia continued. The reasoning is very simple. When Yingwu County was burned down, you were just a child. And what fault does a child have? The ones at fault are the great figure who saw you as a reincarnation vessel, unleash the red lotus karmic fire upon this world, and the ambitious people who use this incident to write their narratives. They're the targets of my revenge. And the test I prepared for you is actually to see if you are worthy of shouldering the position of the new vermilion bird. After all, putting a misunderstood person in a misunderstood position is extremely fatal. If you're not qualified, then I could only choose the lesser of two evils and send you on your way before a greater disaster befalls this world. The shadow that had always been following Lu, who was none other than Ning Zhong, began to emerge and said, Little brother in the mask, you don't mind someone listening in from the side, do you? Lu turned her head in surprise. Senior Ning, Sanjia spoke up. So that's how it is. You were hiding in her shadow? No wonder the enemy tracking skill of the Lai Jing couldn't find you. Ning Zhong was quite surprised and asked, You could sense my presence? Sanjia replied, Yes. When I was announcing the ability of the beast and used it to stab towards the vermilion bird, in that instant, your killing intent was exposed. Otherwise, given her condition at that time, I wouldn't have let her escape for such a small price. Ning Zhong turned to explain to Lu. Don't blame me. The situation was truly dangerous then. I couldn't just stand by and watch. Lu gave him a look that said, Didn't we agree that before a winner was decided, Senior was not to interfere in my battle? Sanjia continued, But it is also because of your existence that the final test I prepared could not be carried out. After all, with an expert like you secretly holding down the fort, she couldn't be pushed into a desperate situation by me. Ning Zhong smiled. Actually, you could have tried. Who knows? Maybe I'm not your match. Sanjia said in a cold voice. Cut the pleasantries. The intuition of someone from the Lai Jing lineage like me is extremely sharp. If I were fully prepared, I'd have a 30 to 40% chance of killing her. But against you, even with 1,000 or 10,000 chances, I would not succeed. Hearing this, Lu's pride was stung. No way. You wouldn't have had a single chance. If I hadn't wanted to get intelligence, I would have used the treasure pagoda that Grandpa Lu prepared for me to suppress you long ago. Sanjia continued. However, although I call myself the examiner, I actually know that what I'm doing is just redundant. Great Gene was able to cultivate an unparalleledly loyal and brave expert like Lord Lu Yen. How could they be careless in selecting a candidate for the vermilion bird? If Great Gene has chosen you, it proves that you're the most suitable person for the position of vermilion bird. Ning Zhong turned and said, Lu, put out the fire on this guardian. Sanjia shook his head. It's useless. Once the flames of the four directions, fire-guiding, demon-exterminating grand formation are seized, even the original owner cannot control them. I was present at the battle where the remnants of the 8 Visions Temple ambushed Lord Lu Yen in Jiannandao that year. I know the characteristics of this formation all too well. Ning Zhong smiled. Then retract the fatal curse on Lu. Don't look at me like that. If this guardian no longer wants to fight, isn't it reasonable for me to tell him to retract the curse on you? Lu Sanjia replied, Rest assured, I will retract retract it, but it must be at the very last moment. My time is short. Don't look at me as if I'm not afraid of the fire on my body. In truth, it's all thanks to the mask I'm wearing. It blocks all my pain and is also constantly regenerating the wounds caused by the fire. It's just that the price is a bit steep. Ha! Ning Song noted. I can see that. Burning your life force in exchange for super fast regeneration. Sanjia continued, seeing as I'm a dying man, you two probably won't mind this little insistence of mine, will you? We should first discuss who is eyeing this fellow countryman of mine. Then I'll retract the curse. Ning Zhong agreed. We don't mind. Lu Sanjia nodded. All right then, let's make it brief. Ning Zhong spoke first. Suiji's involvement is one thing, but I didn't expect even a monarch of the underworld to personally make a move. Lu heard this and found it strange. A monarch of the underworld? It's the aberrant with the surname Xiang that the guardian of Zhongmo just mentioned. His true identity is likely some monarch from the netherworld. As for which one specifically, it's still undetermined, because most monarchs of the underworld possess more than one identity and often impersonate each other. Lu asked further, but why would a king of the underworld meddle in the affairs of the mortal world? It's likely in preparation for the battle of the Naiha Bridge. Ever since the lord of the underworld was defeated by a foreign enemy, the underworld has had monarchs, but no lord for many consecutive years. Under such circumstances, it's perfectly normal for a monarch to want to take another step forward. This monarch with the surname Xiang is likely aiming to awaken your past life's memories, then pull in a powerful ally like you to help him fight in the Battle of the Naiha Bridge. The Battle of the Naiha Bridge is the war among the monarchs to compete for the position of a lord. Lu asked loudly, even if it means angering a powerful enemy like Great Jin? Ning Zhong only thought to himself without replying. In fact, to the high-ranking and respected monarchs of the underworld, Great Jin is already their enemy. Ning Zhong spoke up. The intelligence you provided is truly very useful. Compared to Zueji, who is openly betting against us, this monarch with the surname Xiang is a variable we were completely unaware of. If not for your excellency telling us everything, I'm afraid we would have suffered heavy losses this time. Lu Sanjia replied, it's good that I can help. Oh, right. Xiang has the right to control my body for the duration of one incense stick after I die. Perhaps you could try to locate his true body when he takes over my body and then capture him alive. Ning Zhong shook his head. Too difficult. An existence of this level, a monarch of the underworld, has long since transcended life and death. To them, flesh is merely a vessel for walking in the mortal world. Only another monarch of the underworld who possesses the home field advantage can restrict the freedom of a monarch of the underworld. Ning Zhong was startled by his own words. Wait, home field advantage. Lu Sanjia also realized something from the words. It seems you have a clue. How do you need me to cooperate with you? Ning Zhong replied. Relay all the intelligence on him to me, and also remove the curse on Lu so she can leave here first. Sanjia agreed. No problem. Xiang possesses the ability to foresee the cause and time of others' deaths. During the time he followed me, he revealed an ocular power that sees through others' fatal weaknesses, and by interfering with that person's life and death, he can freeze time. If you want to capture him alive, you must be wary of this move. Ning Song noted. Understood. Lu Sanjia raised the beast spear and said, as for the curse, as he finished speaking, he stabbed it straight into his own stomach. Lu was startled by this action. Lu Sanjia said, in principle, my techniques cannot be used on humans. Once the rule is broken, they will be reclaimed by the ancestral master of my lineage. Based on this mechanism, as long as I commit suicide with the beast spear, the moment the beast spear kills me, it will automatically be destroyed. The curse on you will also disappear because the beast spear is destroyed. Lu shook her head. How can there be such a miserable ultimate technique in this world? Lu Sanjia continued. It's probably because the original intention of its creator was to protect their own kind, not to kill each other. That's right. At the final moment of my life, I still have one request. I hope you two will grant it. Buried under the bed in my room are the formulas and some herbs I've collected, my most prized possessions over the years. Please give them to my master. Then, exchange the merits I've accumulated over many years for righteous bones and righteous eyes suitable for him, and protect him well. Ning Zhong saw through Lu Sanjia's true nature. So that's how it is. Earlier, Father found it strange. This guardian clearly didn't need to sacrifice himself, yet he didn't do so. Now it's understandable. He wants to use his own sacrifice in exchange for the Imperial Court's protection for his master. Responding to that wish, rest assured, I promise to protect your master. As long as I'm not dead, no one can touch him. Lu Sanjia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Boundless sacred virtue can resolve 10,000 calamities. The grace of the gods can bring hundreds of auspicious blessings. Today I, disciple Lu Sanjia, a faithful practitioner of the great art, beseech the 9 heavens, the commander of ancestral edicts, the savior of the human race, the god of Lai Jing. As he finished speaking, he also collapsed, and the treasures like the mask and the spear gradually vanished. Ning Zhong said, "He's dead. Leave the rest to me. You should make yourself scarce for now." As soon as Lu left, Ning Zhong also returned to his shadow form. 10 breaths later, Lu Sanjia's body began to be possessed. Monarch's secret technique, borrowing a corpse for reincarnation. Cieli mumbled, "The red lotus karmic fire burns the body, but the cause of death is the exhaustion of yang lifespan. Is this corpse Lu Sanjia? This must be the guardian of Zhongmo." He noticed. There's someone in the distance. If I'm not mistaken, she must be her reincarnation. I'll go say hello first, and while I'm at it, ask her to help me extinguish this red lotus karmic fire. Ning Zhong, hiding in the shadows as expected. His target is Lu. I won't let you succeed. Just as Cieli realized it, he was bound tightly by Ning Zhong's chains. You must be the underworld monarch who once made a deal with the guardian of Zhongmo, right? You have committed a crime. Come with me. Cieli turned his head and sneered. An expert like you, hiding in someone else's shadow to launch a sneak attack. Isn't that a bit shameless? Ning Zhong replied, "It's just you and me here. Once you're locked in the sky prison, as long as I don't take the initiative to tell others, who would know I did such a shameless thing? Cut the crap, come with me." Scene change. Ning Zhong escorts Cieli to the lowest level of the sky prison. "Your Majesty, I have brought the person." Gao Sheng asked, "Can his identity be confirmed?" Su Shashing replied, "It can. This old subject has an impression of this face. He is surely the legendary underworld monarch closest to Feng Cheng." Xiang. At the same time, Zhong Kuei saw Feng Cheng looking toward the door. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Feng Cheng turned his head and replied, "We must speed up our progress. Just now, a monarch borrowed a corpse in a mortal world to reincarnate." Zhong Kuei was puzzled. "It's just borrowing a corpse to reincarnate. There's no need to adjust the plan, is there?" Feng Cheng replied, "I'm worried this is just the beginning." Nanhai also wondered, another unexpected event? "But Beer, didn't you say the other day that before we light up the hand-tying lung meridian and the foot-Jian liver meridian, we would be rushing things in Donghae?" Zhong Kuei replied, "Urgent doesn't mean we have to be sloppy and hasty. Besides, didn't I tell you to pause your cultivation? You can light up the 6 paths meridians on the way." Nanhai nodded. "All right, so what do we do about this unexpected event?" Feng Cheng replied, "Help you accommodate your first ghost." When Guai was startled upon hearing this, accommodate a ghost? Then we must choose the Blade Prison Ghost. The Blade Prison Ghost is very strong. And with me here, Nanhai doesn't need to worry about facing the pain of detoxification after completing the integration of the Blade Prison Ghost. Zhong Kuei interrupted. "Next time. We've already chosen this ghost for Nanhai." When Guai sighed upon hearing this, "Why is that?" Nanhai was curious. "What is it?" Feng Cheng replied, "The Shiran ghost that was formed after the little thief was burned to death by the Yudu nether fire." Scene changed to a side story. At Qinglong Mountain, Jiangning County, the father led his son to a strange cave. "This is it. Do you remember the way here?" The little boy replied, "Yes, I remember, father." The father is the guardian of Yutong County, named Wu Yu. "Good, then come into the cave with me. I'll show you the treasure your grandfather discovered." As he spoke, he lit a torch and led his son deep into the cave. The boy was curious. "Father, how did grandfather discover the treasure in this cave?" Wu Yu replied, "I asked, but he wouldn't say. However, the first time he brought me here, he did mention it. The fire worshippers who discovered this cave with him all died here. He was the only survivor. Our family also came to possess this treasure haul because of that." The boy nodded. "Is that so?" Then the father and son continued deeper inside. "We're here." The boy was startled by the sight before him. A Shiran ghost? Wait, the fire on its body. Could it be the legendary? Wu Yu reassured him. "Isn't it very surprising? Deep inside the cave, there's a Shiran ghost. What's even more miraculous is that the fire on its body is the legendary Yudu nether fire." The boy still looked scared, but does this ghost move? Why didn't grandfather use a talisman to suppress it? If not, what if it runs away one day? Wouldn't our family suffer a loss? Wu Yu replied, "You don't need to worry about that. This ghost is a bit special. I've done quite a few tests on it over the years. The conclusion is that this ghost is already dead. It was made into a torch by someone and has lost its consciousness and ability to act. As for where the person who made it went afterwards, or why they left it here, I have never investigated that. All right, let's get to business. Ming, take out the fire jar I told you bring. Open the lid and place it on the ground." Yes. Ming took the item from his person and placed it on the ground. Wu Yu clasped his hands together and performed a technique, shouting, "Collect." The jar began to move slightly. From the fire on the Shiran ghost, a wisp of flame was sucked into the jar. After finishing, Wu Yu picked it up. "We can go now." Ming was puzzled. "We're only taking this tiny bit? Why don't you take a little more, father?" He patted his head. "Because this is the amount our family can barely manage to control. Taking more would be inviting disaster. Don't be greedy. Do you see the skeletons lying around? That's the result of being too greedy, leading to an inability to suppress the fire and ending up being burned to death. Besides, we've been using this fire for several years. We can take it whenever we need it. When we run out, we can just come back here for more. After all, only our family knows about this place. The fire won't run away. Feng Cheng and Zhong Kuei also led Nanhai to that cave. This is a religious ritual involving symbolic activities towards a deity to be rewarded with internal organs, divine consciousness, and spirituality. Nanhai said, "The Shi Shan ghost we need is in the deepest part of the mountain cave, hidden behind the vines up ahead." Feng Cheng added, "I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said so. How'd you find such a hidden place?" Nanhai replied, "I didn't discover it. This is also my first time here." Feng Cheng explained, "Because the Yudu nether fire is my property, I know the location of every Yudu nether fire in this world, without exception." A moment later, the three arrived at the Shi Shan ghost location. Zhong Kuei observed the skeletons. They all have traces of being burned from the inside out by the Yudu nether fire. The deceased were most likely fire worshippers or ghost tamer Taoists. Feng Cheng said, as expected, seeing the opportunity to get close to the Yudu nether fire, someone was bound to be unable to resist and turned on their companions. This is the nature of the human heart. Zhong Kuei added, but most of their deaths were not caused by being burned to death by the fire. It seems quite a few things were discovered here back then. Suddenly, Nanhai spoke up. "Wait a minute, are you sure you can put this ghost inside me? It's so different from the ghost Beard lent me before." When Guai added, "Actually, this is the normal size of a wild ghost. The ghosts you saw before were all raised by ghost tamer Taoists who owned them." Nanhai gave a forced smile. So that's how it is?" Zhong Kuei shook his head. "It's my fault. I was worried about the time for the heavenly tomb on Lu Cheng's side. So, although I've brought you into the ghost tamer Dao during this period, I haven't had a suitable opportunity to teach you the basic knowledge of the school. How about this? Before we accommodate this Shi Shan ghost, I'll tell you the 3 common methods ghost tamer Taoists use to accommodate ghosts, and the essence of the 5 Viscera Temple ghost nurturing method. We will pave the way for you. First, the methods ghost tamer Taoists commonly use to accommodate ghosts are divided into catching ghosts, inviting ghosts, and generational inheritance. The method of catching a ghost is just as its name suggests. The ghost tamer Taoist uses force to suppress and compel the ghost to submit to them. Nanhai asked, "So you're not afraid the ghost will pretend to submit and then wait for an opportunity to cause destruction after entering the body?" Zhong Kuei replied, "Of course we are. That's why when a ghost tamer Taoist accommodates a ghost, they will make a 3-point pact with it. Once the ghost violates it, it will suffer a backlash. We'll talk about that later. Let's continue with inviting ghosts and generational inheritance. Compared to catching a ghost, inviting a ghost is a bit more polite, quite similar to the folk practice of betrothing a cat. The ghost tamer Taoist and the ghost negotiate with each other. They offer a price to invite the ghost onto their person. If the ghost agrees to the price offered by the ghost tamer Taoist, then they make 3 vows, and then the ghost is possessed. As for generational inheritance, it's even simpler. A relatively well-developed lineage of the ghost tamer Tao can use the time of several generations to nurture 1 or 2 ghosts. This type of ghost will be exceptionally powerful and is also used to living with ghost tamer Taoists. Usually, only when all the ghost tamer Taoists of this lineage are dead will the ghosts leave. Nanhai was curious. It sounds like this ghost tamer Tao is actually quite an orderly inheritance with unparalleled potential. Why? Zhong Kuei continued. Why is it in such a chaotic state, without even a worthy leading figure, right? He nodded. Zhong Kuei explained, "This matter cannot be mentioned without bringing up the essence of the 5 Viscera Temple ghost rearing method. The worst ghost taming method in this world was bestowed by the heavens from one who called herself Miao Shan. But the original ghost method she passed down was too damaging to the ghost tamer. After being modified by my previous incarnation, it became the current 5 Viscera Temple ghost rearing method. This method refers to the techniques of consecrating, opening the light, and nourishing deities. The body of the ghost tamer Taoist is equivalent to the wood and clay sculptures of a deity. The vengeful ghost in the ghost tamer Taoist's belly is equivalent to the scriptures, bronze mirrors, and the 5 desires vile calligraphy, which serve as the internal organs within the divine statue. Evil warding medicinal herbs, 5 colored threads symbolizing the 5 elements, gold, silver, jewels, and reporting talismans. At this point, it doesn't matter if the ghost tamer Tao is related to the ghost god Tao. After a ghost tamer Taoist has cultivated the 5 Viscera Temple ghost rearing method to full merit, they can transform into an En god, achieving longevity and eternal sight. And the vengeful ghosts in their bellies can, because of this, ascend to heaven like a dog or chicken with its master, becoming generals under the Een god, generals of his mount. Nanhai asked further, so isn't that pretty good? The ghost also benefits, and there's no need to nourish the ghost with one's own body. Zhong Kuei replied, yes, the ghost problem is solved, but a bigger trouble has appeared. The ghost tamer Dao, freed from the pain of the vengeful ghost backlash, began to face a united suppression from the Een gods on Earth. Nanhai was curious. Why is that? Feng Chung explained. Because Zhong Kuei's previous incarnation forgot to consider how the top-tier existences of the ghost god Dao would treat this group of aberrant ghost tamer Daoists. Nanhai was surprised by the two words aberrant. Feng Chung nodded. That's right, traditional Tainegu, after gaining fame, and after accumulating a certain scale of incense and prayer power, will enter the next stage, Jiazhai Wuzi, and it is from this stage that they begin. The actions of ghost god Dao cultivators become no longer free. They can only guard a single house, a village, a city, and accumulate merit for several decades or longer. During this time, the people invite them into the village, into the city. If they fail, and their line is extinguished, then their years of accumulation will be burned away, and they can only start over from the beginning. When Zhong Kuei had not yet modified the Ghost Tamer Dao, the Jiazhai Wuzi and the subsequent City Protector God stages would block the vast majority of Ghost God Dao cultivators. For the Een gods on Earth at that time, the merit and incense of the mortal world were enough for their cultivation and daily expenses, so they rarely struck down their fellow Daoists first. But after the Ghost Tamer Daoists cultivating the 5 Viscera Temple ghost rearing method spread out, the balance was broken. Using the consecration of divine statues as a model, the 5 Viscera Temple ghost rearing methods techniques of opening the light and nourishment perfectly aligned with the City Protector God stage of the Ghost God Dao. And because the ghost in the Ghost Tamer Daoist belly was unusually aligned with the Jiazhai Wuzi stage, this allowed the Ghost Tamer Daoist to very quickly farm enough merit in a very short time. They advanced into the environment of the terrestrial Een realm, and this was precisely what the Een gods on Earth could not tolerate. The merit and incense that were originally sufficient now began to become insufficient, and it was visible to the naked eye. In the future, the merit and incense distributed to them would become less and less. This prompted the Een gods on Earth to launch a suppression against the Ghost Tamer Dao that lasted for several hundred years. It only stopped when a flaw appeared in the inheritance of the 5 Viscera Temple ghost rearing method, and the Ghost Tamer Daoists who cultivated it could no longer become Een gods on Earth. When Guai sneered, no wonder my master's master once said that the lineage's inheritance is flawed. The cultivation method, after the Jia Tong stage, can only be sought by oneself, so that's the reason. Nanhai spoke up. So if I continue on this path of inheritance, sooner or later, I will be targeted by the Een gods on Earth. Wait, didn't you want me to cultivate the path of life and death to become an underworld monarch? But this Ghost Tamer Dao, Zhong Kuei continued. Actually, the Ghost Tamer Dao can also follow the path of life and death. My purpose this time is to embrace the modification of the 5 Viscera Temple ghost rearing method, to make the Ghost Tamer Dao prosper again in this world. Nanhai was alarmed. Wait a minute, before me, have you guys found anyone to test this new idea on? Zhong Kuei shook his head. No, you're the first. Hearing this, Nanhai got spooked. Then, shouldn't we be a bit more cautious? Not take such a big step. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful while cultivating. Feng Chung reassured him. Don't worry. With us here, even if you cultivate until you bleed from all 7 orifices, we can still save you. Nanhai shouted, but I don't want to be like that. But after a moment, he still had to be brave. He walked alone towards the Shi Shan ghost, his face covered in beads of sweat, clearly tense. Feng Chung reassured him. Don't be tense, just do as we just taught you, it will agree. Nanhai turned his head and shouted, who's tense? Then he turned back to the Shi Shan ghost. Honestly, all that preparation was for nothing. He called out loudly, Shi Shan ghost, follow me. The day I become the underworld monarch will also be the day you are freed from the pain of the Yudu, nether fire, burning your body. And yet, as if the Shi Shan ghost heard those words, it took a step down, then bowed its head to Nanhai. He said, it seems you have decided to follow me. Then next, please do not resist. Let me absorb you into my stomach. After absorbing it, he didn't forget to let out a burp. When Guai jumped down, approached Nanhai and asked, how do you feel? He smiled. It's fine, easier than I thought, just a slight foreign body sensation. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt nauseous. And just like that, he vomited out Yudu, nether fire. Zhong Kuei said, as expected. Nanhai, Feng Chung continued, it's just some stomach discomfort. And then when you vomit, you'll vomit Yudu, nether fire. I think this little side effect is acceptable. And once this Shi Shan ghost modifies the kid's stomach, there won't be any more problems. Zhong Kuei asked. All right, what's next? Feng Chung replied. We're going to Guanxing, find some heaven stealer for Nanhai to kill, to quickly make him an underworld emissary. Scene changes to the morning before. Ning Zhong turned to ask, what are you smiling about? Xia Li replied, as expected, following you here was the right decision. Although I can't help his current incarnation awaken his past life's memories. Being able to directly help this era's underworld monarch is not exactly a loss. As the only underworld monarch in the world to withstand Feng Cheng's pursuit for 100 years, I believe that in the field of self-preservation, probably no one can do anything to me. In thinking this way, at the time of the transaction with Lu Sanjia, I didn't necessarily leave a hidden danger for myself. Although due to an exception named Hui Ji, I lost control of Lu Sanjia's left eye, preventing me from observing Lu Sanjia's every move in real time. But within the 1 instant time of controlling Lu Sanjia's body, I still achieved my goal, and at the same time, escaped at a critical moment. Therefore, when Xia Li took over Lu Sanjia's body again, upon discovering he was suffering the pain of the red lotus karmic fire burning his body, he was not panicked at all. It was just the pain of 1 stick of incense. He could bear it. Even later, Ning Zhong's appearance disrupted Xia Li's plan, but it still didn't cause Xia Li to waver, because on Lu's Vermilion Burr patrol route, Xia Li had already prepared 3 backup plans. On the contrary, Xia Li was more curious about what made the expert before him, who had a certain understanding of an underworld monarch's methods, fantasized that he was qualified to judge him. With the purpose of probing, Xia Li boldly did not resist, letting Ning Zhong imprison him in the lowest level of the sky prison. Then Xia Li saw the corpse of the founding monarch of Great Jin before him. It was at that very moment that Xia Li finally realized where Ning Zhong's confidence came from. However, the thought that you can suppress me by relying on your monarch is truly too naive. Back to reality, Ning Zhong asked, what are you smiling about? Xia Li replied, on my path to sovereignty, I am bound to face stumbling blocks. Before the Battle of Nahe Bridge begins, let me test your strength. Ning Zhong was disdainful, taking a step forward. Even if you are the king of the underworld, in a mortal realm, you must still abide by the laws of the dynasty. You murdered the left guard star official. Don't even think about escaping these chains. Xia Li smiled again. Who said I want to escape? Gao Sheng asked quietly. Zisa, do you feel anything? Zisa replied. Yes, I feel that the magic treasures are acting strangely. That bamboo scroll seems to be the ringleader. It pointed a finger. Did you hear that? The master who gave us life wants to see the methods of that corpse. The other magic treasures shouted loudly. We heard. Then what are you waiting for? Everyone, come to my painted world and cause a ruckus. Zisa angrily pointed and shouted. Those ungrateful things that bite the hand that feeds them, calling his majesty a corpse? Ning Zhong turned and shouted. Retract your ridiculous intentions right now. Immediately, Xia Li replied. I refuse. The bamboo scroll flew out, pulling everyone present into the painting. In addition, there were the magic treasures. Gao Sheng's 2 old sabers seemed to have lost their minds. But after hearing his threat, they got scared again. Your Excellency, no, Your Majesty, please don't. Brother Tianting was eaten. I don't want to be eaten, boo-hoo. Ning Zhong laughed. Look at my memory. I forgot in the heat of the moment. Your fighting nature is terrible, but there's one thing you don't know. In this treasury, besides the treasures, everything else is just food to fill His Majesty's stomach. I don't care if they exist or not. Xia Li's face darkened. Impossible. How can the Lord of the Emptying Hell still suffer from hunger? Wait, could it be he is not the Lord of the Emptying Hell? He is currently just an underworld official. TSK. If that's the case, before I can confirm if he is truly valued by the path of life and death, I can't just rashly commit suicide to escape the encirclement. And on the other side, Gao Sheng also understood that neither imprisoning nor releasing Xia Li was an option, which was extremely troublesome. Scene changed to the ghost market. Zhang Xiao was sitting with Shan Yin's group, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. With your joining, my chances of becoming the next sovereign of the ghost god Dao have increased by several points. You all can rest assured here. I will help you block any masters the great Jin sends. Jian Lian clasped his hands. I will engrave in my heart the market master's kindness in sheltering us. If I can contribute a small part to the city master's great cause, I will never refuse. Zhang Xiao laughed. Very good, very good. However, our friend Wan Chi Jun's prosthetic I will probably have to wait a while. The Taiyan Yegu under my command who can treat it has gone out on business and will only be back in a few days. Chi Jun replied, everything is as the market master arranges. Scene changed to the sky. Ning Zhong is moving with the platform master. Come to think of it, we've known each other for many years. This must be the first time you've asked this old man for a favor. Care to say who it is? Who could make you? Ning Zhong, make this exception? Ning Zhong replied, a loyal and righteous soldier who acts alone in the shadows. Meanwhile, in Zhomo County, Wu family village, Lu has arrived at Baoen's place. After hearing the story, he asked, "So, Tam Jia really didn't betray the Great Gene?" Lu nodded. "That's right. He used his life to protect his dignity and the inside story to the very end. This is the legacy he entrusted me to give to you before he passed away. Please accept it." Surprisingly, Baoen spoke up again. "Forget it. I'm already a cripple. Instead of giving Tam Jia's legacy to me, it's better to contribute it to the public fund." Outside the door, Chuang Tuc wondered, "I don't understand. Why didn't Lord Lu go to Guanqing, but instead came specifically to this village?" Tin Tuc guessed. Could it be that when he was fighting the garrison commander of Zhongmo, he gathered important intelligence from the opponent that required him to come to this village? Chuang Noi looked up and noticed something in the sky. "Someone's coming. Look at the sky." Wait, it seems to be the guardian divine beast cloud dragon of Tien Khan Temple. The dragon stopped, and two people, Ning Zhong and the platform master, landed. Nin Tuc wondered, "Lord Ning, why have you come here?" "To handle a few things." A few seconds later, the two entered the house, and the platform master observed Bao An's condition. Ning Zhong asked, "Can he be cured?" The platform master replied, "Yes, but the problem is time. It will take a very long time." After hearing this, Ning Zhong sighed in relief. As long as he can be cured, it's fine, even if it takes a long time. I promised his disciple to protect him completely, but I have responsibilities on my shoulders and cannot leave Kaifeng. Inviting him to Kaifeng was originally part of my plan. The platform master nodded. "All right, then we'll set off now." Ning Zhong pulled something from his palm. "Wait a moment, let me place a tracker on Lu first." Blood Jade Seal. Of the 10 sects of the world, the sect guarding wondrous treasure of the Green Robe Tower. Uses. 1. Use this jade seal to stamp the target shadow. The seal holder can hide within the target shadow. 2. The seal holder and the object he has captured can reside in a living thing covered by the shadow and move back and forth within the shadow of a dead thing. 3. This jade seal can fuse into the palm and will be ejected after the seal holder dies. Limitations. 1. This jade seal can only record the shadow of one living thing and one dead thing. 2. The longer the stamping time, the more apparent the seal holder's tendency to self-destruct and cause everything to fail will become. 3. After the blood jade seal leaves the hand, all previous records are nullified. Ning Zhong stamped it onto Lu's shadow. This should do it. In the future, if you encounter a formidable master who is difficult to deal with, just use the method I taught you to contact me. Lu nodded, "All right." Suddenly, the platform master spoke up. "Wait a moment, I remember this seal being in the Great Jin's treasury. How did it end up in your hands?" Ning Zhong replied, "You mean this? It's something that old Yen obtained when he was alone in Jiannan, Dao, suppressing the 4 calamities. There were a few other wondrous treasures obtained along with it. They are all in the treasury. I requested long-term possession of it from Commander Lu, because it could conveniently teleport me back to the Sky Prison." The platform master nodded. "Is that so?" He thought to himself, "I didn't expect this trip to have such an unexpected surprise. The Green Robe Tower lost their blood jade seal. This might be an opportunity." He said, "Because my martial uncle died at the hands of the Green Robe Tower's master, the intelligence related to the blood jade seal was transmitted back to the sect by my martial uncle using our sect's secret technique before he died." Ning Zhong asked, "Now that you mention it, why are you so familiar with it?" "Even our Heavenly Works department took several years to gradually figure out its uses and limitations. Why do I get the feeling that you already knew about it long ago?" The platform master replied, "That's all in the past." Outside in the courtyard, Trong Tuc gossiped again. "I can't believe even Lord Ning Zhong was called here. It seems your guess was right." Before Tin Tuc could reply, there they are coming out. Ning Zhong turned and said, "I suspect Zhang's arrangements are not just one. You must be more careful on your way west." Lu nodded, I know." After he finished speaking, Ning Zhong and the platform master got on the dragon and left. Lu's group watched them go. She turned and said, "Let's set off too." Arriving at Guanqing. In the city, Nam Hai's group of 3 were stopping for a meal. "Ah, what do you guys call resurrected dead people heaven stealers?" Fong Tan explained, "Because birth, aging, sickness, and death are the fundamental laws of this world. Those who exploit loopholes in the rules to escape death are considered to be acting against heaven. Calling such people heaven stealers is indeed not too inappropriate." Nam Hai asked again, "Then why are messengers hostile to heaven stealers?" Chung Kui explained, "Because the balance of the 2 realms of yin and yang is cultivated by all the living and the dead together. People who should have died side, but didn't will affect the cycle of life and death in this world. For the group of messengers who have just received their posts and are beginning to be bound to the underworld, this is absolutely intolerable. Nam Hai asked again, if heaven stealers are so harmful to this world, then why hasn't anyone tried to solve the root problem? For example, by destroying the related secret books and records. Fong Tan replied, that's because if an messenger wants to be promoted to an official, they need to capture a large number of heaven stealers. Under normal circumstances, it's extremely time-consuming for a messenger to search for and hunt down the large number of heaven stealers hidden in the city, while also returning a certain number of living people who have strayed into the realm. But conversely, through fortuitous encounters, cultivating a batch of heaven stealers to make up the numbers is very simple. Nam Hai narrowed his eyes. So after all this, the proliferation of heaven stealers is actually the messengers doing? Chung Kui interrupted. Aren't you going to eat your noodles? They're about to get all soggy. Nam Hai's face fell. I'm not eating. I don't feel well. Eating too much makes me want to vomit. Fong Tan threatened. A friendly reminder, people who waste food will be sent to the dog trough hell after they die. Nam Hai laughed and replied, then that's great, isn't it? Anyway, according to your plan, I'll become the king of the realm later. I'll just take charge of the dog trough hell you mentioned. After hearing this, Fong Tan was stunned, while Chung Kui laughed his head off. Fong Tan shot him a serious look. Stop laughing. But Chung Kui burst out laughing again. Sorry, I really can't help it. He took something out while saying, if you don't have an appetite, then let's get down to business. Take it. Nam Hai asked blankly, what's this? Chung Kui ziplit a messenger token. Use the blood from your finger to write your name on it. After that, you'll be a messenger under Fong Tan. Nam Hai followed his instructions, cutting his fingertip while saying, just like that, I become a messenger? I'm starting to understand now why heaven stealers are so rampant. Fong Tan grumbled, don't act all aggrieved when you're getting a good deal. Including you and me, I've only issued 3 messenger tokens in total. The origin of messengers and the proliferation of heaven stealers are not my fault. Nam Hai carved his name on it and asked, it's written, what's next? Chung Kui replied, grip the token tightly and close your eyes, then use your chi to activate it. That way you'll be able to sense the heaven stealer closest to you. Nam Hai listened and did as he was told. After a few seconds of closing his eyes and sensing, the dimension immediately changed. And yet, on the other side, the shop owner was emitting an unusual aura. He exclaimed, no way? Fong Tan asked, is it very surprising? Nam Hai still looked bewildered. The owner of this shop is a resurrected dead person? Chung Kui replied, otherwise, why would we have chosen to eat noodles at this stall? Nam Hai looked down at his bowl, then this noodle? Chung Kui reassured him, don't worry, there's no problem with the noodles. Although the owner of this noodle shop is a heaven stealer, he's probably just an ordinary person who was helped to live again by a messenger, not even as strong as a Bing rank martial artist. Fong Tan continued, our main task today is to familiarize you with the work process of a messenger. The difficult cases will be handed over to you tomorrow. Scene change. The sun was setting. The whole shop was now empty. The owner just noticed that Nam Hai's group of 2 were still sitting there. He approached and asked, esteemed customers, were our noodles not to your liking? Or, Chung Kui replied, the noodles are delicious, but there's a smell of the dead in the broth. Shop owner, have you recently encountered any strange people or weird incidents? After hearing this, the owner's face clearly showed hesitation. He said, what's meant to come can't be escaped after all. You too, let's go inside to talk. Chung Kui stood up and agreed. All right. Then the 2 of them followed the owner into the house. Across from the shop, it seemed a mysterious figure was watching their every move. As soon as they entered the house, the owner called out, daughter, go to the kitchen. Wait until I'm done talking with the guests before you come out. The daughter, the little girl, stood frozen for a moment, then turned and went inside. The owner turned his head and smiled. My little one isn't very talkative. The 3 of them sat near a corner of the house. The owner lowered his head. I won't hide it from you 2. Some things have indeed happened to this humble one. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to remove the scarf wrapped around his neck, revealing a line of stitches. I don't know if this humble one is currently considered living or dead. Chung Kui spoke up, whether you're considered living or not. Wouldn't cutting the stitches on your neck make it clear? Hearing this, the owner's face turned pale. This humble one has removed them before, so. Nam Hai asked, since when did you become like this? He recounted, probably a month ago, on a day when business at the noodle shop was very good. I didn't close until late at night. This humble one was very tired and fell asleep while calculating the accounts. After that, I had a dream. Jungui Pets? Dreamed of what? I never thought that after hunting geese all day, I'd have my eyes pecked out by a goose. I dreamt I was being judged by someone. Commoner Tran Tri, this king needs to find the messengers hiding in Guancheng. I need to borrow your head. As the terrified owner was recounting this, Fong Tan appeared. It has a similar meaning to walk in the night long enough and you'll meet a ghost. Nam Hai wondered what's wrong. Fong Tan replied, Guanxing is a setup meticulously arranged by some underworld monarch. He acted hastily and botched things, creating a large number of heaven stealers in the city, which then attracted passing e-messengers. But in reality, e-messengers are not worthy of an underworld monarch setting up such a trap to deal with them. The one he is waiting for is surely me, a loser from the Battle of Naiha Bridge, walking the path of a monarch again. Indeed, just as he finished speaking, someone walked in. You bunch of e-messengers are like rabbits. I just cleared out a whole nest yesterday, and today I meet more. If this keeps up, I feel like I'll die from overwork sooner or later. The person who just walked in and spoke is the garrison commander of Guanxing, Wang Dao, the reincarnation disciple of King Xielia. Calculating the time, the new vermilion bird should be arriving soon. I can't waste time on you rabble. Otherwise, if I delay the vermilion bird's inauguration, I'll be given a hard time later. Fong Tan reminded, try to be as quiet as possible. In the battle before the hidden underworld monarch notices this place. Chung Kui replied, got it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward. Wang Dao sneered, caught by me, you can't run, yet you choose to fight back? Indeed, you e-messengers are all the same, disregarding the king's law. Chung Kui didn't give a damn about what he said, raising his hand to cast a secret technique. Seal the five senses marionette ghost. In just a few seconds, relying on the string, to dominate and control other people's evil ghosts. Cutting the string can save the person controlled by the marionette ghost. Chung Kui turned and asked, you said you noticed abnormalities in your body a month ago. Then I have a question for you. During this time, did you not seek help from the garrison martial artist in Guanxing? The owner replied, I did. He is the garrison commander of our Guanxing. At the same time, Lu's team had arrived in Guanxing. Trong Tuc said, what does the Guanxing garrison commander mean by this? The new vermilion bird has arrived to take her post, yet he doesn't appear to welcome her. Lu recalled Ning Zhong's reminder, be careful, I suspect Zhong's arrangements might not be in just one place. Indeed, in the underworld, the king of reincarnation sat up, sensing an expert in Guanxing using a city-level distance sight technique. Back with Lu, she used a technique. A moment later, she opened her eyes. Tin Tuc immediately asked, is there an ambush in the city? She replied, no, but the state of the Guanxing garrison commander is a bit off. Returning to the noodle shop, Nam Hai asked, he's the garrison commander of this place? Then doesn't that mean the underworld monarch who set up this ambush for you has allied with the Great Gene? Fong Tan replied, impossible. We just met the emperor and the dragon vein of the Great Gene not long ago. Their reaction upon seeing me at that time didn't seem like they had allied with any underworld monarch. Nam Hai said, that's not necessarily true. Maybe they were in a great hurry at the time and didn't pay you any mind. Chung Kui spoke up, but regardless of whether the Great Gene is involved in this or not, we must leave this place quickly, regardless of the Great Jin's attitude. Even if Guanxing has potentially been turned into the opponent's home ground, we shouldn't stay long. I don't want to face an underworld monarch who has the home ground advantage. Fong Tan agreed. In this regard, I have similar thoughts. Nam Hai pointed, wait, what about him? He's just an ordinary person caught up in a plot against you. Are you just going to see it and not do anything? Fong Tan ziplit ikan de. If I wanted to save every ordinary person caught in a plot against me, then sooner or later I would be killed by my enemies because of this weakness. Nam Hai heard this and was inwardly displeased. Chung Kui interrupted. All right, I'll use the memory-eating ghost to eat his and the Guanxing garrison commander's memories. And we'll just pretend nothing happened today. But unexpectedly, Lu, without any warning, had already rushed up behind Chung Kui. She blew out the red lotus karmic fire, 6th form, straw hut form. But Chung Kui's reflexes were enough to dodge. The flames unintentionally blew towards Nam Hai. He screamed and took the full force of the technique. Chung Kui frowned. Nam Hai got hit by the fire? Seriously, if I had known, I would have taken the hit myself. Lu spoke up. It's a good thing I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have succeeded in your scheme. Nam Hai was on the ground, rolling around incessantly. It hurts, it hurts. Chung Kui called out, Fong Tan, you put out the fire. I'll deal with her. Fong Tan moved closer to observe. Could this flame be? No way. Sorry, I can't do it. Chung Kui heard this and yelled, this isn't funny, Fong Tan. While Chung Kui was talking, Lu surveyed the situation. The little kid is dealt with. What's left is the bride, the not ugly ghost of the Guanxing garrison commander, and still one more who looks no different from an ordinary person. No, based on the reaction of the bearded one, there's still one more person here. It's just that I can't see or hear him. At the same time, at the Guanxing city god temple, someone entered. It was the king of reincarnation, Shi Shan. He spoke, "I can't contact Wang Dao," and adding that official's level of skill, "I can't rule out the possibility that the royal court sent an expert to Guanxing specifically to deal with me. But in the end, the fact that the king of reincarnation, Shi Shan, is in Guanxing has been exposed. And the fact that an underworld monarch has set up a layout in Guanxing has also been discovered. Or perhaps the great Jin followed a past pawn to find this place. There are really too many possibilities. It's hard to judge." He looked up at the city god statue and continued, "I can only borrow your identity for a bit to probe who has actually come." Returning to the noodle shop, Fong Tan said, "I wasn't mistaken. The fire on Nam Hai is the Red Lotus karmic fire." Chung Kui also realized, the fire from Avicii Hell? Wait, didn't the king of equality of the world who opened the Avicii Hell not have the Red Lotus karmic fire? Or was it that after my previous life died, he requested the Red Lotus karmic fire from his original self? Fong Tan replied, "No, before I was defeated, the Red Lotus karmic fire did not exist in this world." Chung Kui realized, which means the Red Lotus karmic fire appeared after you were defeated. Someone, most likely the king of equality of this world, requested its appearance, or to put it bluntly, some great figure brought it with them when they reincarnated here. Fong Tan replied, "Combining this with our current situation, Guanxing is a place set up by the king of equality, so it's most likely that he also requested the Red Lotus karmic fire from his original self." Lu stood still, observing. How strange. Even using the distant sight technique, I can only see an outline. Besides, this group isn't doing anything about their teammate who was hit, nor are they paying any attention to my movements. This somewhat corresponds to the backup plans of the monarch named Jiang that Senior Ning mentioned. I must inform Senior Ning. On the lowest floor of the prison, Gao Sheng detected the signal. He turned his head and said, "Lu is calling you, go." Ning Song Bovet. Yes. Jiang heard this and thought to himself, at this moment, to make the current vermilion bird seek help from the current azure dragon. Shilia must have done a very good job. After thinking this, he smirked. Gao Sheng also noticed and asked, "What are you smiling about?" Jiang, I just suddenly remembered, a few years ago, I happened to meet the king of reincarnation responsible for reincarnation in a mortal world. The residence he temporarily stayed at in a mortal world seems to be in Guanxing. Returning to the fight at the noodle shop, Chung Kui said, "Close combat? The kind I least want to encounter." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu summoned her sword and charged straight forward, slashing upwards. Impossible. What is this girl's main cultivation path? How can she stably control the Red Lotus karmic fire while still having such an official presence and explosive power? As for Nam Hai, he was still writhing in physical pain. The flames gradually flowed into his internal organs. The garrison commander in Nam Hai's stomach, the Shi Ran ghost, detected something strange approaching. As it looked up, it saw the Red Lotus karmic fire. Scene changed to the underworld. Nam Hai appeared. Alai wondered, what's wrong with him again? Wu sighed. Hey, you go see what on earth is happening up there. I'll go handle those servants. Alai agreed. Okay. At the same time, Chung Kui was continuously on the defensive against Lu's blade. Difficult to handle, being pressed like this. I can't cast any techniques. If I don't seal her 5 senses, even I would have to drag this out for a long time to catch her. Moreover, holding back too much, I could be turned on by her fire. He glanced over at Nam Hai and saw him suddenly stand up. He had a sinister smile. His eyes had changed color. Just as he was looking cool, what the fuck? It hurts, it hurts. No way. This fire, it can follow the body to burn my 3 souls and 7 spirits? Chung Kui interrupted. Don't worry about the fire on you for now. Give me a hand. I'll figure out a way for the fire on you. Alai replied, deal. Then he immediately summoned his weapon. Lu had just turned her head to look when she was startled by Alai's charging speed, but her reflexes were still quick enough. She slid her right foot back, gripping her sword with both hands to defend. Alai asked, was the fire on us set by you? Lu was startled by the words on us. How do we deal with the Red Lotus karmic fire? Fong Tan replied, if it were someone else, we could try to lure it away or wait for the karma to be completely burned away before extinguishing it. But we can't do that with the fire on Nam Hai. Chung Kui didn't quite understand. Why not? Because I want to use my dual body to have some fun in Avicii Hell. From then on, no matter which world's Red Lotus karmic fire it is, it will give special care to anyone involved with me. Chung Kui heard this and resentfully nudged Nam Hai. What on earth did you do in Avicii Hell to make it so angry? As soon as he finished speaking, the city god of Guanxing gradually appeared. The local city god has arrived. Fong Tan continued, I'll hide first. The local city god of Guanxing couldn't possibly be unaware of the situation here. It's best not to let him see me. Zhonggui note okay. Then Fong Tan also disappeared. The city god glanced around, circling once to see who was there, and what had happened. A pale-lipped Trantry, Wang Dao, a ghost-controlling Taoist I've never met. It must be this ghost-controlling Taoist who discovered the abnormality on Trantry. While meddling, he was mistaken by Wang Dao for a messenger, so they fought. To be able to quickly defeat Wang Dao without alerting me, this ghost-controlling Taoist is quite skilled. As for this side, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, the person fighting that youth is probably the reincarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in this world, the Vermilion Bird Lu. I remember the position of Vermilion Bird was replaced not long ago. So that's right, that girl is the new Vermilion Bird. The official presence just now was released by her, and Guanxing is also. Or perhaps it's a city the previous Vermilion Bird had to pass through. He appeared behind Alai. Immediately sensing him, Alai spun around, swinging his spear and shouting, "Get lost." Lu frowned. Who gave you the nerve to attack the local city god in broad daylight? As she finished speaking, she rushed forward to block for the city god. He thought to himself, I can basically confirm it now. Her official presence wasn't released to deal with me. As for the youth with the skills and power of Yudu, that's an unexpected surprise. If I follow him, I might be able to find where Yudu is currently located. He spoke up, "You go rescue Wang Dao. Leave this youth to me." Lu replied, "Yes." Then with a powerful swing of her sword, she pushed Alai back. She used the momentum to leap backward. Alai scoted loudly. "Don't go." The city god muttered, "Votive power prison." Immediately, golden circles appeared, swallowing Alai within. "Youth, who lent you the power of Yudu?" At the same time, Lu sped up and rushed towards the marionette ghost. It was startled and panicked, unable to even react. Swish! It was Chung Kui appearing to help. Lu couldn't help but exclaim, blocking a blade with his bare hands. It's precisely the guardian ghost summoned by Chung Kui. It has its uses. If a person dies in war or by accident, there's an extremely low chance they will transform into a guardian ghost. Most guardian ghosts are benevolent and will help their patrons avoid war and disaster. Chung Kui supported his sword with his right hand, made a symbol with his left, and said, "You learn something new every day. Ha! If you encounter that ghost-controlling Taoist again, absolutely do not let him out of your sight." The secret art of sealing the five senses was cast by him. "We're here again, he." Lu's five senses were thus controlled. Chung Kui let out a sigh of relief. Although the process was a bit difficult, it's fortunate that it's resolved. Just as he finished speaking, a blade appeared from nowhere and severed the controlling threads of the marionette ghost. Chung Kui was tatan. He turned his head to look. How could it be? After the connecting threads were cut, Wang Dao was about to collapse onto the table. The one who had just acted was the shop owner. He turned to explain, "It wasn't me, my hand suddenly." Before he could finish, a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth. It was Wang Dao. He shouted, "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll take you with me." A rebel who ambushes a garrison martial artist is considered an accomplice. Chung Kui thought to himself, normally speaking, when a Dao Tianji independently completes the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a backdoor opened by a collaborator will mostly be left on its body. If the noodle shop owner cutting the marionette ghost threads was not of his own will, then it proves the worst-case scenario has happened. That unnamed monarch has taken notice of this place. Ning Zhong suddenly appeared right under Chung Kui's shadow. "The rotten leftover that Jiang Mo Lu mentioned. That's you, isn't it?" Chung Kui was startled and looked back. "Why is there another one?" "Wait, this isn't good, it's a trap." As he spoke, Chung Kui quickly retreated 100 meters. Ning Zhong chuckled, "A quick reaction, but unfortunately, you're a step too late. Now, you won't escape the palm of my hand, even if you ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth." Chung Kui's expression began to change. The city god, who had been standing still, turned and said, "This person, on your master's side, things should be wrapping up soon." Alai shouted, "Are you still not going to answer my question?" The city god narrowed his eyes at Alai. Wang Dao quickly approached. "Lord Ning, be careful. This person has mastered a secret art that can rob others of their five senses." Lord Lu and I both fell for his trick. Ning Zhong interrupted. "No need to say more. The five senses ghosts, I know of them." Upon hearing this, the five ghosts quipped, "So that's what we're called? Hey, he knows about us." Ning Zhong frowned and shouted, "I'm not praising you." The five ghosts were scared out of their wits and gradually vanished. Lu recovered her five senses. "Huh, Senior Ning, when did you arrive?" Chung Kui observed from the other side. "This is really tough." The local garrison commander, the local city god, the fire wielder of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, and a newly appeared mysterious expert who can even perceive the mechanism of the five senses ghosts. Plus the underworld monarch who has already taken notice of me. Against them, even if I play my trump card, I'm not sure I'd have a 30% chance of winning. I might be able to create a chance for Nam Hai to escape first, then slowly figure out how to extinguish the fire on him. Ning Zhong also assessed, it's impossible for a five-ghost Dao expert who isn't even Lu's match to appear out of thin air. But why do the Qingluo Division and the Department of Celestial Phenomena have no intelligence on this person? This is truly negligent work. When I have time later, I must report this matter to His Majesty. Old brother with the sideburns, you have no chance of winning a 3-on-1 fight. Out of respect for us both being 5 ghost Taoists, I'll give you some face. Surrender. Chung Kui's eyes lit up. I've changed my mind. Before I leave, I must have a satisfying fight. Face. You dare speak to the patriarch like that? I no longer have any face to give. Ning Zhong laughed heartily. Still want to show resistance? Then don't blame me for not giving you face. Considering we're fighting in the city, neither plague, drought, nor pestilence is suitable. Although I don't have a great grasp of war calamity, the weakness of a ghost-controlling Taoist is their inability in close combat. Even letting war calamity act on its own is enough to take him down. The ghost-controlling Tao's secret art of inviting a ghost for possession. The fire wielder of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire is on the scene, so it's not convenient to release a ghost, since he has proclaimed himself a ghost Taoist. Then today, the patriarch will teach him how an internal war between ghost Taoists is fought. 2 arms grew out from Ning Zhong's 2 shoulder blades. Chung Kui also pulled a dagger from his mouth. Bing Shu Huojia, one of the 4 calamities, emerge. Ning Zhong ordered, "Don't kill him, I want him alive." Chung Kui also entered the state of one-horned Ghost King possession. Both sides rushed forward at the same time. Chung Kui, filled with killing intent, shouted, "Get out of the way, don't block my path." The special blade, Evil Spirit, said nothing. It charged forward with its blade. Boom! The 2 weapons clashed. The aftershock was immense. The city god said, "You're mistaken. That's no ordinary ghost-controlling Taoist. He is." Before he could finish, the aftershock from the 2 weapons caused the house to start cracking. Unable to withstand it for more than 3 seconds, it shattered into pieces. A few seconds later, the aftershock dissipated. Chung Kui assessed, "This guy is quite something." The thing he released. There's no record of it in the Ghost Compendium. It can fight on par with me possessed by the one-horned Ghost King. Ning Zhong also assessed, what kind of ghost did this guy with the sideburns attract for possession? It can fight on par with war calamity. Is the upper limit of the ghost-controlling Taoist system this high? A speck of light appeared, and the city god materialized, saying that ghost-controlling Taoist is the traveling incarnation of the renowned holy monarch of blessing and home protection from the Great Thousand World, currently in the world of origin. If you fight him one-on-one, among the crouching tiger, hidden dragon human king of the special horse-slaying sword, and the 6 peak level experts, even you would have a hard time saying you could win. Let's attack together. At the same time, Alai also returned to Chung Kui's side. Thank you. The impact when you and that special blade, Evil Spirit, clashed shattered the Flower Ground prison and the votive power mines that the local city god had placed at my feet and around me. Chung Kui continued, "Thank me for what? After you summoned your true self-dharma form, those petty tricks wouldn't have been able to do anything to you, right?" Alai said, "If possible, I don't want to release Alai's dharma form, which has been lost to the mortal world. That city god is very interested in how Nam Hai obtained the power of Yudu. This doesn't seem like something a city-protecting god of the mortal realm would do, right? Are we going to keep fighting? On my side, although I'm using all the chi in my body to isolate the wound on Nam Hai, it won't last long. With just the 2 of us, honestly, it's very difficult to win." Chung Kui replied, "No more fighting. In this city, there's still an enemy underworld monarch who hasn't appeared. If we keep dragging this out, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. As for the fire on Nam Hai, after we escape, let Yudu itself go and ask the Lord of Mount Tai for help." Alai asked again, "An underworld monarch? No wonder the underworld no longer has a monarch to oversee the grand situation. So they ran off to the mortal realm?" Chung Kui looked towards the shop owner's daughter. "But before we go, we have to take 2 people with us. You're in charge of the child over there. Leave the child's father to me." Alai was puzzled. Wait a minute. Escaping from an underworld monarch's territory is already very difficult, and you want to carry 2 burdens? Are they that important? Chung Kui replied, "Not important, but this is Nam Hai's request." Alai was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. "All right." On the other side, Ning Zhong said, "The holy monarch of blessing and home protection? I think I've heard that name somewhere before." The city god continued, "The 5 Viscera Temple ghost-rearing method of this world was passed down by the god's traveling incarnation, which is also the ghost-controlling Tao. It's quite normal for you to have heard that name. Please make a decision quickly. Once the opponent chooses to flee with all their might, I'm afraid we." Ning Zhong interrupted, "No, I heard it for someone else. Besides, you seem to really hope I resolve this quickly, don't you? Could it be that you're worried the other party will have a chance to explain, and then some misunderstandings will be cleared up?" The city god clasped his hands. "You're overthinking it." Ning Zhong pointed his finger and shouted, "Still lying? There is no distinction of rank between a city-protecting god and the 4 symbols of Great Gene. Your phrasing, your attitude has already exposed you. As Ning Zhong spoke, the special blade, evil spirit lunged forward, stabbing its blade straight into the city god's heart. He laughed. So I've been discovered? Ning Zhong shouted again, speak. What have you done to the real Guanqing city god? In another place, Shelia snorted coldly. I originally didn't want to antagonize Great Jean over such a small matter, but it's fine. The combination of a youth bearing the power of Yudu and the holy monarch of blessing and home protection already proves a lot. Yudu, you're currently managing the city, right? The city god vanished. Ning Zhong frowned. He ran away? Shang Kui spoke up, so you guys aren't on the same side. And there might be some misunderstandings between us. To avoid any unfortunate incidents, shall we talk? Ning Song noted, Olrigit. My surname is Ning, responsible for secretly protecting the newly appointed Vermilion Bird. That duck-brained girl standing over there is the current Vermilion Bird. And you are? Chung Kui introduced. My surname is Chung, no courtesy name. This is my disciple. We are collecting precious, strange ghosts for the purpose of undertaking a journey, and unintentionally became enemies with Great Jean. Ning Zhong narrowed his eyes. The traveling incarnation of the holy monarch of blessing and home protection can also have no courtesy name? Your Excellency is not being very honest. Chung Kui retorted, how are you any different from me? You didn't honestly state your own identity either. Ning Zhong put his coat back on and said, so why exactly did you get into a dispute with Guanqing's garrison commander and end up in such a big fight? Chung Kui replied, you should ask Guanqing's garrison commander about that. You and I are both of the ghost-controlling Dao, so you should be familiar with Dao Tianji, right? Well, my disciple and I were passing through Guanqing. We detected the aura of a Dao Tianji in the city. As soon as we started investigating, the garrison commander came to cause trouble. I kept thinking, how could it be such a coincidence? Before we arrived, he didn't discover the Dao Tianji. The moment we arrived, he discovered it. Ning Zhong turned his head and asked, is that what happened? Wang Dao replied, not entirely, sir. Regarding the noodle shop owner Tran, try turning into a Dao Tianji. This subordinate had already confirmed it and carried out related appeasement work. Chung Kui retorted, well, that's even more interesting. You, as Guanqing's garrison commander, discovered a citizen in the city had died and come back to life for unknown reasons. Yet you didn't handle it, didn't report it up the chain. What kind of appeasement was that, exactly? Wang Dao replied, regarding the appearance of Dao Tianji in the city, I have reported it, and the official document is the proof. As for how to handle it, the people transformed into Dao Tianji are all ordinary people. What have they done wrong? As the garrison commander of Guan City, I have no reason to place restrictions on them. On the contrary, the one secretly turning them into Dao Tianji must have a conspiracy. I just need to secretly monitor them. The people who were turned into Dao Tianji will provide an opportunity to find the source. The more Chung Kui listened, the angrier he got. This kid really needs a beating. He pointed and shouted, nonsense. That Tran Tri already told me. A ghost king sent him a dream message, saying he wanted to borrow his body to find the Een messenger hiding in the city. Why didn't you mention this? Don't tell me Tran Tri didn't tell you. Besides, as the local garrison commander, the city god has already had a problem, yet you didn't discover it. Who would believe that? Upon hearing this, Wang Dao's face turned pale. You're slandering me. Lord Ning, you absolutely must not believe him. Ning Zhong covered his face and called out, Tin Tuc, Truong Tuc. The two descended. We are here. Ning Zhong ordered, you two keep an eye on the garrison commander of Guan City. Wait for me and Lu to go to the city god temple to clarify what exactly is happening in Guan City. Then we will return to interrogate him. Suddenly, Eli raised his hand and spoke, about that. The two turned their heads to look puzzled. Are you guys done talking? If you're done, can you help me put out the fire? My protective chi is almost depleted. Ning Zhong gave a forced laugh. My apologies. I completely forgot. What are you still standing there for? Put out the fire. A moment later, the four of them were at the city god temple. Ning Zhong used his double pupils. The city god temple was unexpectedly normal. Chung Kui also used his yin-yang eyes. There's no aura of evil spirits. As for Lu, she fell in emptiness. Grandpa, Su Mion's city god temple isn't like this. Alai used his Yuan Tong Jian, looked ahead, and said, look at the city god statue. The three of them all turned to look. Ning Zhong exclaimed, what in the world is being nurtured? How can there be an existence in this world that can destroy a city guardian god's 5 viscera without alerting anyone? Not even the city guardian god himself, or even Lord Huang. Suddenly, Feng Chung appeared and spoke. There's one. Among the outsider pretenders who have infiltrated this world, there's one who can completely isolate the victim, making it impossible for any information to get out. That person's name is the Dominator of the Old Days, the god of the future and time, Afo. The scene shifts to the battle in Liao City. Li Chun shouted, Erlang, how much longer on your end? My creation is about to run out of time. He replied, about 10 more breaths. Amun was constantly screaming, he's Sifa, help me. I'm trapped by this thing. On the other side was the battle between Suiji and Hisifa. The two clashed continuously, with Hisifa having the advantage with many tentacles emerging from his body, successfully knocking Suiji away. Can't shake her off. Seriously, so annoying. Suiji successfully held Hisifa down, laughing smugly. Doesn't that prove we're on the same level, Mr. Tatten? The Kaklatu in the sky continuously fired sound waves down, but they were all stopped upon hitting the sound waves of Yazai, in his Luo Shirin state, turned his head and called, "Erlang, aren't you done yet? I'm about to lose it." Erlang replied, "It's done now. Go." As he shouted, he unleashed the Zhutian, Shurda, Shunlei, Jitai, Chang Shunlei. Li Chun quickly broke away and jumped to one side. Afo, being restrained, cursed helplessly, "Damn it." Boom! An explosion lit up the entire sky of Liao City. The scene shifts back to Ning Zhong's group. "Afo, I think I've heard a prisoner from the sky prison mention this name." Suddenly, Lu had a strange reaction. A voice spoke from within her mind, calling a name, Feng Chung. Feng Chung. Ning Zhong grew worried. This is not good. The seal responsible for Lu's past life is about to break out again. I must quickly add another seal. But before he could do anything, Lu suddenly reached out and grabbed Ning Zhong's hand tightly. Her face filled with killing intent, she said, "Don't interfere." The Red Lotus karmic fire was released along with it. Ning Zhong's outer robe was burned to ashes, but he successfully escaped. Chung Kui's shadow was still a step too slow. Lu had completely lost control of her body. "I can only wait until this matter is over, then ask His Majesty to summon Lu's personality again and erase this part of her memory." Chung Kui stood aside, wondering to himself, why did this junior emerge from my shadow? Could it be that the function of the mark placed on my shadow just now was for positioning and teleportation? Fengqing looked straight at Lu's face and said, "Close. You're currently controlling the body of the otherworldly mortal realm immortal, master of Avicii Hell, Xidagarba King," he said with a smile. "I heard you were defeated by an outer god? Rumors and reality are quite different, huh? Aren't you still alive and kicking right here? They say the good die young, while scourges live for 1,000 years. You cause trouble everywhere in the great thousand worlds. So how could you be killed by an ignorant outsider pretender? At least, I don't believe it." Feng Chung said, "It's been so many years. Have you still not let it go? Evil cannot be completely eradicated. Your wish is just the illusion of an idealist. When I made you wake up back then, I was doing it for your own good." Xidagarba King laughed. "Let it go? I let go of it long ago. I reincarnated into this world precisely to take advantage of your vital energy being heavily damaged by the outer god, so that I can wholeheartedly repay the favor of you awakening me back then." Chung Kui interrupted, "You too, please calm down. This Feng Chung fellow, although his actions are indeed a bit unethical from this world perspective, it truly cannot be without its gods. Once a god dies, there will be no one to stop the king in yellow from monopolizing this world's Tao of life and death. To have the living beings of this heaven and earth buried along with someone like Feng Chung, is this result truly your original wish?" At the same time, dark, murky green miasma began to appear in the sky. Alai noticed, why did it suddenly get so dark outside? Chung Kui looked at his palm and said, "It's not just getting dark. The yang qi on our bodies is also dissipating at an extremely fast rate. The last time I experienced this was in the city of wrongful deaths." Fengqing immediately identified it. "As expected, it's you, Cieli. To be able to pull a small part of the mortal realm into hell. No, to be precise, to transform a small part of the mortal realm into hell. Among the monarchs of this world, only Cieli can do this. Not only that, as the second monarch to be resurrected in the mortal realm, Cieli usually uses a method of resurrection to reincarnate or take over an identity. This explains how the city god of Guan City had his identity stolen and the proliferation of Dao Tianji in the city." Chung Kui continued, "Which also means the one we are facing is not a monarch with a home field advantage, but a monarch at his own doorstep. He's personally controlling hell to wage war. Moreover, he can use the method of taking over identities to resurrect himself onto the Dao Tianji in the city, directly consuming them to death." Feng Chung replied, "I'm afraid so. Xidagarba, the battle with Isifa at the Naiha Bridge cost me most of my power. I am currently no match for Cieli. Please, for the sake of the living beings of this world, lend me a hand." Xidagarba King replied bluntly, "I refuse." Feng Chung continued, "Cieli has very likely surrendered to the outer god Afo. If you don't help me, it's the same as letting an outer god defile this piece of heaven and earth, just standing by and watching the situation worsen. This is not in line with your wishes." Xidagarba King said, "A medium thousand world is subordinate to a great thousand world. Small thousand worlds are as numerous as sand in a desert. The loss of one world basically doesn't affect the grand scheme of things. Don't you overstate it. Besides, you are the one who ran to my Avicii Hell and and caused a ruckus, using 1,000 difficult ethical questions to force me to abandon my wish, weren't you? Now you want to bring up my wish again? Too late, darling. Chung-Kui spoke up. Then how about this? If you take action, I will use the reputation of the Holy Monarch of blessing and home protection to guarantee it. After the matter is settled, Feng Chung will satisfy one of your requests with no conditions whatsoever. Feng Chung grumbled, Hey, I haven't agreed to anything. Xidagarba King replied, That's a tempting offer. As it happens, I'm in need of a mount in a Vici hell. But what if Feng Chung doesn't comply? Chung-Kui replied, Then I will take action. Ningzhong cut in, There's one problem. Guan City has been transformed into hell. So what about the citizens of Guan City? Were they also dragged into hell? Feng Chung replied, Why ask something so obvious? Ask another question. Ning Zhong asked again, Then if we join forces after defeating Xieli, how many people in the city will be left alive? Feng Chung replied, Optimistically, a portion. Ning Zhong considered, Only a portion? Then I have a request. Could you all give me some time to move the citizens to a safe place first? Feng Chung refused, doing that will alert the enemy. Once Xieli sees that we value the lives of the citizens in the city, he will definitely use them to threaten us. This will lower our chances of winning even further, Xidagarba King said. But even if he doesn't play the game of using ordinary people as hostages, probably not many will survive in the end, right? So before it affects the outcome, saving a few more people. What reason do we have to refuse such a kind deed? But can you really teleport them out? Ning Zhong took out a seal and replied, Of course. On another side, Xieli began to unfold his plan. You pitiful creatures wandering in the depths of hell. Please step through the ghost gate and come before me. A giant ghost stepped out and asked, What is it? Xieli replied, I found Feng Chung. He is in the ghost city behind me. The giant ghost said, Understood. Then, along with a flock of flying birds and mummies, it continued to advance into the city. The numbers looked extremely formidable. As for Wang Dao, he snapped, Are you stupid or can't you understand? Such a strange transformation is happening in Guan City. As the garrison martial artist, am I not supposed to stay in the city, do nothing, and just stand by watching the citizens fall into danger? Truong Tuc replied, Stop making excuses. With Lord Ningzhong and Lord Lu overseeing Guan City, no matter how terrible the transformation is, nothing will happen. As they were arguing, Ningzhong approached and asked, Have you ever heard of someone named Xieli? Veng Dao replied, Xieli? He is my master, although I haven't seen him for many years. What about him? The one who went to check the situation first was Xidagarba King. He flew straight up into the sky of Guan City. He surveyed the opposing forces, flying monsters, mummies, and giant monsters too. All were monsters he had never seen before. So it can't be this ugly. These guys must have been brought here by the outsider pretenders who infiltrated this world. This kind of rabble could be left to the Holy Monarch of blessing and home protection and his people. I'll go deal with the Xielia of this world. He closed his eyes, murmuring, Red Lotus karmic fire. Besides Feng Chung, find me the one with the heaviest sins in this city. Chung-Kui said, Xidagarba has made his move. We must hurry too. Alai laughed and replied, All right. The Chi Ghost and Blood River Ghost were summoned onto his shoulders. A reminder, Master Alai, your little one's formation doesn't have much blood left. Please remember to use it sparingly later. Feng Chung spoke up, I've calculated it. Xielia's target this time is me. A gentleman should know to stay away from danger. Xielia, from afar, also detected the Red Lotus karmic fire. The combination of the Red Lotus karmic fire and Guan. Has the body of the current vermilion bird been taken over by Xidagarba? At that moment, Xidagarba King opened his eyes. Found you. He immediately sped away, arriving right in front of Xieli. I should still just call you Xieli. Xieli, I heard from Feng Chung that you've surrendered to an outer god. If the Xieli of the 4,491st Minor Thousand World found out, I'm afraid he would risk exposing his world's location to the outer god just to personally come and commandeer your body to erase this shame. Xieli laughed. I'm afraid he won't have a chance. When I first surrendered to a foe, I already revealed the location of the 4,491st Minor Thousand World. Calculating the time, that other Xieli is probably dead before he could even gasp. Speaking of which, you have a grudge against Feng Chung. So why are you on his side? Can you tell me the reason? I wish to know how exactly I have offended you. Xidagarba King replied, You haven't offended me. It's just that Feng Chung gave me an attractive offer I couldn't refuse. Returning to Wang Dao's side, he still seemed unconvinced after hearing Ning Zhong's account. How could the chaos in Guanxing be caused by my master? He was clearly dedicated to maintaining the cycle of reincarnation of heaven and earth here, handling the loopholes of the Yin messengers and the Dao of heavenly secrets. How could someone like him do this? While Wang Dao was speaking, Ning Zhong had summoned the truth-discerning ghost, which has the ability to distinguish truth from lies. The truth-discerning ghost judged Wang Dao's words to be true. Ning Zhong pointed. If you don't believe me, go ask your master. He's also in Guanxing right now. My side needs to arrange manpower to evacuate the citizens. I don't have time to worry about you. Do as you please. Then he approached the two tucks. We and the citizens of Guanxing have been dragged into a war between the great figures of the underworld. This war will be difficult to decide in a short time. From now on, I fear that not even 1 in 10 of the citizens in the city will survive. I need you to organize the evacuation of the citizens before the battle becomes more intense. The two tucks replied, we'll do a good job with the evacuation. You can rest assured and leave it to us. Ningzhong said there's one more thing. It's currently impossible to leave Guanxing using conventional means. You will use this to move the citizens. I will now teach you how to use it. At the same time, the city guards had also discovered the horde of monsters. City gods and earth deities. Are those all evil spirits crawling up from hell? Chung Kui closed his eyes to sense it. So many. Such tragic songs. At this rate, even if that junior named Ning uses all his strength to evacuate the citizens, he won't be able to save many in the end. Well, I can only focus the danger in the city onto myself. Ghost Godao Esoterica. Transformation. God residing on high platform, surveying the world. After explaining how to use it, Ning Zhong asked again, have you memorized the entire process? The two tucks replied, we have memorized it. Then spread out. He turned back to look at Wang Dao. You still haven't left? Or is it that you don't dare to face the truth that your master has deceived you? Wang Dao's face was visibly sad. He replied, perhaps. Turning to face Ning Zhong, he said loudly, but could you consider my master? Is it possible that he? Ning Zhong understood, placing a hand on his shoulder to calm him. Calm down a bit. Whether your master has a problem or not, and how big that problem is, isn't it already clear from my perspective? The scene shifts to the east of the city, the sound of footsteps running in the dark sky. A family of 4 was escaping together. Hurry up, or we'll be. But how could the speed of ordinary people match the speed of beasts? Just as the father turned his head and realized it was too late, the entire family of 4 was snatched up by the flying beasts. After helpless cries for help came the chewing sounds of the beasts. From below, Elias' spears shot up, grabbing their necks tightly. One by one, they tried to use their upper hands to break free, but couldn't. Eli clenched his fist and said, all of you, die for me. Thwump! The 4 spears tightened simultaneously, severing the heads of the flying beasts. The giant beast also noticed this. Before it could get over its surprise, it turned in astonishment, noticing the special blade, evil spirit, appearing beside it. It gave a demonic smile. Then it rushed forward at high speed, summoning its blade. It struck down with all its might. Crash! The giant beast had no time to react and fell, taking the entire blade through its mouth. The special blade, evil spirit, did a flip, then landed lightly. It let out a roar. The purpose was to transmit a message to Ning Zhong. Looks like the Bingzai side is having a lot of fun killing. Huh? Just as the sentence finished, the two of them braked to a halt. Because in front of them was a group of mummies. They could even speak. The scent of Fengcheng. Ning Zhong narrowed his eyes, certain that heads were about to roll and blood would be shed. Some flying beasts had reached Chung Kui's tower. On the platform, Chung Kui was continuously beating a drum to attract the beasts, and there were also ghosts he had summoned to fight. Master, those monstrous birds are too fast. We can't hit them at all. Chung Kui replied, whether you hit them or not doesn't matter. Just attract their attention. Don't let them attack the people in the city. Try to hold on until I finish drumming. Returning to Xidagarba King's location, the two sides continuously exchanged close combat blows, but it seemed Shelia had the upper hand. A blow sent Xidagarba King flying towards the sea of the underworld. Are all the monarchs under the underworld emperor this formidable? Just a random one has such incredibly high martial skills. Shelia replied, hearing you say that makes it seem as if I, Shelia, have become a mid-tier figure among the 10 Yama kings. How vexing. Right after those 2 words, Xidagarba King had to quickly shift to the left to dodge a lightning-fast strike from Shelia. Truly infuriating. Xidagarba King's voice was quite surprised. So your ranking is very high? This is completely different from what the King of Equality told me. So, which one of you is lying? Scene changed to the world after death, the Yudu Hell. A final blow finished off the horde of beasts. Wu coldly turned and returned to his spot. Fortunately, the ones you provoked here are just small fry. There are no Gaki's servants. Namhai wondered, Gaki's servants, what are those? An alien species that originally only appeared in the Bloodpool Hell. For some reason, they've recently started appearing frequently in other hells. In short, they're very troublesome. Troublesome? Are they very strong? Quite the opposite, they're extremely weak. But the main thing is, it's very difficult to kill them completely in the true sense. At the same time, the special blade evil spirit was yawning, completely outclassing this giant beast. But suddenly, its body released many sharp metal pieces. The special blade evil spirit was startled, not understanding what was happening, as those spikes had successfully dispersed. A moment later, in a citizen's home in the city, the wife, still holding her child, was worried as her husband had been pierced by those sharp spikes. The husband had just transformed into a grotesque form, but still had a sliver of consciousness. So he shouted, "Leave me, take the child and run. I'm about to lose control of myself." A moment later, the husband's body was seen expanding, transforming into a Gaki's servant, the dominator of Gaki's Old Day 9 branches. So the servant's ability was clear. Upon death, it shoots out sharp metal pieces from its back. Humans hit by these pieces will be infected and transform into new Gaki's servants. The special blade evil spirit saw that the first one to transform was that husband, and was a little thrilled to be able to fight again. Meanwhile, at Chung Kui's platform, the monstrous birds continuously swooped down to attack the ghosts that Chung Kui had summoned. Banish with thunder. As the words were spoken, 3 lightning bolts struck down from the heavens, blasting the monstrous bird apart. On another side of the watchtower, a bird ghost turned its head and called out, "Master, the monstrous birds are increasing in number. This little one really can't hold on any longer." A drumbeat sounded. Chung Kui, transitioning from the state of a terrestrial god to a city-protecting god, replied, "It's all right, I've finished drumming." The watchtower also transformed into the high platform of divine survey. Golden body manifestation. I am a city-protecting god. While evacuating the people, Trong Tu-Si also noticed the strange phenomenon. This is, only when a terrestrial god reconstructs their golden body does this brilliant heavenly might appear. Alai on the other side also praised, "Impressive. Building a divine survey in a ghost city?" Master Chung Kui is truly a decisive man. Shelia wondered, an omen of a city-protecting god entering their survey? Someone has become the new city god of Guanqing. Just as he was distracted, Xidagarba King quickly closed in. But it was still within his expectations. The moment Xidagarba King's sword slashed out, he activated a secret technique. Time moved again, and so he easily ducked his head to dodge the attack. Xidagarba King snorted. Then he continued with close combat attacks. Although on the defensive and unable to counterattack, Shelia still dodged as smoothly as silk. That confidence of his was ended by a slash from Xidagarba King that grazed his cheek. He quickly retreated a step. The two returned to a face-to-face standoff. Xidagarba King said, as expected, "From the beginning of the fight, you've been secretly using the space between life and death." Shelia asked, "How did you find out?" "Because it was too strange. Every time you dodged, it was incredibly precise and always after being threatened by my blade. Therefore, aside from illusion techniques, I can only explain it by you relying on the time-stopping effect of the space between life and death to help you fight. The illusion of your martial skill being superior to mine was something you created, so just now I made a deliberate adjustment, adding a feint to the attack sequence that injured your face. Unexpectedly, it came true. You couldn't dodge my test strike." At the same time, Chung Kui's city god statue began to be cast in gold. "Sai, this time if I can't save half the citizens, then I'll regress from the terrestrial god realm back to the city-protecting god stage. What huge loss. In short, I no longer have to be the first wheel's 500. On the other side, Wang Dao put his hands together, performed a mouth technique, and muttered, "Heaven's net is vast. Though its mesh is wide, nothing escapes it." Yin-yang judgment. A palm strike sent a mummy flying. The creature fell flat on its face. Yet it immediately propped itself up with its hands and sat up, but had already fallen into Wang Dao's illusion. Yin-yang judgment. Only an official walking the path of a judge can grasp and, simultaneously, use the ultimate technique of the path of life and death. If the one hit by the move has accumulated enough sins, then the Yellow Springs fish that decides life and death will drag the victim down to the Yellow Springs. Otherwise, nothing happens. And so, the mummy gradually turned into a pool of blood. Wang Dao laughed. Luckily, the forced death effect of the yin-yang judgment worked. Otherwise, aside from sealing them, I really can't think of any way to deal with these immortal freaks. As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled. He turned his head to see Ning Zhong had transformed into his combat state and killed a whole group in an instant. His face stiffened. Ahem, just pretend I didn't say anything. Ning Zhong reminded him, "Don't look at me, watch your back." It was Chung Kui, appearing in the city god's body. Don't be tense, it's me. I've found the exact location of the Tao of heavenly secrets hidden in the city. I feel that you two will definitely be useful. You can use the information and location I provide to gather the Tao of heavenly secrets buried in the city. This way, when Xie is killed, he will have no choice but to use his Tao of heavenly secrets in the city to reincarnate and revive. We can seize that moment to seal him, and then slowly figure out how to reverse the ghost prison and return Guanxing to the mortal world. Ning Zhou nodded. That could work, but that would require splitting our forces. I'll go guard the Tao of heavenly secrets, the tool for Xielie's resurrection, once it's gathered. In that case, I'm afraid the manpower on the main battlefield won't be enough. Chung Kui replied, it's fine, we'll figure something out. Ning Zhong replied, then I have no problem. He turned to ask Wang Dao, and you? Are you sticking to the original plan to find your master and get to the bottom of things, or are you coming with me? He replied, I'll go with you. Elsewhere, the soldiers in the city were carrying out relief work for the citizens. In the rubble, they rescued Chunji. Just as he was saying his thanks, his young daughter ran over, calling, Father, I thought you were dead. He laughed and patted her head. How could that be? Last time, your father's head was cut off, and I still didn't die. What's a little pain like this? Ning Zhong and Wang Dao also approached. Seeing them, the soldiers bowed their heads. Lord Ning. Ning Zhong gave an order. In a moment, you will take the shopkeeper's daughter to meet up with Tin Tuc and Truong Tuc. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just keep the girls safe. Yes, sir. The father and daughter, Chunji, saw Wang Dao approaching. He said, come with us. This time, your problem might just be solved along with everything else. Chunji agreed. All right. The little girl pleaded, Father, can you not go? He patted her head and smiled reassuringly. Didn't I just say? This little thing won't be enough to take your father's life. Be a good girl and wait for me. After I'm done, I'll come back for you. You two soldiers are in charge of protecting the daughter. Let's go. In a corner of the city, an old couple was running frantically. The old woman, in a tired voice, said, Old man, slow down a bit. I can't keep up anymore. The old man running ahead had experience, having gone through the Ghost Breach City disaster many years ago. He knew that if the evil ghosts came to breach the city, they would completely occupy Guanxing, so he had started running out of the city early. He reminded the old woman, keep your voice down, don't attract the attention of those evil ghosts. As soon as he finished speaking, threads suddenly shot out from a pool of blood and wrapped tightly around the old woman's legs. Then the old man was no exception. Someone help us! Those were the last sounds before the couple was wrapped from head to toe by those ribbons. They slowly stood up, officially becoming host bodies for the mummy ghosts. Their mouths continuously muttered Feng Chum. Over at the temple, a little ghost, in a moment of carelessness, took a slash from a ghost bird, its whole body cut in. Yet it immediately reformed and was even able to laugh. Haha. The ghost bird's eyes went wide. What the fuck? The little ghost body was whole again, as if nothing had happened. I told you, ever since Lord Chung Kui became a god, I'm now immortal. At the same time, at the foot of the northern city wall, Tin Tuc placed a seal into the wall's shadow. I'll stay here to protect them. You go bring the survivors from the city over here to take refuge. All right. As soon as he finished, Chung Kui appeared. You two just stay put. I'll do it. In another part of the city, two sisters were being chased by a ghost bird. In just a few seconds, it reached the older sister. It snatched her up high. The younger sibling turned back frantically and helplessly, calling Big Sister. In the sky, Chung Kui's face suddenly appeared. He said, I am Chung Kui, the new city god of Guanxing. An evil being has gathered wicked ghosts to attack the city. Everyone, please quickly make your way to the foot of the northern city wall. If you encounter danger along the way, just sincerely chant my name in your hearts, and I will appear before you to ensure your safety. Tin Tuc and Truong Tuc were startled. My God, what a grand and terrifying divine manifestation. Just how much votive power did he accumulate before this? Shilia saw it too. The new city god of Guanxing is Chung Kui. Is there something wrong with his head? Giving up the path of life and death to cultivate the path of ghosts and gods, ruining my grand plan. As for the younger brother, after hearing this, he immediately put his hands together and prayed. I don't care if you're the city god or not, and I don't care what price you wanted to pay afterwards. Please save my sister. She's the only family I have left. Chunji's daughter also put her hands together and prayed. Grandpa City God, please protect my father. Everyone was chanting the name of the city protecting God. The sincere prayers of the people can provide power to the god. The stronger the god's power, the more capacity he will have to protect everyone. Vote of power was continuously being formed. The amount grew larger and larger, converging towards Chung Kui's temple. The outer shell of the statue began to crack. I have heard your pleas. I will deliver you from your suffering. The time had come for Chung Kui to manifest in the combat form of a city-protecting god, indestructible golden body, immortal incarnation. The number of incarnations is unlimited, but it will consume more and more votive power according to the number of incarnations, and the incarnations cannot leave the city where the golden body is located. He appeared in front of the ghost bird. Don't make me say it twice. Let her go. At the same time, the saber-wielding evil spirit continued to frantically slaughter the giant minions. A lie in the distance was also approaching. At this rate, I'll never catch up. Chi Ghost, lend me 2 units of Chi. Yes, master. Shinkoin Ichi Gong, Chi armor. Elias' speed improved significantly. Just then, the giant minion was defeated. Crash! Its giant body smashed a house to pieces. Although the opponent was barely breathing, the saber-wielding evil spirit still grinned sinisterly. Then it summoned a sword, aiming precisely at the heart to finish it off. But suddenly, Elias' voice rang out, "Don't kill it." Having arrived, Eli dispelled his Chi armor. I'll say it again, don't kill it. The saber-wielding evil spirit turned and asked, "Reason." After a Gaki's servant dies at our feet, the spines on its back will shoot out in all directions. Humans pierced by the spines will be infected and turn into new Gaki servants. If you kill it, it will only lead to more Gaki servants later on. The saber-wielding evil spirit burst out laughing. Isn't that even better? More toys worthy of being killed. Hearing this, Eli frowned. Though we're on the same side, we're not walking the same path, are we? At that moment, another group of servants was approaching. The attention of the 2 men met the gazes of 3 women. Xidagarba's fight was tipping in his favor. Strange, too strange, truly too strange. Fighting up to now, this guy, aside from using the space between life and death to pause time for defense, hasn't used any of his monarch's authority or secret techniques. Could it be that he's stalling for time? He must be stalling for time. But the current situation is clearly turning in my favor. He has absolutely no reason to waste time dawdling here with me. Xidagarba took a step back to further assess the situation. Could it be that there's something I haven't considered? For example, Shelia is waiting for something to happen, and after it happens, he can completely suppress me. The Azure Dragon of Great Gene, the city-protecting god Chung Kui, and Feng Chung. If that's really the case, then I must pick up the pace. I can't drag this out any longer. I'll use that then. The Red Lotus Karmic Fire battle body was activated. Wings appeared, and fire burned continuously around his body and sword. Shelia laughed. I've already witnessed the Red Lotus Karmic Fire you brought to this world. It couldn't even burn a mere brat to death, using it to deal with a monarch. Isn't that a bit fanciful? Xidagarba laughed in reply. Whether it's fanciful or not, you'll find out in a moment. Elsewhere, upon seeing Ning Zhong and Wang Dao arrive, a man who is gradually evolving into a minion, still with a shred of consciousness, stammered Gar. Garrison Commander, help me. After I was pierced by that black spine, I've become so strange, Ning Zhong turned and said, Wang Dao, you go outside first. Leave this person to me. Yes. So Wang Dao and Chunji went outside to wait. He turned and asked, can that person just now be turned back to normal? Wang Dao replied, I don't know. But regardless of whether he can be turned back or not, for daring to do such a despicable thing to my people, this is a debt I will definitely repay. As he finished speaking, the door creaked. Ning Zhong stepped out, still holding the black spine in his hand, and said, there's a problem with the spine from his body. Mere contact is fine, but if pierced by this thing, even a grade A martial artist will be infected and mutate, turning into a fat, non-human monstrosity. Feng Cheng appeared and continued. Not only that, this type of spine is a tool used by the evil god Gaki to mass-produce servants and use them to invade this world. Any individual pierced by it, as long as their spiritual power and life level are below Gaki's, will be slowly assimilated and transformed into a Gaki servant. Gaki servants will grow spines like this on their backs. After they die, the spines will shoot out in all directions, infecting more individuals. Thanks to this mechanism, the underworld is now crawling with them everywhere. Ning Zhong only listened without speaking. But beside him, Wang Dao was startled as he realized something. Wait, I have a question. Suppose the city god who appeared before was a fake master, and he possessed an ability to become someone who could use others' techniques. Then if he revived in the body of a Dao of heavenly secrets pierced by this type of spine, would he also possess the ability to infect others after Gaki's servant dies? So for him, the most advantageous development would surely be to die at the right moment, then reincarnate into the resurrection tool, which is a Tao of heavenly secrets transforming into Gaki's servant. In that case, his reincarnation target isn't just the Tao of heavenly secrets in the city, but everyone in Guangqing. A golden speck of light appeared. Cheng Kui appeared and asked, "What is it?" Feng Cheng said, "Manifest a few more of your bodies, then bring all the Tao of heavenly secrets in the city here. During the process, if you discover any Tao of heavenly secrets body undergoing a strange transformation, kill on the spot." Cheng Kui thought for a few seconds, then replied, "Understood." Over by the giant's servants, with just a fist and the word sever. The giant servant's arm was cleanly cut into 3 pieces. Eli was exasperated. This one probably doesn't need to be dealt with anymore. 2 more to go. Just as he finished speaking, a black spine shot out from behind. His reflexes were fast enough. Eli quickly dodged to the left. He turned his head and shouted, "What the hell was that?" Only to see the saber-wielding evil spirit had killed his servant. "This guy, I told you to spare their lives, not to kill indiscriminately. Don't you understand human language?" The saber-wielding evil spirit even laughed and asked, "You managed to dodge it? What a pity. I'm very curious. If you were hit by that spine, what would you turn into?" "Ka ka ka." Inside the underworld, Nam Hai asked curiously, "What's going on?" Vu replied, "Eli said there's a very detestable guy up there, and he wants me to go teach him a lesson." Eli and the saber-wielding evil spirit stood face to face. It laughed and said, "I provoke you this much, and you still won't make a move? How boring." But he didn't know that Vu had already taken control of the body. "So it's you?" As the words fell, in the blink of an eye, Vu appeared, a sword piercing through the saber-wielding evil spirit's body. The wretch spat blood. "Let this be a lesson for now. If you still refuse to listen later, then don't blame me for turning on you and killing you." Elsewhere, Shelia was trying to flee. Xidagarba flew in the sky. Found him. This guy, every time he's about to be burned by me, he uses the gap between life and death to dodge, then escapes. After I figured out his intention, he doesn't even bother hiding it now, just dragging things out. Shelia, while running, turned his head and said, "Aren't you the same? Your intention is also exposed. It's the same thing." He whistled while thinking, "Although I don't understand where you get the confidence that you can deal with me just by relying on the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. But I won't be like Feng Cheng and let you play this card at will. Even if I have to die, I will not choose to die at your hands." After that whistle, a monstrous bird flew over. It grabbed Shelia and flew away. He said, "Wait until I've dealt with an important matter, then I'll come back to settle the score with you." He said to the monstrous bird, "I left the resurrection tool in the city while it was in the process of transforming into Gaki's servant, but it was interrupted. There's a high chance someone has discovered my plan. Quickly, lead me to find a Tao of heavenly secrets pierced by a spine around here." Xidagarba was still in hot pursuit. It seems Cheng Kui's side must have done something. "If you're starting to get this anxious, I won't let you go. Let's use this." The National Guardian treasure, the 10 Evils Finger Palm Suffering Pagoda, was taken out. A golden color surrounded the pagoda, and yet Shelia vanished from reality. When he opened his eyes, he was falling straight into the pagoda. He turned his head and shouted, "Xidagarba, you're the one who pulled this trick." He laughed smugly, "That's right. If I could, I wouldn't want to use this to deal with you either, but who told you to run away? I can only endure the price of using it." As he finished speaking, he also blew the Red Lotus Karmic Fire into the pagoda, replacing the pathetic flame. Shelia frowned. The fire in the pagoda changed from the underworld nether fire to the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, this kind of magical tool for a reincarnated body that can reawaken past life memories at any time. The previous generation's human king of Great Gene was truly insane. "Forget it. I won't pay attention to those things anymore. I'll kill myself first to avoid what's coming." "Wait, what is this? Why has my flow of time become so slow?" Xidagarba laughed. "I forgot to mention, to repay Feng Cheng for obstructing my path back then, I used my authority as the head Taoist to adjust some of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire's effects. I sacrificed its level of punishment for sinners in the world of the living, and in exchange, in the world of the dead, it can make a sinner suffer a punishment where being burned by the Red Lotus Karmic Fire for 1 day in a mortal world starts at 3,750 years. On a fundamental level, depending on the severity of the sins the sinner bears, the pain and punishment time of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire will be 20 times the pain and double the duration. For a great villain like you, whose karmic power is even less than Feng Cheng's, the punishment time and level of pain will probably reach astronomical figures. Let me guess, for every instant you experience now, you probably have to endure a punishment time of 17,064 years and pain unimaginable to humans. For you right now, the only thought left in your head must be to commit suicide for release, right? But even if you kill yourself at the fastest speed, you'll still have to endure a punishment of 100,000 years or more. I heard from Feng Cheng that all the Tao of heavenly secrets in this city are your resurrection tools. Then that's just perfect. We have more than enough time to help you carefully review the crimes you have committed. A moment later, Cheng Kui landed, holding Chun Ji's daughter. This is the last one. Let's begin. Ning Zhong turned to look at Wang Dao. Wang Dao understood, took a step forward, turned to the crowd, and said, "You all have probably more or less guessed the purpose for which I've gathered you here. The mastermind who turned you into the living dead has appeared. He is bearing his claws and fangs at Guangqing. I need your help." Head Constable Qin, whose cause of death before becoming a Dao of heavenly secrets was being beheaded, asked, "What do you need us to do?" Wang Dao began to explain, "It's very simple. I don't understand. If we have become a potential disaster, then why not eliminate us?" Ning Zhong replied, "Because the warriors of Great Jin will not kill the people of Great Jin." Shinji's face showed he was still not satisfied. "This reason is too." Ning Zhong continued, "If you don't believe it, you can understand it as us not thinking this is the opponent's only trick. Killing you all won't solve the problem. On the contrary, it will cause another trick to appear." Shinji nodded. "I understand now." Wang Dao interrupted, calling out, "Chun-Ji, stop talking. We're just waiting for you." Coming right away. On Xiaoye's side, he had collapsed, a cut still on his neck, covered in blood. The last image before he fell was the red lotus karmic fire. Suddenly, Feng Cheng appeared. Sitagarbo wondered, "Why are you here? This isn't your style. According to the usual progression, you should be hiding in the back, silently watching us tear each other apart." Feng Cheng asked, "Where is Xiaoye?" Sitagarbo replied, "He's in here. Let me calculate. He should be about to die." Feng Cheng thought to himself, "As expected, you came fully prepared before descending into my world. The fact that you relied on the power to destroy this world's strongest shield, the gap between life and death, was probably so the red lotus karmic fire could follow you to this world, wasn't it? It seems I'll have to be more careful in the future and absolutely not let him get caught in the crossfire." Back with Wang Dao, he repeated, "Everyone, observe the people around you. Once you discover anyone's face starting to change, beginning to be replaced by someone else, report to me immediately." Just as he finished speaking, one person was gradually being replaced. Everyone panicked. His face is changing. Ning Zhong also glanced over. "Has it begun?" Wang Dao frowned. "So, it really is you." Cheng Kui quickly appeared. The moment Xiaoye transformed, he immediately used the secret art of sealing the 5 senses. Next was the black coffin art of sealing evil. And so, Xiaoye was sealed tightly inside the coffin. Feng Cheng appeared with 3 nails. "I've already prepared them." Cheng Kui replied, "All right, wait for me to apply the talismans, then we'll nail it shut." So, with a nail in his left hand and a hammer raised in his right, thud, he quickly hammered the 3 nails into the coffin lid. A foe has 2 eyes also appeared to assess the situation. Has the consciousness tortured for 1,000,000 years been completely exhausted? There's no other way. I can only reverse time. And so, time was reversed. A dimension centered on Xiaoye spread out, forming a giant blue clock. Feng Cheng also realized this is a Foes time reversal. The clock's radius quickly spread throughout the city. From a moment Xiaoye was trapped in Sitagarba's magical artifact, all the way to Cheng Kui's city god temple. Time flowed backward to the moment the demons entered the city. The reversal ended, and time flowed normally. Xiaoye clutched his head. These memories. Was time just reversed? A foe said, "Xiaoye, your ignorant performance has caused me to expend a great deal of power to return you to a relatively safe point in time. My power now can only reverse time once more within a range of no more than 100 meters, and for a duration not exceeding 30 instants. Don't embarrass me again. You have the full support of Gaki and my main body. If you fail here, you should know very well what that means, right?" Xiaoye frowned and replied, "No need to remind me. I know. A foe sensed something. Someone's coming. I'm leaving first." Indeed, it was Sitagarba arriving, just like before the time reversal. "It's better to still call you Xiaoye." "Xiaoye, I heard." And yet, the plot changed right from this point. He used his spear to stab himself to death. Sitagarba couldn't believe his eyes. "What? Why? Why did you suddenly kill yourself?" Feng Cheng explained, "Because he just reversed time and learned that you would soon draw your trump card to kill him. Knowing he was no match for you, he didn't intend to waste time and accelerated the process." Xidagarba understands. But doesn't this world have the cycle of reincarnation and the Tao of circulation? So what does he rely on to reverse time? Feng Chung explains, it's a foe. When a foe-S form is a cluster of blue eyeballs, he can reverse time in a designated area by consuming himself. The smallest range is 10 meters, while the largest can cover the entire world of the living or the dead. Xidagarba says, just now, half of Guangxing was reversed in time. Feng Chung wonders, then why weren't you affected? Could it be that you were outside the range of the time reversal at that moment? This is not the time for probing. The urgent task now is to join forces to deal with him. Xelye's intention is to use his monarch authority to reincarnate into a servant of Gaki under the command of the evil god. Once he successfully reincarnates, combined with the characteristics of Gaki's servants, it's possible that Xelye will create a kind of corpse tide, an extremely terrifying disaster. Xidagarba continues. Then, receiving the two blessings of the Tao of life and death and the Tao of calamity in the second battle of the Naya Bridge, he will definitely cause you immense trouble, even becoming someone who can suppress you. Are you worried about this? Seeing Feng Cheng's silence, he continues, but even if I act alone to defend against Xelye, preventing him from reincarnating in Guangxing, it would be meaningless, right? The world is so vast, he will always find an opportunity. Feng Chung replies, it is meaningful because the incarnation of the prison of calamity is in Guangxing. Chung Kui and I can create an opportunity for him to permanently seal Xelye. In a private residence of head Constable Qin, he had just closed the door and instructed his wife, lock the door tight, hide in the house. I'm going to find a city protecting Wang Dao. After turning and taking a few steps, he suddenly transformed. Xelye had successfully taken control. Feng Chung, you bastard, why did you have to go and provoke Xidagarba for no reason? You made him use a countermeasure specifically for the Tao of life and death to deal with you. A soul imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, unable to even die. I don't want to experience that feeling a second time. Huh? Red Lotus Karmic Fire? Over here, Ning Zhong and Wang Dao had also dealt with some mummies. Feng Chung flew over. The fate of Guangxing and its people has reached the brink of life and death. Right now, only you can break this stalemate. Please lend us a hand. Ning Zhong didn't understand. The brink of life and death? Tell me clearly what's going on. At the same time, Alai was engaged in close combat with the saber-wielding evil spirit. It laughed. As expected, you're much stronger than that fool from before. It's been too long, fatty. Vu said, I warned you twice, but you wouldn't listen. Then don't blame me. 100 Arms martial pageant, blade form. Just as Vu lunged forward with a spear thrust, a sharp blade flew from behind towards the saber-wielding evil spirit. Unable to react to the previous move, it was a case of body stay here, head go on ahead. Vu summoned a giant Dharma body. Leave the head and grind the body to dust. The giant Dharma body raised a large urn towards the saber-wielding evil spirit. From the outside, only a massive shockwave was seen emitting, the entire urn illuminating the night sky. A few seconds later, a huge crater formed where the saber-wielding evil spirit stood, its body completely shattered. Vu dead. The saber-wielding evil spirit, with only its head remaining, could still speak. Why not finish me off? Vu said, don't take me for a fool. You are surely the calamity of war of this generation. I have lived through chaotic times and understand very well that as long as the war is not over, you cannot be killed. Although I don't know which master has bound you to this dynasty, you are well aware of the abilities of Gaki's servants and even let them run rampant. This shows you want to fish in troubled waters, wanting to use this battle to gather power to escape your shackled form, right? The saber-wielding evil spirit's thoughts were red. So boring, running into a smartass. Vu approached and picked up the head. All right, cleaning you up is done. Next, I should go find Chung Kui and ask him. I just saw a time reversal domain cover half the city. Which side trick was that? If it was our side, that's good. But if it was the enemy's? Back at Ning Zhong's location, he said, wait, you want me to seal that underworld monarch who surrendered to an outer god on my back? Feng Chung replied, that's just the first step. If you can do it, I hope you can persuade the human king of this generation. Form a small team of 5 to 10 of the world's top masters to go to the blood pool of hell. Before the tentacles of the outer god Gaki reach this world, he must be eliminated immediately. Back at Vu's location, he sped up and jumped onto Chung Kui's temple. Wait, don't transform into your golden body just yet. Chung Kui was tatan hiu? Vu asked. The time reversal wave that covered half the city just now, was that our side's doing? Chung Kui looked bewildered. What time reversal? I don't understand what you're talking about. Vu heard this and understood, so it seems it wasn't our side's doing. Where's Feng Chung? The scene shifts back to Xidagarba. He landed with a thud, looking ahead with a cold expression. TSK, 1 step 2 late again. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Help me find someone with sins equivalent to Feng Cheng's. On another side, a family was being cornered by one of Gaki's servants. Suddenly, Shelia appeared. I'm quite lucky this time. Give me a spine. Never mind, I'll get it myself. As he spoke, he raised his hand and performed the monarch's secret art, life and death seizure. With just a light flick of his hand, Gaki's servant was sliced into 100 pieces. Shelia walked over and picked up a black spine. As soon as he looked up, he saw the red lotus karmic fire spreading towards him. That troublesome guy's found me again. I have to hurry. To be safe, I'll choose a Tao of heavenly secrets far away from them to infect. Let's go. Having chosen a direction, Shelia finished his sentence and threw the black spine. Xidagarba also arrived, questioning, what did you just throw? Answer me. Shelia called out again, a foe. He appeared, his voice annoyed. I told you not to call me out when there are outsiders. Shelia gave a request. When my resurrection tool is pierced by the spine and transforms into a servant of Gaki, use time reversal on me. I'm coming. After saying that, he held his spear and rushed towards Xidagarba. The two continued their evenly matched close combat. It's boring when you're always the one chasing me. This time, I'll exchange a few moves with you in a way that won't stop until one of us is dead. Shelia proactively used a series of attacks to overwhelm Xidagarba, who could only dodge without a chance to counterattack. Why did he suddenly switch to the offensive? I see. He's stalling for time for that thing he just threw. Shelia continued to use a chain of spear attacks. Take this. Just a little more time, as long as I can hold him here, and wait for the transformation over there to complete. My Shelia's grand army will surely make you all. Xidagarba realized his intention and clicked his tongue. He released the red lotus karmic fire, saying, the martial arts contest ends here. I have to chase after that thing you just threw. The red lotus karmic fire spread to Shelia's body, but was only effective enough to restrain his movements. Xidagarba was quite surprised. No way. He clearly knows what fate awaits him if he's burned by my fire, yet he still dares to touch it? Surprising, isn't it? Why would I rather endure the pain of being burned by the red lotus karmic fire, just to keep tangling with you? That's right, the punishment time along with the indescribable, soul-piercing pain can indeed drive me mad, even were down my consciousness to nothing. But just thinking that if I hold on a little longer, I can repay the humiliation that bastard Feng Chung inflicted upon me. I feel it's completely worth it. A clock appeared at the place where the two were fighting. A foe appeared. As agreed, beginning time reversal. The period of their fight gradually rewound. The target action ended, and time returned to normal. Xidagarba looked on, bewildered. Shelia looked up, muttering, Finally, I have a chance to settle the old scores with you, Feng Chung. Shelia closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts, probing towards the sea of blood. Gaki's lair of poison. He was also quite surprised. Who is spying on the great Gaki? Snap. Shelia opened his eyes. So that's how it is? Those spines are the tools you use to establish contact. Once you touch a living being of this world, you can secretly transfer your spirit into the air, and from there, achieve the goal of assimilation and control. Such a divine artifact used by you like this. No wonder when a foe and the others fought the red dust immortal with the natives, they didn't bother to bring you along. Now you watch this. Watch how I use it. Gaki's spine officially became Shelia's spine. Go. Assimilate the relatives of Hasi Fab. Find Feng Chung and bring him to me. The mummies wandering in the alleys were suddenly struck by two of Shelia's spines, pinning them straight to the wall. Current inherited ability, through the sense of smell, determined Feng Chang's location. After death, based on an ambush by coiling, entangle others, and then resurrect. Another Shelia was born from the mummy. Over there, the scene shifts to Ning Zhong. He asked, I have a question. Feng Chung replied, go ahead. According to your theory, Shelia can use his monarch authority to inherit the methods of the outer god Gaki, then use it to assimilate the common people and outer gods of Guangxing, and finally use numbers to overwhelm them. He clearly could have prepared a large army beforehand. Why didn't he? It doesn't make any sense. Feng Chung explained, because Gaki is very weak. Apart from his spiritual power and his rather formidable ability to assimilate others' methods through spiritual power, he is extremely weak in all other aspects. This leads him to be extremely protective of the few things he has, and extremely hostile to outer gods and converts who intend to interfere with them. Once Shelia reveals his intention to steal Gaki's methods, Gaki will definitely initiate an all-out war with Shelia. That's why Shelia has remained hidden until now. Ning Zhong understood after hearing this. Is that so? Then give me some time. Wait for me to adjust my state to its peak, then I will go suppress Shelia. Over at Vu's side, he was laughing mockingly. You don't know either? Then it's fine. You continue your transformation. I'll find another way to find him. Then Ning Zhong's voice called out, Calamity of War, return. The head of the saber-wielding evil spirit laughed and replied, understood. And just like that, it vanished from Vu's location, gradually appearing before Ning Zhong. Why is there only this little bit left? Never mind, as long as there is some, it's fine. The amount doesn't affect my transformation. As he spoke, he reached up and gripped his head, his entire body flaring with light. The cocoon of light continued to crack. Current status. Incarnation of the prison of calamity. Incarnation of the calamity of endless war. Calamity of war. This disaster is nearly as old as human history itself. It is unlike other calamities. It is like humanity's shadow, inseparable, unable to escape humanity, yet it only opposes humanity. Wherever war has occurred, remnants of the calamity of war will surely exist. Those who carry the remnants of the calamity of war will attract and kill each other until a complete incarnation of the calamity of war is born. The incarnation of the calamity of war can simulate individuals who have appeared in its wars. The incarnation of the calamity of war will not die from war, but if it is severely injured and then sealed away, kept in a royal capital far from conflict, the calamity of war will be like a rootless tree, gradually withering away. This generation's calamity of war was weakened by the great gene using this method. As the vessel sealing the calamity of war, Ning Zhong can strictly restrain it, rarely using its power. This is also because it was born when the great gene waged all-out war against the hidden sects at the confluence of these two paths. That battle attracted 10 heavenly calamity incarnations to the battlefield. The ultimate techniques and methods both sides used to fight each other were numerous and extremely bizarre. This battle can be ranked in the top 5 in this world's history. If abusing the power of the calamity of war were to lead to other losses, the consequences would be immeasurable. But the current situation hangs by a thread, and Ning Zhong has no choice but to lift the restrictions on the calamity of war. As the manifestation of the calamity of war's incarnation, he uses the power of Wang Yuanming, the leader of the Taoist sect, to participate in this battle. According to known intelligence, the outer god's infection and assimilation can only be activated after the target suffers physical damage. So, conversely, if I use Wang Yuanming's power of lightning tribulation, if I become lightning itself, will I be infected when struck by Gaki's thorns? Feng Chengri Blaive. No. Scene change. Someone is sitting under a tree, cultivating. Is the abbot of Yinxiao Temple, Wang Yuanming. The ultimate technique he is cultivating. Myriad tribulations keep the body at a distance, never submitting. Is someone borrowing my power? Zhang Xiao, no, he wouldn't be so bold. Then it must be this generation's calamity of war. Ning Zhong is borrowing its power to fight you. Interesting. Ning Zhong gradually transforms into the calamity of war, into the incarnation of Wang Yuanming, and asks, I'm ready. Where are the sacrificial offerings? Feng Cheng replied, while using a time-freezing technique. From now on, everything that can move in the city is a sacrificial offering. The two mummies from before, now turned into sacrificial offerings, are moving. They also sense that someone is using between life and death. It seems Feng Cheng fears a foe's time reversal power and wants to use between life and death to stop a foe from reversing time again. Then he'll use Xidagarba to deal with me. Ridiculous. If you had used this move earlier, you might have caused me some trouble, but dragging it out until now, it's too late. Just as he was gloating from above, a bolt of lightning struck down. One of the sacrificial offerings was seen standing still, then lightning erupted. Ning Zhong has arrived, taking one down first. He observed again. It seems these white thorns aren't as sturdy as the black ones. Mid-level lightning is enough to destroy them. This is good news. The sacrificial offering over here gaped in astonishment. What? It's not Xidagarba. Has that Feng Cheng gone senile? Xidagarba is our nemesis. Yet he didn't choose him, sending this freak here instead. Although it's unclear whether you were worried Xidagarba would defect to my side or chose this for some other reason. But as your opponent, I have to say, your decision-making is utterly pathetic. Ning Zhong approached and spoke. Can you answer a question for me? The sacrificial offering replied, what? In its mind, it thought, very good. It seems Feng Cheng didn't tell him about the abilities of Huang Nu's kin. Yes, just keep coming towards me. Don't look behind you. Ning Zhong had just asked, do you know where Gaki is right now? When the cloth bandages successfully wrapped tightly around his head. The sacrificial offering rejoiced. Success. Yet Ning Zhong easily walked out of the pile of cloth as if nothing had happened, finishing his question, where is it? It seems you don't know. Then before you can cause any more harm to Guangqing, before the sacrificial offering could react, Ning Zhong appeared behind it. The creature turned its head in shock. Fast, too fast. Ning Zhong continued, I'll dispose of all you trash first, and then I'll investigate where Gaki is hiding. As he finished speaking, lightning struck, sending one sacrificial offering to its doom. Elsewhere, the sacrificial offering that had completed its reincarnation in the body of the Tao of heavenly secrets and was turning into Gaki's servant also noticed. Two signals have been cut off. Based on the last scene, they transmitted, when Feng Chung deployed between life and death. The helper he chose wasn't Xidagarba? A strange choice. Never mind. To be safe, have the search team stay away from the area where that helper is. Then send the aerial team to hold him down. I've inherited the power of extreme speed. I should be able to keep up with his speed. After all, there are many pawns in the city that can be assimilated and reincarnated. No matter how strong a single individual is in a protracted war, you will definitely be worn down more than me. On the other side, Ningzhong also began to wonder strange. The power output was clearly the same, so why couldn't I break the white cloth bandages before? But I can now. Have I gotten stronger? No, that's not right. Even if the incarnation of the calamity of war can absorb power during battle, this rate is too fast. If this continues, by the time the battle for Guangqing is over, I'm afraid the calamity of war's power will be directly restored to its peak state. Lost in thought, he saw the white thorns of a sacrificial offering flying towards him. He reacted in time to dodge the attack. In the sky were 3 winged versions of the sacrificial offerings. He dodged it. Ningzhong looked up and said, "A sneak attack is one thing. Don't you know it's very rude to disturb someone while they're thinking?" A sacrificial offering replied, "Pardon me, but thanks to Feng Chung, the underworld monarchs of this world long ago abandoned that useless upbringing." As it finished speaking, Ningzhong appeared behind it. Then that's truly a pity. The sacrificial offering startled. "He's even faster?" Ningzhong taunted. A true expert would not change themselves due to the influence of an outer god. If you cannot stay true to your own will, then no matter what kind of rule-breaking methods you possess, you are nothing but a weakling making haste that brings no success. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Ningzhong made the 3 flying sacrificial offerings fall from the sky. He thought to himself, now I can be certain. For some reason, the quality of this battle is becoming supercharged. If this battle drags on, I fear the calamity of war will risk going out of control. I must end this quickly. Elsewhere, the voice of a sacrificial offering rang out. "We've finally found you." Not just one sacrificial offering, but many had found Feng Chung. Come to think of it, it's been 300 years, hasn't it? Starting from the moment you toyed with my life, forcing me to have no choice but to agree to become an underworld monarch, your puppet. Do you know how I've lived these past 300 years? Before the sentence was finished, Schwing, Ningzhong had appeared and dealt with a sacrificial offering. Noisy, a figure on the roof shouted, "Be careful, that freak is here. Everyone, get in pairs, back to back." What the hell is the aerial support team responsible for holding him back doing? That's right, with so many forces, he still managed to slip through. 2 figures on the street heard the scream from the one on the roof. It was Ningzhong who had sent him to his doom. "This is bad. His speed is too fast. We can't even see where he is. Retreat first. Don't let him wipe us all out in one go. I've noticed that the more of us die, the stronger he seems to get. Stop feeding him power." Feng Chung stood still, thinking to himself, that was close. If he had been a step later, the fact that I still have fighting strength might have been exposed. In less than 10 seconds, continuous bolts of lightning from Ningzhong struck down, sending the sacrificial offerings to their doom. In the sky, a demonic vulture was flying when it was struck by one of his white thorns, gradually turning into a sacrificial offering. Just as it finished transforming, it looked back in alarm. A bolt of lightning fell from nowhere, sending the creature to its doom instantly. Another sacrificial offering on the street looked up, wondering, how can this be happening? I clearly brought all of Gaki's servants in the city here to produce the thorns of the sacrificial offerings at full capacity. Why can't we keep up with his processing speed? If this continues, if it keeps going like this, my arrangements in Guangqing will all be ruined. Feng Chung observed the situation. Do you know why I entrusted such an important matter as managing the reincarnation of the mortal world's life and death judgment to you? Unlike other monarchs, you went through the entire process under my guidance to become an underworld monarch. You were long ago brainwashed into believing that you could not defeat me. This led to the fact that no matter how much you hate me, to the point of madness, you are incapable of generating the thought of challenging or defeating me. Moreover, regarding your status as an underworld monarch, you have never used it to interfere in the battles of others. This has made both your vision and your high-level combat experience unstable. Although that failed battle of mine loosened my ideological imprint on you, you, in your haste, took a shortcut to a high position, unaware of how many trump cards a normal monarch would keep for themselves. You thought that by surrendering to an outer god, using the power of reincarnation, and stealing the methods of the lower judiciary in Gaki, you could deal with someone like me, who looks to have lost most of his vital energy and can only flee across the world to escape the lower judiciary's pursuit. But in reality, even without the current Azure Dragon of the Great Gene, without Xidagarba, without Chung Kui, you are still no match for me. A monarch with as little combat experience as you simply doesn't know know that a war between monarchs is actually a clash of authorities, a collision of hard power against hard power. For example, right now, the current Azure Dragon has been pulled into my between life and death, his death concealed, becoming my representative. You cannot use between life and death on him to switch to a state of using life and death seizure to foresee his death and use it as a trigger. Someone like you, who lacks strong frontal assault methods, facing some of the most violent techniques in this world, has absolutely no chance of winning a direct confrontation. Ning Zhong landed behind the sacrificial offering. Only you are left. The sacrificial offering turned to look, its face contorted. Feng Chung also appeared, saying, "You can only use intelligence about Gaki as bait." Taking advantage of the Azure Dragon's distraction to use Gaki's methods for a sneak attack, Xielie said, "Let's negotiate. Didn't you want to know where Gaki is? I can tell you, but please don't interfere with the grudge between me and Feng Chung." Ning Zhong also stopped and asked, "How do I know if you're telling the truth or not?" Xielie replied, "I can make a mental oath. If that's still not enough, then I'll swear to the heavens. But only after you're dead." As he shouted, he released a pile of white thorns from his body. Ning Zhong frowned. "Go to hell." Feng Chung read his mind. "I knew you'd use this move." With his agile movement technique, Ning Zhong easily dodged all those white thorns. Xielie's face contorted. "He could even dodge that?" Feng Chung said, "Right now, the Tao of Heavenly Secrets, the kin of a yellow robe, and Gaki's servants in the city have all been exhausted by you in the confrontation with the Azure Dragon. There's only one path left for you." Ning Zhong said, "It's time to end this play." Xielie said bitterly, "What the hell is this? The layout I worked so hard to create, could it be that it will be ruined by an outsider Feng Chung found? I won't accept this. Wait, I almost forgot about him." Just as he finished laughing, he suddenly self-destructed, exploding right before a bewildered Ning Zhong. The person Xielie had just thought of was precisely Wang Dao. "I never expected that a pawn meant to deceive everyone would be useful at a time like this. Wang Dao, as your master, I will take control of you." As Xielie was reveling in his thoughts, Feng Chung suddenly appeared behind him. "I won't let you get your wish." Xielie turned his head in shock. Feng Chung continued, "The incarnation of the calamity of prison is still useful to me. I can't let you die and possess his body just yet. I'll have to trouble you to be a little more obedient and cooperate with our cleanup." Helpless, Xielie had his hands tied and his mouth sewn shut, leaving only a small opening just enough to speak. Weren't you already defeated? Why can you still use it, Lord?" As Feng Chung sneered, "Take a guess." Ning Zhong also caught up. Feng Chung turned his head and said, "You've come at the right time. I've subdued him. Hurry and use the calamity of prison." Ning Zhong thought for a few seconds, then returned to his normal form. As he cast the technique, he reminded him, "You stand aside for a bit." His abdomen split open, and from within, miniature prisons along with numerous chains were released, wrapping tightly around Xielie. The chains quickly retracted, pulling Xielie's entire body into Ning Zhong's. Ning Zhong officially had another tattoo on his back. The recent effort had been too draining, and his whole body was tired as he said, "It's done." Feng Chung replied, "Good. Now I will dispel the between life and death." Returning to the real timeline, a foe wondered to himself, "I can't sense Xielie anymore. Was he dealt with? But it's not much of a loss. That lower judiciary fellow will surely be interested in Feng Chang's whereabouts." After muttering a few sentences, he also disappeared. Ning Zhong asked, "Are you sure your method can bring the people of Guangqing back to the world of the living?" Feng Chung replied, "Xielie has been eliminated. With no one to stop us from bringing people back to the world of the living, it's not difficult at all. But the fact that Guangqing was turned into a ghost city can no longer be erased. I'm worried that in the future, this place will become a rift between the worlds of yin and yang." Ning Zhong was puzzled. "How so?" Feng Chung explained. "Xielie's principle of the human world as hell first causes the target city to manifest a scene resembling hell. Then, relying on the connection between the two, it pulls the living creatures in the target city into it. Now, Gaki's servants from the hell of the blood pool can reach this place through the ghost gates that Xielie altered. If they use the connection between this place and the underworld to create a rift again." Ning Zhong asked further, "Can't we destroy those ghost gates?" Feng Chung shook his head. "We can't." Ning Zhong continued, "Then we can only find a city-defending god with no lack of willpower to stand guard." Xidagarba had also arrived. "I can't find Xielie anymore. Did you guys deal with him?" Feng Chung replied, "That's right. Xielie is currently on his back." Xidagarba had a what-the-fuck expression. Vu also arrived to join them just then. "It's good that you're all here. I saw someone reverse time and space in the city. Was that a technique from our side?" Feng Chung replied, "No, but it's not important anymore. The enemy's main force, King of Reincarnation Xielie, has been defeated. We've won this battle." Vu asked, "So is it over?" As for Chung Kui, after landing from the statue, he appeared where everyone was. Vu asked, what's that? After I manifested my golden body, I found that no one was fighting me for control of Guanxing. Where's Xielia and those kin of the outer gods? Why can't I see anyone? Feng Cheng, was this your doing? Feng Cheng replied, no, I only deployed the between life and death. I didn't interfere otherwise. It's just that, although Xielia has been sealed, the ghost gates of Guanxing still remain. To prevent Gaki's servants from coming here to cause trouble through the ghost gates, I need you, in your new role as the wrathful city god, to stay with the people of Guanxing. Then, borrow their willpower to block the ghost gates and hold out until the human dynasty sends a new city-protecting god to take your place. Chung Kui nodded, understood, and then left. Feng Chung turned his head and called Nam Hai. The startled man replied, huh? I need you to use the underworld emissary token to head to Guanxing in the world of the living and cooperate with us to move the common people back to the human world. Nam Hai replied, no problem, but how do I do it specifically? Grip the underworld emissary token tightly with your hand, and at the same time, with divine thought in your heart, just return to the world of the living. Nam Hai followed the instructions, holding the token in his hand and muttering, like this? Yes, but don't chant just yet. Tintuc approached and placed a mark on the shadow. Ha, close. Feng Chung said, all right, chant now. Nam Hai obeyed, closed his eyes, and muttered, return to the world of the living. The most obvious change was the sky of Guanxing. The color of the sky returned to normal. We're back. Feng Chung replied, that's right. Startled, he turned his head to see that Ning Zhong and Feng Chung had entered his shadow. Are you relieved now? Using my people combined with your artifact to move the people of Guanxing will reduce the losses much more than you using the Great Jin's backup plan you are carrying to teleport them to the heavenly prison. You won't have to pay such a heavy price. Chung Kui's enormous face appeared in the sky. Have you arrived? If not, silently chant my name now, and I'll come to get you. Ning Zhong was now with the people. Chunji's little girl looked around. Father, where are you? Ning Zhong gave the order, all right, move them. Ding duk ziblit zets. Then he raised the seal to activate it, creating specks of blue-white light that surrounded each and every citizen. Over on Nam Hai's side, the man was constantly screaming, it's so hot. Feng Chung explained, that's because the underworld emissary token is calculating your merits. The fact that it can get hot enough to burn your hand proves that the majority of the merit for returning the people of Guanxing to the world of the living has been credited to you. Nam Hai asked, so does that mean if I just take care of all the dead who remain in the world of the living, I can be promoted to an underworld official? Feng Chung nodded, that's right. Suddenly, Chanji's daughter's voice rang out, Father, don't scare me. Please come out. Nam Hai asked, didn't you say everyone would come back? Why can't that little girl find her father? Feng Chung was silent for a few seconds, then replied, in the end, there will be sacrifices in war. That little girl just happened to suffer that misfortune. Nam Hai called out, Feng Chung, you can resurrect the dead citizens, can't you? He replied, I can, but the price is too great. You can't bear it. Nam Hai asked again, then what about saving just the little girl's father? Surely the price won't be too high, right? That's true, but why should I waste my own power on that? Just because of your momentary compassion? Nam Hai's face fell. It's just that I feel, if her father doesn't come back, it will be very difficult for her to live alone. Feng Chung read his mind. So you see the shadow of your own younger sister in that little girl, and that's why you want to help? Then let's not even talk about it. If you want to save him, go save him yourself. An underworld monarch has the ability to bring the dead back to the world of the living. Just follow the path I have laid out for you, and it won't be long before you can reunite the father and daughter. Nam Hai replied, and then you can also achieve your own goal sooner, right? Feng Chung answered, I don't deny it. Nam Hai decided to approach the little girl. Don't cry anymore. Wait for me for a few more years. When I learn the skill to reverse life and death, I will help you resurrect your father. Keep this necklace safe. When the day comes that I've mastered the skill, I will come back here to exchange it for that promise. The scene shifted to Ning Zhong. He approached and asked, Xidagarba, what are your plans next? Xidagarba replied, I'll probably stay in this world for a while. After all, the small thousand world I live in hasn't been invaded by outer gods yet. Besides the upper realm, I've noted down the coordinates of quite a few small thousand worlds that belong to the outer god's side. It would be a bit of a waste not to stay and gather some intelligence. Ning Zhong asked, quite a few? How many is that? 528. Don't tell me it's 10? Hearing Xidagarba's answer of over 10, Ning Zhong was startled. Are you sure? Xidagarba replied, why would I lie to you? But don't worry too much. Apart from the main force trapped in Liaoqing, the remaining outer gods are either severely wounded or sealed. They can't do anything anymore. Of course, if the seals are broken, that's another story. The scene shifted back to Nam Hai. He asked, why hasn't Chung Kui arrived yet? Feng Chung replied, until the new city-protecting god sent by the great Jin arrives to replace him. He needs to stay and guard the rift between the world of the dead and the living. He'll also help the living who wander into the underworld and prevent the dead from crossing into the world of the living through the rift. Namhai asked further, according to what you said, how long will this situation last? If it develops normally, this place will probably need 200 years to recover to normal. As he finished speaking, Ning Zhong also approached. We have to go back to unseal and report. The next time we come here, we will bring the new city-protecting god to replace your friend. Are you coming with me to open the seal, or are you staying and watching? Feng Chung replied, we still have things to do, so we'll be leaving shortly as well. And so, Ning Zhong and Xidagarba left first. Xidagarba said, I thought you would keep Feng Chung here, at least to use me to restrain his actions. I didn't expect you to just let him go. Do you truly not sense that he is the master of life and death in this world? Ning Zhong replied, what can I do even if I do sense it? If he used a skill to help us seal Xielia just to escape, then I have no other way. If there's no solution for Xielia, then I have to pretend I know nothing. Besides, didn't he also secretly leave a comrade behind to help humanity? If we forcibly kept him here, who would guard Guangqing and block the Ghost Gate? But I really didn't expect that you would want to return with me to open the seal. I thought you would take the opportunity, while I wasn't paying attention to you, to sever your karmic ties with Great Jin and soar freely in the high heavens? At the same time, Namhai and the other person also left. He asked with confusion, why do we have to use between life and death to block the way? We weren't in that much of a hurry, were we? Feng Chung replied, we are in a great hurry. My identity has been exposed. Before Great Jin makes a move to capture me, we need a rendezvous with the next powerful individual who can protect us. Namhai was startled. The next person? What about Chung Kui? You want to abandon him in Guangqing? Feng Chung replied, don't put it like that. I'm just using him to buy us time to travel. Besides, Chung Kui has probably already guessed this. Speaking of Chung Kui, the scene shifts to him. He thought to himself, what a brilliant schemer. Knowing that I couldn't stand by and watch the people of Guangqing die, he trapped me in Guangqing. Not only that, he used me as an opportunity to escape. How terrifying. The unexpected incident that Guangqing encountered was also within your calculations, wasn't it? You bastard. So when did you decide to abandon me? Was it when I felt compassion for Nam Hai, or when I decided to take him as my disciple, arming him with the 5 viscera, 5 nurture ghost technique to prevent him from becoming a vessel with no power and no strength to resist after you rushed his development? The scene changes to somewhere in Bloodpool Hell. Gaki angrily roared, how dare he? How dare he do that? The 2 people pinned to the wall from left to right were King Chujiang and King Sondi. They laughed and said, the ability of these outer gods to regulate their emotions is truly pathetic. How long has it been? And he's still going crazy. That's right, Shelia stole his things. He can totally just steal them back. What's the point of going crazy here? Will it change anything? Besides, it's utterly humiliating. Gaki turned and said, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I won't leave my lair, so don't even think about getting your freedom. They replied, oh, here we go again. Every so often, he starts with that same old tune. My ears are full of it. Huh, for a mighty outer god to be so paranoid. How strange. Gaki heard this and seethed, thinking to himself, whatever, let them be smug for a few more months. Once I perfect the method on a body that cannot be injured and affect the life of the underworld monarch, I will be able to use your body, Liao, to fight. At that time, I will definitely hang you in the most visible place in my lair, Xielia. The old man being hung is King Yama. In another part of the blood pool, Lu San, Yu was being chased by a baboon. Curse of the Beast Spear, activate ill fate. It stopped chasing and went down into the pool of blood. Lu San Yi, with his smiling mask, turned back and said, I never expected that after dying and coming to hell, I could still use the blessing of the Zongbu god. The founding master is truly too good to me. Speaking of which, why did I fall in a blood pool hell? It's so strange. I clearly didn't have reasons like being disrespectful to others, unfilial to my parents, being dishonest, or practicing wicked and heretical ways. Could it be because of killing Buddhas? But in my whole life, I've killed so many wild beasts, I've never provoked a monk. The scene changes back to Nam Hai. He asked, so, in the end, the person you need to find turns out to be in Taiyan? Feng Qing asked back, are you that surprised? The 2 ventured deeper into Taiyan City. It would be a lie to say I'm not. Because of that haunted house, there's hardly anyone left in Taiyan County. If your backer is living in seclusion in Taiyan, then why didn't he step in to level the haunted house here before? Why just sit there and watch it harm and kill people like that? Feng Chung replied. Who says that if you live somewhere, you must protect all the people there? He's not the city god of Taiyan. What do the lives and deaths of the people of Taiyan have to do with him? You remember this well. In this world, the strong who agree to shelter the weak are basically all in their coffins. Unless you have the ability of someone like Chung Kui, don't you dare try to learn his habit of meddling in other people's business. It will get yourself and your loved ones killed. A moment later, the two stopped in front of a house. Someone stepped out from inside. It was King Taishan, Donghe, who frowned and said, I thought you would never come here again, Feng Chung. He replied, if I could, I wouldn't want to see your rotten face again either, Donghe. Namhai turned and asked in a low voice, the backer you mentioned, that's him? He looks much younger than you. Feng Chung intentionally spoke loudly. Backer? Him? This thing who just stood by and watched as I was surrounded by a mob when foreign enemies invaded, who didn't have the guts to protect his own master. You tell me, is he worthy? Besides, how many times have I told you, don't judge a book by its cover. His real age would scare you to death. Donghe interrupted, Hey, I'm still standing here, and I'm not deaf. When the king in yellow invaded the underworld, who was it that confidently said no one could defeat him? And then what? In the end, who was it that dragged their top general and family and fled with their tail between their legs? Who was that, I wonder? Feng Chung replied. But the reality back then was, if it was only Hasifa, would I have ended up in this state? On the contrary, it was you all who saw me failing and didn't help. It's one thing not to come and help, but you didn't even bother to inform the emperor to save me. The collapse of the underworld is partly your fault too. Donghe frowned. I can't be bothered to explain to you. Didn't you come to seek the Lord's protection? Fine, go in and talk to him yourself. See if he'll help you. Feng Chung instructed Namhai. You wait here, I'll go for a bit and come right out. Namhai nodded, and Feng Chung went inside alone. Donghe watched him go, his eyes full of annoyance. Just as he reached the door, a voice spoke up. Over here. Feng Chung turned to look. It was the painting on the altar that had just spoken. Come here. Feng Chung stood for 2 seconds, then decided to fly closer. Just like that, he went straight into the painting, entering the ritual grounds of the great temple of the Lord of Mount Tai. The person in the painting was looking down from the 2nd floor. It was the Lord of Mount Tai, the great emperor of the Eastern Peak, the one who luckily survived the first Great Tao War, while simultaneously controlling the Tao of life and death and of ghosts and gods. He asked, Why didn't you come to find me sooner? Feng Chung replied, Hasifa and a foe were always searching for me, and with what happened before, I didn't dare to enter rashly. The great emperor of the Eastern Peak asked, Really? Why do I find that hard to believe? A while ago, Donghe said he saw you and Chung Kui in Taiyan County. I guess, if you and Chung Kui hadn't gone your separate ways, or if you hadn't sold him out, you probably wouldn't be standing here meeting me now, would you? The scene changes to the courtyard outside. Donghe approached Namhai, scrutinizing him. Namhai was scared out of his wits. Is there something on me? Why are you staring so intensely? Donghe replied. Flourishing fortune, fiery eyes and golden gaze, successor of the Taishang Dao, master of Yudu, Chung Kui's 5 Viscera temple, nurtured ghost technique, along with the lingering traces of some top-tier entity who once borrowed this body that have yet to dissipate. Little brother, your fortune and destiny are very profound. Namhai narrowed his eyes and asked, Is there a problem? Donghe replied, If you were the reincarnation of some great figure, there would be no problem. But you clearly aren't, which proves that your fortuitous encounters are not for your own sake in this life and this world, but rather. Before he could finish, Feng Chung came out and asked, What are you two talking about? Donghe placed a hand on Namhai's shoulder, smiled, and replied, Nothing, just some idle chat. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, In short, you should be careful. Don't trust someone's promises too much. After saying that, he turned and went inside. Feng Chung walked over and asked, What did he just say to you? Namhai smiled. He said my character is very poor and told me not to have any expectations of you. Feng Chung said, Don't believe the words of a petty person. What I, Feng Chung, have promised, I will definitely do. That's right, I've finished discussing matters with the master of this place. He has agreed to shelter us until Chung Kui rejoins us. For now, set aside the techniques he taught you and follow me to grind for official post to get promoted from an underworld emissary to an underworld official. The scene changes to the world within the great temple painting. Donghe asked, Lord, why do you want to protect Feng Chung? We clearly have a better choice. The great emperor of the Eastern Peak replied, Don't let personal grudges blind you. Although Feng Chung was defeated, it doesn't mean that purifier of the heavenly mandate of water is more suitable than him. Moreover, under the water, the food particles not digested by the fish fall deep to the bottom of the lake, and in that place is imprisoned the great people-pacifying and destructive outer god, Zhuba. The sky outside had already grown dark. Namhai asked, Aren't you coming with me? Feng Cheng replied, No. I've handed over the matter of your promotion from underworld emissary to underworld official to Donghe. Before Chung Kui returns, I will not leave this room. Hearing this, Donghe turned and gave a slight smile. Hiding because you're scared to death, Yet you make it sound like some grand, important matter. Among all the Tao masters I know, you're the only one like this. He said to Nam Hai, there are many wandering souls and evil ghosts around Tyne County. If we follow the plan, in 10 days we should be able to accumulate enough merit points for this stage's ghost lamenting the mortal world task, which is to bring the dead still in the mortal world back to the underworld. It is very necessary. I've already arranged for my subordinates to find quite a few evil ghosts around your strength level. In a moment, another subordinate will take you to the nearest rift between the mortal world and the underworld. Feng Chung interrupted. Actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Just find some wandering souls for him to supplement his merit points, and you're done. If the merit from wandering souls is enough, there's no need to risk catching those harmful evil ghosts. This is a trick I'm specially telling you from when I became a monarch of the underworld. Dong, he was annoyed after hearing this, and then said, take a shortcut. Go grind on some pitiful little monsters and become a stepping stone for a great river battle like you. Huh? You truly are immoral. T, come here. From inside, Shi, a subordinate of King Taishan Dong He, stepped out and replied, my lord. Dong He pointed, I've already arranged for Shi and Wu to capture an A-rank, high-tier evil ghost. Later, you'll escort this brother to Mount Tai to rendezvous with him. Shi replied, as you command. Please follow me. The two left. Dong He turned and said, someone with great fortune born naturally in this world has been nurtured into a vessel by you, Feng Chung. No wonder you have now lost the heavenly mandate of purifying water. Feng Chung replied, it's just the heavenly mandate of purifying water. As long as I win the next battle at the Great River Bridge, that purifying water will naturally return to my side. The winner takes all. Don't twist the concepts, Dong He. Shi, take Nam Hai away. He introduced himself. My name is Nam Hai. How should I address you? As sir or madam? Shi replied, you can call me Mr. T. Nam Hai asked again. Then, Mr. T, do you know about the man-eating ominous house in Tyne County? Shi was silent for 3 seconds, then replied, I do. Nam Hai continued to ask, then why do you all stand by and watch that ominous house harm people? You clearly have the ability to manage it. Shi replied, it's not that we don't manage it. It's just that my master cannot directly act against the existence being nurtured in that ominous disaster. He could only invite outside martial artists to tie in to investigate, and then spread the word about the ominous house harming people to attract the attention of the authorities. Nam Hai interrupted, wait, why invite from the outside? Where's the local guardian? Besides, you could have totally used Dream reporting to inform the magistrate of Mount Tai about the situation. Shi continued, that couldn't be done because the magistrate, the county deputy, and the local guardian martial artist were all harmed by that ominous house right from the beginning. Not only that, the expert who set up that ominous house, after detecting our presence, killed all the martial artists we invited from the outside to investigate here. So our hands were tied. Nam Hai began to understand the story. Is that so? A moment later, Shi led Nam Hai to a mountain gorge. Before them was a courtyard built with many steps leading up high. Nam Hai Wunda, Tes Lingung Saus. Shi continued, they all died recently. Ever since the underworld fell, the balance of life and death in Hunan Dao was destroyed. My master granted Mount Tai the power, so that after people of Hunan Dao die, their souls will return to Mount Tai. Over the years, if it weren't for it, and my master constantly helping the common people of Hunan Dao who have died, the situation in Hunan Dao would surely be even more dire than it is now. Nam Hai wondered, wait, after the people of Hunan Dao die, their souls return to Mount Tai. What about places outside of Hunan Dao? Where do they go after death? There are many places to go. Wait a moment, we'll talk later. This underworld butterfly was probably released by my colleague to find me. The butterfly landed on Shi's hand. It flapped its wings, and the information it needed to convey reached Shi's ears. Are Shi and Wu done with their work? He turned and said, they have already caught an evil ghost to be your opponent. They're urging us to hurry up. Nam Hai smiled and asked, then can we use our chi to get there faster? We can. The two activated their chi, leaping 30 to 40 steps at a time. High above, 2 people were already waiting. They were both subordinates of Sun Dong, No Ma and Su Yunge. Observing Nam Hai and Shi approaching, Su Yu said, they're here. Thump. Shi landed and asked, where is the evil ghost? No Ma held up a box and replied, in here. Nam Hai observed an ox head, a horse face, a snake brain. Dong He's subordinates are no slouches. Could they be the 12 zodiacs? Su Yungu, while taking something out, asked, who will be this kid's guardian? Shi replied, I will. Su Yungu unrolled a scroll and said, it's decided then. The order of entering the painting will be the evil ghost, then T, and finally this brother here. No, release the evil ghost. Enigio, Manojid. Then squeeze the box in his hand with force. The box shattered, releasing some kind of black, monstrous thing. The scene shifts to the world inside Su Yu Ngu's painting. The thing No Ma released was a long-tongued ghost, second rank, upper grade, outside. Before entering, Suwingu reminded Namhai, since this is your first time fighting in the world within a painting, I haven't arranged for overly complex terrain. This long-tongued ghost and this bamboo forest will be your opponent and location for your first battle. The long-tongued ghost that no caught has the strength of a second rank, upper grade. So far, 2 martial artists have been defeated by it. You must be careful. Namhai Ziplit Undastol. Suyungu glanced over and said, my side is ready. Go on in. Tishi nodded. All right, you go in first, T. He glanced from side to side. It's already hidden? It seems the ghost Noma caught is quite clever. Namhai also entered right after, asking, where's that ghost? Tishi turned his head and replied, it's hiding. Do you need me to point it out? Namhai, while activating his fiery eyes and golden pupils, replied, no need. I can see the tracks it left behind. Tishi was quite surprised. Fiery eyes and golden pupils? Tishi asked, then do you need me to go into the forest with you? Namhai replied as he walked, that's not necessary either. It's no match for me. Tishi watched Namhai walk away with confidence. Following the footprints, they disappeared at a tree. Hiding up there, are you? I didn't expect it to be quite so clever. But against my fiery eyes and golden pupils, this little trick of yours will only backfire. Indeed, the long-tongued ghost swooped down from above. It looked triumphant as it brandished its sharp claws. Namhai read its mind. For example, right now, you would absolutely never expect that I actually knew long ago that you were ambushing me from above. The Qiankuen Ichi Gong was unleashed by Namhai. From a distance, Tishi also detected the sound. The fight has started, but this doesn't seem to be a fight, as Namhai seems to completely outclass this long-tongued ghost. If it were the me before I switched to cultivating the Yinming Sutra, I would have definitely used Chi armor, just now to be more cautious. It seems that Chung Kui's cultivation method and Master's Qian Kuan Ichi Gong are quite compatible. Speaking of which, you're terribly unlucky running into someone like me who completely counters you. As long as I maintain this state, your claws won't be able to break through my defense. Just as he finished speaking, the long-tongued ghost began to use its long tongue, just as its name implies. You're too careless. And so, Namhai's head was tightly wrapped by its tongue. If I can't use my claws, then I'll crush you with my tongue, suffocate you to death. Namhai grabbed its tongue tightly with his right hand. Too bad for you. I was once killed by a ghost god, so I can't be suffocated to death anymore. That's why I said you're terribly unlucky. You've met your natural enemy. As he finished speaking, the long-tongued ghost was renamed the No-Tongue Ghost. Swish, the creature lay motionless instantly. Noma and Suyu Cho observed from the outside. I didn't expect this long-tongued ghost to not even be worthy of being his toy. No, go catch a few more evil ghosts of the first rank, lower grade. After saying that, No left. Back to Namhai's location. Tishi slowly approached. He asked, the ghost you brought is too weak. Are there any stronger ones? Tishi replied, there are, but first, capture this ghost. Then I'll take you outside to meet No. By the way, do you know how to use the underworld emissary token to capture evil ghosts? Namhai smiled and replied, yeah, I have no idea. Tishi began to instruct. You bite your thumb, then press your thumb here and turn it in a circle. It will activate the mechanism behind the underworld emissary token. Namhai followed, biting the tip of his finger. So there's a hidden Bagua mirror inside. How magical. Tishi continued to instruct. Then point the mirror's surface at the evil ghost you've defeated, and will be sucked into this Bagua mirror. Namhai followed. Oh, like this? After that, just keep capturing evil ghosts following this process. When the Bagua mirror can't hold any more, we will take you to King Tai Guang's hall and use the platform of the Mirror of Retribution to calculate your merits. Namhai asked, by the way, where do we get out? Tishi replied, wait for Suyu to open the door. Namhai asked again, doesn't that mean that once we're trapped in the painting, we need someone outside to let us out? Tishi nodded, that's right. In this world, only bookworms and Officer Cho can enter and exit the world within a painting. As he spoke, Suyu outside also performed a technique, bringing the two out. Since it was his first time, the Namhai fellow felt a bit dizzy. Tishi asked, where's No? You want to find some stronger opponents for Namhai. You guys rest for a bit. He'll probably be back in a little while. An hour later, Noma returned. The one I just caught will absolutely satisfy you. Its strength is first rank, lower grade. If it weren't for the fact that it ambushes martial artists with first rank strength, and that the person it ambushes only needs to flee and admit defeat to not be attacked further, it would have been dealt with by the martial artist organization guarding Luasi City long ago. Namhai thought to himself, ambushes passing experts, but doesn't finish them off. Why does that sound so familiar? He asked, what's this ghost's name? No replied. It's not a ghost, it's an obsession corpse. Namhai gave a wry smile. Is it really that obsession corpse from Dong-e? Master kept talking about how he suddenly disappeared. So he ran off to Tien? Su-Yun-gu considered and said, with an obsession corpse as an opponent, a bamboo forest isn't very suitable. Let's do this. I'll use the martial arts training ground scroll as the arena for you. This time, you don't go in, otherwise that obsession corpse will only chase and attack you. Tishi nodded, all right. Su-Yun-gu reminded Nam Hai, if you feel it's dangerous, surrender. If surrendering is useless, run in circles around him. We'll see it and enter the painting to save you. Got it. Then go in. Nam Hai entered the arena. He called out, hey. The corpse glanced back at him. Nam Hai then asked, remember me? But after hearing him, it turned its head away, not even bothering to look again. It forgot me? No, it probably still remembers. It's just that the amount of chi I'm showing on the outside hasn't reached the first rank, so it's ignoring me. Although I can understand, being ignored like this when greeting an acquaintance is really a bit annoying. If the amount of chi I'm showing isn't enough, then I'll just let it erupt. This way, you can't look down on me anymore, right? It was indeed enough to attract the obsession corpse's attention. What's wrong? You want to fight now? While lost in thought, suddenly, the obsession corpse charged straight forward, wordlessly throwing a punch to attack proactively. Nam Hai leaned aside, dodging one blow. It spun around and continued to attack a second time. Damn, I can't dodge this one. I have to channel my chi to harden my whole body to block it. Thump! Nam Hai raised both hands to block its punch, but his entire body was still sent flying backward. The obsession corpse continued to charge forward at high speed. His attack speed is too relentless. Su-Yun-gu assessed, this obsession corpse is very strange. Its surprise attack is usually highly effective. One blow to subdue the enemy, yet it still left some time for Nam Hai to react. Could be playing a game of teaching martial arts? Was it like this when you caught it? Noma replied, not at all. After it discovered its strength was far beneath mine, it gave up resisting. Su-Yun-gu said, this guy is really interesting. I suddenly want to find out what his obsession was in life. Nam Hai was constantly on the defensive. The punch was too strong. Even with his chi armor activated, it was very painful. Did Master always spar with opponents like this? The obsession corpse spotted an opening. A claw-like punch thrust upward, straight at Nam Hai's chest. Su-Yun-gu said, the match is decided. But Tishi said, wait a little longer. Before we came, the master told me that Nam Hai's body nurtures many chaotic powers. If he were to actively release some of them, even the three of us would be instantly killed. His trump card hasn't appeared yet. Hearing this, Su-Yun-gu's expression changed. Then let's watch a little longer. The obsession corpse asked, still, want to continue? Nam Hai panted and shouted. Of course, he said, I'll give you 10 breaths to adjust. Then he coldly turned and walked away. Nam Hai also stood up, so that's how it is. His obsession before death must have been to nurture talented individuals or to entrust something, which is why when it attacked first-rank martial artists, it wouldn't kill them, even if it won. It seems that back then, he left Donga possibly because his master no longer needed him or refused his entrustment. Indeed, this obsession corpse still remembers Nam Hai. Just remembering that my connection with Master will transcend time and space to link us again. I have an indescribable feeling. Perhaps one day, my connection with Nam Hai can also continue in a similar way. Nam Hai thought, unnamed martial artist, I thank you. As a token of my gratitude, I will do my best to defeat you, fulfill your obsession, and then help you find release. Then he got into a stance, waved his hand, and called out, let's go again. Although I say that, I'm definitely not his match right now. But resorting to my evil powers to get by would violate the original purpose of this training. Besides, if he's the one who suppresses the dead, the merit might not even be counted for me. Now that I think about it, it seems Master once mentioned how to deal with an opponent like this. Nam Hai's past flooded back. A scene of Tran Hung punching the obsession corpse straight in the stomach. He crashed into a huge tree behind him. Tran Hung returned to his stance. That's enough for today. The obsession corpse replied, all right, still in the past. But 2 hours later, back in their rented room, Nam Hai asked wonderingly, Master, the obsession corpse on a mountain used to be able to fight on par with you. Why is it that recently, he can't even withstand 10 of your moves? Tran Hung smiled and replied, because I've seen through his Chaomon. Nam Hai asket puel Chaomon. What is Chaomon? Chaomon are the inevitable weak points that exist before a martial artist who primarily cultivates their body and soul reaches great completion in their technique. Only they themselves know the location of these weak points. Once the location of these weak points is exposed, even if they're weaker than me, I might not be guaranteed a victory. Nam Hai asked again, such a huge limitation? That's right, but high limitations also come with high benefits. Once this type of martial artist reaches the final point and cultivates an indestructible Vajra body, they will no longer be bound by the Chaomon, becoming a top-tier expert in the world in a single step. Nam Hai's jaw dropped, so that's how it is. Tran Hung continued. Speaking of which, your fiery eyes, golden pupils are very suitable for finding an enemy's Chaomon. In the future, if you encounter a martial artist who primarily cultivates their body and soul, you can try to find a breakthrough point from their Chaomon. Back to the present. I remember now, it's the Chaomon. Just then, the obsession corpse rushed forward. 10 breaths are up. What are you spacing out for? It threw a punch. Nam Hai dodged to the left, but still got a scratch across his face. I'll let it slide this time. I won't remind you next time. Nam Hai glanced down at the wound. Got it. He quickly took a step back. Although he knew its weak point, knowing was all he did. Suyun-gu turned and asked, "Are you sure this kid possesses a power that far surpasses ours? If he's already been pushed this far, why hasn't he used it sooner? Don't tell me this kid is pursuing the kind of feat where a second-rank practitioner defeats a first-rank opponent in their area of expertise. That would be too arrogant." Tishi added, "Just be patient and watch. For someone our master pointed out and told us to protect, that arrogance might just be the highlight of his talent." Back to the battle within the painting, the obsession corpse continuously rushed forward, attacking relentlessly. Namhai defended against all the previous moves. It shouted angrily, "Just how long do you want me to go easy on you before you get it? If you don't use your chi armor, you're not even qualified to fight me." But the obsession corpse didn't know that Namhai had only been defending to find its weak point, and he had succeeded. Its Chaomon was right on its flank. The two backed away and looked at each other. The obsession corpse shouted, "If you think that because you're not using your full strength and your small body is making me hold back, you're dead wrong. I'll give you 5 breaths. If you still refuse to use your chi armor, then prepare to admit defeat." Nam Hai smiled. "Even if you can't control your strength and kill me, I still won't admit defeat." Hearing this, its eyes lit up, veins bulging with anger. It rushed forward, shouting, "Do you really think I don't dare?" Namhai also saw his chance and lunged forward. There was only one opportunity, to strike the Chaomon on its flank. The moment the obsession corpse punched Namhai straight in the stomach, sending him flying 100 meters, he also successfully struck its Chaomon. Namhai's fall looked like it hurt like hell, but the obsession corpse was also bleeding from its eyes, nose, and mouth. "Damn it, my Chaomon has been broken. Did your master tell you the location of my Chaomon?" Namhai, aching all over, lifted his head and replied, "No, I observed it myself." The obsession corpse collapsed to its knees. "Impressive. Your master has taken in a talented disciple. I truly admire him." Namhai also pushed himself up and slowly approached the obsession corpse, asking, "What is your obsession? Do you need my help to fulfill it?" It looked at him and smiled. "I wanted to cultivate an ultimate technique to the point where it could be passed down to others, and I hoped that one day a master would help me compensate for this technique's flaws. I once asked your master, but he only agreed to half of it." Namhai bit his fingertip and said, "Then let me complete the other half. What is the name of your ultimate technique? Where do I go to obtain it?" The obsession corpse extended its fingertip to touch Namhai's. "In a deep cave on Han Peak. I have carved the incomplete Iron Palm Sutra there." Namhai remembered the obsession corpse's words in his mind. Watching him dissipate, the demon dragon was a bit annoyed. The sister entered inside. "You shouldn't have agreed to help him fulfill his obsession." Namhai glanced back and asked why not. The sister replied, "In the world of the afterlife and the reincarnation system founded by great Emperor Fengsheng and perfected by the underworld monarchs, obsession corpses are an extremely special type of existence. They deny the value of reincarnation. They would rather give up the chance for rebirth than give up on fulfilling their obsessions in the mortal world. This results in the merit for suppressing them being higher than for evil ghosts of the same rank." All right, speaking of obsession corpses, did you know? The first and second generation kings of men both became obsession corpses later on. When the obsession of the second generation king of men was eliminated, my lord was also at the scene. In fact, my lord originally didn't need to confine himself in Taiyin to help the life and death affairs of Hunan Dao run smoothly. But it was the obsession of the first generation king of men that made my lord change his mind. Sungu sent a voice transmission, interrupting, "You're revealing too much, get out now." The sister looked up. "All right then." Then the two of them exited the world within the painting. Suyungu said, "There's still some time left until dawn. Noma will take you to the Mirror of Retribution platform to claim your merit first." Scene changed to the underworld, King Qingguang's hall. Namhai notit so meting. Someone was standing before the Mirror of Retribution platform. He turned his head, smiled, and asked, "Someone's here?" I didn't expect that besides my lineage of the Son of Heaven, Yama, there are still underworld emissaries serving other monarchs. Truly rare. After speaking, he put away his underworld token and slowly vanished from Namhai's sight. He turned to ask in confusion him. The sister replied, although the underworld has collapsed and the whereabouts of the 10 halls of Yama Kings are unknown, there's still 1 or 2 monarchs and their subordinate underworld officials and emissaries who remain dedicated to their duties. That person must be one of those emissaries who remain loyal to their profession. All right, don't mind him. Step forward and project the long-tongued ghost trapped in your underworld emissary token onto the mirror of retribution platform. Then we'll leave. If we don't return to the mortal world before dawn, we'll be trapped here. This place is very dangerous for you right now. Scene changed to Su Yun-gu. He was worried. It's almost dawn. Why aren't they back yet? Just as he finished speaking, the 3 of them returned. Any later, and you would have been stuck over there for good. Noma asked, puzzled, but we weren't delayed for that long. Could the flow of time between the mortal world and the underworld have changed? Just then, the sun began to glimmer. Scene changed to Tran Hung. He stood alone on the mountain peak. It was dawn. A leaf fell. Shu Yi appeared. I'm done on my end. We can set off now. I'll help you clear your debt with Old Man Heaven first. Then we'll go deal with the karma on my side. By the way, what did Old Man Heaven ask you to help with this time? Shu Yi replied, it gave me a list of people to deal with. All of them are blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerners. One of them resembles the person behind the Ghost Plague incident in Tao Village. These Westerners are probably heretical cultists who believe in outer gods. Tran Hung smiled. How interesting. I didn't expect our fated connection with them to be linked like this. Can you sense their locations now? Shu Yi replied, I can, but that group of people isn't together right now. Some are in the mortal world, some are in hell. Tran Hung clicked his tongue. Just hearing that sounds like a lot of work. Earlier, on the lowest floor of the prison, Jiang smiled and asked, the grueling mental battle with the outer god must have been tough, right? Gaoxing asked back, why do you say that? He replied, don't pretend, I've seen through it all. You carry the aura of the king in yellow, Haster. I don't know how you were infected by him, but as someone who has been through it, I want to give you a warning. Try to stay away from him, or your obsession will be warped by him. It was also then that Zisha approached, Your Majesty. Ning Huang has brought Lu Jiang glanced over, thinking to himself, Lu, the child who descended to the mortal world with the red lotus karmic fire. Gaoxing noticed Zisha's hand. This hand signal, the one who returned is not Lu, but a great power from another world who came to this world through Lu. Xidagarba King also observed, does the heavenly Tao value the correspondence of life and death? So that's how it is. Now I understand. No wonder Feng Cheng could be so casual until now. It turns out someone has been wrestling with Haster for him. If that's the case, Feng Cheng is useless to this world now. Excellent. He spoke up, King of Men, I will help you become the new Tao master of the Tao of life and death. Gaoxing replied immediately, I refuse. Xidagarba was startled. All right, wait, you refuse? But why? Ning Zhong interrupted. What are you doing? We didn't discuss this when we came here. Jiang observed this tone. It seems she has awakened her past life's memories. She said she wanted to help the Obsession Corpse Gao Sheng achieve the Tao. Does that mean she has discovered that Gao Sheng is an obsession corpse, and it's highly likely that the Tao of life and death values him, making him qualified to compete for the position of Tao Master of the Tao of life and death? Gao Sheng said, because I do not wish to cooperate with someone who senselessly burned my people. Xidagarba retorted, why should one who accomplishes great things be bound by trivialities? The cycle of life and death is endless. Even if the mortals of Yingwu County didn't die by my hand, they couldn't live past 100 years anyway. I merely sped up the process a little. Besides, compared to the red lotus karmic fire I brought to this world, the price paid is quite a bargain, isn't it? Gao Sheng replied, for Yuan and Li Chun, this might be considered a profitable deal, but I and my successors have no right to forgive you on behalf of the people of Yingwu County who were burned to death by your red lotus karmic fire. Fine. After hearing this, Xidagarba cursed inwardly, this damn old man. He said with a laugh, actually, you're a bit like me before I was baptized by Feng Cheng. Jiang sat silently. He had heard from Tong, before that Xidagarba originally pursued the great Tao of ultimate goodness, making a saintly vow of the Tao of life and death to empty hell. But after the root of his Tao was destroyed by Feng Cheng, the situation changed. He became heartless and cold, just like countless other mortal dust immortals. Meeting him today, it's indeed true. His proactive offer to help Gao Sheng achieve the Tao is likely not for the sake of this world's living beings, but for revenge against Feng Cheng for getting his way back then. It seems that for someone like Feng Cheng, with so many powerful enemies, there are probably still great reincarnated powers hiding in the shadows of this world. Gao Sheng spoke up before, Xiao Jing and I couldn't bring ourselves to harm a child, so we could only place a control on Lu's soul, not allowing you to resurrect. But now that you have escaped the control and seized this body, I can no longer let you live. Xidagarba looked at Gao Sheng's attitude and tone. Damn it, I know this personality of his all too well. In top-tier battles, having overly high moral standards will force the opponent to fight back with all their might. Let's not even talk about whether he can pass Feng Cheng's trial. Even with our help, later on when fighting Haster and the other outer gods. In a flash, Gao Sheng rushed towards Xidagarba. Ning Zhong unexpectedly stepped forward, pleading, "Your Majesty, please show mercy. This person is still useful." Gao Sheng stopped his hand just in time. Just a little more, and I would have killed Ning Zhong as well. Useful? What use is he? Ning Zhong let out a sigh of relief. That would have to start with what we encountered in Guancheng. An incense sticks time later, after listening to Ning Zhong's story, Gao Sheng asked, "So what you mean is an outer god in the underworld has created a monster with potential far exceeding that of a corpse demon? Do you need me to gather experts to descend into the underworld and kill the mother bodies of this outer god's monster?" Ning Zhong replied, "Yes, I have seen those monsters with my own eyes. Once they reach the mortal world, I'm afraid." Gao Sheng cut in, "I've known about this for a long time." Ning Zhong was startled. "You already knew?" Gao Sheng replied, "That's right. I occasionally contact the former subordinates of Thung, Q Hell, when Xiao Jing travels in Hunan Dao. They reported to me that a type of outer god descendant, more difficult to deal with than corpse demons, has appeared in the blood pool hell. Xiao Jing also knows about this. Otherwise, why do you think he would risk breaking the balance of the eternal suppression of the Red Han? Because he needs enough merit to threaten the outer gods in hell, to maintain a fragile balance." Ning Zhong looked bewildered. Why has he never told me before? Gao Sheng replied, "Because in my and Xiao Jing's plan, your job is to guard and open the seal. The mission for Yin Hua and Lu Yin is to descend into hell to eliminate the outer gods, so some information was not synchronized with you." Xidagarba spoke up, "Then why do you keep delaying and not taking action? With enough merit to mobilize the horse-slaying sword. Even if you just occupy the Bridge of Helplessness, Haster would surely retreat for the time being." Gao Sheng replied, "If the opponents were only Haster and that other outer god, the current arrangements would be enough for Xiao Jing and me to take the risk. But if, on top of this foundation, you add an outer god who can reverse time, even send people back to the distant past, then Xiao Jing and I would have to consider how many times we can mobilize the horse-slaying sword in our hands would be enough." Scene change. Earlier, at the Liaoqing battlefield, Li Chun checks. "The good news is that our time has not been reversed. AFO's time reversal power has no effect on us. But the bad news is that smoke has been there for so long and still hasn't dissipated. It seems my creation is not working perfectly. Yang Jian, help me see what state AFO is in right now." All right. Yang Jian began to open his third eye, the heavenly eye, observing AFO's side. Those eyes all turned to look straight at Yang Jian at the same time. He was shocked, his expression changing. Li Chun, standing beside him, still didn't understand what's happening. Yuan quickly stepped in to help. Yang Jian, having just recovered, turned and asked what happened. Just now, AFO followed the line of sight and transmitted its corruption onto us. Li Chun was surprised. Infection through eye contact? If it had this skill, why didn't it use it sooner? On AFO's side, it forcibly fused, then burst out from the side. "Apologies, the time sequence has been reversed to an unrecoverable state. The ghost god's concealment has also run into problems. What on earth did that strange skill representative do to us?" On Haster's side, he was directly confronting Sui Ji, exclaiming in praise, "Interesting. I originally thought that in this world, only the principles of life and death had value. I didn't expect I was wrong. Your calamity is actually more suited to us." Ghost G laugh, "Is that so? I really want to record these words of yours. When I meet Feng Chung again later, I'll play it for him to hear." As for Yi, his eyes and nose were bleeding, unable to bear it any longer. Cthulhu said, "Stop resisting. You are no match for me. Call that craftsman over here. Maybe he can last a little longer." Scene changed back to Ning Zhong. He asked, "If you're sent to the past and history changes, does it affect the present?" Gao Sheng replied, "Yes, and it has already been affected. For example, I remember the city god temples very clearly. This type of temple is built in populous counties and commandery cities, but some city god temples violate this principle, being built on remote, desolate mountains. I have investigated and found that most of these temples were built a few years after the founding of the Great Jin, but the reason for their construction was never recorded by anyone. Also, when Xiao Jing was traveling in Hunan Dao, he was almost killed by someone. The opponent was the senior brother of Lu Sanyi, the current defender of Zhongmo. But the strange thing is, when he ambushed Xiao Jing, Lu Sanyi's senior brother had not even been born yet. It was because of this time-space reverse traveler, Wenhu, that Xiao Jing and I became aware of the existence of an outer god who can manipulate time, sending people to the past to change the present history." Ning Zhong pondered, sending people to the past, changing history, assassinating His Majesty Gao Jing as a teenager. "I understand now. When who was sent to the past, I'm afraid, because your and His Majesty Gao Jing's plan had succeeded. Yin Hua and Lu Yin must have truly killed the outer god Gaki in another timeline. The outer gods, in order to prevent all of this, sent Wenhu to the past to assassinate the teenage His Majesty Gao Jing. Although they ultimately failed, that action managed to protect Gaki. Sitagarba added, but that's not certain. If AFO possesses the ability to send people to the past and change the present, why doesn't he try going back to the past himself once to strangle Yanhua and Lu Yin in their cradles? For him, wouldn't that be as easy as child's play? Gao Sheng replied, actually, he has tried. Whether it was Xiao Jing, Yanhua, or Lu Yin, countless deadly tribulations that should not have appeared have occurred in their lives. It's just that those deadly tribulations happen to be resolved for some reason. Perhaps some power or dark force is secretly restraining the outer god who can play with time, which is why the situation has not completely deteriorated. Jiang spoke up. No wonder Haster rarely comes to the mortal world. It turns out that in some timeline, he, as Gaki, has experienced the power of the horse-slaying sword. It can be seen that although Li Chun and the others have trapped the strongest outer gods in Liaoqing, with the main escort force being mortal dust immortals, I'm afraid the next few years will be very difficult for you. Gao Sheng continued, I am naturally well aware of this, but I believe that the capital accumulated by me, Shou, and Jing will be enough to secure a percentage of victory in the decisive battle at Liaoqing. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Actually, you on the outside can also influence the trend of the war within the sky canopy. Everyone looked startled in one direction. The voice continued, the power to upgrade calamities, the power to wreak havoc in the underworld to weaken Haster. These are all things you can do right now. Just as causing AFO to be severely injured within the sky canopy has put me, outside the sky canopy, at risk of gasping for breath. Zisha realized, has Lord Huang manifested? This must be the first time in the last 10 years, right? Gao Sheng stepped forward and held out a hand to stop him. Don't go over there yet. After 10 years without contact, the one speaking might not be Huang. Let me probe a little. He turned to remind Ningzhong, Zisha and I have some old matters to handle. You keep an eye on those two. Don't let them escape. Ningzhong replied, yes. Gao Sheng and Zisha approached the statue of Huang. He asked, the last time we spoke, what did you instruct me to do? I didn't instruct you on anything, but you understood my secret signal. Secretly invited Li Chun to open the seal and replicate my statue into many copies, storing them separately. This has helped me a great deal. Gao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, confirming that this was indeed Huang. Zisha immediately bowed, my lord. Although we have occasionally lost contact with you in the past, why did we lose contact for so long this time? For a whole 10 years without an appearance. Gao Sheng immediately continued. In the days you were absent, Chief Su Mian had a very hard time. City gods were continuously replaced in silence. But we couldn't find where the problem lay. To avoid causing a crisis, we could only let the matter subside. Lu Sanyez Lai Jing can help you discover the weaknesses of the outer gods. And Qi Yuing's Tong Tianji can help you guard important historical plots. Also, Chun Xing, the successor of the Taiqing Dao, fell silent unexpectedly before he could deliver all the information. Lost contact again? Guangshang called out, Ningzhong, we remember that among the people Yanhua brought back, there was a survivor who seems to be named Qi Yuing? Ningzhong recalled and replied, yes, that's right. Gao Sheng demanded, bring him here. We need to see him. Scene changes to the prison cell. The beggar Qi Yuing was enjoying life when he saw Ningzhong approaching. Come with me. His Majesty wants to see you. Yuing replied, His Majesty? Which is Majesty? The one below or the one above? Hearing this, Ningzhong narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, as expected, this guy knows quite a bit about the Tongtianji. While opening the door, she shouted, hurry up, don't dawdle. On the way, he turned to Xing Yue's cell and said, don't forget the divination I performed for you. You only have one chance to atone for your mistakes. Xing Yueza looked at the command token in his hand, his face clearly showing deep thought. A moment later, Ningzhong brought Qi Yuing over. Gao Sheng turned to Jiang and asked, to ensure safety, can I trouble you to help me remove the infection from him? Jiang replied, of course. A few seconds later, several parasites were extracted from Yuing's body. Whoa, my ears feel so much lighter. It's been a long time since I've felt this comfortable. Thanks, old brother. Jiang smiled and replied, you're welcome. Gao Sheng asked, when did your Jade Emperor sect become followers of the outer gods? Yuing placed a hand on his chin. Let me think. It was when Emperor Jing was touring Hunan Dao, and then he returned to open the seal and had a showdown with Emperor Shou. After hearing this, Gao Sheng also recalled that time period. So that's how it was. That madman Lu Junsheng has been looking for someone to kill the White Bone Demon, all these years. The mysterious person who then used the heretical treasure, the White Bone Coffin, to snatch it back and withdraw to a minor realm to escape the fatal calamity was you. Ningzhong turned, still a little doubtful. That mysterious person is him? But his face. Ying laughed, just changing heads and faces. The sect masters of our Jade Emperor sect have always been very good at this. Otherwise, how could a mere Jiarank like me have any means to escape the divinations of the Monster Lord when Lu Junsheng so many times? All right, what do you want with me? Although I've already roughly figured it out. The procedure requires asking, so I must ask. Gao Sheng spoke up. We want to know about the outer god in that blood pool of hell. Ying continued, you mean Gaki? I've already performed a divination about him. If there are no variables involved, he will complete some kind of transformation in a month. If you want to kill him, you'd better hurry, or it will be too late. Gao Sheng asked again, a transformation? Can you describe in detail? What kind of transformation? Ying replied, don't be mistaken just because I'm a follower of AFO. In reality, my relationship with him and the other Outer God followers is more like that of the supervised and the supervisor. What I know is also limited. For example, regarding Gaki, besides knowing he's interested in the underworld monarchs, Ning Yang's eyes widened. Underworld monarchs? Wait, could it be? Everyone's gaze turned towards Ning Zhong. Etblain Ning Song. The battle at Guanxing gave this subordinate the feeling of fighting against an underworld monarch. If not for the help of other monarchs, it would have been nearly impossible to fight back. If Gaki masters or indirectly masters the skills of an underworld monarch, then the difficulty of repelling and killing him will increase by another level. Jiang also realized at this moment. So that's it. No wonder Haster has been tracking and capturing underworld monarchs all over the world these past years. I'm afraid that once the outer gods complete their monopoly over the space between life and death, they will open a passage from the underworld to the mortal world using Gaki's skills and launch an all-out assault on the human realm. Gao Sheng spoke up. It can be seen that whether it's to increase our chances of victory on the Liaoqing battlefield or to protect ourselves, the time we have left is running out. Considering that filling the power vacuum left by Yin Hua and Lu Yin will create a gap in our top-tier combat strength, it is absolutely necessary to clean up the remnants of Jiannan Dao and strike at the heretical sects of Long Yu Dao before we set out. Ning Zhong, I'll leave this matter for you to handle. But before that, you need to recount what you experienced in Guanxing to Lei Tong, so he can formulate a plan based on the known intelligence and then execute it with you. Don't mess up the sequence. Understood? As for you two, from our standpoint, we do not want an unstable rear when we crusade against Gaki. Therefore, you two have two choices. 1. Be sealed by us in both your 5 senses and divine soul until the crusade is over. 2. Swear an oath of no betrayal to us. Jiang answered immediately. I choose number 2. Xidagarba replied, I choose number 3. You prepare a new body for me. After I sever ties with Lu, I will enter that new body. As payment, I will help you crusade against the outer god Gaki. Gao Sheng considered for a few seconds and decided to agree. Scene changes to Fengcheng. Tong He walked out of the house and called out, Fengcheng, do you feel like you're acting like an old mother waiting for her child to come home? Fengcheng replied, not at all. Besides, I hope you don't act like Zhong Kuei and do unnecessary things with Nanhai. Tong He laughed. You have to let me have some fun. Don't make so many demands when you're living off someone else. Fengcheng didn't bother to reply after hearing this. Tong He waved his hand, but don't worry. To me, living to see this world return to normal is more important than anything. Compared to you, that child of fortune named Nanhai is still too young. I won't side with him. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Shi's voice was heard. Lord Tong He, we're back. The two turned to look at the door. It was Bai Shi, supporting a bruised and battered Nanhai. Fengcheng asked, how did he end up like that? Didn't I say just capturing a few wandering souls would be enough? Nanhai, did you secretly control a vengeful ghost behind my back? The boy replied, I didn't. Zhong Kuei once said that if I only practice the Yin-Yang Wei scripture, I can only control one life-bound ghost. I just wanted to get rid of one more evil ghost, so there would be one less in Hunan Dao. That way, one less ordinary person would be harmed by an evil ghost. Fengcheng was silent for a few seconds after hearing this. All right, it's your body anyway. If you like to torture yourself like this, then suit yourself. Tong He ordered Bai, help Nanhai into my room. I'll take a look at his injuries. Yes, master. Back in the room, Nanhai took off his shirt for Tong He to apply medicine. Now that I think about it, how did you get to know Fengcheng? Outside, Fengcheng was also cupping his ear to listen in on the room. So you knew early on that he had a problem. But because of your younger sister, you had no choice but to cooperate with him. So where is your younger sister now? Why don't I see her? At the mention of Shi Yin, Nanhai's face showed clear sadness. I don't know. I lost her. Tong He said with a laugh, is that so? Then let me help you find her. Upon hearing this, Nanhai reacted immediately, whipping his body around. The fate between me and my sister is already severed. Even so, you can still find her. Tong He continued to laugh. Haha, this king is the master of the Duomo Rojiang Hell, specializing in dealing with those who combine bones with medicine, and then letting them rest in peace. Although the fate between you and your sister is severed, the blood bond still remains. I can use my underworld office to help you find her. Watch closely. As he spoke, Tong he performed the secret art of King Taishan, the thousandly search technique. This place is Jianan Dao. Turns out it's in the ghost quarter. That little girl must be her. With just a glance from Yun Xiao, the image of the Sanxian Xinzi appeared. Haven't you seen enough? Tong He's eyes immediately started bleeding, his mouth still agape. San Xiao, Nan Hai worriedly said, Brother Tong, your eyes? Tong He held out a hand and said loudly, Don't come over here, or you'll be harmed too. On the other side, Zhang Su also noticed something was wrong and asked, What is it, your ladyship? Yun Xiao replied, A master used a secret art to find me. I punished him, and he ran away. Zhang Su placed a hand on his chin. So that's it. I wonder who it was. Returning to Tong He's side, your sister is currently a guest of Zhang Su in the ghost quarter of Jianan Dao. If you want to find her, go there. I'm going to get my eyes treated. The ointment is on the table. Apply it yourself. Finishing his sentence, Tong he hurriedly ran off. Nan Hai smiled to himself. Turns out he's also like Zhong Kuei, the cold on the outside, warm on the inside type. Tong he arrived at the training ground of the Lord of Mount Tai, the Great Temple. After a moment of examination, Dong, you concluded, your eyes are fine. It's just a few word spirit spells. Easy to deal with. Close your eyes. All right, Feng Cheng. You should also say a few less words. Feng Cheng wouldn't let up, still nagging. I told you not to meddle in other people's business. You didn't listen. You've learned your lesson this time, haven't you? Tong he felt bitter hearing this and shouted, Shut up. Dong Yu raised his hand, muttering, Word spirit, appear. And so, 4 characters appeared on Tong He's eyes. Dong Yu held out his hand. Oh, come here. The 4 characters then flew towards him. It's done. Open your eyes now. Tong he obeyed, returning to his normal state. This time, I really wasn't meddling. I just thought of helping Nan Hai find his sister. Who would have thought I'd run into San Xiao? Feng Cheng continued. So now you understand why I didn't help Nan Hai find his sister, right? Before she finishes her 3 reincarnations in this world, I don't dare to contact them. Tong he nodded. That's true. Only an ignorant true cultivator would think they could rely on their own cultivation to help her share the karmic fortune. But how can a red dust immortal be the same? For us, with our profound knowledge, once we hear the other party is a reincarnation of San Xiao, we would have fled in a hurry. That's right. Why did San Xiao want to descend to this world? It's so hard to understand. They possess peak-level combat power of the Xiang Dao. Why didn't they go to the upper realms front lines? What are they doing running here? Dong, you guessed. It's possible they're calling fellow Taoists to this world to watch a show. After all, among the 3,000 worlds, there are too many old Dao masters who hold a grudge against Feng Cheng. Hearing that Feng Cheng was defeated, any fellow Taoist with a basic ability would come to watch. Tong he nodded. That makes sense. Scene change to Kaifeng Prefecture. Reporting. The 4th General, Qing Long, Ning Zhong, pays her respects. The person standing near Gao Sheng is the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, Shun Fan, responsible for eliminating creations from other worlds and introducing localization. Seeing Ning Zhong arrive, he also bowed and reported, Your Majesty. Then this subject will take his leave first. Gao Sheng replied, Go fix the thing quickly. Yes. Ning Zhong, weren't you escorting Lu to Yinmen Pass? Why have you returned? Ning Zhong replied, Because this subject discovered a threat in Guanqing that far exceeds the New Hong calamity. Huh. Gao Sheng was a little worried after hearing this. What is it? Tell me in detail. After a while of listening, Gao Sheng asked again. So, you encountered an underworld monarch in Guanqing who had submitted to an outer god. Then, from the other party, you learned that the underworld is nurturing a threat of a level far exceeding the new calamity. Tiki, Ning Zhong replied, That's right. The time window to stop the calamity in its infancy is only 1 month. If we miss it, Gao Sheng asked, How many high-level combatants are needed? Ning Zhong replied, This subject, King Yuanming, and 3 Guardian-level masters. A mobilization of this level will definitely not escape the notice of the Ghost faction and the rebels of Jianan Dao. Therefore, this subject thinks we should clean the house before a long journey, to prevent the rats hiding in the dark corners from having unrealistic delusions. Gao Sheng said, But we need a reason to dispatch troops, right? A reason is easy to find. Just say, the Heavenly Calculation Department has calculated that the remnants of the Shanin party have now fled to Jianan Dao. Tell the Ghost faction to hand over the Shanin party remnants, or else the Ghost faction and the various sects of Jianan Dao will be considered to be secretly supporting Shanin. Gao Sheng thought for a few seconds after hearing this. Sighed, it can only be this way. By the way, did Lu return with you? Ning Zhong replied, No, she's on her way to Xingyang. Is that so? Then the matter of attacking Jianan Dao is entirely your responsibility. Pay attention to the intensity. Don't cause an all-out war. Yes. As soon as Ning Zhong turned to leave the hall, Gao Sheng called out, This subject is here. Your mission is to go to Tizhui and secretly protect Lu until she reaches Puqing. Be careful not to let her discover you. Just follow from a distance. Yes. Scene change to Tianqing Temple. Old Taoist, Great Master Ning is here again. The Great Master is playing chess inside. Speak, what is it this time? Ning Zhong replied, I need to make a trip to Jianan Dao. I hope the Great Master will hold the line for me. The Great Master asked Jianan Dao, didn't you see what happened to Lu before? What are you going there for? Ning Zhong replied, to kill people and wipe out a sect. The Great Master heard this without any expression. Asked, do you have a specific target, or are you just going to find a few sects you already have a grudge with and establish your might? Ning Zhong replied, there is no target, but the sect to be annihilated was at least once one of the 10 great sects under heaven. Only now did the Great Master show some expression. Then this old man suggests too. Qingyi Lu scene changed to the ghost faction in Jianan Dao. Jian Lian said, Faction Master, this little monk performed a divination today and discovered that a man-made disaster is coming. Where's the disaster coming from? From Jingji Dao. It is currently heading straight for Qingyi Lu in Luzhou. On Gaoshang's side, that person named Lu Sanjia is very important. He should be somewhere in the blood pool hell right now. Your mission is to find him and then protect him. The person assigned replied, understood, and entered the portal leading to the blood pool hell. Gao Sheng turned his head and called, Yuing, that successor of the Taishang Dao named Chen Xing. Have you still not figured out his whereabouts? Once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence, but 3 times is a pattern. I have now calculated twice and received the same answer both times. Stop calculating. The heavens have given such a clear hint. I cannot be so obtuse. Your Majesty, it's better if you don't ask anymore. I don't know, but aren't you afraid that the outer gods people will find him first? You don't need to worry about that. There aren't many people left in this world who could directly kill and capture him. Plus, with the heavens helping to conceal his fate, he is absolutely safe for now. I hope so. Xidagarba glanced at Jiang and said, no wonder you could survive under Feng Cheng's rule until now. Your understanding and application of life and death. If this world didn't have us, but had the Tao of life and death, I'm afraid it wouldn't be long before you became the head of the Tao of life and death. Jiang Ningyi asked, why do you say that? Stop pretending. Did you think I couldn't see through your little tricks? The red lotus karmic fire on you was secretly given life by you long ago. Now even I can't control it. Zisha Braket. Your Majesty, the replacement has arrived. To take the place of the city god for that righteous person who has not yet been appointed. Don't keep them waiting too long. Yes. Just as Zisha turned around, Gaoshen called out, wait. The old man wondered, does your Majesty have any other instructions? You want me to escort this new city god to Guancheng? Gao Sheng replied, that's right. After that, I also want to ask you to guard the intersection between the nether and mortal worlds and fight against Gaki's small squad. Jiang agreed, that's fine, but aren't you afraid I'll betray you midway in return to serving the outer god? Or that I'll put in no effort, stand by with folded arms, and watch you and the outer god fight until you're both battered and bruised? Gao Sheng replied, I still need you to make the most basic oath to us. But even without the oath, I don't believe you would surrender to the outer god. After all, no one knows the power of the outer god better than you. If you wanted to surrender, you would have done so long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. Zhang's nose grew long after hearing this. Akai mipiaka, fine. Gao Sheng turned to Xidagarba. As for you, your excellency, I can find a suitable body for you. But in return, before you completely sever your ties with Lu, I hope you will return control to Lu and secretly protect her as she accepts her mission. Xidagarba replied, it seems you're not so hopelessly old-fashioned after all. Deal, I agree. Gao Sheng nodded, good. Then I will now send you two back to the surface. Scene changed to Luochuan County, Luzhou. Blood tide. Many people are carrying things. Stopping before the blood lake. The great protector of the Qing household, Steward Zhao, said, Granny Jiang, look. The granny replied, rest assured, I will definitely handle the matter I promised you properly. Granny Jiang took a horn from her person, extended it, and blew. The sound echoed across the blood lake. From below, many blood ghouls emerged. Seeing the people behind him running for their lives, Steward Zhao shouted, wandering martial artists, Zhuri Zhao, don't run. This steward has already paid to buy your lives. All of you stand still. A figure from under the blood lake. It was Ji Kong. He approached Granny Jiang and asked, what is it? She replied, Steward Zhao of this county wants to invite a blood ghoul to guard his house. After speaking, she glanced at Steward Zhao. He understood, stepped forward and said, yes, yes. The body has been fully prepared. It is my old father who just died. Ji Kong said, you know the rules of Qingyilu, right? To make a blood god requires 14 dead children, 2 vials of blood from pregnant women who died in difficult childbirth, rare medicinal herbs, and some precious stones. Steward Zhao smiled. It's all prepared. Quick, quick, bring the box here. Ji Kong briefly inspected it. All right, then I'll. Before he could finish, a sound suddenly came from behind him. Startled, he turned his head to see waves constantly crashing against the tower. You all stay here. I will send someone to collect the tribute later. After speaking, he hurriedly rushed off, gliding across the surface of the blood lake, then leaped up to a floor of the tower. In the room was a person talking through a mirror. On the other end was Zhang Su. Rest assured, my people will definitely arrive within 2 hours. On this end was the faction master, the tower master of Qingyi Lu, Jing Zhong, the incarnation of the calamity of the Thorn King's killing price. He replied, "A great kindness cannot be repaid with mere thanks. After this calamity passes, Qingyi Lu will definitely obey." Ji Kong bowed his head. Tower Master, this disciple just heard the wails of the blood tide. Did the Vice Tower Master and the Great Elder fail in their assassination of the newly appointed Jiangsu? Jing Zhong replied, "It's more serious than that. This time, Qingyi Lu has received an omen of the severing of our lineage." 1 incense stick later, Steward Zhao was anxious. "It's been so long. Why haven't they sent someone to collect the tribute yet?" Zhu Ri Zhao continued, "I'm afraid they're ignoring us." Behind her, Granny Jiang turned and snapped, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Just as she finished speaking, in the sky, something bright flew past. It was precisely Ning Zhong and the great master who had arrived. These people are really unlucky to arrive just as we're making a move on Qingyi Lu. They are hardly innocent. I know very well what price must be paid for inviting Qingyi Lu to handle matters. All of them are scum who will surely go to hell. Your Holiness of the twin demons of flesh and desire Dao, please hold the line for me. Block any possibility of powerful reinforcements from the Ghost faction. Just leave Qingyi Lu to this old fellow. Ning Song Repliet. All right, scene changed to the meeting room of Qingyi Lu. Mi Ping analyzed. The 6 origins 2 Tran. The southern 7 constellations of the star chart are dim. The great Jin's high-level combatants are so few, yet they don't retreat to protect themselves. Why would they want to attack us? Moreover, with the intent to annihilate our sect, killing the chicken to scare the monkey doesn't need to go this far, does it? Second Elder, Shang Banyu continued, "It might not be the great Jin. It could be that after unsealing the 5 sects, they saw the imperial court was busy replenishing its forces and had no time to control them, so they came here for revenge." Mi Ping shook his head. "Then it's even stranger. We are on our home ground in the blood tide. We have the advantage. We also have the Tower Master, the incarnation of the calamity of the Thorn King's killing price here. On what basis do they think they can annihilate our Qingyi Lu? Even if we can't win, can't we just retreat to the blood tide?" Ji Kong turned and said, "But the truth is, they're already on their way here. Moreover, the ghost art masters from the Ghost faction have confirmed twice that we are in danger of being annihilated. What we need to do now is discuss countermeasures. Mi Ping, if you don't have a countermeasure, then shut up and stop wasting everyone's time." He heard this and snapped. "Ji Kong, don't think that just because the blood tide chose you as its high priest, you think you're cut above the rest. You'll only live well for 20 years anyway." Jing Zhong, sitting above, had a headache. Just as he was about to speak, a tremor suddenly occurred. Ji Kong and Mi Ping exclaimed in unison, "An earthquake?" Jing Zhong replied, "No, the ones that want to annihilate us have arrived." Indeed, in the red sky, a stream of yellow energy surrounded the great master's dragon and Ning Zhong. The old great master laughed loudly. "Hee, the grudges between our 2 sects will be settled completely today. Tianqing Temple's suppressing temple art by Zhuan Yuan, Kai Heavenly Venerable Dharma Idol in the upper realm. Mount Kunlun's Yushu Palace, one of the 6 saints of the upper realm, the master of Yushu Palace. Yuan Kai Tianzuan sensed minor 1000 world 2414. Isn't this the investiture of the God's world?" The Dharma body of Yuan Kai Tianzuan gradually appeared. The great master was triumphant. "The heavenly Lord's Dharma body is complete. The supreme infinite primordial chaos sect master has responded to me. It seems the mandate of heaven is in my hands, not yours, Qingyi Lu. This lower realm disciple, Dao Shan Tao, requests the Heavenly Lord to act and exterminate the human demons below. The Heavenly Lord observed below. The Thorn King's killing price, the Ghost Lake Temple Bamboo, proactively releasing humanoid evil demons of heretical paths and killing for business. They're indeed a bunch of human demons. The people of Qingyi Lu have also reached the top of the tower. The Heavenly Lord's Dharma body? It's Tianqing Temple. But isn't the minor heavenly cauldron already empty? Why is this Dharma body so complete?" Yuan Kai Tianzuan asked. "But you, who have consumed the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to summon me, just to exterminate these insects, is it truly worth it?" The great master replied, "It is very worthy, sir. This is this disciple's lifelong wish." The Heavenly Lord raised his hand high and said, "Very well." As you wish. As he finished speaking, his giant hand moved towards the tower. Ji Kong cried out in panic. Tower Master, do something quickly. Jing Zhong, standing behind, laughed. So this is the danger of sect annihilation, huh? He immediately used the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Art, the strongest secret art of the heretical path, to flee, to the astonishment of the other three. By the time the Tower Master regained his senses and turned to look, it was just as the palm of Yuan Kai, Tianzuan, smashed through. The tower was reduced to a pool of blood. Ningzhong looked quite relaxed in the sky, watching the show. Isn't that right? We are both among the 10 sects under heaven. So why is Tianqing Temple's trump card so much stronger than Qingyi Lu's? Where's Qingyi Lu's trump card? The Heavenly Lord looked in the direction Jing Zhong fled. At the cost of severe damage to his vital energy to escape my Qi lock, as expected of the investiture of the God's world, possessing a life-saving escape technique worthy of praise. In the ghost hide below, there's still one who isn't completely dead. That ghost hide must have helped him bear a part of the killing tribulation. I'll leave him to you. I will go chase after the one who fled. Indeed, after that single palm strike, Mi Ping and Shang Banyu were sent to their deaths immediately. As for Ji Kong, he still had his eyes open, the flame of life flickering within him. The spirit of the Luzhou blood tide, the calamity response ghost, emerged to help you withstand one tribulation. More than half of the soul-nourishing blood in the pool has been consumed. When that Heavenly Lord returns, I think he will definitely not be merciful and will casually kill us all. I don't want to die. I feel you probably. I feel the same. Right now, our only chance of survival is to merge into one before that Heavenly Lord returns, kill the enemy in the sky, and then hide in the mountains. I know you don't have the strength to answer. If you agree with my method, close your eyes. I will initiate the merging ritual. As soon as Ji Kong closed his eyes, that bloody skeleton began to melt into blood and merge with his body. Above, on a cloud, Yunlong flew over. The Great Master said, Brother Yunlong, all the chi this old man has accumulated was used to summon and maintain the Heavenly Lord's Dharma body. The blood tide and ghost domain below, I'll have to trouble you to help me eliminate them. Yunlong replied, no, not problem. In the red sky, clouds and lightning appeared. Steward Zhao's wife's face turned pale. This matter, how do we run into God's exterminating demons? Will I get caught in the disaster later? As she finished speaking, Yunlong appeared from the clouds. It's almost time. Bronze Thunder Tribulation, first bolt. It struck down. At the same time, the ritual was complete. Ji Kong, now the incarnation of the ghost domain, was fleeing on all fours. Except for that meddlesome Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan, who is revered by the Taishang Daozuan since the Qin and Han dynasties. This world has clearly had fewer responses from the gods above. Why did this kind of exception have to fall on my Qingyi Lu? As he finished speaking, Yuan Kai Tianzuan appeared behind him. I'll let you run for long enough. The prey, startled, turned his head to look just as the Heavenly Lord clapped his hands together, sending him to his death. The ghost tide and the one in the ghost. Tide that I left behind should be enough to handle them for a while. I'll go find Kuliyuzun first. I found him. Scene change. At a certain Punlai immortal realm, Kuliyuzun was taking a leisurely stroll when he suddenly saw the Heavenly Lord descend, calling his name. The matter I entrusted to you, how is it progressing? He approached, bowed politely, and greeted Master. But the Heavenly Lord gave him a sharp look. Don't use that face to call me Master. He smiled and replied, yes. Master, after researching the simple dual body and confirming the feasibility of illegally descending to the lower realm using a Tao marker, this disciple returned to the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss to present the research results to the two saints, Kundi and Jean. After everything was done, this disciple again relied on the simple dual body, got left behind in this world to turn back and begin searching for you as per your instructions. Until now, this disciple has secretly searched through more than 10 grotto heavens, but has made no progress. This disciple's suspects, could he have been found by an outer god who has infiltrated this place? Or perhaps he has been sealed in some level of hell in the underworld and is not in the mortal realm? The Heavenly Lord said, my informants in the chaotic world have not sent any intelligence about third uncle's return. He surely hasn't been found by an outer god yet. As for the underworld, that's even more impossible. Kuliyuzun continued. Then could it be that the great old master miscalculated? Is third uncle actually not trapped in this world? The Heavenly Lord asked, if third uncle is not trapped here, then on what basis do you think this place has attracted the simultaneous attention of Sutu and Luoho? And why would the one in Bo Palace send the 3 Shaos to the lower realm? Do you really think that those who have never experienced a great Tao war, who have just been promoted to red dust immortals, can decide the trend of the upper realms war? Scene changed to Ji Kong. His movement technique was much more agile. Dodging all the lightning bolts struck down by Yunlong seemed to be expending a lot of chi. That guy, the great master said, I will restrain him. You just focus on guiding the heavenly lightning. As he finished speaking, the old man began to raise his hand, muttering and writing a spell. His two eyes lit up brightly. The ghost domain warned Jikong. Be careful. A warning was not enough. The great master's seal, just like that, restrained Jikong, making him stand still. Damn it, it's the body-fixing spell. Yunlong laughed and immediately unleashed Ninth Heaven Thunder Tribulation, Fourth Bolt. From above, lightning struck right where Jikong was. He screamed, aren't you done yet on your side? Suddenly, an absurdly large face appeared beneath the sea of blood. Yunlong was startled, and the great master also realized something. That face rose up. You've suppressed us for so long. It's time for you to pay some interest. The Heavenly Lord has returned. Why are you all still fighting? As he finished speaking, one of his hands descended, sending the ghost domain blood tied to its death. The Great Master and Ningzhong were dumbfounded. Just one move. The Heavenly Lord retracted his hand and looked towards Jikong. There's still a fish that slipped through the net, huh? Oh, is it a small part that was separated earlier, which the one in your tide merged with? Jikong was shocked. Impossible. My master used an escaped secret art recognized as the best under heaven. How could it only by such a short amount of time? The ghost domain within Jikong said, don't worry about that anymore. I've already dispelled the body-fixing spell. Take this chance and run now. Jikong didn't hesitate and immediately turned to flee. The Heavenly Lord stood still, raised his right hand, and struck a blow straight down into the sea of blood. The aftershock, moving at twice the speed of Jikong's escape, reached him. He screamed in panic. No, were the last words he spoke in this world. The aftershock dissipated, revealing the sea of blood split in two. It was terrifying. The Heavenly Lord turned and said, there's still a little bit of the chi you prepared left and used. This world has just been infiltrated by an outer god. I will use the remaining chi to casually craft something that can eliminate the outer god's discordant noise. The great master bowed his head. It is all up to the Heavenly Lord, sir. So, he raised his hand, wrote a spell, and crumpled it in his palm. It's done. In the future, if you encounter an outer god, just wear this. The nation-guarding wonder, the silent sound amulet. It can completely eliminate the voice and infectious power of the outer god. Hidden function. If this object comes into contact with the sound waves emitted by third uncle, you, its creator, will receive a warning. After giving his instructions, he also faded away. Ningzhong turned and asked, why did you hide from us that Tianqing Temple could contact an upper realm Heavenly Lord? If I had known you had such a powerful backer, I would never have let you waste it in Jianan Dao. The great master laughed. No, this was purely unexpected. Under normal circumstances, only when the lineage is in danger of annihilation is there a very small chance the Heavenly Lord will respond to me. As for the incomplete Heavenly Lord Dharma body, I can only maintain it for 5 minutes. Ningzhong noted. So that's how it is. Scene changed to Jiangsu. After hearing the news, he asked again, Jingzhong is dead? Xian Lian replied, that's right, this little monk just calculated it. Jiangsu said, that kid Jingzhong, although not as strong as his master, is still very capable. Add to that the heavenly demon disintegration grand art he got from Lu Junsheng and the blood-tied ghost domain controlled by Qingyi Lu, no one should be able to kill him so quickly. Forget it. Although I know it's a bit shameful, ensuring safety is more important. As he spoke, he scratched his hand to draw blood and performed the water mirror technique. The image of a mysterious figure appeared. Sangsu, this is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. Jingzhong and his Qingyi Lu have been dealt with by an unsealed master. I deliberately let the ghost workshop become their next target. I need you to set out immediately for Jianan Dao. Scene changed to Lu and Jiang. Surprisingly, that corpse monarch who established a nation didn't play any tricks with my oath. I now think less and less of his chances of defeating my former superior. Lu snapped, we don't need you to think highly of it. We can still win. Jiang said, is that so? You've awakened your past life memories, so you must have seen it, right? How much my former superior hated your previous incarnation. Do you really think he, hindered by the shackles of morality, can defeat my former superior who has no taboos? As he finished speaking, Xing Su and Zhang Su arrived. Lord Lu, this is? Jiang introduced. He is responsible for escorting the new city god. A moment later, Jiang carried the city god box into the temple, standing before the tall city god statue. He chuckled to himself. So the helper you found, is this one? Truly, very helpful indeed. On Zhong Gui's side, he also sensed someone approaching. Are they here to replace my position as city god? It's Jiang who has arrived. He sped up, leaping straight to the top floor of the tower. This must be the first time we've met, holy monarch of blessing and guarding the residents. At the same time, on the official road from Guangxing to Xingyang, these two are from the Green Robe Tower. The green-skinned one on the left is the Great Elder, Fei Gang, Jing Wuming. The one on the right is the Deputy Tower Master, the Corpse Raiser, Zhong Jiao. No way, right? Logically speaking, they should have arrived yesterday, shouldn't they? Why is there still no sign of them? Don't tell me that new vermilion bird was ambushed and killed on the road between Zhongmo and Guanqing. Just as he finished speaking, Lu and Su came galloping on their horses. Lu had also spotted the two from the Green Robe Tower. Zhang Su warned everyone, enemies ahead, prepare for battle. Zhong Jiao observed, Zhang Su, Xing Su of the Qingluo division. Then the person next to them must be the current vermilion bird. Wait, why is the new vermilion bird a woman? Doesn't Lu Mingsheng of the He Lu have a great chance of becoming the holder of the Southern Mingsley Fire? As soon as the words were spoken, Lu drew her sword, leaped off her horse, and flew straight towards him. Her eyes were determined, her voice steely-die. Immediately, Jing Wuming appeared in front of Zhong Jiao. His right hand reached out to block Lu's sword strike. She was quite surprised, pierced through but not bleeding, plus the coins on his face. Who is this person? A Jiangshi? The two Su also dismounted and rushed to help. Lord Lu, we're here to help you. Zhong Jiao also raised his mask. I can't let you disturb the Great Elder's promotion ceremony. Come with me for a trip. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A little about this mask. It is the sect-guarding wondrous treasure of the Green Robe Tower. The wearer of this mask can pull others into the hellish corpse forest. Let's go. Scene changes to Zhang's side. Zhong Kuei appeared and asked, "You are the new king of Guangjiang?" "That is I." "Can you reveal why Lord Fengsheng left you here?" "With my understanding of him, his backup plans are absolutely sufficient to handle the Guiyuan Pass that Xieli left behind. After all, Fengsheng knows the methods we monarchs grasp like the back of his hand, perhaps even better than we do." Zhong Kuei asked, "You? What do you mean?" Jiang waved his hand. "I have unintentionally caused friction, so to show my sincerity, I can offer a piece of intelligence, a sprat to catch a mackerel that you might find interesting." Zhong Kuei waved it off, "Forget it. Although you once dealt with me, it's not certain you could handle a 100-year pursuit from Fengsheng. But this world no longer has a chance for trial and error." Jiang interrupted. After Fengsheng was defeated and lost the heavenly will, Shu Qing was no longer in the underworld, causing it to fall into the hands of the obsessive corpse monarch Gao Sheng, who founded the Great Jin. Hearing this, Zhong Kuei was startled and asked, "What did you say?" Scene changes back to the battle on Lu's side. Everyone was pulled into an illusion by Zhong Jiao. "Where's this?" His voice rang out. "This place is the ancient temple corpse forest. This is my Green Robe Tower's untransmitted secret. Its importance is second only to the lost sect-guarding wondrous treasure, the Blood Jade Seal." Xing Su narrowed his eyes. "The Green Robe Tower, you say? It seems the miserable defeat in Jiannan Dao didn't teach you a lesson. It's only been a few years, and you've already forgotten what old Yin once said. Whoever steps into Jiannan Dao shall die, huh?" Zhong Jiao laughed. "Listen to you. Fan Ji has gone missing, and the news that Yin Hua is trapped in Jiannan Dao and Long Yu has already spread. Whether he can even make it out of Liaoqing alive is hard to say. Why should we grovel before the words of a man about to die?" Xing Su finished, feeling bitter. "I think you're the one who's about to die." Zhong Jiao sneered. "Don't be so angry. You all need to think carefully. The ancient temple behind me is the burial place of some netherworld monarch. In this world, beside my Green Robe Tower, no one else knows how to get in and out. If I die, you will all be buried here with me." Meanwhile, outside, Lu had retreated a step. That supreme treasure of the heretical path, the human corpse mask. After putting this mask on, it cannot be removed by normal means. Within 10 years, the wearer will gradually become a Jiangshi. The qi accumulated in life will turn into killing aura. When the wearer meets an imperial relative, the ruler of the country, or a reincarnated immortal, this mask will automatically fall off, and the wearer will temporarily ascend one realm. Dizong reminded her, the golden coin mask on that Jiangshi's face is a bit special. It's likely used to nurture the corpse and seal its killing aura. Be careful. After hearing this, Lu asked back, sealing the killing aura? A technique of the orthodox corpse path. A sealed Jiangshi's physical strength usually remains unchanged, but its own killing aura will gradually decrease. If the killing aura is reduced to the extreme, the practitioner will achieve great success in the corpse path and attain true fruition. If they actively abandon the seal on their killing aura or are hindered by an external force, the corpse will completely enter the demonic path and will no longer be able to cultivate to true fruition. Use the Red Lotus Karmic Fire for a swift battle. This Jiangshi is clearly following the heretical path. He has drawn on the killing aura stored in that coin mask to temporarily ascend a realm. He can now threaten you. Lu replied as she emanated the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. All right, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, released. The veins on Fei Gang's neck bulged. His eyes changed color. I will drain your blood to stabilize my realm. Then I will step into the calamity of the corpse ghost fruition realm and break the seal. Lu took her stance. Rest assured, before that happens, you will have already been burned to ashes by me. As soon as the words were spoken, Fei Gang vanished from sight. To be precise, he was moving underground towards Lu Dizong said, use Guan with your full power. A Jiangshi at this stage has the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. Don't let it drag you underground. Lu replied, got it. As she finished speaking, she raised her sword, grabbed it with her right hand, and stabbed it into the ground. Just at the moment Fei Gang was about to approach, Lu's eyes lit up, channeling more red lotus karmic fire into her sword. Burn! The aftershock shot out from. Scene changes to Zhong Kuei's side. So that's how it is. Now I understand. No wonder the erosion of Lord Xia's life and death realm is slower than I anticipated. And no wonder Fengsheng had a high chance of winning the second battle. It turns out there was another force holding Lord Xia back. Jiang continued. Furthermore, in the next battle at Naiha Bridge, for the sake of all living beings in this world, the inheritor of the will of the monarch who founded the Great Jin will definitely have to rush to the battlefield. As the capable aide to this lord, Zhong Kuei narrowed his eyes and asked, so, you've come here on behalf of Gao Sheng to invite me to join? That's right. I feel that compared to my former superior, this lord is more human. If it were possible, I would be more inclined to sacrifice myself and the prosperity of the descendants of the inheritor of Gao Sheng's will for the world. I would rather betray the people of the world than let the people of the world betray my lord Fengsheng as the pathfinder of the path of life and death. Zhong Kuei continued, but when it concerns this world, fundamental moral flaws are not worth mentioning. On the contrary, one with higher moral limits will be at an overwhelming disadvantage in a civil war at the red dust immortal level. You understand this point, don't you? Jiang replied, I am naturally very clear on this point, but I can feel that although the situation has deteriorated to this extent, the obsessive corpse Gao Sheng still has an abundance of moral limits. I'm afraid that for the sake of his will's inheritor, Gao Sheng has prepared an ace up his sleeve sufficient to turn the tide of battle. Returning to Lu's battle, she shouted loudly, Dizong! Just then, Fei Gang's hand burst out from the ground. She quickly retreated 3 steps. I've always wanted to ask before, why is it that among the 8 great fires, the damage from your red lotus karma